The monster believed that there were many different toys in this world, which he called his rivals, and one such warrior had just come to him. This brave warrior had come here to finally put an end to the evil demon who had been tormenting everyone, which made our hero very unhappy because he couldn't finish his thoughts. In the end, the knight shared the fate of all the others, and his torn body became another toy in the monster's collection, just like dozens before him. The next time, a brave old man came to him who decided not to pay attention to the fate of his predecessors. He stopped in front of his target and looked at his watch, noting that he had very little time left. On that fateful day, it was the warrior's wedding anniversary, so he was in a hurry to finish his task and return to his beloved. The battle-hardened warrior met his end in the same horrific manner, so the demon treated his body with the utmost cruelty. After that, a lovely girl came to visit him, afraid to enter the hall. She guessed that she had finally reached the top floor, where the master of the tower must be. The demon loudly and firmly confirmed the young warrior's guess, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief because she thought she had already gotten lost. The girl gritted her teeth, rushed forward, and began to concentrate her energy in her hands to finish off this vile monster. But it wasn't that simple, and within a couple of seconds, she was in the monster's hands, begging him not to kill her. In the end, she became another victim of the tower's master, so he decided to quickly end the conversation, as another young warrior had arrived who had also managed to reach the top floor. The tower boss hoped that this would be enough to convince his enemies not to come here, but it was not to be. The young warrior froze when his enemy suddenly lunged forward, his body refusing to move, leaving only his eyes wide open in fear. In the next second, the demon inflicted several deep cuts on his toy, whose life meant nothing to him. After that, he tore the young man to pieces with a single precise blow, leaving literally nothing behind. The master of the tower was certain that all these helpless warriors would inevitably die at his hands. His name was Baphomet, and he was the ruler of this tower, so his main occupation was evaluating the quality of all these toys. For him, there was no greater pleasure in life than the moment when the next doll appeared. The demon's eyes immediately lit up with a predatory fire as soon as he saw his next victim. But with each new warrior, a shadow of despair flashed in his eyes because he could not shake the feeling that he was searching in vain for something lost in their blood. The problem was that the door to the tower was designed in such a way that the demon could not leave. In other words, the path to the world of so-called toys was closed to him, and all he could do was live here aimlessly, waiting for fleeting entertainment. Sometimes the wait for a victim would drag on, and our hero had to think of ways to occupy himself. The monotony of endless battles drove him crazy, so each time his rage flared up faster and faster. In the end, in desperate attempts to escape, he began to strike the impenetrable gates. The demon was incredibly upset that you were so bored in this place. He raged against the locked gates, his blows shaking the walls, but it had absolutely no effect. Our hero couldn't understand why he was imprisoned here alone and couldn't find a way out. The tower boss continued to throw his entire body against the gate, but suddenly a strange sound came from behind him. It turned out that one of the monster's victims had dropped their phone, and now the alarm was going off. The demon turned around and immediately realized that his last toy had dropped it, so he had an idea. At that moment, the door swung open as another fighter who had managed to reach the top floor came to see the boss. This warrior was quite confident, so he immediately asked who the boss of the tower was, whom he intended to kill right there and then. In the next instant, he felt the full force of his opponent and bled helplessly. The young man collapsed to his knees, his once proud gaze now submissively fixed on the floor, begging for mercy. When the tower boss started walking toward him, the guy tried to run away and now screamed as if someone could hear him and save him. He had already prepared himself for the fact that he would be killed right then and there, but our hero simply held out the phone that had been left behind by his previous victim. The demon just wanted to know what this thing was because he was completely unfamiliar with such technology, so curiosity got the better of him. Then the warrior explained that this gadget was unlocked using facial recognition technology. Our hero quickly grasped this information, so he grabbed his victim's head to unlock the phone. The guy then talked about the camera and explained that it could be used to capture precious moments. To demonstrate this, he casually took a photo with the demon, as if they were best friends. The man also told our hero that the gadget could be used to listen to music. He continued to show all the entertainment features that Baphomet could enjoy with the phone. The guy noted that our hero was doing well and thought that he could manage without his help, so he slowly began to reach for his weapon. In the next moment, he swung his weapon to finally finish off the monster and send it to the underworld. Although the demon was intently studying the unfamiliar object, he managed to react in time and stop his latest opponent. Thus, he found something that could entertain him in this closed tower and decided to explore the world from which all these toys had come to him. The first thing that fell into his hands was a notebook with writings unknown to him. Our hero was unhappy that someone had brought such useless junk with them, so he simply threw away these incomprehensible drawings. As he studied all these things, the demon began to learn about the world of toys, about which he knew nothing. Among all this stuff, he also found photographs of the people he had ruined. In addition, a phone containing all the information about the real world helped him in his research. But one problem arose after Baphomet studied the human world in detail. The demon became so immersed in the real world that he wanted to enter it, and everything around him began to seem more and more like an illusion. He also learned that humans believe that someone they call God grants their wishes. That is why Baphomet himself began to believe that someone like that actually existed and could grant his wish. At that moment, the phone rang sharply, interrupting his thoughts. Before our hero could pick up the device, the sound stopped, and the floor was once again completely silent. After that, Baphomet felt a chill run down his spine, and he couldn't understand what was happening to him. At that moment, a cry rang out in the tower, meaning that someone was already on their way to the top floor. The demon quickly sat down on his throne to greet his next victim, but in reality, he had no expectations, because the same thing happened every time. He was going to finish off his next toy and take all the trophies that would entertain him in any way. This one was no different from the others, because he entered without saying a word or making any loud statements. With a cold stare, he carefully assessed his opponent, who was also in no hurry to attack. Baphomet also did not react to the appearance of an ordinary person and simply watched to see what he would do next. In the end, he decided that he didn't need any trophies and wanted to attack first. It turned out that this night was indeed unusual, as he was even able to stop the demon's blow. The main character began to suspect that this toy was very different from all the others he had encountered before. The next moment, the warrior gripped the hilt of his sword, and at the same instant, the blade flashed with a cold blue flame, illuminating the fury in his eyes. His attacks were so fast and accurate that Baphomet had to try hard to dodge them. In fact, the tower boss had been waiting for a worthy opponent like this for a long time and was now enjoying the moment. Now his lips stretched into a grin that made the blood freeze in your veins. Finally, the opportunity had come to show Baphomet's true power, so a powerful explosion rang out a second later. When the smoke and dust cleared, the brave fighter was still standing. In turn, the main character decided to show all his abilities, so now a powerful shield of chains formed around him. He didn't wait any longer and lunged forward to continue this unpredictable battle. His opponent was not easily intimidated, so he responded in kind and lunged forward. In an instant, their blades clashed in a dazzling flash. Steel rang out, sparks flew, and their eyes burned with fierce defiance. Now Baphomet felt that he had gotten carried away, and all his emotions were bursting out. The demon finally felt forgotten sensations, so he didn't want this fight to end. Besides, he hadn't felt this way in a long time, so he decided to give it his all in this duel. The main character decided not to hold back and used a spell to defeat such a powerful enemy. He released several seals, but the knight was quite experienced, so he was able to dodge the attack. This was exactly what a worthy battle should look like, which Baphomet had been eager to see with his own eyes. After such a powerful attack, the fighter tried to escape, but the demon only needed one precise jump to catch up with him. The Lord of the Tower, caught up in the heat of battle, tried to attack the knight again. After all, the man was a strong opponent, so he managed to react to the demon's maneuver. One powerful jump and he was already quite high up, making it difficult for Baphomet to reach him. After that, the fighter twisted his blade in the air and prepared for his final blow. Everything around them was once again engulfed in bright blue flames, so our hero could do nothing. All this time, the tower boss continued to lie helplessly on the floor, watching his opponent, who was already very close. Even in the last second, Baphomet didn't move, because the final blow finally broke him. Before the decisive blow, the young warrior froze for a moment, his icy gaze sliding over his opponent like a scalpel. Baphomet, in turn, could not understand where this feeling of envy for this toy had come from. The demon finally revealed his true power, dark energy bursting forth, sweeping away his opponent's attack and throwing him aside. After that, our hero rushed forward and tried again to catch the young man, who still managed to dodge the blows. A huge, sharp scythe appeared in Baphomet's hands, which cut through the air with a loud, sharp whistle in an attempt to reach his opponent. Despite the furious, lightning-fast attacks, the agile knight continued to dodge skillfully. At the decisive moment, the young man launched a counterattack, his blade flashing with blue flames and describing a deadly arc, forcing the Lord of the Tower to truly retreat for the first time in the battle. However, the demon managed to protect himself with a magic seal, so the warrior's next attack was unsuccessful. At that moment, Baphomet began to suspect that he might lose to some pathetic toy after all. The tower boss stopped messing around and unleashed all his power, because his opponent was not the easiest to defeat. Then all the weapons that had been collected here from previous brave warriors flew toward the knight. The demon realized that defeat in this battle was impossible, because it would forever tarnish his reputation as the invincible Lord of the Tower. Despite this, Baphomet began to have doubts that he could win. The demon heard a quiet voice behind him, reminding him that even victory would not bring freedom, that these walls would forever remain his prison, regardless of the outcome of the battle. He spun around sharply, losing his guard for a moment, and that was enough for his enemy to make a powerful swing. At the last moment, Baphomet managed to raise a protective barrier, so blue flames engulfed him from all sides. It turned out that the enemy's power was too strong after all, and the shield was not enough to withstand it. The demon still couldn't believe that a toy was trying to defeat him on his own turf. In the blue glow, Baphomet could only make out the warrior's cold eyes, filled with unwavering determination. Realizing his helplessness, the main character simply froze in place and no longer tried to resist his opponent. After all, he had already lost one arm to the young man's swift blow, so now dark, thick blood was flooding the floor of the hall. Now Baphomet realized that he was not facing some kind of toy, but a real, strong, and free man who had now become his role model and dream. Meanwhile, the system suddenly announced that he could complete the main quest and kill the hunter nicknamed Raven, for which he could fulfill any wish. At that moment, the warrior was informed that he had successfully cleared the Tower of the Abyss, so the building itself would soon collapse and he needed to leave quickly. The main character was still conscious, so he watched as a man approached the doors. Suddenly, the very doors that had remained unattainable to him for so long swung open before his eyes. Seeing this, Baphomet gathered his last strength to complete his task, and with desperate determination, grabbed the sword sticking out of his chest. At that moment, the first explosion sounded at the very top of the tower, which was about to collapse. Rescue workers immediately arrived at the scene to clear away the debris. Soon, the workers quickly found bodies under all the debris and reported this to their colleagues. It was hard for them to comprehend how many hunters had fallen here in their attempts to clear out this tower. Suddenly, among the ruins, they spotted a survivor who was just standing there among the concrete debris, looking quite lost. Then the rescuers decided to approach the guy, which helped him come to his senses. Our hero couldn't understand anything either, because he was sure he was dead. But as it turned out, things weren't that simple. Even the knight himself did not expect such a turn of events, because he was sure that he had managed to kill the boss of the tower. Without hesitating for a second, he gathered the last of his energy and unleashed a devastating stream of power directly at the demon, erasing the last traces of its existence in a blinding flash. It didn't help him at all, because the blue flame no longer had any effect on Baphomet, who calmly continued to stand on his feet. The main character's eyes flashed with inhuman fury. His body ceased to respond to blows, as if darkness itself had enclosed him in an impenetrable shell. Only now did the knight realize that this was the end for him, as he had used his last ounce of strength, but it was to no avail. At the last moment, a thin trickle of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth, running down his chin like a scarlet thread. It turned out that the Lord of the Tower, despite his defeat, had managed to take the brave man's life. With his own hand, he pierced the warrior's chest and pulled out his still beating heart in one swift motion. The employee thought that our hero was one of the hunters, so he wanted to check him in the database, for which he needed the fighter's name. The reborn demon was still confused, so he was at a loss when asked his name. Realizing that he had become human, the main character revealed his true name, Baphomet. Now it's time to talk about the hunters who fight monsters in locations called gates or towers. Their target is the dangerous monsters hiding in these remote places, creatures that ordinary people dare not capture. In fact, hunters were previously underestimated, but after the gate shake, a catastrophe in which monsters escaped from the tower, their role became vital. It was after this catastrophe that people began to train hunters to clear the towers and encounter the Lord of the Tower, Baphomet, who killed most of the warriors. After that, the demon became interested in human civilization and wanted to become human himself. But the problem was that the first people he encountered mistook him for the hero who had defeated the Tower of the Abyss. People wanted to see the strength and skill of this guy, but no one suspected what the main catch was. Unfortunately for him, Baphomet had lost all his powers and had essentially become an impostor, the former Lord of the Tower. Now everyone treated him with respect and tried to please him all the time. In the end, our hero became nothing more than an empty-headed leader of a dungeon mining team nicknamed the Terror of the Underworld. The story now moves to a mine in the dungeon, where a group of miners has gathered. They are joined by a new employee who seems a little nervous about his first mission. He is greeted by an experienced old man who immediately realizes that the newcomer is eager to get to work. The man asks the newcomer if he has any experience in this kind of work, then reassures him, explaining that only physical strength and patience are required here, as the tasks are quite simple. The guy noted that the mine was simply huge, and the miner said that just a couple of years ago it had been much smaller. All this was thanks to the hunters who defeated the monsters and moved deeper into the dungeon, making it quite safe here. The old man also said that he was in charge of facilities C and D, so the new guy would be working in the second zone, where rare stones were often found, and it definitely wouldn't be boring there. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted as someone started shouting for everyone to step aside. It turned out that the main character had arrived at the mine, accompanied by his new subordinates. He was walking in the center of a group of his men who were resolutely pushing the crowd aside, creating a corridor for their boss. The young man immediately asked the old man who they were, and the old man advised him not to mess with these guys. The miner explained that they were marginal figures who had wormed their way into the mining business and were asserting themselves over those they didn't like. He emphasized that our hero should have nothing to do with them because he was the most dangerous of them all. The guy didn't expect to meet such a crowd here, so he asked who could have hired such bad people. It turned out that the mine foreman liked this guy, who actually knew his job well, so there was nothing to be done about his presence here. At that moment, the boss arrived at the mine to distribute wages to his workers. He approached the main character and handed him an envelope with money, nodding approvingly for a job well done this month. He also informed him that he had already sent his salary to the appropriate place. It seemed that Baphomet didn't like this very much, so he had to restrain his emotions, which was quite noticeable. After that, his subordinates immediately rushed up to him and suggested having lunch together or going to an internet cafe to relax after work. A newcomer decided to join their conversation, who was not afraid and directly asked where the boss was sending all his salary. Before the young man could react, he received a hard slap for his stupid question. The other employees started yelling at him and emphasized that the boss would tell them himself when he saw fit. Now the new guy was on his knees begging for forgiveness for what he had done, while our hero was still shaking with rage. Baphomet was already at his limit, but the young man kept shouting that he would never do it again. Finally, the main character shouted with all his might, releasing all his pent-up rage. He couldn't believe that someone had actually decided to ask where he was sending his money. It turned out that all this time, he had been giving his money to some charlatan whom he had turned to for medical help after a serious injury. At the time, he had no money, so the girl smiled slyly and offered him another way out. She said that the main character would pay off this debt with his body. It was after this that Baphomet woke up in the mine and started working there, with all his wages going to the headmistress. Although it wasn't all that bad because he was tired of the intrusive attention. But still, the behavior of some of the miners was starting to annoy him. Some guys threw stones at him and wanted to know how the main character had become a celebrity so quickly. The guy just decided to pretend he didn't notice so he wouldn't have to talk to these unpleasant people. Baphomet stubbornly ignored the bullies, gritting his teeth and staring at the ground. But they only became more aggressive because of his silence, repeating their taunts over and over again. Eventually, he realized that being called a clown was offensive after all, and he stopped ignoring their antics. His patience snapped, and he decided it was time to teach a lesson to everyone who had dared to mock him all this time. Then the main character methodically went through his offenders, his fists and feet whistling through the air, leaving bruises and broken noses. The mountain master, watching Baphomet's daring revenge, couldn't help but smile approvingly and decided to test his strength for himself. He, too, was unable to stand up to the young man, and like all his colleagues, fell to the ground. For this reason, some of the guys soon tried to befriend our hero, but he still didn't like it. Thus, Baphomet gathered a gang of outcasts around him, but soon realized that this was a pitiful semblance of his former power. The demon was very angry because this was not the world of humans he wanted to know. Meanwhile, another monster appeared in the mine and attacked the newcomer. The young man, realizing his powerlessness, cried out desperately for help, his voice trembling with fear and despair. The hunters immediately intervened, dispatching the Minotaur with their sharp blades. The pair of fighters did not stop at just one blow and continued to cut the monster to pieces. The frightened miner watched in horror as shapeless pieces of what had recently been a fearsome Minotaur fell right in front of his face. Finally, he found the strength to thank the hunter Nim, and her partner asked if the guy had been hurt in the attack. The main character stopped when he saw a crowd of people gathered around the scene of the incident. Only now did he realize that he didn't need useless power to kill people, but rather the skills of hunters. Baphomet began to suspect that he had lost all his power because he had received human life in return. He immediately remembered the warrior he had fought against last time, who had become an example of a strong and confident person for him. The other guys suddenly started saying that the hunters didn't surprise them at all because their boss was super strong. Everyone agreed with this because if the hunters hadn't awakened their powers, they would have been just ordinary people. One of his comrades said that these people earned good money for trophies from monsters that looked like magic stones, which is why they lived in penthouses on the top floors of skyscrapers. The young man believed that these warriors were paid for nothing because it was all just luck, while they earned a pittance with their blood and sweat. At that moment, the main character's companions asked him curiously what he was thinking about and if he had any special dreams. Baphomet suddenly realized that his lips had been stretched into a silly smile for a long time. The main character was surprised by this display of emotion, but simply replied that the guys were just being funny. His companions had no intention of letting Baphomet get away so easily, but he couldn't understand what the problem was. They all watched their boss closely and seemed to want to ask him something. Of course, all the guys wanted to know which one of them was funnier to the main character, and their eyes sparkled with excitement and hope for recognition. Baphomet suddenly realized the strange similarity between his current feelings and those times in the tower when fearless toys came to challenge him, and he watched their futile attempts with cold pleasure. He realized that he missed his power and his demon, only now he didn't even need to fight for it. The thing was, now the hero himself had become human, so even without his former strength, he could control others. The guys realized that he wasn't going to answer their questions, so they decided to ask if their boss really didn't have a name, because he still hadn't called him one. Baphomet replied briefly that he used to have a name, but he no longer uses it, which made his companions even more interested in his past. The young man offered him his name because his parents had chosen it very carefully, but it had never been of any use to him. The main character asked him to repeat his name, but the guy only managed to say a couple of letters before a loud explosion suddenly rang out behind them. The blast wave hit with such force that it swept away literally everything and everyone in its path. Baphomet, stunned by the monstrous roar, looked around helplessly, his ears ringing, his mind refusing to comprehend the source of this cataclysm. Coming to his senses, Baphomet tried to get up, but a sharp pain in his chest pierced him. Our hero froze in place, surprised because he hadn't yet realized that he was wounded. He slowly turned his head, his eyes gradually focusing on the nightmare surrounding him. Peering into the bright flames, the guy finally made out the burning silhouettes of his companions. Suddenly, he felt a strange vibration, as if the ground beneath his palms was pulsing like a living thing, and small pebbles were bouncing, foreshadowing something terrible. Baphomet knew that nothing good would come of this anomaly. In any case, he had no choice but to sit there and wait. Then the main character saw the lifeless body of his companion, whose name he never learned. On the other side, other guys who hadn't managed to escape the explosion were also lying motionless. It was hard for Baphomet to realize that even in human form, he had lost his toys, which were his only source of joy. The hero looked bitterly at the lifeless bodies of his new comrades, as he had only just begun to get used to their jokes and their presence. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air as smoke began to fill the cave rapidly. In addition, Baphomet sensed a foreign presence nearby, suspecting that it was the culprit behind all the strange events in the demon's life. Our hero's vision was blurring, but he could still make out the silhouette of a strange girl. She slowly turned around, and a sly smile spread across her lips, like a cat that had caught a mouse. At that moment, another explosion sounded, so the guy couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. Two C-rank hunters quickly came to the rescue, so the enemy began to suspect that it would not be easy to deal with such an opponent. It turned out that a new employee was behind it all, who had deliberately made his way into the mine. The guy said that he had wanted to take over this place from the very beginning. The fighter immediately realized that they were dealing with a hunter who had turned his powers to robbery and evil deeds. Previously, he had only heard rumors that there were hunters who attacked mines to steal magic stones. The villain replied with a smirk that they were only half right. Meanwhile, the guy asked his partner if there were any survivors in the mine and asked her to take them all to the hospital. The girl believed that all the wounded were unlikely to survive, so they shouldn't worry about that now. Only now did she realize that her comrade had actually wanted to suggest that they escape. The young man explained that their opponent belonged to the 5th rank, so it would be almost impossible to defeat him. He asked her angrily how she planned to pull off something like that, saying that they should go to the surface and call other hunters for help. While they were chatting away, the robber decided to act and quickly knocked the guns out of their hands. The girl didn't have time to react, so a couple of seconds later she saw her decapitated companion lying in front of her. The robber just laughed at how clueless and talkative the hunters were. The female hunter immediately sprang into action and lunged at her opponent, who had dared to do such a thing to her loved one. The villain was not afraid of this swift attack, so he calmly remained standing in place. He warned that such strong emotions were a direct path to death for hunters. In the end, the guy attacked the huntress, causing her to lose one of her feet. The robber gave a quick signal with his hand, and it immediately became clear that his accomplices were hiding in the surrounding darkness, ready to attack at the first sign. Then portals appeared behind him, from which the rest of the bandits emerged. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation of easy prey, and their fingers impatiently gripped the handles of their weapons. The leader of the group said that he had already slit her throat because she had talked too much and suggested not to touch the others. He said that the girl was still alive and noted that eyeballs were worth the most on the black market. The bandits were already rejoicing that this time they had been lucky with their catch in the form of a young C-rank hunter. The hunter began to suspect something was wrong, so she asked in a trembling voice what they were planning to do. The guy repeated that their guesses were only half right, because they were just pretending to be robbers. A predatory, sinister grin spread across his face again, which did not bode well. The girl's eyes widened in fear as she realized she was doomed. Surrounded on all sides, the hunter looked around in despair, her voice breaking into shrill pleas, but all she heard in response was laughter. The villains also searched her dead companion and found rare and expensive equipment that could be sold for a good price. In addition, they thought they could keep the loot for themselves while the girl continued to beg for help. They decided not to take the weapons because that would reduce their strength to 0%. In the end, the bandits couldn't stand the girl screaming uselessly all the time. The leader advised the girl to just give up because only some weak miners could come to her aid anyway. He had no idea that someone had already attacked his men and only noticed when he heard strange cries behind him. It turned out that Baphomet had found the strength to get to his feet and deal with the bandits who had allowed such a terrible thing to happen to his comrades. In a cold voice, he asked which member of the group was responsible for the deaths of all his comrades. Our hero did not stop shouting because he was in deep despair over the death of his friends. At that moment, he noticed a window in front of him that informed him that he had completed a hidden quest and felt a thirst for revenge for the man. So as a reward, he would receive the power he desired. Then Baphomet was even more determined to destroy the vile worm who dared to destroy his toys. With confident steps, he approached his enemies, who did not expect anyone to intervene in the situation. The main character had the opportunity to use the weapon left in the ground by the dead hunter. Before doing so, the system immediately warned him that using someone else's weapon would reduce his strength to 0, but in the end, some kind of system error occurred. As a result, the guy chose the weapon master skill, so now he could use the stranger's blade without any problems and wasted no time rushing to save the girl the bandits were about to carry away. After dealing with all the fighters, he asked their leader in a low, dangerous voice who he was. The main character still wanted to know who had dared to brutally kill all his toys. The remaining robbers still couldn't understand why the guy was talking about some toys. Then Baphomet asked who had managed to survive the sudden attack. The gang leader just laughed, thinking our hero was some kind of madman. The main character wasn't going to give up so easily, so he asked the bandits directly if they were responsible. The villain burst into loud, mocking laughter, his eyes watering as he looked at Baphomet as if he were a child throwing a tantrum over a broken toy. Baphomet realized that talking was pointless, so he rushed forward to deal with the remaining opponents. The bandit was seriously frightened, as were his subordinates, who froze in place, not knowing what to do next. Now he realized that this bully was actually a hidden hunter, and he was eager to test his level. The robbers knew that it wasn't every day they could get such a rich haul and capture 2 hunters at once. The 2 of them pounced on Baphomet, but he didn't panic at all because he was ready for such a turn of events. At the decisive moment, our hero knocked the weapons out of the bandits' hands with a lightning strike, leaving the attackers defenseless. The first opponent didn't even have time to blink before the sharp blade of the sword was right in front of his face. His comrade could only watch as Baphomet brutally dealt with him. Meanwhile, the guy pressed harder on the weapon and pierced the robber's head through and through. The bandit was incredibly angry that some punk had allowed his partner to be treated like that, so he tried to attack again. The main character was agile enough to quickly grab his opponent and stop him. He twisted his opponent's arm with an iron grip, his blade flashed in the air, and in an instant, the bandit's head was rolling on the ground, leaving a bloody trail. Baphomet was cold-blooded in this matter because he couldn't just let the villains go. After that, he shot a piercing glance at the remaining leader of the robbers. The latter merely smiled in response, because he agreed that our hero was quite powerful. In the next moment, their blades clashed with a deafening clang, and bright sparks flew in all directions. The bandit sensed that the main character was definitely no slouch, given how skillfully he was fighting. He decided to ask Baphomet himself what rank he belonged to. Our hero did not answer, so the bandit made his own assumptions that this hunter could be C rank. However, after personally assessing the young man's strength in battle, the villain realized that he was definitely higher than C. In the end, the bandit finally managed to attack the invincible Baphomet, but at the last moment, he dodged. The main character didn't even flinch when the blade left a thin, bloody trail on his cheek. The robber was genuinely curious as to why such a powerful warrior had ended up in a dilapidated mine, and suspected that he had also infiltrated the mine with the intention of robbery. But he quickly realized that none of it really mattered, because Baphomet wasn't going to get out of there alive anyway. Our hero once again assumed a fighting stance, preparing to clash with his powerful opponent. In the end, he didn't have time to react to the attack, so he only felt a painful cut on his arm. In the next moment, another thin, bloody streak appeared on Baphomet's opposite cheek. The guy couldn't defend himself against these blows, so the next wound appeared on his leg. Baphomet raised his arm sharply to block the blow, but the blade still slid across his forearm, leaving a deep, bleeding wound. He couldn't do anything about this swift attack, so all he could do was stand there and endure all the blows. The bandit was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, a grin never leaving his face. The robber was sure that our hero wouldn't be able to handle him, since he had a whip with spikes that could take down anyone who relied on their agility. Baphomet was a treasure trove of various bioproducts for him, so he wanted to kill him without damaging his skin too much. In the end, the main character finally managed to interrupt this series of attacks and ward off the whip's blades. It seems that the bandit himself did not expect our hero to be able to withstand such a powerful move. It turns out that Baphomet used another passive skill called Lurch, which turned the tide of battle. The negative effect blood loss was also activated, which in turn gave an additional increase in abilities. This allowed him to block the bandit's repeated attacks. The bandit couldn't believe that our hero had pulled this off, so he angrily called him a cheater. Literally a second later, the main character was able to knock his opponent aside. Although the blow did not cause serious harm, it definitely shook his confidence. Baphomet tried to strike, but at the last moment, his opponent managed to defend himself with his weapon. The bandit even began to get nervous because he couldn't understand where an ordinary miner got so much strength. Meanwhile, the main character swung his sword sharply over his head to try to break through his opponent's block. The bandit still had enough strength to continue the fight, so he managed to jump aside. Baphomet reacted quickly and kept his enemy in his sights. He quickly closed the distance and soon found himself next to the bandit, preparing for a new attack. The bandit noticed that the young man had suddenly become more confident and, with a forced smile, advised Baphomet to end all these games. The villain planned to wear down the main character with a long battle so that he simply couldn't withstand the strain. From the very beginning, he suspected that this was just an inexperienced hunter of rank 5, so now he was sure that he posed no danger. But still, seeing our hero's confident movements and cold gaze, he began to suspect that his assumptions might have been wrong. The robber froze. his eyes widening in horror as he finally realized the inevitability of his end. He suddenly realized that behind this guy's human shell lay something ancient and terrifying. While the bandit pondered his guesses, Baphomet decided to attack him and finally achieved his goal. Our hero decided to take pieces of his enemy's body one by one for each of his comrades. He decided to take the arm of the guy who had been walking cheerfully in front of the group. The villain paid for the comrade who had been silent the whole time with the next limb. He took the leg of the fat man who was constantly chewing something. The bandit could no longer endure the incredible pain, so he begged Baphomet to stop. Our hero did not listen to him and was already about to take the last leg in revenge for Cha Min-woo, who had managed to say his name before the explosion. Then the villain let out a heart-rending scream, a mixture of animal terror and a last desperate attempt to challenge the incomprehensible. Baphomet towered over his defeated enemy, his blade frozen in mid-air before crashing down for the final blow. The robber, despite his serious wounds, still wanted to know who he was dealing with. The main character did not answer his question and was already preparing to take revenge on the villain for daring to anger him. The bandit still couldn't believe that he had lost the fight and was about to die. Baphomet felt no remorse, so he cold-bloodedly disposed of the murder of his comrades, completing his act of revenge. Driven by rage, our hero continued to strike the lifeless body of his opponent. The system warned him that seeking power would have serious consequences. At that moment, due to the activation of the surge perk, the bloodlust debuff took effect. Our hero could only think about the fact that there was only meat around him, so he needed a survivor. Finally, the guy realized that there was one more hunter left whom he could kill to satisfy his needs. Baphomet's eyes were completely empty, and his mind was filled with thoughts of murder. His demonic side broke free and assured our hero that he was created solely to kill people. The blade was already flying at full speed toward the defenseless girl, who had simply accepted her fate. Then other hunters entered the mine and informed their manager that there were still survivors here. Baphomet stopped, sensing a foreign presence, while the fighters suspected that something was wrong. In addition, they were almost certain that our hero looked like the one they were looking for. The main character froze in place and stared intently at the arriving hunters. Because of his animalistic desire, Baphomet thought of them as his prey. The hunters suspected that they had seen this guy somewhere before, but he broke free and tried to attack the newcomers because of his thirst for blood. The young man was unstoppable, as he saw no obstacles in his path. Suddenly, the glowing silhouette of an unknown entity that had been pursuing him from the tower itself reappeared before him. It declared that it had been too difficult to save Baphomet's life, so it couldn't let him die so easily, and with a single touch it calmed him down and put him to sleep. To the hunters, it all looked pretty weird, like the guy had hit an invisible wall. In the end, the main character fell unconscious at their feet, which raised even more questions. The demon inside the main character had calmed down and now couldn't understand who was calling him. This voice asked the Lord to give orders so that his subordinates could begin their tasks. The dark entity couldn't control itself, so it thought only of killing everything in its path. Now Baphomet wanted to destroy all of humanity and was ready to do anything to achieve this. Suddenly, the warrior he had once killed appeared before him, a ghostly blade easily piercing his chest, and a cold voice rang out, directly in his mind, asking how the prisoner of the tower knew so much about humans. He looked at the main character with his soulless eyes and said directly that he was a real weakling. The knight was also convinced that the fate of the weak was certain death, which was what he intended to do with Baphomet. It turned out that it was all just a dream, so the guy suddenly woke up in an unknown place. The main character couldn't calm his ragged breathing and tried frantically to understand what had just happened. He looked around the location where he had ended up, confused, and did not understand how he had gotten there when he had been in the mine just a moment ago. Suddenly, the guy heard an unfamiliar voice coming from somewhere unknown. The main character became even more confused, so he immediately asked who he was talking to. This mysterious stranger, who had been hiding in the shadows all this time, suspiciously called Baphomet a self-proclaimed impostor. He recognized the guy because he had heard that he was the one who had pretended to be a hunter, cleared the Tower of the Abyss, and allegedly killed the fighter they had been tracking. In fact, Baphomet had no idea what this man was talking about, but he assumed he was referring to the scoundrel he had dealt with for the deaths of his friends. This man had already checked up on our hero and found that there was no information about him in the database, as if he had no past until recently. No one knew who this guy was because he wasn't registered as a hunter, but he was stronger than many warriors. The stranger declared that Baphomet's fate now depended on how he explained his origins. The main character refused to tolerate such treatment, so he charged forward and struck the glass behind the man with all his might. He believed that all this talk was pointless, so he asked the man directly what he wanted. The stranger certainly did not expect Baphomet to be so bold, so for the first few seconds he did not even know how to respond to such behavior. Meanwhile, the young man suggested that he start by being polite and introducing himself, because sitting behind the glass like that wasn't very polite. He admitted that he was indeed an impostor and had killed the real hunter, but immediately added that enthusiastic journalists had come to him and forced him into the role of a hero. The main character explained that he had killed the villain because he had simply angered him, and he would do it again if he came back to life. Then the man behind the glass asked if Baphomet wanted him to do the same to him. The guy was about to say everything he thought about this scoundrel, but the man suddenly burst out laughing. He burst into uncontrollable laughter, as if he were in the throes of madness. Baphomet was greatly surprised because he couldn't understand what could have caused such a violent reaction. It turned out that the stranger was laughing at our hero's foolish self-confidence. He asked if the main character really thought he could kill him, and finally came out of his protected room. The man noted that Baphomet now had every opportunity to show his skills. He laughed loudly again and decided to find out what the guy's plans were. The main character froze in place when he finally saw the mysterious man he had been talking to all this time. The image of the hunter whose battle had radically changed his life had not left Baphomet's mind. His cold, piercing gaze was forever etched in the demon's memory. The main character immediately lunged at the stranger because he reminded him too much of that hunter. Finally, he saw a quick flash before his eyes that immediately stopped his attack. The man's smirk remained on his face, showing that he was not afraid of Baphomet at all. Just a couple of moments later, our hero found himself on the floor without even realizing it. Now the stranger only confirmed his suspicions that this guy was indeed the awakened one. But he was still stronger, so it only took a couple of deft moves to immobilize Baphomet. Finally, the man introduced himself and explained that they were a secret special service called the Horn, established to prosecute law-breaking hunters. At that moment, another agent arrived, who only confirmed all these words while the leader continued to explain that the hunter who had been eliminated was, in fact, supposed to be eliminated on the spot. He was wanted for serious criminal offenses, as he had infiltrated various groups under different identities, killing and selling the organs of lesser hunters. The Special Forces officer said that among the old billionaires, there was a superstition that eating the organs of young awakened people improved health and even granted immortality. The organization was grateful to the main character for freeing them from this task, but nevertheless he was still charged with the murder of 5 accomplices. They carefully examined all the bodies and saw that the guy acted like a surgeon, so they concluded that a simple awakened person would not have been able to carry out such a massacre in the first few minutes. For this reason, the man concluded that our hero was most likely a very experienced killer, although all he knew before that was that he was an impostor. Baphomet couldn't believe that he really couldn't stand up to such a powerful opponent, and he was very angry about it because it had taken him a great deal of effort to transform into a human. He was sure that if only he had been at such a high level from the beginning, if his body had been stronger, that Hunter and this man would have been torn to pieces long ago. In turn, the leader of the organization suggested that they would still have to punish Baphomet for his actions. Roga's colleague continued to argue that our hero was a born killer, so it would be better to cut off this bud before it blossomed and started causing trouble. The main character really couldn't do anything, so he simply accepted that his rival had won. Now the events moved to the central office of the Hunters Administration. Inside the building, life was bustling because a large number of awakened individuals wanted to obtain official status. Female employees smiled and wished the Hunters success, asking how they would pay for the rental of their weapons. Next in line was number 122, who was also greeted warmly. This guy wasn't very talkative, so he paused for a moment before answering the employee. It turned out that he was the main character who had survived the battle with the Horn's employees. The leader of the organization had only intended to scare Baphomet a little and had no intention of doing anything bad to him. He noted that the guy was quite lucky because even special forces are not allowed to do such things, and also admitted that he liked our hero. In addition, Baphomet looked like someone who could handle any task, so he could definitely be a useful person. The man stated confidently that from now on, the main character would be working at Raj, because his talents were exactly what they needed. Finally, the guy informed the central office employee that he had come to register as a hunter. The girl immediately asked him to hand over his ID and hunter's certificate. It turns out that the employees of Roga agreed to alter our hero's biography in the database and issue him a hunter's certificate. Thus, he was able to pass the check without any problems, and now he had to come up with a hunter nickname. The Special Forces officer had already explained that hunters use pseudonyms to distinguish themselves from ordinary people. Meanwhile, the employee emphasized that the nickname must be different from his real name on his documents and asked if the young man needed help with this. The people from the Horn warned Baphomet that their work required silence and anonymity, so it was also better for him not to stand out from the others. Our hero was sure that they would all regret leaving him alive and promised himself that he would become stronger than all of them. In the end, he decided not to hide his real name and called himself Baphomet so that it would strike fear into people's hearts. After registering, the guy immediately went on a mission where he encountered huge wolves. Dealing with such opponents was no problem for the main character, so he struck them one after another. However, the predators weren't going to give up so easily, so they tried to attack the young man from behind. Baphomet reacted to this move without any problems and quickly turned around. This proved to be a fatal mistake for the wolf, so it also failed, just like the rest of the beasts in its pack. Seeing such horrors, the wolves began to howl and no longer attacked their cruel and powerful opponent as aggressively. In the end, they realized that they could not defeat the main character and decided to retreat. It turned out that the wolves had decided to call their pack leader, who was obviously much stronger. The huge predator immediately raised his clawed paw toward Baphomet, who was completely indifferent to this threat. Then the guy simply put his hand forward and stopped the giant wolf. After that, he raised his hand as if giving a signal to his allies. For a moment, the main character froze in place, waiting for his companions to come to his aid. It seemed that Baphomet's comrades had ignored him or hadn't heard him, because no one came out of the shadows. The wolf also waited all this time for something to happen, but in the end, no one joined their fight. Then the predator realized that his opponent would fight alone, so he quickly attacked our hero. After that, he looked down and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Baphomet needed only one blow to neutralize his opponent and finish him off. Having completed this task, the main character left the place using teleportation. In fact, he was a little upset because only part of his strength had returned. Baphomet guessed that his strength depended on the opponent he chose, so everything was in line with the level of those bandits. He didn't know how to make sense of it all, because someone was always demanding something from him. The main character didn't know who could answer all his questions, because he had been talking to himself the whole time. But in any case, he knew exactly what he was striving for. His main goal was power, which he simply wanted to build up and reach his former level, and he wasn't afraid of it at all because it wasn't the first time he had to start from scratch. At that moment, the guy suddenly felt like a demon was laughing behind him, now hiding somewhere deep in his soul. Baphomet was on edge, so he thought that another enemy had crept up on him. It turned out to be just his colleague, who was not at all pleased that our hero was trying to attract attention. Another employee of the Horn was holding a phone with a video call from the boss, who couldn't believe that the guy had really gotten it into his head to call himself by the name of the Lord of the Tower of the Abyss. Despite all this, the leader understood that our hero wanted to expose those who called him an impostor, but everyone already knew the truth about him. He also reported that the investigation into the Tower of the Abyss had been completed, and it was now known that it had actually been cleared out by the hunter Raven. Now, Korea had lost its best demon hunter named Baphomet, which wasn't particularly good news for the new recruit, but he didn't care at all. The main character did not lose confidence because his only goal was to become stronger and shut up all his haters. For a few seconds, the leader just stood there in silence because he couldn't believe that the newbie was so stubborn. In the end, he concluded that the guy was only confident and strong in words because he didn't believe he could endure it all. The boss suggested that the main character test the consequences of his actions for himself and go to Jeju Island. Upon arriving at the location, Baphomet froze, stunned by the view that opened up around him. He realized that this was the very sea he had seen in the photos on his phone. His colleague immediately took out his phone and said that they would take a taxi to the location, as there were only 2 hours left before the start. Baphomet was no longer listening to his colleague because he was running as fast as he could toward the sea. He couldn't miss such beauty, so he ran to enjoy the water, while the Roga employee immediately remembered his recent conversation with the leader. The guy didn't really believe that they should leave such a person on duty, But his boss reminded Taeyun that this job wasn't for mentally healthy people. That's why they wanted to find someone sufficiently immoral, and the new recruit was perfect for the role, so for now, they just needed to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, Baphomet met other tourists who had come on vacation and were actively discussing their plans. He immediately noticed that the guy was different from other people in Korea because he had blue eyes. Our hero immediately gave them a sinister look because he noticed that they were a completely different kind of toy. Taeyun quickly intervened in this awkward situation and quickly pulled Baphomet away so that he would not disgrace their country in front of foreigners. After that, he brought the main character to the building where new hunters undergo career guidance. The guy didn't understand what his partner was talking about, so he explained that it was a training course to develop the abilities of newcomers. The employee also gave the main character his luggage, ID, and a smartphone. He warned that he would call the recruit Chamin-woo when other people were around, and the latter didn't mind at all because he was happy with his new smartphone. Our hero chose this name in honor of his friend from the mine who had died during a gang attack. Taeyun immediately interrupted his train of thought and informed him that it was time to go. Baphomet was surprised because he thought his partner would go with him, but then he explained that he would understand everything himself. The main character did not appreciate this approach at all, but in the end he accepted his fate. After that, he went to the hall where the meeting with their main representative at this career guidance event was taking place. It turned out that it was Ma Sun-woon himself, so now Baphomet understood what his colleague had been talking about. After the official part was over, everyone went to the buffet, where our hero was able to ask what was going on. Baphomet didn't understand how the leader ended up here if he was already a member of the Horn, and he explained that in his normal life, he was a manager working with hunters, but he couldn't tell anyone about his place of work. The guy noted with dissatisfaction that, despite the leader's secrets, he was the one who had been called an impostor for some reason. Ma Sun-woon just laughed in response and emphasized that it was a completely different matter. He asked the main character to pay attention to the fact that the other hunters had been talking about him for the past hour. The guy's presence had united them all into a strong team because Baphomet was their #1 enemy. Now everyone present called our hero an idiot and a narcissist, but he didn't care about other people's opinions. For this reason, the leader asked the young man not to act as if they were acquaintances, because his bad reputation could rub off on his mentor. At that moment, Ma Sununa was called away by a colleague, leaving Baphomet alone. The guy wasn't upset by the way he was treated, so he decided to just find something to eat. Suddenly, he noticed that something was wrong and froze in place. Meanwhile, the colleague decided to ask Ma Sun-woo about the rumors of a new division of hunters being created, but he said that it was nothing special, just another team. Other employees said that the impostor had already attracted the attention of the government because he had managed to cause a stir. The leader immediately hinted that it would be possible to negotiate with the government to obtain the correct documents. In reality, it was difficult for him to defend the main character because it was too awkward. The problem was that even Ma Sun-woon's subordinates hated Baphomet, so now he was a complete outcast. At that moment, he decided to turn around and saw that, for some reason, our hero had a blissful expression on his face, as if he was trying to enjoy the whole situation. The leader was even glad that the guy had enough sense and willpower not to despair. At that moment, other hunters entered the dining hall and immediately attracted attention. Everyone present froze in amazement when they saw who had come to them. It turned out that they were A-rank hunters, which made Ma Song-woon unable to understand how these people could have gotten here. He tensed up when he saw this, and his colleague was surprised because they had all received a message that several hunters would be starting an advanced training course today. All the employees thought this was a good opportunity for the new hunters, as the strong fighters would become their role models. But Ma Sun-woon didn't like this situation at all. He understood that this definitely did not concern Baphomet, who was still unaware of anything and was just enjoying his meal. The main character remembered that he had taken a smartphone from one of the toys in the tower, which had similar food on it. So he became curious to try something like that because, as a demon, he had never felt hungry. The guy remembered that in such cases, people wish each other bon appetit, but before he could take the first bite, someone brazenly poured water on him. Obviously, everyone present immediately noticed this and turned around to see what would happen next. The high-ranking hunters had decided to introduce themselves to Baphomet, whom they already hated. The young man had long wanted to see the impostor with his own eyes, but now he was disappointed because he had expected to see a completely different person. Ban Ji-hwan's companion immediately approached him and reminded him that such behavior was unacceptable. The hunter then explained that he simply could not pass by when such a scoundrel was sitting among them. The young man apologized for his friend's behavior anyway, but noted that our hero had brought it on himself because the demon Baphomet had taken the lives of many of their comrades. He believed that choosing such a nickname was a real slap in the face to all the victims of this monster and their loved ones. He didn't want to add that Baphomet should change his nickname, but the latter didn't wait any longer and abruptly knocked the entire plate of food onto his offender's head. Everyone around them screamed and began to whisper excitedly, because they certainly did not expect such a turn of events. Ma Sun-woon couldn't go there, as his subordinates were only making the situation worse, so he banged his head against the table with all his might so he wouldn't have to see it. Even Ban Ji-hwan himself did not expect such a response, so for the first few seconds, he couldn't understand what had just happened. He immediately thought that our hero was rushing to meet his maker, since he allowed himself to act in such a way. In fact, Baphomet didn't care why everyone was so fixated on the name, because the demon certainly wasn't going to rise from the dead because of some nickname. Ban Ji-hwan was incredibly angry that the guy was so careless about all this. The main character wondered why the useless hunters didn't go and defeat Baphomet themselves, since they were so concerned about the deaths of these people. Now even the second hunter began to worry, because he realized that this was all going too far. The guy didn't stop and suggested that these warriors simply didn't have the strength to go into this tower. He knew perfectly well that the hunters were just angry at the truth and were acting this way because of it. After listening to Baphomet, Ban Ji-hwan no longer held back and activated his physical strength to deal with the scum. Ma Sun-woon couldn't believe that this was really happening, but at the same time, he couldn't intervene in the conflict. In fact, the main character had touched on a very painful subject for the hunter, because his acquaintance had also died in that tower. The fighter painfully recalled the warm times when Raven had praised him for his well-placed blow. His friend, who was still alive, was confident that Ban Ji-hwan would pass the test and get his A rank. In the end, the hunter could no longer contain his emotions and swung to finish off Baphomet. The main character did not expect such a strong and fast blow, so he was confused and did not know how to react to such an attack. Suddenly, another hunter intervened in the fight, emphasizing that fighting was prohibited here. Ban Ji-hwan immediately turned to see who dared to stop him. Our hero, who was used to relying only on himself, also did not expect anyone to help him. The students were surprised when they realized who had decided to intervene in the conflict. Then Baphomet himself realized that this guy looked too much like the hunter he had fought with last time. The others only confirmed his suspicions when they shouted that it was Raven's younger brother. The main character, like many other hunters, was unaware that the fallen warrior had such a similar-looking relative. In addition, this guy was the youngest A-rank hunter, and his nickname sounded like Griffin. Ban Ji-hwan knew he couldn't do anything to someone like that, and his buddy greeted the respected hunter with a smile. No one expected him to show up at the retraining session, but the bully still wouldn't calm down and wanted to teach Baphomet a lesson. Raven's brother asked him to calm down because our hero hadn't said anything offensive, so there was no need for a fight. In fact, Griffin believed that his brother was weak because he had not survived his encounter with Baphomet, so Ban Ji-hwan called him an ungrateful scoundrel. Finally, Ma Sun-woon intervened in the conflict, realizing that the situation was getting too heated and that there were quite a few people in the hall. The guy was already too enraged, so he remarked that the manager in charge of hunters should definitely not have let such a freak in here. Another hunter realized that his comrade was unstoppable and simply accepted it. The leader did not react to this because he understood that Ban Ji-hwan was speaking out of emotion. He just forced a smile and apologized for how things had turned out. After that, the leader approached the main character as if they didn't know each other and asked him to step aside for a serious conversation. He angrily ordered Baphomet to shut his mouth and stop talking back, and the guy didn't argue. The guy simply accepted that he couldn't respond to the insults directed at him and decided to obey his leader after all. It seems that Griffin still had some questions for our hero, so he looked at him one last time with his cold gaze. After the whole situation, all the new hunters met with Yoo-jun, who would now lead the introductory program on the system. She reminded them that when the students experienced the awakening, they immediately saw the system window and asked if everyone understood what she was talking about. The main character wasn't paying attention to the lecture at all because he couldn't forget what had just happened. It turns out that after the conflict, Ma Sun-woon took the guy to the bathroom and for some unknown reason ordered him to hit him. Baphomet couldn't understand why he had to beat his leader, but the latter explained that none of this would have happened if he hadn't hired our hero. The mentor continued to stand his ground and shouted for his subordinate to punish him with his own hands. Now the young man realized that he was quite serious, so he saw this as an opportunity to take revenge. Ma Sun-woon was offended that his subordinate took his words seriously, but Baphomet emphasized that he couldn't hold back after everything that had happened. In fact, the leader wanted the new recruit to start restraining himself, to make an effort until he became stronger. The mentor also explained that no one would dare to criticize Baphomet when he became stronger, but for now he needed to keep a low profile because A-rank hunters were invincible opponents. Meanwhile, numerous news reports appeared on the internet claiming that the guy who pretended to be the hero who had cleared the tower was an impostor. The other hunters were still very angry that this scoundrel had dared to come to them as if nothing had happened. They believed that this brought shame upon them, so now they were in no mood to study. The main character overheard this conversation, so he hit the machine gun with all his might, immediately drawing the students' attention. He glared at the hunters with a menacing look and said that it would be a good idea to beat up this machine that had taken his money. The guys were seriously scared and realized that it was better not to mess with this man. The guys immediately pretended that they had to leave right away to watch some kind of fight between A-rankers, while they were thinking that the main character had a look in his eyes as if he had already killed a couple of people. Baphomet hoped that after that the guys would finally calm down, and was surprised that this time he managed to sort things out without using his fists. In addition, a free can fell out of the machine, which at least slightly improved our hero's mood. After taking a sip of his drink, the guy thought about what the two had said about some kind of friendly battle between A-ranks. He also decided to see what was going on and headed for the GXR office. The fight was in full swing, and one of the participants was already lying on the floor. It turned out that his opponent was Banji Hwan, with whom Baphomet already had a less than ideal relationship. The guy admitted that he didn't think he could defeat his opponent from the start, but he didn't regret it because the fight gave him invaluable experience. The administrator who was watching the fight announced that the hunter Leon had won his 9th fight in a row and asked if anyone else wanted to try their luck. Obviously, no one was in a hurry to take such a risk because everyone already understood that Banji Hwan had no equal. Then the fighter himself decided to approach Griffin, who was sitting off to the side because he was the only one who could provide equal competition. Even the experienced hunter himself did not expect Leon to want to spar with him. In the end, the guy agreed to this adventure, so Banji Hwan explained that the winner would be the one who grabbed his opponent's blue band first. At that moment, Ma Sun-woon entered the office and immediately realized that the students were once again testing their strength. The manager didn't mind such entertainment, as the A-rankers could serve as good examples for the new recruits. In fact, he was focusing all his attention on Baphomet, hoping that he would change. Meanwhile, the girls were talking about how handsome the hunter Griffin was. One of them was already planning to ask the guy for his number because she thought he was a real hunk. Yoo-jun and Ma Sun-woon exchanged sly glances and couldn't help smiling at their colleague's infatuation. The second girl agreed that Griffin was very popular and asked the general manager to tell her how old he was. Ma Sun-woon paused for a moment, then replied that Griffin was only in his 2nd year of high school, which shocked the girl. Meanwhile, the fight between the students had already begun, and they grabbed each other tightly, trying to push their opponent away. Banji Hwan wanted to see what his deceased friend's younger brother had learned. Griffin didn't respond to his opponent and just glared at him with anger in his eyes. Finally, he skillfully broke free from the grip and was able to kick his opponent with a roundhouse kick. Banji Hwan also didn't stand still and launched a direct attack, but the guy managed to react in time and simply crouched down. The young man knew he couldn't waste a second, so he prepared to strike again. His opponent, despite the speed and agility of the blow, managed to dodge the last strike. Griffin didn't stop and continued to attack, but all his efforts were still unsuccessful. In the end, he managed to close the distance as much as possible and grab Banji Hwan's arm. The guy noticed that Griffin was still swinging wildly and was already getting ready to teach him a lesson if things continued at the same pace. He had already reached for the blue bandage on his opponent's arm and was almost able to achieve his goal. Banji Hwan had already clenched his hand to tear off the piece of fabric, but in the blink of an eye, the young man was behind him, thwarting his plans. The young man looked behind him and realized that Griffin was preparing to counterattack, which put him in the most uncomfortable position possible. Thus, the young man managed to grab his opponent's armband and interrupt his winning streak. At that moment, everyone froze in place, watching the unexpected outcome of the fight. The main character also kept his eyes on the fight, because Griffin had become quite an interesting person to him. Now the observer announced that the hunter Griffin was the winner, and noted that no one had even noticed his counterattacks. Everyone agreed that this guy was good even without any special skills, once again confirming his supremacy among the A-rankers. Some speculated that the young man could reach S rank very soon. Ban Ji-hwan realized that the young man had let him win from the start, but in the end he seized the moment and was able to win, emphasizing that his older brother would definitely be proud of him. Meanwhile, Griffin himself asked if he could continue the fight because he wanted to see Baphomet's strength. Our hero certainly did not expect that one of the hunters would challenge him right now, so he did not even know how to respond. Ban Ji-hwan also didn't understand what was going on and became nervous, as it showed that he was weaker than some impostor. The administrator also became nervous, as our hero was considered a novice and was unlikely to be able to stand up to an A-rank hunter. Then the senior manager intervened in their dilemma, thinking it was a great idea. Ma Sun-moon believed that this duel could demonstrate the huge difference between newbies and current A-rankers. The administrator did not argue with his colleague, but also emphasized that Griffin would need to be restricted somewhat for this fight. Our hero couldn't understand what his mentor was thinking, because just a couple of hours ago, he himself had said not to stick his neck out. In fact, Ma Sun-moon believed that a couple of good punches would calm Baphomet down, and he would calm down a little. The main character himself was interested in this fight because he wanted to see Raven's younger brother. In fact, even Baphomet understood that he couldn't handle such an opponent. He didn't really want to try, but he still wanted to land at least a couple of blows before giving up. The next moment, Griffin made his first lunge, which our hero barely managed to react to, and at the last moment was able to put his hand forward to block the attack. The main character understood that it would be good to land at least one blow, because his opponent was no pushover. At the same time, the guy had to try not to die, because the A-rank hunter was definitely not going to spare him. A few seconds later, Baphomet was already on the floor, watching as a fist quickly approached his face. In fact, Griffin only wanted to scare him a little, so he hit the ground. Our hero had already begun to guess his opponent's motives, because this challenge was definitely not just out of curiosity. He began to suspect that his opponent actually wanted to tear him to pieces. The spectators also understood that Griffin was angry, because some scoundrel had dared to call himself the name of his brother's killer. Everyone already knew how this fight would end. One look at the enraged hunter was enough. It was obvious that the main character had no options, no chance, and would surely meet his end. Despite this, Baphomet continued to hold on, even though he was in incredible pain. The guy had already raised his leg to deliver at least one blow, but at that moment, his opponent was behind him. In the end, Griffin grabbed him by the neck and threw him back to the floor, putting your hero in a dangerous situation once again. After that, he threw the main character over his arm again, so that he would hit the ground with all his strength. Baphomet still had some strength left, so he was able to break free from the grip. The young man was getting more and more nervous because his opponent was playing with him like a cat with a mouse. The demon still regretted that he didn't have his former strength, because then Griffin would definitely not be standing on his feet. He had already studied his opponent's fighting style a little, so he was able to dodge some of his attacks. In fact, our hero even regretted a little that Griffin had been given restrictions. Baphomet would even like to see the true strength of Raven's younger brother. In any case, he continued to receive numerous blows to his face, but he still thought about how he would like to know how his opponent fought with all his abilities. This even impressed the guy a little, causing a slight blush to appear on his face. Some people still cared about the main character, even though he was floating somewhere in the clouds. Suddenly, Griffin stopped and said that it would be better to end it there. The guy was a little lost, because he didn't expect his opponent to end their duel so suddenly. The hunter explained to the administrator that he saw no point in continuing the fight. Baphomet couldn't understand why everything had happened this way, so he just stood there frozen, while Griffin began looking for a new opponent. A strong desire began to take hold of the main character's thoughts, and he wanted to continue the fight with such a strong warrior. At the same time, he remembered his leader's words that even 100 clones would not be enough to defeat any of the A-rankers. At the same time, he had a feeling that he was flying somewhere and rising directly above the ground. A second later, a sinister grin appeared on Baphomet's face, and it seemed like he had no intention of stopping. The demon hiding somewhere deep within his soul burst out again. Griffin immediately sensed a dark, tense atmosphere, realizing that it was coming from his opponent. He felt danger approaching, but he still stood with his back to Baphomet. Finally, the hunter managed to react to the demon's attack and threw our hero away with all his strength. Ma Sun-woon certainly did not expect such a turn of events, and his colleagues watched his reaction closely, as they also did not understand what had just happened. The next moment, Griffin looked at the results of his attack and realized that he had slightly overestimated his strength. The main character couldn't withstand such a blow and flew out the window at full speed. Nearby, people were relaxing and were startled when they saw Baphomet fall into the pool, causing water to splash everywhere. Some of the vacationers screamed in surprise when something suddenly broke the usual silence and tranquility. Eventually, they realized that a man had fallen into the pool and needed urgent help. Our hero was upset by this turn of events, because even though he had now tested Griffin's strength, the main problem was that he couldn't swim and was now simply drowning. Within a couple of seconds, Baphomet realized that he was suffocating, which made him panic even more. Consciousness began to slip away, but before passing out, he managed to see the silhouette of a girl in the thick water. Our hero tried to stay conscious and was surprised when he saw that someone had rushed to save him after all. Before him, he saw an incredibly beautiful girl with light hair and blue eyes. The girl made another dash, but still couldn't grab the drowning man. Then our hero found the strength to open his eyes again and take a closer look at his savior. He had already used up all his air, so he instinctively grabbed the girl by the hair, trying to save himself from drowning. In the end, Baphomet began to panic and clung to the girl's head with all his might, which she was not prepared for. The girls on the surface also began to worry, as it had been quite some time since their friend had dived in to save the drowning man. The next moment, several strands of golden hair floated to the surface, causing everyone to panic. Now the friends realized that something terrible had happened, so they decided to call for help. Meanwhile, our hero was seeing visions of the demon number 18. At that moment, his partner asked him not to stand there like a statue and get ready to work. The demonic warrior was acting rather confused and couldn't understand what anyone was saying to him. Before he could understand anything, Baphomet appeared from the shadows and decapitated him. After that, the main character finally came to his senses and realized with surprise that he was no longer in the water. He wasn't particularly surprised by this, as such visions had come to him before. The next moment, the main character looked around and noticed the same girl who had tried to save him. Looking closer, the guy realized that she was a foreigner and began to recall all the recent events in his memory. Suddenly, he caught the eye of another girl who was very unhappy that Baphomet was staring at her friend. Our hero was seriously frightened because he did not expect to see anyone else here. He looked around and saw that the other girls had surrounded him on all sides. The guy was still a little confused, so he couldn't understand who all these strangers were. At that moment, the excited managers ran out into the street and immediately began to explain that they were to blame for this. In addition, the center's employees immediately recognized that the woman in front of them was a representative of the Art Guild, a hunter nicknamed Echidna. Ma Sun-woon didn't know she would be here and immediately asked if she had been hurt during the incident, but she didn't answer and immediately called her assistant, Yun-hai. It turned out that the girl had been swimming in the pool all this time, collecting strands of hair that the main character had pulled out of his savior's head in a panic. The guild leader praised her subordinate for her work and patted her as if she were her dog. Ma Sun-woon was a little confused by what was happening, so he silently watched the strange interaction. Finally, Echidna explained that their guild had been having a pool party, but suddenly a guy fell from the sky and ruined everything. The chief manager confirmed that it was a novice hunter and apologized for the inconvenience, but the girl was still upset. The hunter explained that it wasn't just any hair, because it contained the rental fee for an expensive hairdresser in Kanem, expensive organic ingredients, and her dark circles under her eyes. Moreover, the leader had made considerable efforts to get her lazy friend to pay such attention to her hair. Because the hair belonged to a member of their guild, it contained so much effort. No one expected Echidna to attach such importance to this trifle, so everyone present was silent for a few seconds and didn't even know how to respond. Ma Sun-woon repeated his sincere apologies and asked how he could make amends. Then the hunter glared at our hero and firmly stated that this guy had to take responsibility for it. Baphomet certainly did not expect such a harsh reaction, as he had definitely not done it on purpose. Meanwhile, the girl stated that 1 million won had been invested in a single strand of hair, so the young man would have to pay 116 million won accordingly. Ma Sun-woon couldn't imagine how badly he had messed up in his past life to have to pay for it in this one. In any case, Baphomet thought it was complete nonsense because he didn't even know who this girl was. The other guild members were very surprised that the main character really didn't know who he was talking about. It turned out that she was an S-rank Valkyrie hunter who ranked first in popularity and had not only amazing skills, but also stunning looks. This girl was the #1 commercial model, so everything she wore and used sold out immediately. In the end, the leader intervened and asked her subordinates to stop because they were wasting time explaining all this to some newbie. Echidna suggested that the main character pay in installments if it was difficult to pay the entire amount at once, or that they find him a job. Baphomet immediately remembered his old trauma and the woman who had forced him to work in the mine. He thought that the leader considered him weak, but that was not what she meant at all. After that, the guy suggested that they first figure out whose fault it was and ask what really happened. He said that it was actually Masunwun and his colleagues' fault because they didn't take the right steps in that situation. The main character also complained that it was Griffin who kicked him so hard that he flew out the window. The girls were surprised when they heard that name and immediately thought that it was absolutely impossible to have a bad relationship with that person. Echidna also thought about it because she didn't want to have any conflict with the Nebula Guild. She immediately turned to the hunter himself, who confirmed that it was indeed his kick that sent our hero flying so far. At that moment, Yujun intervened and explained that there had been a friendly match between the A-rank hunter and the novice hunter. In any case, Echidna didn't know what to do with our hero, because all this didn't change the fact that the guy had to pay compensation. Ma Sun-woon tried to smooth things over and promised that their organization would take care of everything. He understood that they were closely connected to the incident, but at the same time providing compensation in the form of money was against government directives, so they offered special rights to the tower. As it turned out, exclusive rights to the tower were a system that allowed the guild to monopolize more than one tower and endlessly obtain magic stones and items. Ma Sun-woon said that they had a tower that had not been cleaned for a year and a half, and offered Echidna the right to use it for a whole year. The girl replied that she couldn't decide on her own, so she decided to discuss it with the members of her guild. Yujun wasn't sure if they could really give away the rights to the tower, but the leader explained that it would be for the best because the guild would finally be able to clean up the place. A few minutes later, the Echidna cleared her throat and prepared to announce their collective decision. The offer was too good for them to pass up, so it was obvious that their guild had accepted the compensation. Yujun and Ma Sun-woon were very happy to hear this news because now the problem was solved. Meanwhile, the girl who had tried to save the main character finally came to her senses. Echidna immediately ran up to her friend and asked if everything was okay, telling her that it was time to leave. Valkyrie saw that there were also people from Central Command there and couldn't understand what had happened while she was unconscious, but the others promised to explain everything a little later. The main character couldn't take his eyes off the beautiful woman who had risked so much to get him out of the water. Passing by Baphomet, the girl didn't even glance at him, but after a while she decided to turn around. She fixed her sky-blue eyes on the young man and studied him intently for a few seconds. The guy wasn't expecting any attention, so he looked back in surprise. In the end, Valkyrie just winked flirtatiously and seemed to hold no grudge against our hero. Then Baphomet was even more surprised because he couldn't understand what had just happened. Meanwhile, Ma Sun-woon decided to apologize to the hunters themselves, because as the organizer, he should have taken care of unforeseen situations like this in advance. The guys were a little embarrassed because they understood that they were also to blame, so there was no need for apologies. After that, the main character returned to the center and thought about how these female hunters were seriously obsessed with money. He also still couldn't understand why the foreign woman had winked at him, suspecting that it was some kind of invitation to fight. And meanwhile, behind his back, an enemy was reaching for the blue bandage on his arm. It turned out to be Griffin, who still hadn't given up on his goal. The guy understood that Baphomet's skills were poor, so he couldn't explain how he had managed to tear the bandage off him. At that moment, everyone present was distracted from Griffin because they were worried about the newcomer who had flown out of the window. The young man himself froze in place as he was overcome by a strange, uneasy feeling. He slowly shifted his gaze to his hand, which now felt numb. This only confirmed Griffin's suspicions that the main character had managed to steal his armband. In the end, it turned out that all this time it had been floating in the pool where Baphomet had fallen. Our hero realized that his rival had been following him only to ask about this incident, and explained that the hunter's movements had been too sweeping, and the fabric had been hanging as if begging to be pulled off. Griffin immediately pointed out that only a hunter with extensive combat experience could have noticed such a small detail. Now the young man suspected that Baphomet was definitely an unusual novice, so he asked who he really was. The main character began to feel that he was being exposed, so he paused for a few seconds before explaining everything. He decided to ask if Griffin had chosen him as an opponent based on his emotions, simply because he was using the name of the monster who had killed his brother. The hunter asked him not to change the subject, but Baphomet refused to explain anything because he wanted to talk to an intelligent person, not a hot-headed emotional kid. In the end, the young man decided to explain himself and emphasized that he had no intention of avenging that scoundrel. In fact, the main character didn't even expect Griffin to answer his question. The hunter himself said that he just wanted to pick someone to spar with, someone he could take out all his anger on. After that, the guy asked if Baphomet was satisfied with his answer, but the latter wanted to ask something else. Our hero suggested that the reason for Griffin's anger might be that all this time he had wanted to kill his own brother with his own hands, but the demon had prevented him from doing so. The young man instantly calmed down and tried to remain calm when he started saying such things. Baphomet, in turn, only confirmed his suspicions because he had not felt a shred of anger when fighting his rival, but now Griffin was radiating open hatred. The hunter remained silent, so the main character became more and more convinced that all of this was true. The guy kept pretending that a hunter couldn't try to kill another hunter, especially if he was his brother. This did not convince Baphomet, because he understood perfectly well that they were not saints and could kill other people. But at the same time, it remained a mystery to him why the young man had decided to kill his own brother. Griffin realized that there was no point in explaining anything and decided to change his question. The young man remembered the murderous aura that our hero had radiated at the end of their fight and noted that something like that could only be felt in one place. Such an atmosphere reigned either in the dungeon or in the tower, and only from monsters of the highest rank. So it was a mystery that a human could possess such a monster-like aura. For this reason, the hunter had already guessed that our hero was a monster in human form. Baphomet said nothing and only laughed loudly in response to hide the truth. Now, the main character admitted that this young man was indeed an interesting toy, just like his brother had been. In the end, he asked what the hunter was going to do if all this was true, and the hunter replied that no matter who you asked, everyone would say that monsters must be killed. After listening to his opponent, Baphomet emphasized that their relationship was bound by death and that they were now in the same boat. Now our hero believed that they simply had to kill each other and waited for the day when the young man would truly learn his true nature. Griffin, despite learning the whole truth about his rival, remained as calm as ever. Baphomet, on the other hand, hoped that the hunter would become stronger over time, because otherwise he would simply die at his hands. The next day, the main character and Ma Sun-woon set off for some unknown place. The leader explained that the guy couldn't keep running from internet cafes to public baths, so they had prepared a place for him to live as a reward for successfully completing his introductory training. Finally, he announced that they had finally arrived at their destination, which was some kind of abandoned courtyard. It didn't look very inspiring, but Ma Sun-woon called it a traditional Korean house with an eco-friendly green area around it. In reality, however, it looked rather gloomy, so Baphomet was in no hurry to rejoice at such a gift. Within a second, our hero began shouting and threatening that he would not do anything with such an attitude, but the leader had expected such a reaction from the start. He explained that there was no need to take the situation so seriously, as the house on the outskirts was the best place to calm Baphomet's aggression. The main character admitted that things weren't so bad, that weeds and grass could be easily removed, and that the open yard looked quite nice. Ma Sun-woon did not expect the young man to take it all so calmly. He couldn't believe that Baphomet really wasn't going to complain, and thought that after falling into the pool, the young man had some kind of problem with his head. The man was even a little upset because now he had lost his excitement, and the main character was annoyed by his expression. In the end, he decided to ask if anything strange had happened after the first day of getting acquainted. Baphomet immediately remembered Griffin, who was now literally stalking him. The main character felt someone's gaze on him all the time, and it made him very uncomfortable. His rival didn't leave him alone even in the bathroom, but the guy decided not to mention it for now. It turned out that all this time, someone had been watching their conversation from the shadows. This person noticed that a young guy had joined them who could be useful for his own purposes, and our hero finally sensed someone else's presence. Baphomet told the leader about his strange feeling, but the leader didn't suspect anything because there was no one at the gate. Ma Sun-woon decided not to waste any time and moved on to the briefing to tell them who the newcomer would be observing this time. The next day, the main character was supposed to meet up with his group of 4 other hunters and his mentor, with whom he was supposed to get used to real combat. Everyone was already there, so now they were just waiting for Baphomet, who was running a little late. The man didn't even expect to become a mentor to such a famous person. It turned out that the mentor himself was supposed to be the target of Baphomet's surveillance. In reality, the main character was not particularly pleased with this assignment, as he would have preferred to be given a target for instant killing. Then the leader decided to explain everything and asked if the guy knew about the concept of a hunt. He hoped that by this point our hero was already familiar with gaming terminology and explained that in practice it refers to a hunting method in which an animal is driven into a dead end. But there is another meaning, which is that you first need to corner everyone involved in order to find out what or who is behind a particular case. That is why Baphomet needs to dig up everything about this mentor and catch the person behind him. But the leader immediately warned that this hunter's boss was definitely high-ranking. The events returned to the moment of their meeting, when Mentor Quartz, with a smile on his face, introduced himself to his students and told a short story about how he had to change his profession as a freelancer. The man noticed that Baphomet looked a little strange and thought that he had some questions about what had been said, but he had nothing to say. The others didn't have any questions either, so the mentor immediately moved on to the safety points. Meanwhile, Baphomet remembered that the leader had told him that this hunter was hunting other hunters. In addition, Ma Sun-woon asked our hero not just to follow this mentor, but to get close to him in order to obtain as much information as possible. Furthermore, the guy had to take his target alive if he could find evidence of his involvement in the crime. Baphomet had no objection to these conditions, because in any case he could cut off the mentor's arm or leg, leaving him alive. The only problem was that our hero didn't yet know how to get close to this mentor. After they met, Quartz showed him the D-rank gate, where monsters of the same level lived, and explained that the hunters had to clear the place out, following his instructions. All the newbies immediately tensed up, as they had no experience in real combat. They couldn't understand why they were being sent to a high-rank dungeon, since according to their papers, the hunters were still at the F rank. The man agreed that it was unfortunate, but also added that hunters of their rank were assigned gates up to and including rank D. He was sure that this had been explained to the newbies during their orientation, but one of them shook her head, as she had not heard anything about it. In turn, the main character reminded them that E and F rank dungeon monsters are vulnerable to weapons, so hunters start their training in D rank dungeons. In fact, the guy didn't know any of this because his damn boss had made him memorize the entire hunter's manual so he could curry favor with his mentor. He confirmed his mentor's words that their clearing area was not limited by the power of their weapons, and that this was the gateway starting from rank D, so his partners didn't need to worry so much. In the end, the mentor decided to end all this talk and asked all his students to take up their weapons and move forward. He noticed that Baphomet had not been given a weapon, so the guy simply pointed to his fist, explaining that he didn't need any blades. At that moment, one of the hunters forcefully pushed our hero aside. Baphomet immediately looked to see which of his comrades had dared to behave in such a manner. Then the guy took a closer look and realized that he had seen this insolent newcomer somewhere before. The main character remembered that it was this trio who had been looking at him suspiciously from the very beginning. This hunter had rushed into battle literally as soon as they had crossed the threshold of the dungeon. It turned out that he was indeed quite strong, so it only took one swing of his sword to deal with his enemies. The guy was happy that he had managed to eliminate one enemy, unaware that another monster was already attacking him from behind. At the last moment, he managed to thrust his sword forward to block the blow, while his mentor watched everything from the sidelines. Quartz agreed that his strength was not bad, but his movements were too sweeping and the young man lacked agility. After that, he looked at the girl, who was also doing well overall, but she lacked the perseverance and endurance to finish her attacks. Another guy had powerful destructive force, but his accuracy was practically non-existent. The mentor concluded that everyone was lacking something, but Baphomet was different from his teammates. Our hero could easily dodge any attack directed at him and was not afraid to face his enemies. He easily dodged the blows of two huge monsters, moving with the grace of a butterfly fluttering among flowers. The monsters became incredibly angry because they couldn't reach their target, so they decided to make one last dash. In the end, Baphomet managed to dodge in time, so the enemies simply hit each other, and the guy didn't even have to strain himself to win the fight. A moment later, the main character sensed that these weren't all his opponents. The goblins turned out to be even easier targets, so the guy jumped at them with all his might. In this way, he dealt with one enemy, but there were still two small monsters nearby. Baphomet quickly rushed at the remaining enemies and grabbed them by the head with all his might. He squeezed his palm so tightly that the goblins' heads burst like overripe fruit. Obviously, Quartz had been watching the main character with interest all this time, as he had no equal here. The mentor believed that this guy was simply the perfect fighter, as he possessed strength, agility, and quick thinking. Among the awakened hunters, he considered such talented people to be unusual. But at the same time, the man understood that our hero could not fight so skillfully just because of his unconventionality, and it would be naive to consider this a simple talent. Meanwhile, Baphomet tried to smile sweetly, as his leader had taught him, to gain the trust of his target, but he was not very good at it. The other hunters also completed their task, so the mentor praised them and was glad that everyone was okay and had not suffered any serious injuries. Quartz reported that they had dealt with all the monsters and received feedback, but Baphomet was not happy that they had already finished everything. Our hero was not having any fun, as he was very bored hunting weak monsters. He wanted to at least fight someone who could match him, and immediately remembered that his mentor was also D rank. The guy thought that this could make a strong impression on his mentor and help him complete his mission. In the end, he decided that this could indeed be a good way to gain trust, wondering why he hadn't thought of it before. Meanwhile, the female hunter wondered if the dungeon boss was about to appear, since they had just destroyed all the regular monsters. The mentor also found this strange, so he suggested that the group carry the bodies of their defeated enemies for now. After completing their small task, the hunters wondered if there were enough bodies. The mentor confirmed that it would be enough, so now all the conditions for the dungeon boss to appear had been met. Because they had gathered all the corpses in one place, the monsters should have smelled the blood and finally appear. Everyone began to feel a strange tremor, and within seconds a huge monster emerged from the ground. The mentor warned that the boss was already agitated and explained that they were dealing with the death worm. The main character remained completely calm, despite the terrifying creature that now stood before them. Quartz also said that this boss loved blood and asked his students to be careful in such a dangerous battle. One of the hunters began to panic, as the monster was incredibly huge, and hoped that the mentor would help them if necessary. Suddenly, someone flew at full speed and kicked him straight in the head. Obviously, it was Baphomet, who didn't want anyone else to interfere. He also performed this daring maneuver to take his partner's weapon. The victim's companions watched in horror and were unhappy that our hero had taken his weapon. Everyone tried to warn Baphomet that this was a crazy idea because hunters cannot use other people's weapons. The mentor was also unaware of our hero's secret ability, so he still reached forward to stop this madness. The young man managed to slip out of his hands and swung his sword to finish off his opponent. The novices couldn't understand what kind of unseen jumping power this was, and watched with open mouths to see what would happen next. The mentor also realized that he couldn't do anything else, so he froze in place and looked at his protege. In the end, he resigned himself to the fact that such talent would die right before his eyes. The main character, on the other hand, acted confidently and was already as close as possible to his goal. Before the decisive moment, Baphomet concentrated as hard as he could and made one sharp lunge. The death worm let out a terrifying scream and also tried to grab its prey. A second later, the blade whistled through the air, but it seemed that the monster was completely unharmed. In the end, the main character managed to damage the dungeon boss, and his body was torn to pieces. The hunters certainly did not expect Baphomet to be able to use someone else's weapon and succeed, so they stared at it in shock. Mentor Quartz was also unable to utter a word and only smiled nervously. Then the main character slowly turned around and gave his companions, who had doubted his abilities just a minute ago, an icy stare. During all the time he had spent among humans, Baphomet had already realized that people always follow those who are strong. That was precisely why he had decided to demonstrate his abilities to the other hunters. Now the main character believed that this was the first principle of the human world. His companions couldn't believe that the guy had actually managed to kill that monster with just one blow. In fact, the young man envied Baphomet for being such a cool fighter. Meanwhile, the girl couldn't hear a thing because she was slowly falling in love with her partner. The silence was broken by Quartz, who applauded our hero and praised him for such a magnificent battle. Due to his protege's success, The mentor believed that the decision regarding the hunter Baphomet had already been made. Our hero was sure that it looked simply mind-blowing and hoped that after this his mentor would want to get closer to him. Quartz happily announced that the young man no longer needed his guidance and congratulated him on the successful completion of his mission. Baphomet hung on every word of praise, his face breaking into a smug grin, betraying his boundless delight at the flattery. Only after a few seconds did the main character realize that he could lose contact with his goal right now. Quartz himself explained that if the mentor decided that the apprentice no longer needed his help in learning real combat, he could immediately begin working as a hunter on his own. He noted that it had been a long time since they had had hunters who finished their training so quickly. After that, the mentor announced that all the magic stones would be divided among all the hunters for destroying the monsters. Meanwhile, Baphomet had already started to panic and pointed out that this boss was quite weak, trying to prove that he was not yet ready to hunt on his own. The problem was that his teammates' faces clearly showed that they considered this mission impossible. Quartz agreed that their acquaintance had been rather brief but pleasant, and wished our hero good luck in the future. The guy still couldn't understand how all his plans had just fallen apart. Suddenly, someone decided to talk to the main character, so he snapped out of his thoughts about what he had done wrong. Baphomet looked around in confusion to see who was addressing him. It turned out that it was the same female hunter from his team who now wanted to get the number of the brave hero. Soon this information reached Ma San-woo, who was very unhappy with how things were going. He was prepared for difficulties, but the reality turned out to be even harsher than he had imagined. The leader began to suspect that he might have given the newbie too difficult a task from the start. Ma San-woo decided to start with something simple and explained that Baphomet now had a target in the form of a criminal hunter who needed to be dealt with immediately. In addition, the boss even allowed Baphomet to choose the punishment for the villain himself. For this reason, the main character could use the most brutal methods. Ma San-woo also said that the corpse of the killed person could be placed in the dungeon and destroyed after the cleanup. The main character dealt with this S-rank hunter and exited the portal, which now closed and hid the villain's body behind it. The guy was happy that he had now obtained a considerable amount of magic stones, because now he could exchange them for money and eat something delicious. In fact, Baphomet still couldn't stop thinking about what had happened to him in recent days. He mentally repeated Ma San-woo's words, reliving every piece of advice and every warning over and over again. Suddenly, the moment when the leader asked if Baphomet was angry about everything came back to him. Unable to contain his emotions, the main character furiously punched the wall, leaving a dent in the stone. The failure with his mentor had truly hurt Baphomet, who had botched his very first assignment. The young man considered Quartz a real jerk who had ruined all his plans. All this time, the mentor continued to recruit new groups of novice hunters and lead them into the dungeons. Baphomet continued his surveillance and now realized that it was hopeless and wrong to count on friendship. Now he had no choice but to find a connection between his mentor and the crime. Our hero knew that the basics of hunting dictate that the hunt begins with a clear understanding and awareness of one's prey. For this reason, the young man gathered all the information he could about his mentor's sphere of activity. He also observed his relationships with those around him. Baphomet was sure that by studying the mentor's life, he would definitely find something related to the crime. He continued to follow Quartz even after he finished his work with his students. It was pretty easy for the main character to hide, but he hadn't gotten anywhere yet. The problem was that during all the time he had been watching him, Baphomet had not been able to find a single clue. There was no noticeable connection to crime because everything looked completely normal. The main character immediately thought about how long it had been since he had tasted blood. He already imagined how nice it would be if this area were a lawless zone. Baphomet already imagined how he would start by cutting off Quartz's hand, who was completely unaware of anything. In this way, the main character planned to render his target completely incapacitated. Then he would torture his mentor to his heart's content, and eventually he would reveal all the details of the crime. Our hero thought that he should do just that, and Quartz finally sensed that something was wrong. Baphomet immediately realized that his presence had just been revealed, so he quickly hid around the corner. But at the same time, he understood that this was the human world, which meant he had to approach the matter from a human perspective. At that moment, Quartz ran out in a panic, trying to escape his pursuers. The main character couldn't understand the reason for such a rush, so he continued to watch his target closely. After a while, the man finally stopped and began to look around fearfully. Gasping for breath from the sudden rush of excitement, he frantically looked around. desperately trying to find someone in the emptiness surrounding him. The mentor was trying to find Yu-hyun, whom he seemed to care about quite a lot. It turned out that the girl had been behind Quartz the whole time and couldn't understand why he was so upset. She saw that the man had turned blue for some reason and asked what was wrong, and it turned out that he was scared because Yu-hyun wasn't answering her phone. The girl admitted that she was a little distracted and said that she had gone to the store to buy groceries and had apparently left her phone in the shopping cart. Yu-hyun could feel how much the man was shaking through her embrace, and her heart ached with guilt because she didn't want to make him feel that way. She asked if Quartz was hurt, but he told her not to worry about it. The girl finally suggested they go home so she could make something delicious for dinner. The main character watched this tearful scene intently and was glad that he was able to see this aspect of his goal's life. Now the events moved to a remote location where a fight was taking place. Tae-yoon was on a mission and planned to dispose of the bodies after reporting the situation to headquarters. Suddenly, he was distracted from his important task by a completely unexpected notification on his phone. It turned out to be a message from Baphomet, who already wanted to know how to stage an accident. The next day, Quartz returned home in a panic. The man frantically rushed around the room, his eyes wide open, looking for Yu-hyun. Baphomet had somehow ended up at their house, and the girl was already sitting next to him, treating his wounds. The main character, who had already thought up a plan, pretended to be surprised when he saw his mentor. As it turned out, the guy had saved Yu-hyun from the car and was injured, but he flatly refused to go to the hospital, so there was nothing left to do but let him in and treat his wounds. The girl had no idea that she had stumbled upon another hunter, while our hero went to explore his target's house. Baphomet saw that there were photos of the couple on the nightstands and reached for one of them. Suddenly, Quartz appeared behind him, saw the strange behavior of the main character, and grabbed him firmly by the arm. He thanked the young man for saving his wife and wanted to know the license plate number of the car that had almost caused the accident. But realizing that it would be a long conversation, he suggested they go outside. And at that moment, Yu-hyun intervened. The girl, with a smile on her face, suggested they have dinner together, but Quartz was not particularly eager to agree. She understood that the two men were colleagues, so she wanted to treat Baphomet as a token of her gratitude. The main character didn't hesitate and started eating, eagerly digging into a plate of hot, steaming rice. Quartz noticed that the guy was eating quite well and asked if he wanted some more rice. When the young man finished his portion, Yu-hyun rose from her seat to serve our hero some more food. Baphomet, remembering his main goal, stared intently at the girl, assessing her every reaction. She noticed the main character's intense gaze on her, but didn't think much of it. In the end, the hostess simply asked if the young man wanted anything else, but he declined as he only wanted rice. The main character couldn't understand why the girl seemed so distant, but his train of thought was interrupted by Quartz, who wanted to ask if the guy liked his job as a hunter. The man wanted to give Baphomet some advice, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a falling plate. The mentor immediately jumped up, worried about Yu-hyun, but she just apologized for making so much noise and asked him not to pay any attention to her. Baphomet behaved quite calmly and only remarked that he was a very caring husband. The young man suddenly mentioned that the mentor had once lost someone close to him, and there was a strange awareness in his words. Quartz wanted to object, but our hero quickly changed the subject and said that he had just remembered the license plate number of that car. The main character asked if he had a piece of paper so he could quickly write it down. In the end, he realized that this girl was someone who had died long ago. As it turned out, the mentor had known Yu-hyun since she was a child, and there had been a long-standing invisible connection between them. Their friendship continued through high school, and their bond grew stronger. This continued into high school, when they began to feel a sense of love for each other. In the end, the wedding that Quartz had only dreamed of in his sleep brought them together forever. After that, he joined a team of hunters where everyone called him by a different name. When the young mentor said he had decided to work in this field, his wife tried to dissuade him, because although it was a cool and wonderful job, it was dangerous and required being on the front lines. Quartz didn't listen to her at all, and only talked about how you could capture dungeons and high-ranking towers, and how the items obtained there were extremely valuable. But in the end, Yu-hyun convinced her husband, and he gave up the opportunity to make a name for himself as a hunter for her sake. After starting work, Quartz was given a teleportation device that could transport a person to a designated refuge, but he gave it to his beloved. In the end, the days that seemed like they would be peaceful forever were short-lived, and the so-called gate shakeup happened. Yu-hyun was at the epicenter of this disaster and hid around a corner so the monsters wouldn't see her. She immediately remembered the device that Quartz had asked her to use in case of extreme danger. The girl was sure that with the help of this thing, she would be able to escape safely, but that was not the case. At that moment, she heard someone who had already fallen into the monster's clutches screaming desperately at the top of their lungs. Yu-hyun couldn't just stand by, so she decided to distract the huge ogre with a bucket of water. This way, she was able to grab the frightened girl and run away with her. The only thing standing in their way was a small pebble that got caught under Yu-hyun's feet. Finally, she let go of the girl's hand and fell to the ground with a crash. The stranger stopped and asked if her savior was okay. Yu-hyun explained that they needed to hurry because she had heard that there must be a shelter somewhere nearby. Among the things scattered on the floor, the girl noticed the very same teleportation device that would take them to safety. A note of alarm slipped into her voice, causing Yu-hyun to freeze and stare at her in fear with wide eyes. The girl had already picked up the familiar object and apologized to Yu-hyun, whom she had decided to leave behind. Finally, she pressed the button, and the system announced that she would be transported to the designated safe place in a moment. Yu-hyun tried to stop the stranger, but it was already too late. It was too late because the girl had been teleported to that very shelter. Now she realized that she was doomed because there was no way to retreat. At the last moment, Yu-hyun thought only of her beloved, unaware that a huge snake was already behind her. She knew she was going to die that day, but it seemed that her husband had done something to her body and kept her alive. Meanwhile, Quartz was already investigating who had rented the car that someone had tried to use to run over his wife. An exception was made for the hunter, who was a government employee, and he was given the address of the person who rented the car. The man hurried to the specified location, where he was met only by a half-empty apartment. What he saw inside made him freeze in silent amazement, because reality exceeded all his expectations. It turned out that Yu-hyun was inside, staring out the window the whole time. The girl's gaze was vacant as she realized that she had actually been dead for a long time. The man gradually realized that the situation was getting out of control, and his voice trembled as he asked his wife what she could have forgotten in this place. At that moment, the doors behind him slammed shut, indicating that someone else was there. It was Baphomet, who immediately guessed that the mentor would not hesitate to find the escaped criminal since he cared so much about his wife. To tell the truth, the main character still didn't know how exactly his target was involved in the crime he knew nothing about. But at least the guy was sure that Quartz had already paid a high enough price for his actions. Baphomet believed that the death of his wife was the worst punishment for the mentor. Through clenched teeth, the mentor ordered the main character to take his hands off his beloved. Our hero did not listen to him and demonstrated that Yu-hyun had become foolish after realizing that she was dead. The hunter continued to stand there and repeat that Baphomet should move away from her. Finally, the guy grabbed the girl by the cheek and decided to ask how her husband had managed to save his wife and keep her in such a state. Quartz couldn't take it anymore and was about to teach the young man a lesson, who completely ignored his warnings. The main character had already decided to put his plan into action and simply pushed the girl out of the window. Then the mentor froze in place, realizing with a heavy heart what had just happened before his eyes. He watched in horror as Baphomet did what he did to his beloved. Quartz collapsed to his knees, unable to bear the weight of the emotions that had overwhelmed him. The main character noted that the girl was already dead, so he asked why they didn't just bring her back to life. He asked his mentor to finally stop this pathetic game and stop pretending that he was in pain and sorrow. It seems that Baphomet has truly managed to uncover the true nature of Quartz, who now raises his terrifying gaze upon him. In the end, the hunter quickly pulled his weapon from his inventory to teach our hero a lesson for his actions. The problem was that the guy had to bring the villain back alive, so he had to fight much more carefully. For this reason, Baphomet had already calculated everything and was going to take only one hand from his target. The mentor no longer cared about any threats from the main character, so he rushed forward. They fought with such fury that their blows knocked the doors off their hinges and the walls cracked at the seams. After that, the entire corridor was filled with dust and debris, so the fighters were simply invisible. A second later, they flew out of the apartment, trying to reach each other. Baphomet wielded his blade skillfully, but his opponent was no slouch either. The mentor, in turn, realized that the situation was only heating up and that the main character was a serious threat. Then he spun his spear at high speed to defend himself from his opponent. Finally, Quartz timed his attack perfectly to strike our hero, but at the last moment, he managed to dodge the blow. With one swift movement, the guy threw the scythe away from himself to create an opportunity to counterattack. The hunter tried to strike Baphomet again, but he was already prepared for something like this. So he easily deflected his opponent's weapon away from himself. Quartz's head was completely clouded by rage, so he had no mercy for the main character. He didn't waste any time and swung his spear to finish the job. The man threw his weapon with all his might at Baphomet, who did not expect such a turn of events. At the last second, he managed to put his hand forward with a dagger and deflect the swift attack aimed at him. The main character sprinted forward, his body turning into a blurry shadow darting between the walls of the house. In the end, in just a moment, he was above his target and already aiming for a powerful blow. Quartz reacted lightning fast to the movement, his cold, calculating eyes quickly looking up. It seemed as if he had been prepared for this turn of events, so he quickly flicked his finger in the air. Then a sharp flash of light struck a centimeter from Baphomet's head, but it didn't stop him. All this time, the hunter kept his eyes on the main character, trying to finally hit him with his attack. The guy managed to notice in time that his opponent was trying to move his weapon behind his back and was able to react. This trick was quite clever, but despite this, Baphomet managed to duck and save his life. While the fight was going on, Quartz decided to tell the story of how it all started when he was a kid. Images of the young Yuhyun, with whom he had fallen in love from the very beginning, flashed through the hunter's minds. Baphomet wasn't interested in hearing the whole story, so he quickly attacked his opponent. The mentor continued to talk about how they had stayed in touch even when they were high school students. In those days, the girl was still a hot-tempered teenager, and her sharp words could burn, but Quartz patiently accepted each of her attacks. At that moment, our hero became interested in the story because he realized that their bond was very strong. Their love went through difficult times when Yuhyun cried, and Quartz didn't know how to help her, but he continued to stay by her side. And so they went through life side by side from their first meeting to their gray hairs, sharing both joy and sorrow, becoming not just a couple, but parts of a single whole. After that, the man remembered the moment when he saw his dead wife and couldn't believe that it had really happened. He couldn't understand why she had stayed outside when she had a special teleportation device in the shelter. From the very beginning, Quartz had anticipated such a situation, so he shared this thing with her. But even that didn't help her. In the end, the hunter realized that someone had taken the teleporter from his beloved. He understood that this person must be in the hideout now, and no one would notice if one unremarkable resident died, especially given the situation. The hunter thought about how he would pierce this person with a single movement, and just then, he found himself near the used teleport, which was lying nearby. This crystal forever preserved Yuhyun's blood in its facets, the last drops of life that could have saved her, if not for a series of fateful events. Suddenly, Quartz heard notifications that the hideout had also been attacked by monsters, and that the other fighters were now asking for help. The man realized that Yuhyun, according to her predestined path, had been doomed to die from the very beginning. Emotions overwhelmed the hunter. He couldn't believe that they had to go through such immense grief that had torn them apart. That was why Quartz was certain that they must be together, even in death. Even now, the hunter held fast to his idea, sincerely believing that he could turn everything back if he managed to deal with Baphomet. The main character didn't care at all about the villain's feelings, so he wasn't going to lose this fight. The guy quickly swung his blade through the air and carried out his plans, cutting off his target's arm. Tearful stories no longer worked on Baphomet because he had already encountered such freaks who tried to evoke pity. Quartz immediately fell silent, pressing his hand tightly against the serious wound on his shoulder. Our hero declared that the fight was over the moment the hunter allowed his emotions to fill his blade. After that, the young man just watched his defeated opponent for a few seconds. Finally, he began to shout furiously that he had worked hard for 2 long weeks for this battle, but in the end, it was all over so quickly. In reality, the mentor didn't care about his actions. He had done it to save his wife, and he was more upset about having to answer to some young punk. Baphomet reminded him that he had already told him that he was the one who caught criminal hunters, and Quartz began to say that he hadn't done anything wrong. The man simply believed that Yuhyun was someone who should continue living. He saw nothing wrong with his attempts to save someone whose fate, in his opinion, should not have ended in death. The main character became even more angry because the villain was trying to justify himself. He still didn't know exactly what crime had been committed, but he was sure that Quartz was one of the accomplices. Baphomet couldn't believe that the man actually dared to say he had done nothing wrong, and was trying to tarnish the very concept of evil with such a disgusting attitude. Then the guy gripped the dagger in his hand even tighter, his determination becoming unshakable. The young man decided that he should simply kill this man and end this whole pointless conversation. All this time, Yoo-hyun, who had fallen out of the window, lay unconscious under the house. Since the girl was already dead, she was able to survive the fall and began to move slowly. Smelling the sharp scent of blood, she immediately woke up, but there was not a trace of humanity in her eyes. At that moment, a warning from the system appeared before Baphomet's eyes. The window said that there was an emergency and a monster had appeared due to a system error, so hunters nearby should immediately destroy the enemy. The guy read the text for quite a while, and under it, that it was some kind of nonsense, not suspecting that the monster was already behind him. The next second, the hand of the very mutant that had triggered the warning appeared from the door. Quartz sensed that something was wrong and tried to get a better look at all the chaos. Finally, he realized that it was actually his beloved who had turned into such a horrible creature. The man had not expected that all his machinations with his dead wife could lead to such an outcome. Now the girl's eyes were completely empty, and there was definitely nothing left of the former Yoo-hyun. She only repeated that she could smell blood, which had awakened her animal hunger. A terrifying smile appeared on the girl's face, confirming that she had turned into a real monster. Quartz looked on in horror at what had happened to his wife and didn't even try to defend himself. In turn, the main character became angry that the lowest scum in the form of a monster dared to attack his prey and attack the enemy. The monster began to scream in pain and call for its mother, trying to evoke pity, which literally tore the mentor's heart to pieces. Baphomet realized that the situation was serious, so he activated his passive skill, Fierce Battle. He didn't care that the man still considered this creature his wife, because in his eyes it was just an ordinary monster. Our hero used his skill to boost all his stats and prepare for the fight. There was truly nothing human left in this creature, so it only wanted to kill everyone in its path. Through clenched teeth, Baphomet reminded the man that he had already warned him about this. He still didn't know how his mentor had saved his wife, but it was all too strange. The man had used such evil and repulsive energy that even the demon felt sickened by it. The main character couldn't believe that something like this could be done by an ordinary person. He still had no idea who could have created such a monster, but that didn't stop him from dealing with the main problem. In any case, the guy was sure that such an activity was simply disgusting as a hobby. For this reason, Baphomet decided to act as cruelly as possible and immediately plunged his blade into the monster. There was not a shred of pity in his eyes, even though he knew the whole story of this couple. The monster was unable to react to the protagonist's attacks, so it just looked around in confusion. The guy wasn't going to waste any time, so he quickly pulled out his dagger and wanted to continue attacking his opponent. He jumped high into the air, cutting through the air, and with renewed strength, he struck the monster, which no longer tried to resist and silently accepted its fate. With its huge number of eyes, it watched as the sharp blade of the dagger approached it. For a few tense seconds, everything around seemed to freeze, holding its breath in anxious anticipation of the outcome of the duel. Suddenly, a fountain of blood spurted from one of the monster's mutilated limbs. In an instant, there were even more dark red dots, and blood spurted in all directions, staining everything around it in a mad scene of chaos. In the end, all that remained of the creature was a bloody mess that splattered in all directions. Baphomet did not stop there and continued to tear the monster apart with his blade. Quartz watched in horror as the creature he had once considered his wife was torn apart. The severed head fell with a dull thud in front of him, leaving behind a sinister trail of scarlet blood, like a final signature in this bloody battle. The man still couldn't believe that all this was happening in real life, for everything seemed so unreal, as if torn from a terrible nightmare. His beloved now looked completely different, with distorted features and an empty gaze that held no warmth or memories of the past. Meanwhile, the half-dead monster, with its last ounce of strength, continued to say that it was very hungry, as if that was the only thing that still mattered to it. The main character was determined to destroy every part of his opponent, so he smashed the remaining living part with all his strength. For some unknown reason, the system warned him that people who desire power always pay a high price for it. The message explained that the passive skill Fierce Battle activated the cruelty debuff, which made Baphomet feel an intense thirst for murder. In any case, the guy didn't see a problem with this, because it didn't change him at all. From the very beginning, Baphomet had intended to kill Quartz, despite his superior's orders. He understood that this man wanted to continue living by any means necessary and would not let his wife go, so he did not deserve mercy. The main character believed that then the couple would finally be able to spend the rest of their lives together in hell. Suddenly, a window popped up in front of his eyes, informing him that a threat to the system had just been detected. The system locked up, and Baphomet fell to the ground as if all his strength had left him. It turned out that the danger level for Baphomet's human shell had reached its maximum due to excessive use of skills. For this reason, all physical abilities and skills were suspended until the danger level was reduced to an acceptable level. Meanwhile, Quartz only grew stronger due to his anger towards our hero, who was incredibly angry because his love had just been destroyed. He believed that Baphomet was to blame for all their troubles, as he had dared to interfere in their peaceful and quiet life, destroying everything they had grown accustomed to. The main character understood that he had done everything possible to fulfill his mission, but in the end, he could so easily lose this battle. Quartz noted that it would have been better if the guy had just pretended he knew nothing and left them alone to avoid such a terrible outcome. He clenched his weapon tightly in his hands and prepared to deliver the final blow to the one responsible for all this. Baphomet thought that all of this had been done just to put him in a hopeless situation. The system immediately responded to the guy's thoughts and explained that it was all because it was worried about him. At that moment, help finally arrived in the form of Masanun, who knocked the weapon out of the villain's hands with a powerful kick. The young man looked up in surprise to see who had come to his aid. Quartz himself did not expect anyone to dare interrupt their fight, and was taken aback by this turn of events. The leader did not bother to explain anything, merely offering a cold apology to Quartz. He struck the villain with all his might, making sure he felt the full force of the blow, and warned that the hunter would lose consciousness for a while. The mentor was unable to resist Ma Sun-woon's destructive force, and like a rag doll, was literally smashed into the wall, leaving behind only a deep mark of destruction. Finally, the man collapsed to the ground exhausted, and Baphomet was finally safe. After finishing the fight, the mentor noted with disgust that the place was in complete chaos and disorder. He also saw that the main character had managed to find solid evidence of the mentor's involvement in the crime. The leader agreed that things had turned out a little messy and noisy, but nevertheless, everything had worked out, as Baphomet had done a good job on his task. Our hero was completely dissatisfied with this outcome, because he believed that he should have killed the villain before the boss arrived. At first, the main character blamed the system for everything, but in the end, he realized that the problem was only in himself and his weakness. Meanwhile, Ma Sung-woon noticed that the guy was so badly injured that he couldn't even move, but he was lost in rage and only thought about taking Quartz's other hand. After these events, the leader met with Tae-yoon and told him that the new guy had been given a sedative and sent to the hospital in an ambulance because he was out of his mind. His colleagues said that the situation had caused a commotion, so he couldn't do anything about alerting the hunters to the danger at that moment. Now they were discussing what kind of ability it was that turned dead people into monsters, and asked Quartz, who had been sitting in the back seat the whole time, about it. Ma Sun-woon reminded him that his dead wife had become a monster, and asked who was behind the rescue of this girl. The man was silent for a while, not rushing to reveal all his secrets, but deep down he knew that silence would not help, and soon he would have to tell the truth anyway. In the end, he decided to talk about what he had heard, only rumors about the possible creation of a department to hunt down criminal hunters. In fact, Quartz didn't even think that Director Ma would take responsibility for the department's work, and suspected that he was now following a difficult and lonely path. In fact, Ma Sung-woon agreed with his words and emphasized that he must investigate the cases of those he had known for so long with his own hands and punish them. That was why the leader wanted to interrogate Quartz and find out who he had passed information about the new hunters to in exchange for his wife's life, hinting that this was a serious crime. After all the explanations, Ma Sung-woon waited silently for his mentor to answer all his questions. Quartz just looked down indifferently and, without the slightest regret, refused to reveal who was really behind his crimes. The leader concluded that the hunter wasn't going to say anything, while Tae-yoon noticed that something was wrong with the car. The employee tried to press the brake, but it seemed that it had no intention of working, resisting his efforts and leaving the situation in a dangerous state of limbo. He reported the problem to his boss with concern, while Quartz decided to put his cunning plan into action. In the end, the mentor said that it would be quite difficult to catch that hunter. The dark entity had already completely filled the backseat of the car, and Quartz wished Ma good luck in solving the case. Only now did Ma Sun-woon turn around and see what was happening behind them, but it was already too late. The car screeched as it crashed into the barrier in its path, so it was too late to react to the criminal's attempt to escape. After the collision, Quartz was able to slip through the pile of metal that remained of the car. Within a couple of seconds, the entire strange substance began to transform into some kind of object. When the transformation was complete, a completely unsuspecting cat appeared on the asphalt, stretching lazily before going about its business. Without looking back at the smoking car, the animal simply left the scene of the crime, leaving no trace behind. Quartz knew exactly where to go, so he slipped through the windows into one of the buildings. Inside, there was a tablet on the table, which lit up immediately when the cat jumped on it. It turned out that the screen was displaying the complete file on the main character, who had clearly caught the villain's interest. Meanwhile, Baphomet finally came to and felt a crushing sensation. He couldn't breathe freely, as if someone was squeezing his chest with all their strength, preventing him from taking even a single breath. It turned out to be just a white cat sleeping peacefully on top of our hero. The guy definitely didn't expect to see something like that in a hospital, so he didn't even know what to do. Coming to his senses, he began to recall that he had seen a similar white cat somewhere before. It turned out to be the head doctor, who was surprised that patient number 302 had regained consciousness so quickly. The main character was terrified when he heard that voice, because he knew that only one person in the world called him that. The girl coquettishly remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and asked how Baphomet was doing. Terrible memories immediately flooded the young man's mind of how she had forced him to pay for his previous treatment. Baphomet couldn't contain his fear of this fateful woman and screamed very loudly. She only managed to grab her cat, Sasha, who was frightened by the sudden loud scream. Our hero couldn't understand what the quack doctor was doing there, but it was obvious since the hospital belonged to her. In fact, the director was surprised that Baphomet was working with the leader Ma Sun-woon and did not think he was the type of person who could work under someone else's leadership. She licked her lips suspiciously and seemed to have something in mind. The doctor reached under the young man's t-shirt and noted that his body had become even better recently. Baphomet immediately began to threaten her and emphasized that he had become stronger, so he would not let her get away with such tricks. But the hospital director immediately reminded him of the state he had been in. In the end, she began to realize that this was going too far, and if someone heard their conversation, they might suspect that something was wrong. The main character was angered by the fact that the villainess was asking such questions and pretending that she knew nothing. The doctor, in turn, believed that the only one who knew nothing was number 302. She approached Baphomet and hinted that they were alone in this confined space. Meanwhile, the administrator sat calmly in her place and waited for the patient's visitors to arrive at the hospital. At that moment, a man approached her and asked if Cha Min was inside, and the girl replied that he was still in pretty bad shape. At that moment, the main character screamed so loudly that the entire hospital heard him, so the leader immediately ran to see what was happening. Ma Sun-woon quickly burst into the ward and asked excitedly what had happened. Inside, the hospital director remained seemingly out of her mind, laughing strangely and wildly at the top of her lungs, oblivious to what was happening around her. Our hero, meanwhile, lay unconscious on the floor, no longer responding to his greatest fear. In fact, she was only laughing because she loved to tease number 302 with all her heart. When he came to, Baphomet immediately accused his boss of trying to deceive him. The guy came to this conclusion because the charlatan knew Ma Sun-woo, and now he was sure that they had conspired from the beginning to turn him into a government dog. The leader thought he had the main character disease, because it seemed as if the whole world revolved around Baphomet. He said that in the past, when there was no such thing as a guild, he and the headmistress were colleagues who worked together through hardship and sorrow. Now the government had indeed intervened, so they locked our hero in this hospital, but the young man still saw no good reason for it. Then Ma Sun-woon paused for a few seconds, then announced that Quartz was dead, which left the protagonist literally stunned. Baphomet couldn't believe his ears, and the leader explained that the villain had been killed by those who were behind him. The leader said that his body was lying in the middle of the road, and there was a high probability that civilians would be accidentally involved. So he tried to minimize the damage and extract all possible clues. He believed that they could investigate anyone who might be connected to the dark magic of resurrection, and was confident that this way they would definitely find the person who killed Quartz. In reality, Baphomet didn't care about any of that, because he was already furious that the villain had died pointlessly when he could have killed him with his own hands. The guy considered himself a dog who had gone through hell to bring Quartz to the leader, but the leader had missed the opportunity to kill him. Ma Sun-woon regretted this, but the main character wasn't satisfied with an apology, so he wanted permission to deal with this unknown hunter. The leader emphasized that this was complete nonsense, because the young man's skill level was too low, and even he himself could not figure out the secret plans and intentions of this villain, who he assumed belonged to the S rank. Baphomet didn't mince his words and said outright that he thought the leader lacked the ability to handle such a matter. In Ma Sun-woon's place, he would have noticed everything right away, figured it all out, and then extracted all the information from the mentor. The leader was very angry with his subordinate, who was a complete idiot, who saw no boundaries and considered it all just some kind of game. He asked how the main character planned to catch the unknown hunter with only a B rank. After that, the guy calmed down a bit and left his room, and the doctor led him out into the hallway. Ma Sun-woon was very unhappy that he had simply decided to end the conversation and tried to catch up with him. In response, the main character just raised his middle finger proudly, expressing complete contempt and refusal to obey. He didn't even bother to look at his mentor because he didn't like this conversation at all. Ma Sun-woon resigned himself to the fact that the young man had such a repulsive character, and the doctor did not expect the boys to get into a fight in such a short time. The supervisor explained that they hadn't actually fought, but had merely bumped into each other and vented all the anger that had built up inside them. Then he asked if it was true that the headmistress had extorted money from Cha Min under the pretext of medical treatment. The hospital owner immediately pretended that she did not remember anything like that. The leader immediately decided to report this to the police, because an official had dared to do such a thing, but the girl asked him to listen to her and explained that she had her reasons. She began her story by saying that one day the government brought a young man covered in blood to her hospital. The agents indifferently said that the doctor could decide for herself whether to save the victim or leave him there, without showing the slightest sympathy. Looking at him, the headmistress immediately recognized him as a celebrity she had seen on television. She also knew that the government wanted to turn him into a hero hunter, but they had failed miserably, and she was unhappy that such fighters were only good for a day or two before being discarded like trash. Ma Sun-woon asked her to be careful with her words because he himself was also a government dog. The girl sarcastically remarked that she didn't know that. The headmistress also asked if the director was really a government lackey or a wolf hiding his true nature. In the end, she decided to continue her story about the main character, who was considered a hopeless patient because it was a miracle that he had survived so long. During treatment, the patient must have the strength to help his body recover, but in Baphomet's case, everything was completely different. At that moment, something happened that completely changed the headmistress's attitude toward this young man. A red window popped up before her eyes, which she had never seen before, warning her that the doctor had to save this man, otherwise he would simply die. So Kim Yu-sung did everything in her power to save patient number 302, and now she believed that she had surpassed herself that day. Only now did Ma Sun-woon realize that it wasn't a mission message or an urgent threat alert, but that the system window was actually threatening his friend. Only now did the leader learn that the system had its own consciousness, as they had previously had no information whatsoever about the existence of such a phenomenon. Meanwhile, the girl agreed that it was all even a little romantic. All this time, she had the feeling that the system loved and protected number 302 with all its heart. Meanwhile, our hero met with Tae-yoon to go to work, but he warned him that Baphomet was still in quarantine and needed rest, so he suggested spending some time recovering. He also asked the guy not to worry because all hunters go through this at least once, so it was just a vacation for him. It turns out that the hunter had already spoken to the boss and asked if they should continue to monitor Baphomet as before, and he replied that it was still necessary. However, Ma Sun-woon emphasized that this time things had to be different, because they had to not only observe but also protect their colleague. In the end, Tae-yoon warned the main character that they would contact him when further instructions were given. Before saying goodbye, Baphomet asked his colleague where he got those things in his ears. The main character immediately went and pierced his ears, inserting several earrings, and then went to rest as he had been advised. He agreed that rest was necessary for a successful battle and realized that, despite the fact that very little time had passed since he became human, he had not yet had time to truly enjoy normal life. To start with, Baphomet decided to eat his fill, so he asked the waiter to bring 2 more cups of rice and 5 portions of meat, which surprised everyone in the restaurant. The main character decided not to lag behind ordinary people, so he even took some photos of his dinner. He left the restaurant, grabbing a few snacks to enjoy on the way. Baphomet decided to enjoy not only the food, but also some interesting activities. He decided to try everything there was to do in downtown Seoul to distract himself from his problems as much as possible. After that, our hero decided to go to the library to look at the books that people were reading with interest. He also decided to check out the movie theater and picked a horror film, hoping it would bring him some excitement and entertainment. A terrifying monster attacked the main characters, threatening to curse them forever, plunging them into an abyss of fear and inevitable doom. Baphomet immediately imagined what he would do if he were in the place of the ordinary people. Such creatures did not scare him at all, so he would have simply chased after the possessed girl to take her hand. After watching the movie, the main character decided to take a walk and stumbled upon a street musician on the way. For a few seconds, he listened spellbound to her singing and guitar playing, completely absorbed by her melody, which sounded like magic filling the air around him. After a while, Baphomet, hesitating a little, decided to leave everything behind and continue on his way, absorbed in his secret plans. In truth, the guy wasn't happy, even though he had spent such an eventful evening. No matter what he did in such a weak body, nothing gave him pleasure, which was a huge problem. Our hero wondered if his desire to become human might have been a fatal mistake, but in the end he realized that any power could be regained. At that very moment, the red system window reappeared before his eyes, asking if Baphomet was sad. The guy couldn't believe his eyes and laughed, because at this rate he would definitely go mad. The main character believed that all of this was because of this mysterious entity, which was now pretending to try to help him. He understood that it was she who had created such chaos around him and confused him, so he wanted to know why all this was being done. The system only replied briefly that it was all being done for Baphomet himself, but he didn't feel it at all because he thought someone was just trying to torment him. At that moment, the person behind it all began to launch some kind of protocol. The main character asked what she was going to do next, but the system did not respond. Baphomet assumed that she would become an obstacle again and prepared for a new confrontation, knowing that her resistance would not come as a surprise to him. The girl remained silent as the protocol successfully launched, with a warning that the program would need to be restructured in the event of another failure. Meanwhile, the guy was so angry that he suggested the system kill him right now, so they could stop these pointless games. The mysterious stranger behind it all hoped that this time she would succeed and waited for the protocol to work. Our hero was so desperate that he continued to scream for the system to finally kill him. Meanwhile, the hacking program had already been successfully launched, so the system congratulated the administrator on the successful execution of the protocol. Finally, the hacking of the entire Earth system, which the girl had been striving for so long, began. Baphomet immediately sensed that something was wrong. Everything around him seemed to freeze, and for a moment, only the main character remained, as if the whole world was waiting for his next move. Suddenly, the administrator appeared next to the guy and immediately apologized for what he had to go through. She entered one of the girls nearby and explained that she had not created the system on this Earth, so she was a little late. In the next second, another girl spoke in her voice, asking the main character to understand her correctly. The administrator emphasized that she had not tried to harm Baphomet at all and could now tell him everything. She wanted to explain why she had to take all of our hero's power away. It seemed that the main character had not expected to see the very person who was behind all his recent adventures, and now all his doubts and questions had found an answer. A slight smile played on the girl's face, for she was genuinely happy to meet Baphomet, as if meeting him was a moment she had been waiting for a long time. A second later, she seemed to materialize out of thin air, appearing before the main character, ready to finally reveal all her secrets and begin the long-awaited conversation. Her appearance was truly magical, as if she had come from another world, having nothing in common with this one, as if her very essence was something otherworldly. The guy didn't even know what to say, because he certainly didn't expect something so incredible and unpredictable to happen. The administrator had tried hundreds of millions of times to exit her system and was finally able to reveal her true appearance. In addition, she had already conducted hundreds of millions of virtual experiments to find out what would happen if she placed the main character in a human vessel and endowed that vessel with demonic power. And in the end, these numerous long tests gave her results. It turned out that all she learned was that every time the human shell died and the body was torn to pieces. There were also cases when it was simply pierced through, but the fact of death remained the same. In the end, the test did not provide the administrator with any information, so she decided to wait for the results she could not know in advance. Baphomet immediately realized that now the girl was counting only on him and watching to see how he would pass this test. The girl confirmed his guesses and explained that only he could satisfy her desire. At the most opportune moment, the demon himself called the administrator when, realizing his desires, he decided to become human, hoping that this step would change his fate forever. The main character did not even know how to respond to this whole story, because he had no idea that all these events were so interconnected. After hearing this, he came to the conclusion that it all meant that God had indeed fulfilled his wish. With a smirk on his face, Baphomet asked who had killed him all those millions of times. He roughly grabbed the administrator and, with burning eyes, forced him to say whether it was someone stronger than him. In fact, from the very beginning, the girl had been waiting for our hero to say this, so she was not afraid of his reaction. She immediately reached out her hand to show Baphomet something unknown. The administrator explained that these were creatures that the main character would never be able to defeat with his original strength. She also said that he needed to become stronger, because only then would he be able to face the threats that still lay ahead and gain true power. The girl emphasized that the main character needed to take his power to a whole new level. Among these shadows, behind which hid the very people who could defeat Baphomet, he noticed a familiar silhouette. Those eyes stared at the main character with extraordinary aggression, as if challenging him, making him feel the tension in the air. For a while, the main character behaved quite calmly, not reacting to the challenge, as if trying to understand what was behind that look. Finally, he realized where he had met this rival before, which surprised him quite a bit. A second later, the man materialized out of the shadows, and our hero, seeing him, was able to confirm his suspicions. Baphomet realized that standing before him was the very same Raven, the fight with whom had forever changed his life, leaving a deep mark on his memory and destiny. Meanwhile, the administrator hugged the guy from behind and hinted that he himself knew how he could become stronger. She believed that his greedy and passionate desire would give him the strength he so desperately sought, hoping that it would be the key to his victory and transformation. The girl advised the main character to desire more, and promised that this would become his source of strength. In the end, by activating the administrator's protection system, Baphomet's skill list changed. His weapon master skill was upgraded to level 2, and he gained a new passive ability called adrenaline. After that, the administrator simply disappeared, and everything around returned to its previous state. The main character was completely confused and looked around, not understanding what had just happened. Before he could turn around, he noticed that the red system window had popped up again in front of him. Baphomet looked over suspiciously and carefully read the text the admin had left for him. Meanwhile, Ma Sun-woon turned to his old acquaintance again and asked her to examine one of the samples of the material they needed. She immediately guessed that it was a piece of the monster caught by number 302. For Kim Yu-sung, this was not difficult at all, so she readily agreed to help and promised to have it done by tomorrow. She also gave the manager a small study of our hero's body because she was able to find out all the necessary information just by touching a person. After reading all this, Ma Song-woon suggested that the data was incorrect, which angered the doctor, as she thought he didn't believe in her abilities. In fact, the leader did not want to accuse his acquaintance and simply considered such a thing impossible, because the skill statistics from the first measurements were completely different, and his abilities had already increased tenfold. At the same time, the main character was even more surprised when he saw what the system had told him. It turned out that he had completed a hidden quest called Kara Raven, Apostle of Wrath, for which he received a special skill from his rival. In general, depending on the numerical value, hunters are assigned one of the ranks from S to F. The numerical value of the characteristics increases even just from the hunter breathing, but there is a significant difference between fighters who strive for strength and make an effort to achieve it, and those who do not try. There were two ways to do this, one of which was monster hunting and the other was independent training. The next day, Kim Yu-sung and Ma Seong-woon met to discuss the latest events. The leader, demonstratively adjusting his glasses with his middle finger, asked how our hero was doing. Baphomet also sent some hidden signals and replied briefly that he was fine. The leader hoped that the main character had not wasted his time and had been busy with important matters, because there was more at stake than just words. The guy had known for a long time that they were being watched, so he asked them not to pretend that he knew nothing. Kim Yu-sung, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't understand why two adults were behaving like children. At that moment, Ma Seon-woon turned to her and discreetly signaled for her to intervene in their conflict. Then the headmistress realized that the situation was serious and that help was indeed needed. She gently placed her hand on our hero's shoulder and emphasized that the director was truly sorry, so number 302 shouldn't be so angry. In fact, the doctor did this to use her identification skill by touching Baphomet. In just a couple of seconds, she analyzed all the information about the main character. In the end, she acted out a scene as if Baphomet was being rude and pushed him away. The guy couldn't understand why he was being insulted like that, and once again called Kim Yu-sung a charlatan. In turn, the girl approached the manager and informed him that our hero's performance was indeed above average. Ma Sung-won reminded him that his employee had contacted him first, so he asked if anything serious had happened to him. In reality, Baphomet simply understood that Manager Ma had more information about the hunters than anyone else. Therefore, if the guy managed to get all this information through the leader, he would be able to prepare for his next battles. In addition, the main character began to suspect that their connection and meeting with the boss had been predetermined, and that the woman had simply made him a puppet for her own purposes. Notifications from the system began to pop up again, hoping that the young man would benefit from this and kill the powerful enemy who had once killed him. She emphasized that this was the most attractive offer for Baphomet, and he began to realize that now the administrator was going to openly tell him what to do next. The girl explained that she now had the ability to interfere with the system of the earth, but our hero did not particularly want to help and suggested that she deal with it herself since she had such outstanding abilities. She then explained that unfortunately, she had neither the ability to create nor destroy anything, so she could only take. The main character couldn't understand how the administrator had been able to turn him into a human being if her powers were so weak. In fact, the girl was tired of explaining everything and replied briefly that this body had also been stolen. Baphomet's communication with the system seemed rather strange, so Ma Song-woon decided to remind her that he was still waiting for her answer. The young man replied that he wanted to know if there was any work for him because he didn't want to waste time just waiting. The main character desperately tried to prove that this case could lead to more serious problems, but the manager emphasized that they had already dropped the case. All this time, Ma Sung-woon wanted to find out how quickly the young man could develop his extraordinary abilities and how useful they could be. In the end, he offered to hand over the case of this mysterious hunter to our hero if they managed to find out his identity. In turn, the young man was required to become strong enough for such a task. Baphomet immediately went to the hunter's headquarters to get the assignment for himself. He asked to be sent to the tower area to be issued a weapon, but the employee informed him that hunters of rank F did not usually receive assignments in such places. She also suggested that the main character finally choose a suitable weapon, since the rental cost was quite high, but the young man was not interested because he was bored of always using the same weapon. Finally, the administrator remembered that there was one task related to the tower where rank was not important, but only hunters belonging to other guilds could participate. Baphomet pondered these conditions because that was the main catch. He simply couldn't say that he was a member of an unofficial government guild. And meanwhile, the center employee noticed that the hunter was a member of one of the organizations. Even the main character himself was unaware of this fact, but he didn't object because his main problem had been solved. After that, he immediately headed to the location of the huge tower maze. The girl who organized this mission greeted all the hunters on behalf of the Ark Guild. She reminded them that their organization had exclusive rights to the Tower of Labyrinth, but since the risk of the so-called shock gate could not be ruled out, they planned to begin clearing the area starting today. In fact, none of the hunters understood what had happened to the Ark Guild because they usually loved money, and now they were even willing to give up their exclusive rights. Meanwhile, the girl explained that their organization would give the mercenaries 90% of the loot and trophies from the tower cleanup that began today, but their guild would deal with the boss. All the assembled fighters immediately began discussing that the boss would most likely be defended by the guild leader, who had a considerable number of fans. One of the main characters was not particularly happy with all this news, as he was puzzled by the latest events in his life. He even thought about going back because he wasn't in the mood for fighting. Then the system spoke to the guy, suspecting that all this was because he had found out about the hunter's management, but Baphomet didn't even want to talk to her. The administrator suggested that our hero calm down and think positively, but he did not share her enthusiasm and wanted to block all these dialogue windows. She also emphasized that Baphomet was attracting unnecessary attention because of his hot-tempered and irritable nature, so he could become a target for other hunters. The young man was tired of all the nagging and the fact that the administrator was acting like his mother, which surprised her because she really was the main character's mother. Hearing this, Baphomet became incredibly angry and struck the hunter, standing nearby with all his might. The guy, who wasn't expecting such a sudden attack, stood there totally confused, not understanding what had just happened. Eventually, a conflict broke out between them, which immediately attracted the attention of the other members of the mission. The girls from the art guild couldn't understand why it was so noisy, but at the same time, they weren't particularly surprised by this, as such things often happened in places where hunters gathered. One of them looked closely at the main character and seemed to remember something. She suddenly realized that she had seen this guy somewhere before and tried to find that moment in her memory. The injured hunter was even angrier, realizing that our hero had no idea how much this equipment cost, which only added fuel to the fire of his irritation. Baphomet didn't even bother to listen to all the shouting because he thought that guys like this probably followed him everywhere. In fact, our hero was already quite tired and very unhappy that he couldn't get away with it so easily. The hunter was very angry at the guy who behaved so indifferently, but his assistant advised him to calm down a little because the guy looked like a completely ordinary guy. Baphomet's appearance left much to be desired as the quality of his equipment was poor, so he looked like an F-rank hunter who had been sent to the towers as a volunteer. This did not calm the injured guy at all, so he just laughed at the low rank of the main character and asked how he was going to pay for it. He believed that hunters like him could only go to the lowest level dungeons and do some meaningless work. The hunter couldn't understand why such a weakling like him had come to the tower for a mission, doubting his ability to cope with what lay ahead. In the end, the main character couldn't take all the insults and, unable to restrain himself, grabbed the scoundrel by the head, ready to show that he wouldn't allow himself to be humiliated. He told the guy to keep talking if he wanted to see how humiliating it would be to die at the hands of a weakling. Finally, another hunter intervened in their conflict, reminding them that they had actually come here to deal with their enemies in the tower. The hunter immediately began complaining that Baphomet had ruined him and his equipment, and the other hunter realized that he should have taught him a lesson from the very beginning. His partner turned to a member of the art guild and asked how they could have chosen a low-ranking fighter who didn't even know his place or his limits. The girl replied that the event was open to anyone who wanted to participate, and the rest of the guild looked closely at the two men arguing. In the end, the whole team was told that there were 3 doors in the tower maze, and only after they passed through them would the rooms be cleared, revealing the room with the boss. Each door has its own feature. There are cards that will be considered cleared under one condition, namely the destruction of the monster. There are also some where you first have to unlock the monster by solving a puzzle and then clear it. There is also a trap map where hunters need to avoid all obstacles, and the monster will be waiting at the exit. Finally, someone from the team decided to ask which map they would go to today because everyone was curious to see what awaited them this time. In fact, even the organizers themselves did not know what lay ahead because the situation was unpredictable. The problem was that the rooms would change randomly within 24 hours of entering the tower, so no one knew which one their team would get. In the end, the leader suggested checking that everyone was present before going inside. She took the list and began calling out the name of each hunter and the guild they belonged to, which immediately made the main character tense. He knew he couldn't let his guild be called, but he didn't know how to stop it. It turned out that Baphomet didn't want to name his guild because it had such a cute name, Sweet Pink Angel. No one present expected to hear such a name, so they all looked at our hero, who was frozen in place. After a few seconds, someone couldn't hold it in and laughed at the strange name of the organization. It was a girl who was trying hard to hold back her growing laughter, her face contorted from the effort, but she couldn't completely hide her smile. It turned out that this was Kim Yu-sung's guild, a ghost organization created to make money off the government, so the only members were herself and her senior nurse. Ma Seon-woo himself had decided to enroll his subordinate in the guild, so our hero had no choice. Even the doctor herself couldn't help but laugh, because the name of the organization didn't fit the number 302 at all. The boss also couldn't hold back his laughter, because that was the main reason he had been ignoring the angry calls from his employees since yesterday. Baphomet's arch-enemy also laughed loudly and joked that such a name suited him very well. The guy himself was so flustered that he couldn't even respond to all the ridicule directed at him. In the end, he resigned himself to the fact that he would never be able to wash away this shame and promised himself that he would deal with the manager for such behavior. Meanwhile, the organizer asked everyone to pay attention, as they were about to begin their mission. The girl warned everyone that the Art Guild was not responsible for their lives during the event. She explained that everything that happens during the battle is the responsibility of each hunter to endure and deal with on their own. After all these explanations, the group leader finally opened the doors, behind which only silence and darkness awaited them. They immediately noticed that it was too quiet, which meant that this was not a hunting map. The leader went ahead and tried to use a lighting stone to see if there were any monsters in such an open space. In the end, she saw only a statue wearing armor in the middle of the room, and there were no enemies nearby. Apparently, the main mystery lay in this motionless sculpture, which seemed to hide the answer within its silent form. The leader hoped that everyone knew how to clear trap-filled maps and volunteered to go first while the others followed her. She addressed the main character personally and asked him not to waste his strength, but to simply follow her. Without any warning, the girl lunged forward, deciding not to waste a second and to act faster than ever before. In the next instant, she fell into the first trap when one of the slabs collapsed under her foot. The leader was already experienced in such cleanups, so she managed to react in time and keep her balance. She quickly uncovered the second trap when several dozen arrows flew at her. Then some kind of unknown magic began to target her, but the hunter was ready for any turn of events. With one deft jump, she was able to avoid colliding with the dangerous sphere. At that moment, the girl sensed something was wrong behind her. She thought that only the Reaper, who had received an A rank, was following her, because no one else could have made it through all this. It turned out to be the main character, who had already managed to catch up with their team leader. Moreover, he had even managed to overtake the leader to prove his strength to everyone. Baphomet used a special superiority skill that unlocked all capture strategies when entering combat in the tower below the legendary level. He had only recently acquired this ability, so it was a good opportunity to test it out. The hunter, who had already suffered at the hands of our hero, couldn't believe that this was really happening. In just a few seconds, Baphomet cleared the first floor of the tower. No one even had time to intervene as he quickly moved on to the next rooms. In the end, they soon reached the 5th floor and cleared it as well. The hunter was even more annoyed because he realized that he would never be able to repeat such a feat. It was a mystery to him how a guy with an F rank could have such a high skill level. At each level, the main character was hit by a considerable number of arrows, but he still managed to move forward. It turned out that with his skills, he already knew in advance that he needed to be wary of a barrage of arrows. In the next instant, the guy reacted to these warnings, sensing all the nuances of the situation around him. The system suggested that Baphomet could easily dodge if he jumped at the right moment. Then his skill told him that there was a hail of arrows 50 meters to his right. The main character was immediately given a hint that he needed to throw himself sharply to the side with his whole body. His skills were already at such a level that he could easily catch one of the arrows in midair. In this way, he could attack even without a weapon, grabbing arrows flying nearby. He put all his strength into his next throw to instantly destroy this monster. His opponent was still standing, so it seemed that our hero had managed to pass another floor of the tower. Finally, he reacted to the threat and cut the arrow in half with his sharp sword. It seemed that this enemy was different from all the previous ones, so even Baphomet was having a hard time. This opponent was much stronger than the others, so the main character would have to try his best. But the guy also had a hint from the system, which said that the neck was the opponent's weak spot. The main character quickly used the chains and, wrapping them around the enemy's head, made another powerful lunge. He swung his axe, and the system hoped that the guy had hunted well during this mission. A second later, Baphomet swiftly chopped off the enemy's arm, clearing another floor. In the end, the young man cleared the 15th floor, causing his team to doubt that he was F rank. The hunters thought that he had simply not updated his information or was hiding something, and decided to warn the main character that he might have to pay a fine for this. Meanwhile, Baphomet's rival was simply growing in anger, because he himself had shown me nothing in this battle. In the end, the guy expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that his teammates were just talking. He believed that they didn't have time to chat, so he suggested moving on to the next floor, but the leader explained that it would be better for them to rest and get their equipment in order. Then this offended hunter started shouting that he was disappointed in the Ark, which was a well-known guild, But in the end, its members only got tired from climbing to the 15th floor. He started trying to prove his strength in the armor he got from the boss of the Bahamut Tower Sanctuary, but this didn't surprise the girl at all, because all of that was about the same strength as an F-rank hunter. The main character didn't think much of it, because all these stories didn't surprise him at all. The hunter was very offended by such words from the leader's mouth, because he had despised low-ranking fighters from the very beginning. Finally, Secretary Khan decided to stop him and tried to get the attention of his master, who seemed to have gotten a little too carried away. The assistant believed that there was no point in continuing to protest against the members of the Art Guild and advised the hunter to demonstrate his skills in the next tower. In fact, the leader was not surprised by this, as she had seen and remembered the Royal Gold Guild's crest from the very beginning. At that moment, another girl claimed that the guy's armor was actually fake. Everyone around was surprised by this statement, and the main character began to listen more closely, as this was useful information for him. Meanwhile, the hunter approached her partner to examine his armor. She explained that items related to the Bahamut core had never been sold openly, but if someone said they had bought such an item, it only meant that the sale had been conducted illegally. Mr. Royal Gold was immediately taken aback and didn't know what to say, but his assistant, who took the brunt of the blow, immediately asked what the girl wanted by making such a statement. The huntress did not answer their questions, but only smiled mysteriously. It turned out that she wanted to catch this swindler and asked the men to fulfill her request when they left the tower. Now this girl had piqued the main character's interest, and he watched her every move with curiosity, trying to understand what was behind her behavior. On the next floor, they encountered more enemies, but this time, the female hunter was fighting alongside them. She wielded her weapon very well, so in a moment she had already beheaded one of her opponents. The second opponent managed to react to the threat and tried to attack the girl, but her speed and confidence made this much more difficult than he could have imagined. Baphomet was enchanted by his partner's strength and agility, unable to take his eyes off her as she easily dealt with every challenge. In the end, with the help of her sharp, thin threads, the hunter was able to deal with the remaining enemy. The girl seemed to be enjoying her success, and a confident smile appeared on her face. After that, they continued on to the next floors, and the main character continued to lead his team forward with the same confidence. But Baphomet did not forget to watch his partner, who now attracted his attention, and her every step made him wonder what was behind her behavior. With each new room, the opponents grew stronger, and the hunters had to make every effort to successfully complete their mission and prevent defeat. Finally, the hunter from the Royal Gold Guild decided to join the fight. He was almost at his goal, but suddenly he heard footsteps behind him, which made him wary. It was obviously Baphomet, who reached his opponent in a second and attacked him with incredible force using his axes. The guy was incredibly angry, realizing that our hero had managed to outrun him again, and this only intensified his irritation and desire to prove his strength. Thus, the team of hunters cleared the 49th floor, and their leader was already quite tired from a whole day in the tower. The guy continued to provoke his leader, but his words did not affect her at all. But the main question that interested him even more was that our hero still hadn't run out of steam. Baphomet really did look quite fresh, as if he could go another 49 floors. Before entering the next floor, the leader warned everyone that the conditions would change from there on. Previously, it had been a normal room with a boss, but now everything had become much more complicated. Due to the peculiarities of this tower labyrinth, the hunter assumed that a monster with half the power of the final boss awaited them. She thought that our hero had experience illegally entering and exiting such towers, and that this should be familiar to him, but she was wrong. Baphomet emphasized that the girl knew nothing about him, and she called him rude for saying so their conversation was immediately interrupted by the leader, who asked the hunters to go rest. She confirmed the Reaper hunters' words that a monster awaited them ahead, and suggested that it would definitely be different from those they had encountered before. The girl added that this was not a threat, but just friendly advice for all her companions. She also suggested that anyone who wanted to leave should do so while they still had the chance, realizing that the situation could become too dangerous for everyone. Although the leader had previously said that hunters were responsible for their own lives, she didn't want to see anyone die next to her, and promised that they would divide the spoils as agreed. It seemed that the Reaper was sure she was going to continue, but the guy from the Royal Gold Guild thought about his decision. Baphomet was the first to speak, as he didn't care either way, so he agreed to go to the next room without any problems, since he had come here because he wanted to be side by side with strong people. The huntress also agreed to go with everyone else because she felt sorry to give up at this stage. Then the leader asked what the hunters Pagon and Sol thought about it, as they had been silent until then. The assistant immediately said that his master did not need to continue this against his will because they had come here only to gain experience points. He reminded her that she herself had warned that no one knew what dangers awaited them further on, so it would be wise to stop at this stage. Pagan himself was already obsessed with confronting the main character, so he didn't hear his companion's warning at all. The guy couldn't take his eyes off our hero, who looked completely indifferent. He simply couldn't lose to such a rude and arrogant freak who pretended to be an F rank. In the end, the hunter declared that he would also continue his journey through this labyrinthine tower. Upon entering, the leader immediately noticed that it was also very dark and quiet this time, so she decided to use a glowing stone. A moment later, a rather strange sight greeted them, as the room was filled with huge chess pieces. The girl realized that they were stone statues, but gargoyles could also be hiding behind them. If monsters were indeed hiding behind the chess pieces, it would be best not to get too close to them. Pagan was the first hunter to recognize the chess pieces in the statues. The whole team agreed with his assumption, but at that moment, the enemy decided to attack them. One of the figures, made of peas, suddenly dropped to the ground, creating a powerful shockwave around itself that shook everything around it, causing everyone to freeze. It seemed that even the group leader did not expect to encounter such an enemy. The next moment, a huge hand emerged from the shadows of the room and invited the hunters to make their move. Everyone tensed up, not knowing what to do next, as the situation had become very unpredictable. The assistant immediately remembered that his master was well versed in chess, so this was a good chance to show off his skills. The hunter immediately declared that he already knew how to win the game, because all they had to do was avoid all the pieces. He immediately pointed to an empty square, carefully analyzing the position of all the sculptures. Finally, he stood in the right place and called the whole team to gather there, because in theory, it was a safe zone. Comrade Pagona immediately ran after his master, as he had been confident in his abilities from the very beginning. In turn, the main character stated with confidence that this was the wrong decision. Hunter Saul froze in place because he suspected that Baphomet might be right. In the next instant, Peyton saw the shadow of a figure flying at full speed toward that very cell. The knight did not have time to react to this attack and only looked up at the approaching threat, while his assistant tried to save his master. In the end, the figure struck Solya, who nevertheless managed to save his master. The huntresses watched in horror, realizing the gravity of the situation they were in and understanding that they would have to go through a trial that could cost them their lives. The hunter was also incredibly frightened, as he had just lost his loyal companion. In horror, the leader began to scream, because from the very beginning, she had said that she did not want to see anyone die. The Reaper now realized that when their opponent had said that it was their turn, they had not been referring to them. She explained that chess was originally a strategic game for two players. Now their entire team was like flies caught up in a game on a chessboard. The main character had guessed this from the beginning and now confirmed their words. Although earlier, the whole team had said that everything was peaceful here. In fact, Baphomet was only too happy with this turn of events, as it already looked like a real tower. Meanwhile, Pagan tried to crawl under the chess piece to retrieve his comrade, unaware that it was all futile. He was going to call all the medics in their company, but in the end, he only managed to retrieve the hunter's severed arm. The guy couldn't handle the shock and screamed in horror because he wasn't ready to lose Kana's secretary. At that moment, the opponent attacked again with his chess piece, so the manager was able to save her team member at the last second. She started screaming for Pagan to finally pull himself together and at least prevent his own death. Meanwhile, the Hunter Reaper realized that she had to act and, gathering all her determination, prepared for the decisive move. She made a sharp lunge, trying to jump away from another chess piece that was rapidly moving toward her. In fact, even such a skilled hunter had to try very hard not to get caught. Now she began to notice that the speed of the pieces was gradually increasing. Finally, the girl saw that everything before her eyes had suddenly darkened, which meant that she had not managed to outrun her opponent after all. The Reaper raised her head and saw that the situation was already critical, so there was almost no chance left. In the end, another hunter used teleportation to save the girl, so the figure only hit the ground. The girl did not expect that someone would be able to save her after all, and she thanked her partner in confusion. At that moment, the main character, who was tired of standing there watching everything, decided to join the fight. Baphomet was about to take action, but someone unexpectedly called him and stopped him. It was Reaper, who hoped that he knew how to clear the room, because up until that point, he had gone through all the previous stages as if he knew in advance how to act. She was worried because, if they started to slow down, they would simply get tired and die in the last room of this tower. The main character himself wasn't worried at all, because he thought that the strategy for clearing this room was terribly boring and therefore not interesting to him. They had to dodge chess pieces and survive until the two invisible players finished their game. And if at least one of them survived, the monster in that room would reveal itself. He completely agreed that this place was very similar to a trap map. Only our hero believed that they didn't need to deliberately wait out the entire game until it ended. Baphomet believed that they simply needed to change their approach to completing this floor. He decided to use force to break the stone figures, believing that this would be much easier than looking for complicated solutions. One of the giant hands immediately froze in place when the chess piece in its hands crumbled into small pieces. The leader had no idea that such a thing was possible, so she didn't even know how to react to this turn of events. The main character, who was finally able to have some fun, persuaded all his teammates to simply destroy everything around them. He was sure that when all the pieces were gone, the game would be forcibly stopped and the owner of the room would be so angry that he would show up. The Reaper was also shocked that their partner had decided to go against the tower system. She couldn't understand why the guy had decided to use such a crude and ignorant method. Even the system itself did not expect the main character to use such a method, but agreed that it was quite good. The leader decided to follow Baphomet's advice. She had enough strength to break stone sculptures with a single blow. She did not forget about the hunter pagan, and glancing at him quickly, asked him not to fall behind. Now the Reaper felt that destroying the figure was easier than easy. But at the same time, she had to be careful not to get tangled up in her own threads. In addition, this action itself required a great deal of mana and endurance. However, the main character didn't seem to care, as if he didn't feel tired at all. The opponent hiding behind the hood also watched closely what these hunters were doing with his chess pieces. Baphomet didn't stop for a second and used all his abilities. In the end, he managed to defeat all the statues in his path, destroying them one after another without stopping. The main character shouted loudly with confidence in his voice, urging the main boss to finally emerge from the shadows. At that moment, the monster had just awakened and was about to deal with the insolent intruders who had wreaked havoc in the tower. In fact, the boss was extremely displeased that this insolent creature had dared to go against him. Baphomet was not afraid that the monster had attacked him and was already preparing for battle. He watched the monster's every move closely, trying to calculate its every step to find the right moment. One of the monster's huge stone hands tried to crush Baphomet, but he was too quick to fall for such a trick. Then a second hand appeared, suddenly emerging from the darkness, and tried to grab the young man. The main character was able to react to this attack and successfully jumped away from the statue, trying to close the distance. He tried to find his opponent and realized that at least there were no people crowding around this board now. In that case, Baphomet decided to change his tactics a little, realizing that the previous approach was not working. Since no one was interfering with the guy, he could easily sense the alien presence outside the game board. That's why the main character rushed to the side, where he felt his opponent, spinning his axe around him. This confirmed his suspicions, but the boss was able to defend himself with his magical roots. Finally, the monster appeared to teach a lesson to the foolish man who dared to go against him. He was very angry that Baphomet had dared to cause trouble on his territory. The boss was going to make the main character pay for his actions. The guy wasn't scared at all by such threats because he had been waiting for this moment and activated his skill. Meanwhile, nightlife in the city was in full swing while the hunters fought for their lives. The hunter Echidna was in her office when one of her fans decided to thank her for her work. The girl thanked the hunter for coming to the interview so late, explaining that it was urgent. She promised that she would select only the best and most beneficial information about the Art Guild and publish only that, so Echidna didn't need to worry about it. Meanwhile, the guild leader's assistant reported that she had just received a call from the hunter Shining, who was currently in the tower maze. Echidna immediately picked up the phone and heard her partner's excited voice. The girl informed the head that they had encountered the same guy who had fallen into the water at the pool party. The hunter was surprised to hear that this was the same man who had participated in their operation to clear the Tower of the Labyrinth. It turned out that Baphomet had surprised all his teammates with his masterful use of his weapon, which had prevented the monster from even attacking. He acted with maximum dexterity, so in a couple of minutes he was able to cut the boss to pieces. In the end, the guy took his opponent's arm in his usual style, demonstrating his strength and determination, not giving his enemy a chance to retaliate. The main character didn't stop there and activated Baphomet's skill with the adrenaline skill. This skill activated automatically when the excitement meter increased during battle, boosting all stats by 30%. It seemed that the monster had not expected such a strong opponent, and its confidence began to waver as soon as it realized it had met a real enemy. He had the feeling that our hero had become even stronger than he was a moment earlier. In the end, the boss realized that Baphomet had no intention of stopping there, and his determination to continue fighting threatened all of the enemy's plans. Meanwhile, the guy hadn't even used his target skill, which reduces damage taken by half, and his attack power had increased by an additional 30%. The monster was confused because it felt that the main character's strength had increased even more. Even he was shocked by such power, so he asked what kind of magic Baphomet had used. The young man did not reveal the secrets of his power, so he simply threw his axe at his target. Finally, he was able to hit the boss himself, rather than his root puppet, bringing them closer to clearing the tower labyrinth. Our hero, in a threatening voice, hinted that the tree would burn well. He decided that now was the perfect time to test the effectiveness of his skills. Meanwhile, Echidna shouted to her hunter that under no circumstances should Baphomet be allowed to meet Valkyrie. The girl noted that it seemed their partner would not want to deal with someone who was pulling her hair. The guild leader sighed and explained that this was not the case at all, realizing that her subordinate was completely unaware of the situation. She asked what Shining thought about the likelihood of an S-rank hunter with superhuman strength losing consciousness after falling into the water, and answered herself that the chance was 0. Meanwhile, the main character used the skill he had obtained from Raven the Apostle after his recent encounter with the administrator. The new surge of power allowed Baphomet to use a giant flash to simply burn his opponent. He completely ignited the chains holding the axe, and the flames instantly engulfed them, adding even more power and danger to his weapon. The monster had no choice but to accept his fate, realizing that resistance was pointless and his destiny was sealed. He didn't even know what kind of power the main character had used, who had proven to be a literally unbeatable opponent. After his success, the main character simply couldn't contain his wild laughter, so the hunter Reaper silently watched this strange reaction. The guy stood next to the burning monster and finally felt that sense of satisfaction after a good fight. He believed that this was exactly what he needed, a battle that truly deserved to be called a test of his strength and skill. The administrator decided to intervene and reminded the guy that he was behaving inappropriately, but he had no intention of listening to her because he was enjoying watching everything burn. The huntress had heard before that there were combat fanatics among them, but seeing such a hunter in real life, she realized that she would never want to get involved with such a monster. But at the same time, she couldn't take her eyes off the Baphomet because she was even more interested in his story. She thought about how our hero was supposed to be a warrior, but he had just used magic, which could only mean that he possessed the skills of both classes. However, among the battle mages she knew, only the deceased Raven could use and display such power. At that moment, her thoughts were interrupted by everything around her beginning to shake. The girls immediately looked down and saw cracks spreading across the floor, growing larger by the second, as if it were about to collapse. Reaper pointed to where there was something that looked like an exit and advised everyone to run away as fast as they could. Pagan ran behind everyone, still holding his secretary's severed arm. Suddenly, the hunter got stuck in one of the cracks in the floor and couldn't move forward. He stumbled and fell into the void because the tower had already begun to collapse, and everything around him was rapidly crumbling, engulfing him in a dark abyss. Finally, the man managed to pull himself together and, jumping off one of the stones, desperately tried to save his life, hoping to escape the disaster. During this maneuver, he accidentally let go of the secretary's hand and immediately reached for it, which could have cost him his life. A second later, he was flying into the abyss again, but now he had no way to jump off anything. Everyone else in the team noticed what their partner had just done and realized that it was a fatal mistake. Despite his enmity with Pagan, the main character decided to intervene and use his chains to save the hunter. At the last moment, Baphomet managed to grab his partner, pulling him out of danger and saving him from certain death, despite all the obstacles in his way. Thus, they hung from the ruins that remained of the last floor of the tower. It seems that our hero completely forgot about his cruelty and cold-bloodedness at that moment when he showed unexpected compassion, breaking his usual harsh nature. Meanwhile, Echidna tried to find out how much time had passed since Valkyrie entered the tower maze. The hunter replied that about an hour and a half had passed, so the guild leader assumed that with such skills, she should have already reached the top floor and they could meet Baphomet. At that moment, our hero explained that he saw in Peyton's eyes a loss of desire to fight. He believed that the hunter would die in the next tower anyway, unable to fight properly even if he managed to escape from there unharmed. At the same time, Echidna warned the glowing figure that they needed to take appropriate measures. In turn, the main character decided that it might even be better for the hunter to die right now and let go of his hand. The leader of the Art Guild had already approached the journalist, who was just saying that she knew many reporters. She had already come up with a plan and asked the girl to introduce her to these journalists she knew. Meanwhile, the main character stared into the abyss where he had dropped Pagon and noticed something strange. A powerful explosion sounded below, forcing Baphomet to quickly dodge, barely avoiding the shockwave. A second later, the same golden hair that the guy had seen when he was drowning in the pool appeared from the cloud of dust. It turned out that the huntress had managed to save Peyton, whom our hero had tried to kill. The girl was now certain that Baphomet was indeed a bad person, and her doubts were completely dispelled, leaving only disappointment at his actions. The main character was not particularly happy about such a sudden encounter, so he did not respond to her words. Valkyrie, with a smirk on her face, noted that she felt that such a guy needed to be tamed. Echidna began to feel that the situation was getting worse and became increasingly anxious because she wanted to find a reporter who could prevent the scandals from spreading. In the end, they managed to find a journalist who now met with Valkyrie for a short interview. The woman moved on to questions about what the hunter's ideal type was, asking about her preferences and trying to find out what was important to her in a partner. The girl replied briefly that she would like to meet a good conversationalist, as she didn't particularly care about appearance. In fact, Baphomet, whom she had met so suddenly, was still on her mind, and thoughts of him kept her awake, forcing her to rethink everything that had happened. It turned out that this attractive guy was exactly her type. Moreover, it was the huntress herself who pulled the main character out of the water and saved his life. Her companions immediately rushed over to see if the Valkyrie was okay. The girl pretended that she had been struck by sudden anemia and, swaying, simply fell to the ground, hoping that her behavior would not arouse suspicion. Echidna immediately realized that this was her friend's cunning plan, which made her very angry. In fact, Valkyrie believed that if she fell helplessly to the floor, she would be able to make any man fall in love with her, unable to resist her body. The only problem was that the guild leader had intervened. Meanwhile, the other hunters noticed that the famous huntress was also present in the tower maze. Everyone was happy to see the famous woman, as many considered her their idol and were seeing her in person for the first time. The girl herself was delighted by this coincidence in meeting the main character, so she immediately apologized for the incident, as she suspected that the guy had had a lot of trouble because of it. She also concluded that it was most likely Baphomet who had defeated the monster of the tower. Valkyrie tried to win the main character over, so she noted that his willpower and fearlessness were admirable, hoping that such words would bring them closer together. The guy stood there with a stone face and didn't react to the compliments. Then the hunter decided to ask what was the worst thing the main character had ever done in his life, suspecting that it might have been the incident with Pagon. The main character continued to show with his whole demeanor that he was not at all interested in this conversation. In the end, Valkyrie accepted that her ideal type was bad boys, and although she tried to hide it, her feelings could not be deceived. Baphomet still gave no sign that he was listening to the huntress. The girl herself still had the feeling that she was talking to herself. Finally, our hero asked the Reaper who she was, because he didn't recognize his savior from the pool. The girl couldn't believe that Baphomet really didn't remember her, because she was sure she had made such a strong impression. Her companions were unhappy that she was reacting so strongly to everything, and reminded her that she needed to separate her personal life from what could be shared with everyone. They emphasized that the other hunters were still watching their idol with envy. Then Valkyrie decided to greet the other hunters and congratulate them on overcoming great difficulties to reach the room with the tower's main boss. She also announced that the Art Guild planned to handle the rest on their own, so the others did not need to prepare for battle. However, in just a second, any variable in their plan could change, so they urged the hunters to prepare their personal protective equipment. After that, their team decided to check the readiness of each group, and already found out that groups A and B were fine, except for one hunter who had minor injuries, but Group C had serious problems. The leader reported that Hunter Soul from the Nebula Guild had been killed during the cleanup. Valkyrie took note of this information and asked if everyone was ready, as they were about to open the door to the final room. A strong wind immediately blew from inside, nearly knocking the hunters off their feet. Despite this, one of the leaders tried to see what lay ahead. Finally, she noticed that some kind of threat was approaching them, so she shouted for everyone to get down on the floor. An unknown dark force really did slice through the air above the heads of the entire team. A moment later, the blow struck the wall behind them, followed by a loud explosion. After that, an ominous voice rang out, seemingly not expecting the hunters to reach this place. All this time, the tower's main boss sat on his throne, waiting for someone to attack him. In truth, he didn't particularly want to stain his sword with blood again, but he had no choice. It was Commander Karen who immediately asked who dared to be his opponent. He began to select different fighters from the team, and each of them immediately became frightened, realizing that this could be the beginning of something dangerous and unpredictable. The boss didn't stop at one hunter, so now everyone was on edge. Finally, his gaze fell on the main character, who was the only one not showing his emotions. Moreover, Baphomet looked at him with a threatening gaze, which only piqued the monster's interest. Commander Karen now realized that there was even a strange young man among them, but this did not change his intention to deal with all his enemies. The tower boss didn't wait any longer and decided to split up all his rivals so they couldn't work together. With its dark power, it attacked the hunters from all possible angles, creating a multi-layered threat from which there was no escape. Experienced hunters were able to react to such a sudden attack and jump out of the way. One of them warned that Valkyrie couldn't take the risk because it was too dangerous. One of the main characters stood calmly in place, as if nothing was happening around him. He agreed that the boss's decision was quite ingenious. Suddenly, Valkyrie appeared in front of him, deciding to protect Baphomet. The guy definitely didn't expect the leader of their group to want to intervene and stand right in front of him. In fact, the girl saw this as a chance to attract the attention of her love interest. She asked Baphomet to watch closely and remember who she was. Commander Karen didn't expect to encounter such a hot-headed and hasty rival, as he hadn't yet chosen an opponent for himself. The hunter herself emphasized that he no longer needed to choose and use the skill Protection of Venatus. While this skill was active, a strong barrier was created around all nearby allies, protecting them from physical and magical damage. Meanwhile, the main character simply froze in place, unable to understand what was happening. At that moment, Valkyrie revealed her new appearance, dressed in golden armor that shone like the sun, giving her a majestic and fearsome look. She looked confidently at Commander Karen and emphasized that she would be his opponent. In the first stage of the Venatus patronage skill, all of the hunters' stats were increased by 30%. The boss tried to resist the Valkyrie's power, but it was quite difficult for him. The girl also received an increase in immunity to all damage, which made her practically invulnerable and significantly increased her chances of victory. The hunter wielded her weapon with great skill, so her opponent had to work hard to dodge such blows. Even such a powerful monster was a little lost when he encountered such a strong opponent. He considered it to be tremendous arrogance on the part of this person, which only fueled his rage and made him even angrier. Despite this, the Valkyrie was also very agile, so she could easily jump between her opponent's attacks. At the same time, she also prepared a new attack, which was supposed to be a fatal blow, targeting her opponent's weak spot and preparing to deliver the decisive blow. With her hands, she guided the projectiles to their target, directing them precisely like an experienced commander, confident in her decision. In the end, the boss was unable to dodge this fatal attack and only cried out in pain and despair. The hunter could only watch to see if the blow would be enough. The other hunters confirmed that the girl was S rank and realized that for fighters like her, the boss was just a regular monster. All this time, the main character remained silent, watching the outcome of the battle closely, suspecting that it would not be so easy. It turned out that Commander Karan had managed to survive the attack and was already preparing to attack his opponent. This blow could have been fatal for Valkyrie, and she had less and less time to dodge the enemy's sword. In the end, in a matter of seconds, the girl found herself behind her opponent, suddenly appearing there like a ghost, ready to strike at the most vulnerable moment. The tower boss immediately reacted to this turn of events and realized that his attack would no longer work. Despite this, Commander Karen was able to quickly turn around to strike the huntress again. Valkyrie had been waiting for this, so she quickly lunged forward, knocking the weapon out of the monster's hands, and its weakness became instantly apparent. In addition, she managed to land a precise blow on her opponent, and in an instant, blood spurted from him, eloquently showing that she left no room for mercy. After that, the system informed the hunter that she had successfully killed the commander of the Knights of Karen. After the battle, the girl immediately returned to the rest of the team with confident steps. Her teammates rushed over to praise her for such a perfect fight, but no one expected anything else from her. At the same time, the other hunters noticed that the girl looked somewhat embarrassed and asked her what was wrong. In fact, she couldn't understand why the epic-ranked tower boss was so weak that she didn't even need to use her weapon. In addition, it was annoying that they had already cleared the tower, but the message about the completion of the clearing had not appeared. At that moment, something strange began to happen to the body of the commander of the Knights of Karen, as if something was coming out of it. The main character was the first to notice these strange changes and began to guess what the problem was. Valkyrie also reacted almost immediately, her eyes instantly focused and her body tensed, ready for any changes in the situation. In the next instant, the monster's body was torn apart by an unknown bright flash, illuminating everything around it. All the hunters immediately turned to see what strange glow had suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. One of the main characters was not surprised by this turn of events and simply prepared for a new battle. Valkyrie's partner couldn't believe her eyes, as she was certain that the boss had definitely been killed. Now the hunters began to realize that their previous opponent might have been nothing more than a fake. The boss, who emerged from the commander's body, regretted his death and did not want him to meet his end here. The girl hiding behind her hood seemed to be mourning the slain monster. She couldn't understand why the hunters wouldn't leave them alone. Baphomet only confirmed his suspicions that they had now seen the real boss. The unknown girl with the body of a commander rose above their enemies, her figure suddenly gaining power and grandeur that looked quite intimidating. More and more seals began to appear in the air, glowing with a mysterious light, and the hunters became even more confused, not knowing how to deal with this magical influx or what to do next. Even the experienced Valkyrie did not expect such a turn of events, so she froze helplessly in place. Finally, she ordered everyone to stay away from the magic circle, but the Reaper did not listen and rushed forward. For some reason, the girl was very happy and had been waiting for this moment. The leader of Team C couldn't understand why the hunter had decided to do something like this. Despite all the warnings, the Reaper rushed forward as if she knew exactly what she was doing. Finally, she stopped right in the middle of one of the magical seals. Within a second, the girl literally dissolved into thin air, as if she had teleported somewhere. Now, Valkyrie at least began to understand what was happening, but that didn't make her feel any better. She immediately rushed forward to protect the main character, trying to push him aside. In the end, the girl didn't manage to touch Baphomet before he also went after the Reaper. Valkyrie froze in place because now all she could see before her was the emptiness left behind by our hero. Meanwhile, the hunter lost consciousness and lay somewhere in the darkness. A drop fell on her, immediately bringing her to her senses and causing her to look around, finding herself in a completely unfamiliar place. The girl managed to find herself in some unknown ancient city where stone columns and sculptures hid secrets. In the end, the Reaper didn't look scared at all, but rather quite happy. She was so happy about her success and the return on the huge amount of money she had spent on buying information that she didn't notice that she was jumping right on top of Baphomet, who had also been swept into this place. After a while, the hunter finally noticed that someone was groaning under her feet. The main character growled through clenched teeth for her to finally get off his back. The girl didn't expect to be alone here, so she jumped aside when she heard a strange voice. It turned out that Pagon had also been teleported there and couldn't understand what kind of place it was. The Reaper was even more frightened, and her scream echoed through the unknown expanses of the city, reverberating in the empty streets. She apologized for the teleportation magic, bringing not only her, but also 2 other people, promising to give them her prey from the hunt. In reality, the main character didn't care about any of these apologies because he wanted to know what this place was. He assumed that since the girl knew about the existence of this space, she must have had some personal reason for participating in the cleansing of this tower, and thought that rare treasures might be hidden here. The Reaper immediately dismissed Baphomet's assumptions and explained that something much more valuable was hidden here. It turned out that this place was a real temple, hidden from prying eyes, full of ancient secrets and powers that only a few could understand or unravel. All information about monsters and demons was hidden here, and from the architectural design and structure One could learn about the climate in which they lived and their culture. Hunters could see how these creatures, like humans, trembled before God and pondered his existence. In short, this is a place where you can learn about the history of monsters and demons. The main character was surprised that the girl risked her life and participated in the cleansing of the tower just for the sake of this temple. The hunter simply believed that she would gather all this valuable information and later use it in the book she was writing at that very moment, hoping that it would become a bestseller. Baphomet immediately destroyed her expectations because he had heard that this temple was simply designed to look realistic and that the monsters only had commands in their heads. Our hero, as a former demon, emphasized that there was only one simple command in their heads, namely to kill humans. The Reaper believed that this was how it looked from a human perspective, but from the monster's point of view, they were simply responding by protecting their home. Then Baphomet asked how the girl knew this, and she suggested that he simply look at the frescoes, which depicted the entire biography. She assumed that this might be about Oak of the Tower, that is, the boss of the tower labyrinth, and next to it were letters that looked like an ancient language. If one tried to connect and interpret the inscriptions, one could learn that they were about the beautiful and majestic kingdom of Bellatrix, where an outstanding queen named Lae'zel lived. She was more beautiful than any woman, and she mastered the most powerful spells better than any other magician. The main character immediately guessed that this was about the boss from the tower. The girl continued her story about how rumors of the queen's superiority spread throughout the kingdoms. Her influence was great, but at the same time she had many enemies. To protect the king, Karan, the eldest son of the previous king and the current queen's older brother, devoted himself entirely to black magic. The first royal magician, named Betelgeuse, gave his body to the spirit of a tree in exchange for powerful magic. All this time, Lae'zel was in despair because she wanted nothing more than prosperity for the kingdom and peace for its inhabitants. She cared deeply about the fate of the people who followed her, the people who admired and respected her, so she could not stand by and watch them all become victims of war. It was then that the queen built a giant fortress that no one could approach, and the place was named the Tower of the Labyrinth. The girl wanted to finish reading these messages, but someone's shadow flashed by her. It was Pagan, who couldn't understand what she was reading so intently. He couldn't understand why she was so calm about this unbearable boss, who had caused the death of Secretary Khan. The Reaper began to panic because the guy had hit the wall so hard, as it was forbidden to damage or destroy anything in this temple. She didn't know what might happen in such a situation, so it was better to be careful. Baphomet watched the situation from the sidelines and noticed that something strange was happening above them. The main character assumed that someone had awakened from their presence, sensing the growing tension and ominous changes in the atmosphere around them. Everyone immediately hid behind him, waiting to see who would appear before them. A red window immediately appeared before the young man's eyes, informing him of a new mission. To complete it, he had to defeat the boss of the tower maze named Lae'zel. Pagan felt like a little boy again when faced with a threat he didn't know how to deal with. He once again felt that he was always to blame for everything. Meanwhile, the boss hovered over our heroes, waiting for them to attack her. The Reaper couldn't believe that the system was really suggesting they take on the enemy, as she thought it was simply impossible. Baphomet realized that his partner hadn't expected this situation from the start, and she admitted that she had planned to leave as soon as she finished exploring the shrine. She demonstrated a teleportation device that was supposed to help her deal with this problem. However, the girl now faced a serious dilemma. She couldn't use this ability because teleportation couldn't be used in a room with a boss. Meanwhile, Lae'zel warned the people that she had already given them a chance, but they had invaded this place, this sacred territory once again. That's why she decided to punish the hunters with her own hands, believing that only she was capable of giving them the retribution they deserved for their actions. Baphomet considered the boss to be somewhat limited, as they had simply broken one wall. He also mentioned that the last sentence stated that by becoming the god of the Tower Labyrinth, the queen had become the savior of her people. The Reaper understood perfectly well that no god would be pleased if his temple, built to praise him, were destroyed. She tried to warn our hero to jump out of the way, but he had no intention of doing so and wanted to talk to Lae'zel for a moment. The girl couldn't understand why Baphomet was behaving so strangely, and despite the powerful shockwave, she tried to see what he was going to do. Even the administrator was surprised by the guy's behavior and didn't take her eyes off him for a second. In the end, the main character just wanted to say that even here he was quite bored. The administrator was already used to the young man's antics, so she wasn't surprised. Meanwhile, the boss didn't stop and continued to attack the team of hunters. The bright light from her magic filled the space around them faster and faster, making it increasingly difficult to see anything. A moment later, Baphomet opened his eyes again and saw that he had been transported to a new location. He looked down and saw that his hands were covered in the blood of a girl's body. This person was completely unknown to the hero, so he couldn't understand what was happening. Behind him stood another person, hiding his appearance behind a cloak, who asked Baphomet if he regretted what had happened. It turned out to be Lysel, who explained that they had entered a memory that replayed what a person regrets most in their life, and reminded him that he had killed someone dear to him. She understood that Baphomet didn't want this at all, but he had no other choice. The main character found it difficult to believe that he had really killed the girl, and the goddess herself understood perfectly well why he denied it. Lysel promised to help him and bring him back to correct the mistake he had made. Baphomet was so confused that he couldn't understand what the goddess was talking about. At that moment, her eyes shone even brighter as she began to talk about how the main character could start all over again. The main character still looked frightened, staring at one spot and only repeating the girl's words. In the end, it turned out that he had been pretending all along, so now he laughed and declared that he did not want to go back to the beginning. In this way, he was able to break the tower boss's spell, and everything around them began to slowly crumble. It seemed that Lysel had not expected the guy to be so clever. Baphomet thought it was all pretty predictable and had guessed from the start that it was just an illusion. He emphasized that his rival should choose her targets more carefully, because such nonsense would never work on him. Our hero understood perfectly well that these were not his memories. He immediately remembered how the administrator had told him that she had taken this body from another person. This explained why these memories belonged to the previous owner of the body, but not to Baphomet. That's why her suggestion to start over was so boring and pointless. The main character firmly stated that he didn't need a second chance, so Lysel simply disappeared into thin air. In any case, he believed that his boss had arrived just in time because he was itching for a fight. Baphomet was already anticipating this epic duel, so he wanted to get started as soon as possible. In just a moment, he saw the Reaper in front of him, raising her hand to slap him. The girl only realized what she was doing at the last moment, so she immediately apologized for her actions after the blow. The main character was a little confused, but now he understood why it had hurt so much during the illusion. It turned out that the hunter was just trying to bring him to his senses. Then his partner explained that they had all been subjected to a mental attack by the boss, and then they were transported to a new place. Now Baphomet realized that the girl had regained consciousness before him, which meant that she had a pretty strong will. Finally, he noticed Peyton standing off to the side. He noticed that the hunter's cheeks also had a crimson mark and immediately guessed that it was the work of the Reaper. The girl said that she had tried to wake the young man with a potion, but it was useless. Although there was a method she had not yet tried. She had heard about it from her uncle, who said that men's weakness was located in a secret place, so even a blow from 2 meters away would be very painful. The main character looked suspiciously at his partner, because this was as terrible as it could be. The girl realized that it would look rather strange coming from her, so she suggested that Baphomet take care of it, since they were both guys and he could aim more effectively. Obviously, the young man had no intention of doing so, which caused the Reaper to literally explode, because she was afraid that their friend might have a psychological breakdown. In the end, she was going to pull Peyton out of the illusion herself, but Baphomet immediately stopped her, because it was all useless. He explained that it was difficult to break a spell of this type unless the mage who cast it removed it himself, so all they could do was wait. The huntress was almost in tears because she realized that they were all here because of her, and she couldn't let their comrade never wake up again. Meanwhile, the events shift to Peyton's memories, who was still standing in the same place. Finally, he came to his senses and began to look around, trying to understand what had happened to him. It took the young man some time to figure out where he was. Eventually, he finally looked to the side and saw doctors rushing somewhere. As it turned out, Peyton's mother had died in childbirth, but everyone around him had always focused on the fact that his sisters were much more talented. For this reason, the boy was left to cry alone, hearing that he was not as talented as his sisters. There was only one person who continued to treat the innocent child normally. It turned out that it was Secretary Kang who supported little Pagan during difficult times. The boy believed that he was as useless as the test paper on which he had scored 0 points. He couldn't understand why he wasn't good at anything, unlike his sisters, because he was nothing but trouble. Peyton blamed himself for his mother's death, but the secretary immediately calmed him down and asked him not to say such things. Over time, he saw the videos of the hunters that everyone around him admired so much. One of them was Raven, who was the same age as Peyton at the time, so he immediately became his idol. The young man was immediately hooked because he could also try his hand at this field. He couldn't stop thinking that this hunter was truly an amazing person. At that moment, the illusion transported him back to the moment when Secretary Khan saved him from a huge chess piece. The moment when the huge pawn fell on the person closest to him in his life replayed in his mind. Suddenly, someone's strong hands appeared around his neck, gripping him tightly and beginning to choke him. It turned out that Pagon was trying to kill himself because he believed that it was his selfishness that had caused Secretary Kang's death. He believed that if he didn't exist, his mother would still be living a happy life. The secretary was also on the list of victims of his selfishness, suffering invisibly from his decisions, which sometimes overshadowed everything around him. Pagan also believed that the two hunters would also die because of him. The young man was convinced that it would have been better if he had never been born, so he wouldn't have caused so many problems for those around him. In the end, he fell into despair, and it was at that moment that Laisel appeared, finally achieving her goal. The goddess declared that the boy was just like her, because her existence had brought meaningless death to her servants and the people. But she promised to help the hunter by bringing him back so that he could correct the mistake he had made. With her ominous voice, Laisel declared that now Pagan would be reborn. In the end, the guy couldn't escape the illusion, so he started his rebirth. He was enveloped by an unknown dark sphere, separating him from our heroes, who did not expect such a turn of events. The Reaper felt this powerful vortex of energy and now tried to understand what was happening. Finally, looking closer, they saw the horror happening to their partner. A second later, there was a loud explosion, and they had to jump aside to avoid being affected by the dark magic. The girl was shocked when she saw what had happened to Pagan. In his place stood a very strange creature, its eyes glowing bright blue in the darkness. It seemed as though they had just lost their friend, because this monster was definitely not like him. In the next second, the hunter Pagan swung one of his disfigured limbs to attack his own comrades. At the last moment, our heroes managed to jump out of the way to avoid the attack. The girl still couldn't believe that this had really happened to their partner. Suddenly, Pagan appeared right in front of her, ready to launch another attack. She didn't have time to react to the next blow, so Baphomet intervened and stopped their new opponent. The monster immediately turned its attention away from the Reaper, noticing a new threat above. In the end, the monster proved strong enough to break free from Baphomet's grip. The main character didn't even expect their comrade to gain such strength. The guy didn't wait any longer and without hesitation rushed back into battle, grappling with Pagan, ready to prove that his strength and determination were second to none. In the end, Baphomet was forced to retreat as he was unable to find an opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. In turn, the monster had no intention of stopping and took a step toward his opponent, preparing for a decisive clash full of fury and strength. Our hero had been waiting for this, so a slight smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help himself and laughed out loud, attracting the attention of the Reaper, who immediately turned around warily, trying to understand what had caused his laughter. Baphomet was once again fired up with excitement, as he wanted to know if he could defeat such an opponent with his current powers. He understood that it was fairly easy to dodge his blows, but that would quickly drain his strength, so the young man needed to temporarily enhance his abilities with magic. Our hero also emphasized that they could only win if they worked together. He explained that only killing the monster would stop it, so they had to kill it, even though their partner was hiding behind it. The Reaper immediately remembered that Baphomet had said that the spell would only be broken if another mage removed it. But, by unfortunate coincidence, the mage who had cast the spell on the guy was the boss of this tower. The girl refused to believe that they had no other choice but to kill Pagan and suggested capturing the boss to force him to remove the spell. The main character believed that they could only discuss this after they caught the boss, but he wasn't around, which meant that there really was no other way. However, he also remembered that he had an idea and revealed that he had his own personal reason for being in the tower. It turned out that Baphomet still had one more ability that he had never tested. The first condition for activating this ability was that the guy had to be on the top floor of the tower. Our hero also had to face an enemy he couldn't defeat, but these were far from all the conditions required for Baphomet's skill. To fulfill the third condition, he needed the help of his partner. The main character immediately whispered to the huntress what she had to do, explaining each step so that everything would go as planned. The girl's eyes immediately filled with fear as soon as she realized what she had to do, and a heavy feeling of anxiety overwhelmed her. She couldn't believe that Baphomet was really asking her to do something like that, because anything could go wrong at any moment. The Reaper tried to object, but the look in the main character's eyes made it clear that he wasn't going to listen to her refusal. He briefly explained that he could simply kill the monster and not look for other ways. Baphomet also reminded her that it was the hunter who had kidnapped him, but now she had a chance to contribute to his death and watch a spectacular show. In the end, the girl couldn't stand such treatment and angrily called our hero a real monster. Suddenly, she attacked her partner, leaving a deep wound on his chest. Bleeding profusely, the main character fell right at the feet of the monsters, who were already preparing to finish off their enemy. The monster's sharp claw almost reached Baphomet's throat as he lay helplessly on the floor. It turned out that all of this was part of our hero's cunning plan, so he quickly used an ability called Time Reverse. The next moment, a red sphere appeared around Baphomet, knocking everyone around him to the side. The girl tried to watch closely what was happening to our hero, because it was from her hands that he had received his wound. The system reported that the guy had managed to fulfill all the conditions, including receiving critical damage from the hunter. Since the data about his body had been destroyed, a new body structure was created that would match his strength. Finally, the system finished its report, and the main character completed his transformation. The Reaper was very worried about the fate of her comrade, so she did not take her eyes off him while he was transforming. Then out of the darkness, a hand appeared, belonging to a guy who thought it would be better if the girl didn't find out. With one precise blow, he knocked out his partner to avoid any unnecessary trouble. All this time, the monster stood aside and watched what his enemies were going to do. Meanwhile, only Baphomet's hand emerged from the darkness, pointing directly at the cursed Peyton. He glanced out of the shadows with his red eyes and made it clear that he still had some business to settle with the monster. It turned out that the main character had completely taken on a demonic form, restoring some of his former powers. Baphomet didn't waste any time and immediately decided to collect his payment for saving Peyton. He tore off one of the cursed hunter's arms with such force and precision that his opponent did not even have time to react, leaving him defenseless. Finally, the system reported that the ability had been successfully activated and that the demon god Baphomet's skill would continue until the tower was cleared. The opponent couldn't understand how the main character had managed to regain his strength. In fact, even Baphomet himself was a little surprised that he had managed to use it. He enjoyed the moment, as he hadn't felt this kind of energy filling his entire body in a long time. However, the main character was not satisfied that he could only maintain this skill in the tower, and the cooldown time was only 31,536,000 seconds. He watched the bound pagan closely, asking him not to move, as it had been a long time since he last used his ability, and if something went wrong, the hunter could die. Upon closer inspection, the guy also realized that he could now clearly see the chaotic weaving of the spell. He also came to the conclusion that it would be better to entrust this matter to the demon who had been waiting for his moment all this time. The main character raised his hand and asked the entity to come out. The guy waited for a while, but in the end, no one appeared, which looked rather awkward. Baphomet had to shout loudly because his subordinates dared to disobey him. The demon was seriously frightened by this tone, so he had to show himself after all. Finally, the entity appeared before the main character to help with the problem with Peyton. The monster complained that he had barely managed to escape and was surprised to see Baphomet there again. It turned out that he was the former boss of the Tower of the Abyss, named Beelzebub. It was true that Baphomet was the well-known boss of the Tower of the Abyss, but there was a slight twist. Originally, the boss, an extremely lucky creature with a silver spoon in his mouth, was Beelzebub, until that fateful day came. At that time, the old demon continued to sit on his throne until someone came to visit him. It was our hero with a huge bag on his back, who was very unhappy that the boss was so high up. He immediately asked if he had come to the right place, and the boss immediately asked who had come to see him. The boss couldn't understand how such trash could have gotten there, because he recognized him as the gatekeeper demon number 18 from the first floor. Then Baphomet explained that he had defeated the others to get upstairs, but couldn't finish his sentence because a sword had accidentally fallen out of his bag. He quickly grabbed the weapon, which had tried to fall out like that before. Finally, the main character managed to throw all the luggage he had been carrying on his back to the ground. Beelzebub was still sitting on his throne, waiting to see what this piece of trash would show him. He was not at all pleased that this idiot was wasting his time, so he advised him to just get out of there. Baphomet was quite persistent, so he asked the demon to choose a weapon from among those he had brought. It turned out that our hero was going to use one of the blades to kill the boss. The battle ended with Baphomet's victory, so the demon begged him not to kill him. The boss warned that after his death, the tower would simply collapse, and the demon himself would also perish, because he considered this place to be his own. Thus, he managed to convince the main character and make him his boss. Beelzebub himself promised to simply exist here with the victorious demon and keep a low profile, offering his help in difficult times. That is why the main character turned to him for help with the spell, but the demon could not understand why he had decided to help such an insignificant human being. Beelzebub immediately thought that this young man was quite resilient and obeyed his order. The demon was surprised to see such a spell, and Baphomet thought he wouldn't be able to handle it. But the boy immediately emphasized that he was a great magician and there was no spell he couldn't break. He didn't know who had cast this spell, but this master had certainly done a good job, though it would be enough to destroy it with demonic sorcery. Meanwhile, Lassel stood calmly in the middle of her temple, unaware of what was happening to her spells. She believed that no one would dare disturb her kingdom, and anyone who dared to challenge her would face her merciless strength and determination. The tower boss wanted Bellatrix to flourish, but during these dreams, stones rained down on her. The queen immediately began to look around to understand what had just happened. Finally, she saw a crack in the ceiling, even though the temple was completely silent. Lassel couldn't understand where in this tower someone could have come from who could destroy her spell. A moment later, the hole in the wall grew larger, and soon there was a loud explosion that shook everything around and left only destruction and dust behind. The tower's boss certainly didn't expect anyone to be able to destroy her domain. She was so shocked that she didn't even notice Baphomet flying toward her at full speed. The main character successfully escaped from the trap and now attacked Lassel, who flew helplessly to the side. Now he believed it was his turn to take revenge for everything the boss had done to the hunters. Baphomet declared with confidence that it was time for their duel. The queen needed more time to recover from what had happened to her temple. She couldn't understand where the main character had suddenly gotten such powerful strength. The guy wasn't in a hurry to reveal all his secrets because they weren't close enough to have such conversations. In the end, he simply rushed forward and advised his boss to prepare for battle. Finally, Lassel realized that she really needed to gather her strength to face such an opponent. She used the magic seals again, which filled the entire space around her. The goddess tried to attack Baphomet, but he was too quick and easily dodged all her blows. This allowed our hero to get close enough to Lassel to strike his opponent. For a moment, the boss was taken aback, as she had not expected such a powerful enemy to attack her. In the end, she tried to destroy the main character with her powerful seal. A second later, Lise realized that her magic wasn't working at all, and this unexpected turn of events made her realize that she was facing a threat she wasn't ready to deal with. The main character was not satisfied with such an attack, so he merely teased his opponent. Then the tower boss didn't mess around and surrounded him with seals from all sides, trying to simply incinerate him. She attacked Baphomet from all angles at once, not giving him the slightest chance to escape, surrounding him with powerful blows. The main character was ready for such a turn of events, so he immediately used a skill called Aegis. Chains began to appear from each of Lassel's seals, and Baphomet asked her to demonstrate something more. Otherwise, there was simply no point in using this ability. He also surrounded himself with a powerful barrier to prevent all of his opponent's attacks. The goddess remained silent, so our hero asked her again if she understood his words. He explained that Lassel should entertain him with her boss abilities. With each passing second, it became more difficult for her to defend herself against the protagonist's attacks, which were growing increasingly powerful. She was so focused on defending herself that she didn't notice that Baphomet had already moved to the other side. The guy tried to push her aside again, but Lise managed to dodge in time. This wasn't enough for the main character, so he wanted the boss to reveal more of her potential. In an instant, he was behind her again and tried to strike another blow. Although Lassel was already at her limit, she still managed to put up a shield in front of her. Baphomet had no intention of stopping there, as he wanted to feel this fight. This thirst for blood literally filled his head, causing him to lose all self-control and descend into madness, unable to stop himself. Finally, he managed to hit his opponent directly in the face and break the mask that was hiding him. The boss flew back at full speed into one of the tower walls, leaving behind a crack as proof of the force of the blow that nearly destroyed her defenses. She slid to the floor in anger as the main character approached to examine the results of his work. Baphomet still wasn't satisfied because his opponent was too weak, and it didn't give him the thrill he had hoped for. Liesel finally spoke up because she was so angry that the main character was just playing with her. A smile immediately appeared on our hero's face when he realized that she was finally going to fight properly. Then the main character shouted loudly for Beelzebub to join the battle as well. He asked for one of the weapons he had once entrusted to the demon, something big and powerful. Beelzebub replied confusedly that he had no blades left, as they had all disappeared when the tower collapsed. Meanwhile, Liesel attacked our hero again, who was unable to react because he was stunned by the fact that he had no weapon. It turned out that Baphomet's opponent was now some kind of huge monster, whose threat, regardless of its strength, made Baphomet realize that he was facing a truly difficult battle. The goddess summoned an entire dragon, causing the main character to literally fall into despair. There was not a shred of pity left in her eyes because this guy had crossed all the red lines. Baphomet was upset because he had spent a long time collecting his weapons, and Beelzebub didn't care about that at all. The demon couldn't do anything about it because the tower was designed that way, and in fact, he didn't care about the weapons at all. It turns out that he wasn't afraid of the main character at all because he understood that after clearing out the tower, he wouldn't see him again for a long time. Beelzebub also reminded him that our hero's ability only works in the tower and has a long cooldown. In the end, he simply said goodbye to Baphomet and wished him well and a peaceful life. The main character couldn't believe that his subordinate would turn out to be such a cheeky bastard. Now, Baphomet understood that he could only rely on his own strength and pushed his enemy away. Liesel herself had to try hard not to fall from the new blow. The guy accepted that Beelzebub would not help him, so he decided to use the weapon he had rented. The system immediately warned him that the weapon had been destroyed due to exceeding the critical threshold of the user's strength. Only now did the main character learn why ordinary weapons were not suitable for him, and realized that all this time, trying to have a little fun, he had completely overlooked all the nuances. Suddenly, he was transported to another space, where the voice of the goddess asked him if power was really just a tool for him to have fun and enjoy himself. In turn, Liesel declared that for her, power was not some childish game. She believed that power did not exist to commit selfish acts like Baphomet did. The main character simply froze in place, trying to comprehend what was happening around him. The queen explained that she had something to protect, her subjects, her people. That is why she summoned a large number of dragons, which now attacked Baphomet, hoping that their power and numerical superiority would finally defeat him. Liesel was certain that compared to this, the power given to our hero was worthless. Now Baphomet could do nothing to defend himself. His powers drained, and he was defenseless against the powerful attack that threatened his life. He merely stated that Liesel knew nothing about him, confident that she had not yet realized the full depth of what she was about to face. The main character managed to gather all his strength and cut off the head of one of the monsters. The queen watched in horror as Baphomet did what he did to her loyal servants. Meanwhile, the guy didn't stop at just one monster, slitting their throats one by one, leaving only bloody splashes behind. In this way, our hero dealt with every enemy in his path, not stopping for a second, his actions lightning fast and decisive, leaving only destruction behind him. Liesel froze in place, horror in her eyes, barely realizing what had just happened, her mind unable to process the events, remaining in a state of shock. At that moment, the main character was getting closer and closer to her, finally ready to attack the boss himself. Their barriers collided instantly, causing a bright flash that lit up everything around them like a powerful burst of energy, piercing the silence. Baphomet told his partner that he had gained this power after dying tens of thousands of times. Then he died at the hands of one man over and over again, only to experience pain and death once more. The main character died because his body was mercilessly torn to pieces. He also died after being crushed to death, leaving no trace behind. Baphomet continued to talk about how he always came back to life when black wings suddenly appeared from his back. Finally, he revealed that after all this, he also killed every one of his enemies. He cut their bodies into pieces just as they had done to him before, cruelly repeating the same fate he had experienced, without the slightest remorse. After a while, the main character completely wrapped the dragon in chains, squeezing its powerful wings and body, preventing the beast from escaping the trap. Now Baphomet stopped, his eyes filled with determination, and he prepared for his final attack. knowing that this moment would decide everything. Without any mercy, he clenched his fist, ordering his chains to destroy the dragon, and the iron shackles immediately tightened, ready to carry out his will. And then our hero ended his story by saying that he smashed all his enemies, leaving no trace just as they had done to him, and then reached the top of the tower. Therefore, he believed that Lae'zel had no right to judge the value of his strength, which he had earned with such difficulty. Finally, Baphomet was able to destroy the goddess, who before her death wanted to know who he really was. The main character was able to tell the truth and admitted that he was the former boss of the tower, revealing his true identity. Even in his demon form as number 18, Baphomet wanted to know what was at the top of the tower. His colleague told him that the tower boss lived there, and that he could reach him by passing through all the rooms and killing the gatekeepers. The main character realized that he needed to become something like a hunter, and the other warrior didn't even notice when the newcomer stopped stammering. Baphomet didn't think twice and declared that he had to kill this gatekeeper without a number. The other demon thought that this was simply impossible because the enemy was definitely many times stronger than our hero, but he did not agree. He explained that the advantage of an ordinary monster was that it would be resurrected until the boss of the tower himself died. Baphomet was going to die and resurrect again, improving each time until his strength surpassed that of his opponent. Only then would he be able to easily take the name of this gatekeeper, who didn't even have a number. In the present, the system congratulated the main character on successfully completing the mission, during which he killed the boss Lae'zel and cleared the tower labyrinth. He stood there for a while, watching the body of his latest defeated enemy bleed out, feeling no pity or regret, only satisfaction from his victory. In fact, no matter how much he thought about it, he still doubted that there were many who could match his strength. But as he pondered this, our hero always remembered the future rivals the administrator had shown him. A smile immediately appeared on his face because he wanted to meet those fighters who could become worthy opponents. Baphomet was always sure that it would be good entertainment, and he was already looking forward to it. Suddenly, Lae'zel spoke, showing that she was not dead after all. She grabbed the main character by the leg and continued to say that she simply couldn't die and leave her country. Baphomet stepped on her and was surprised that the boss was still alive, since he had already pulled the magic core out of her. He just laughed at how the queen had become so attached to the country that the tower had created for fun. The main character also explained that they were just a bunch of monsters for hunters to hone their skills on, which completely broke Lae'zel's heart. After hearing this, she suddenly began to speak strangely, like a robot, her voice becoming mechanical and her words completely incoherent. Everything around her began to disintegrate into pixels, and Lae'zel changed beyond recognition, continuing to talk about an unknown error. Finally, she said that a fatal error had occurred in the system, so deletion must take place immediately. In the next instant, a bright flash appeared where the defeated queen had been lying, temporarily blinding our hero. The main character was confused because he had no idea what had just happened before his eyes. At that moment, a man in a robe appeared behind him, trying to slip past. As it turned out, Baphomet had sensed a foreign presence from the very beginning, but this creature was not dangerous, so he decided to leave the stranger alone. The main character immediately realized that he had met this fighter while passing through the tower with Team C. He asked why the hunter had been hiding all this time. Meanwhile, everyone else who was still in the tower had no idea what was happening to their comrades. The entire team of hunters was able to leave the tower without any problems using the teleport when Baphomet successfully dealt with the boss. In fact, they had no idea why the evacuation exit had opened or why a message about the tower being cleared had appeared. At that moment, Valkyrie noticed another interesting detail that surprised her. It turned out that another emergency exit had opened next to them. A second later, black tar-like hair appeared from it, which was hard to miss. Valkyrie's gaze immediately fixed on our hero, who had managed to escape from the tower after all. In addition, Baphomet had to drag 3 bodies of hunters who were still unconscious. Pigona was immediately sent to an elite clinic to be brought back to normal. He was placed in a VIP ward, and his relatives immediately arrived at the scene to find out that his life was not in danger, but one of his arms had been amputated. The girl was unhappy that he had been left unattended in the ward without even undergoing surgery, but it turned out that the patient himself had refused the operation. She thought it was all nonsense, but her subordinate did not object. When she entered the room where the wounded hunter was, she was shocked by the condition he was in when he returned from the tower. The young man was surrounded on all sides by his other sisters, who were incredibly frightened by his condition. They were very happy to see that their older sister was also there, and Sanhong asked them not to make any noise. The girl then added that her father had wanted to come with her, but she had dissuaded him. In the end, she still wanted to know why her brother had decided to refuse the operation. Sanhong immediately told them that Kang's secret had been revealed and that he had lost one of his arms. All the girls were shocked by the news, as they knew what it meant for the young man. The hunter continued to blame himself for this, because his assistant had said from the very beginning that the tower was still a dangerous place, but he insisted on his own way. The sisters stood around him, not knowing what to do or how to support him in such a difficult situation. Their hearts ached with pain, but no words came to mind. Pagan believed that his hand could be restored later, but right now he was more interested in finding the hunter who had saved his life. Meanwhile, the main character had already met with his boss. Baphomet himself felt great and was now eating his fill after all the events that had taken place in the tower. In fact, Ma Sun-woon still couldn't understand what the guy had forgotten at the clinic. The boss couldn't understand how someone could eat so much in such a luxurious VIP room. But the main character explained that he hadn't suffered any injuries and had been placed there against his will. Baphomet suspected that it might be royal gold because they suddenly claimed that he was a hunter who had saved their master or something like that. The boss couldn't believe that it was the same organization and explained that information about the completion of the tower's cleanup automatically appears in the government system, so he immediately started looking for our hero. The main character said nothing and just listened carefully to how Ma Sun-woon found out about his clearing of the tower. In the end, the boss decided to ask directly whether Baphomet had really cleared the tower on his own. The guy was unhappy that he was looking at him suspiciously, as if he thought he was a crook. At that moment, other people approached their room, and Ma Seong-woon explained that he didn't suspect our hero of anything and only acknowledged the rapid growth of his skills. Baphomet thought that his boss needed some proof and offered to show him the magic stone he had received from his boss. In fact, Ma Seong-woon had more reliable proof than that. He wanted to reveal that there was one sign that the main character had indeed passed through the tower, but at that moment, strangers entered the room. One of the visitors was not particularly pleased that they were late and that someone from the government was already in the room. Upon seeing the person who entered, the main character immediately recognized him as someone he knew. This guest also recognized Ma's boss and asked why someone who had no jurisdiction had come to this place. He introduced himself as the head of the Hunter Training Department and said he was pleased to see the fighter who had managed to clear the Tower of the Abyss. The only problem was that during their first meeting, this man had behaved completely differently. Now, however, there was a kind smile on his face because he had finally seen the familiar face he had come here to see. This man had known the main character since the days when everyone called him Mr. Con Man. Baphomet had to force himself to hold back his anger so as not to tear this man apart right there on the spot. The gentleman himself did not like the guy's reaction because he had missed him so much that he decided to run to his room. He had read that an F-rank hunter had cleared the tower, and after checking the information, he found out that it was his favorite Mr. Swindler, so he wanted to know how much he had cheated this time. The man also wondered what the leader Ma was doing there. In the end, he joked that maybe he had gotten a job with the government as a cleaner. He immediately asked how our hero would deal with the leader Ma, since he was a much more evil and cruel man than he was. The man said that Ma Sun-woon had once killed 7 innocent S-rank hunters at once. In the end, the boss couldn't take the insult and tried to attack the bastard. The assistant who had come with him was seriously frightened by this turn of events. The man immediately thought that manager Ma had lost his mind because they would destroy the entire hospital if they started a fight right there. Ma Sun-woon immediately emphasized that Ha Jae-wook should not cross the line. The boss asked him not to talk about other people's circumstances and to get straight to the point, explaining the purpose of his visit. In the end, Baphomet decided to speak up when he heard that one of his enemies really wanted to know if he had cleared out the tower maze. The guy decided to demonstrate what the gentleman wanted to see and turned to the system to do so. All this time, he had been hiding the very proof that he had completed the cleanup. In his hand, he held the glowing magic stone of the tower's boss, Laisel, though he himself did not know what it was used for. He approached the man and asked if he considered him a fraud. Ha Jae-wook clenched his teeth tightly because the whole story about the evil Baphomet was beginning to unravel. The gentleman still believed that such a loser had no right to doubt his judgment. At that moment, someone else joined their conversation and declared that Ha Jae-wook himself was the real loser. It turned out that the entire family had come with San-hoon, and his presence attracted everyone's attention. The assistant immediately warned his boss that these were people from Royal Gold. The gentleman happily greeted the future chairwoman, now board member Lee Sun-am, who reacted to her old acquaintance with no emotion whatsoever. He immediately became as nice as possible because he was going to meet his older sister for business planning, while the hunter, Pagan, immediately guessed that this man had something to do with the government. But Ha Jae-wook's attention was also drawn to a young man being carried on a chair. He immediately recognized him as the youngest son of the chairman of the Royal Gold Group and guessed that he was a hunter, and Pagan confirmed that he had also been in the Tower Maze. The hunter also immediately pointed to the main character and confirmed that it was this man who had saved him. That's why he was very angry that some man was allowing his savior to be treated rudely. Ha Jae-wook did not expect anyone to treat such a resident like a fraudster. The guy asked what business his sister had with this government official and advised her not to get involved with someone who couldn't recognize a real hunter. The girl agreed that it was quite reasonable advice and promised to stop cooperating with this man. Ha Jae-wook tensed up when he heard these words because he had not expected events to unfold in this way. In the end, another sister intervened in the conversation and simply asked the man to leave because they wanted to talk to the main character. The girls tried to be nice and asked the guests not to be upset by their refusal. They hinted that the motto of the family was that the enemy of the one they owed a debt to automatically became the enemy of the entire family. For this reason, the sisters again asked the man to simply leave. Ha Jae-wook still couldn't believe that our hero had managed to pull off such a successful scam. Baphomet himself said nothing, but his broad smile showed how much he was enjoying the situation. The man couldn't understand what was happening or why everyone had suddenly sided with Chamun. He couldn't bear his failure because he couldn't get the main character's insolent grin out of his head. The assistant tried to calm his boss down, but he wasn't going to do that because he just couldn't stand being insulted by such a loser. No one could understand how our hero had managed to achieve such success because when they first met, he was uninspired and had no power. Ha Jae-wook suspected that he had missed some important detail. The man had only gotten to this position thanks to his intuition, which told him that this jerk was a complete failure who wasn't worth investing in. Now he felt that there might be some interesting information about Baphomet, so he asked Ji-hyun to dig deeper into this guy's background. Meanwhile, San-hoon was finally able to sincerely thank the main character. Obviously, neither the main character nor, even more so, Ma Sung-woon expected such respectful treatment from the hunter. In addition, the young man believed that our hero should have abandoned him and left, since their relationship had not been the best up to that point. Not a muscle twitched on Baphomet's face, as if these words did not evoke any emotions in him, and he remained impenetrable like a stone statue. In the end, he simply looked away, because he had previously planned to throw Peyton into the abyss. The sisters, in turn, thought it best to leave so that the two could discuss things in peace. Before leaving, the older sister decided to ask if Ma Sun-woon was also a civil servant, as she wanted to discuss some business matters with him. The manager did not refuse, as his department mainly uses social security services, so he was also interested in this area. In the end, our heroes were left alone, but they just sat there in silence for a while. The main character confessed that he had not actually intended to save San-hoon. It was all because of a hunter named Reaper, who was very worried about her companions. He explained that the girl believed her companions had fallen into a trap by falling asleep, so she tried to save everyone. In addition, Baphomet had already decided that the guy in his current state would not be able to climb the tower, so he wanted to get rid of him. The hunter Pagan did not hide the fact that he would not have cared if he had died then. On the contrary, he would have been happy if only his companions had survived, but he was still grateful to our hero for saving him. Hearing this confession, Baphomet said nothing and only sighed heavily. He didn't understand either this guy or that girl, because he believed that everyone in the tower was busy trying to survive, so it was pointless to fight for someone else's life. The main character still found it quite difficult to understand ordinary people. Their actions seemed confusing to him. Baphomet asked if San-hong wanted to say anything else, because he suspected that the guy had come here not only to apologize and end it all. Pagan explained that despite all the details of the situation, he wanted to thank his savior, so he wanted to know what he wanted. Our hero believed that he had already repaid him enough, but he did not refuse the offer, so he asked if he could eat all the food first. San-hong didn't expect such a simple request because it was originally Baphomet's food, so he could do whatever he wanted with it. Then the guy remembered the damaged armor, but the hunter Pagan wasn't going to ask about it since it turned out to be just a fake anyway. These were all the main character's conditions, which surprised Sen Hong greatly, as he could have simply not asked for such obvious things. In the end, Baphomet thought about something, and then asked if the young man was rich enough. Meanwhile, the events moved to another tower, where a hunter was trying to deal with the boss. The problem was that the warrior didn't have enough strength to defeat this monster. He thought that in such a situation, it would be nice to have a good partner. If there had been at least one other hunter nearby, they could have defeated this enemy. Then Ma Sun-woon appeared and asked if the guy needed a partner, saying that there was no need to worry about it. The leader explained that the system for matching hunters would help them. They also offered a rental system that provided the necessary equipment at the lowest interest rate, which even banks envied. Now their company offered a personalized medical system operating 24 hours a day, as well as social outings for hunters' families. It turned out that all of this was part of an advertising campaign created with the support of the central government. The main character in this video felt only Spanish shame for his boss, who looked too awkward. No matter how many times he watched the ad, he couldn't get used to it because he couldn't believe that none of those people felt any remorse after filming such filth. Ma Sun-woon wasn't particularly offended. She emphasized that they had worked very hard on the commercial, and Baphomet decided to ask why he wasn't at work. The manager explained that he had decided to stop by for a quick visit and told him that they had been filming a handsome young man, but there had been a problem with his acting. Suddenly, a colleague appeared behind him who heard him insulting their junior and promised that she would make sure everyone knew about it. Turning around, the manager realized that it was Han's deputy, who hadn't seen Baphomet in a long time. Then the main character remembered that she was the same hunter they had met at the orientation. The girl immediately asked if the guy had seen the news that the internet was flooded with articles about him. Everyone was writing about the long-awaited revelation of the truth about Mr. A, whom the public considered a fraud. She guessed that the main character might have asked the hunter, Pagon from Royal Gold, to publish these articles. It turned out to be true because Baphomet himself immediately thought that the guy could control the media with money, so he wanted to refute the false rumors that he was a fraud. San Hong replied that money wasn't even necessary for that, because they had a whole bunch of reporters who wanted to make a good impression on their company. Our hero also emphasized that it would be better if there were no articles about him being a hunter who was after the Tower of Labyrinth, because there were some people who were hunting him. Ma Sun-woon agreed that the bait had worked and was sure that in a few hours, these articles would be causing a stir in various communities. In fact, the young man couldn't understand why his boss was so carefree, because he could get reprimanded for the whole situation, but he was already used to such treatment from the government. In the end, the boss entrusted the hunter Baphomet to his deputy because he had another important matter to attend to. The girl admitted that she thought the boss, Ma, was really worried about the main character, even though that was very rare. In fact, Deputy Khan had no idea why the boss was so concerned about Baphomet. The guy himself didn't know the reason, so the girl could only guess that there was something unusual about him. She decided to tell him that taking responsibility for the training department was already very difficult, so their side had decided to take on some of the duties. The employee also decided to show the main character an important place. There was an unfamiliar man who looked quite confused, his eyes darting around the room, and his expression betraying his obvious confusion. Deputy Khan wanted to introduce the guy to the person who would be conducting the testing. When the door opened, the girl asked Baphomet to go inside, but the strangest scientist rushed out at full speed, almost colliding with them on the way out. Yoo-jun didn't have time to react to this turn of events, while the main character stood calmly behind her and simply watched. Eventually, the man calmed down and apologized for what he had done. He explained that he was just trying to catch a fly, because it could have gotten into the device and caused a critical error. That was precisely why he had rushed out the door when Baphomet and Yoo-jun came to him. The main character reacted quickly to the threat and stepped aside so that the scientist fell to the floor. After that, the guy immediately heard that the head of Ma had already told everyone that he was a ruthless hunter. Meanwhile, the scientist decided not to waste any more time and suggested finally starting the test. He explained that he was responsible for the hunter ranking test and introduced himself as Kim Woo-sok. Usually rank is measured numerically, but there are situations, like the one the main character found himself in, where a low-ranked hunter was able to clear the tower. In such special cases, the fighter's rank is determined after a real battle. The man explained that the test would be conducted in 3 stages, but that it was possible to withdraw from it midway through. After explaining all the conditions, he asked if Baphomet was ready to begin the test. The young man replied briefly and confidently that he was already eager to begin his trial. The employee then announced that the first stage of their assessment test had begun, and the tension in the room instantly rose. He asked the main character to start by touching the blue sphere that appeared in the middle of the room. The scientist explained that if the boy touched a sphere of a different color, he would lose 1 point, and decided to ask him if he was colorblind, just in case. Baphomet had no problem with this, so he passed this stage without any issues. Then Kim Woo-suk decided to skip all the tedious steps related to reconfiguring the program. The first test was designed to check the hunter's agility, endurance, reflexes, dynamic visual acuity, and other similar skills. Our hero quickly dealt with all the spheres, and on the last one remaining high above his head, focused all his strength and attention, preparing for the decisive moment. In this way, he completed the stage that fully measured his overall physical performance. The second stage was called the Hell Parade, a name coined by the scientist himself because now a virtual environment had been recreated in which monsters could exist. In this stage, the hunter's ability to defeat monsters within 300 seconds was tested. Baphomet was already an experienced fighter, so this stage was no problem for him. He wielded his weapon skillfully, so none of his opponents had a chance of survival. Each of his blows was precise and deadly, leaving no room for error. Within a couple of minutes, the main character had turned the room into a bloody mess. Thus, the guy reached the final stage, where the boss was supposed to appear. Through this final battle, they intended to test the hunter's destructive power. Kim Woo-suk also warned that if the situation became dangerous, he would forcibly stop the test. Meanwhile, the main character immediately recognized that he had encountered this monster before. Baphomet wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he was eager to fight this boss again. During their last encounter, the guy was still weak and completely lost to his opponent, but now everything had changed. Our hero was in a rather harsh mood and directly asked if the monster was ready to die, his voice sounding without a hint of doubt. Yoo-jun, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked by Baphomet's skills. From their room, the battle looked quite epic. The boss himself was a pretty powerful enemy, so the main character had to try hard to get through this stage. Despite the monster's powerful and fast attacks, the main character successfully dodged them. This allowed him to get as close as possible to his opponent. The huge dragon immediately reached out with its clawed paw toward the hunter, its eyes blazing with fury. The guy wasn't scared at all because he already knew that the monster was going to use the same move. He quickly gathered all his strength and struck his enemy's paw at full speed. Baphomet also poured all his energy into the blow, causing a powerful explosion that was deafening and destructive. In his rage, he screamed loudly, wishing death upon this monster, his cry echoing across the battlefield, filling the air not only with anger, but also with determination. The dragon could only scream in pain, as he was literally burning alive, his rough skin cracking and the fire penetrating every cell, consuming his strength. Yoo-jun did not expect to see anything like this, and silently watched the bright glow of the flames. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-suk pointed out that if they burned the boss like this, it would take quite a long time to recover, and reminded them that they had already seen something similar. The deputy still had no idea what her acquaintance was hinting at. The scientist explained that this fighting style was very similar to that of the hunter Raven, whose movements were fast and deadly. He reminded them that they knew that this was the same boy who had survived the Tower of the Abyss, but Raven had died in the same place, so the main question was who this Baphomet was. After his test, the main character went outside and continued to ponder what had just happened. He noticed that Kim Woo-suk and Yoo-jun had hurriedly ushered him out, and there was suspicion in their eyes. In the end, Baphomet realized that he couldn't do whatever he wanted here, like he did in the tower, so he had to be careful until he found out who wanted to kill him. After the guy got home, he immediately received a call from his boss, Ma, who was worried that he hadn't called him at all, and warned him that the rank evaluation was a rather lengthy process. The mentor also asked if the guy had used the Tower of Labyrinth token, but he didn't even understand what he was talking about. The main character immediately logged into the system to check for the token, but suddenly a bright flash of light appeared before him. A message window immediately appeared, stating that the token had been used and that Baphomet had raised all skill levels as a reward for completing the cleanup. Meanwhile, the leader explained that only those who had completed the cleanup could receive the reward. Only now did Baphomet understand why the Art Guild wanted to clear the tower themselves. The guy immediately thought that the cooldown time for the skill called Time Reverse should have decreased. In the end, he saw that instead of increasing the skill level, the cooldown time had decreased. Ma Sun-wong was sure that the young man liked such rewards, so he promised that, if possible, they would give him missions related to the tower. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by strange noises coming from Baphomet, which caught the attention of all the workers around them. The manager immediately thought that the main character had suddenly felt nauseous, causing him to drop his phone. Powerless, the guy fell to his knees and couldn't answer Ma Sun-woo. His breathing became irregular, and his body, as if it had lost all its strength, couldn't get up. His head was spinning, and he felt strange sensations inside, as if reality was distorting, and he was lost in a stream of disturbing thoughts and feelings. An unknown girl appeared before Baphomet's eyes, holding a flower in her hands. The main character's eyes were filled with horror and pain, making it even harder for him to understand who she was. Finally, there was a burst of energy in the boy's yard, a bright flash that blinded everything around him, as if an invisible force had broken free. Baphomet felt so sick that he threw up all his insides, curling up on the floor in pain. Suddenly, he heard someone nearby coughing, which made him immediately look up. In front of him sat a young boy, who was also talking about some kind of disgusting sensation. The boy's vision was also blurry, so he could barely make out our hero. A second later, he came to his senses and saw a shocked guy in front of him, who couldn't understand what was happening. This unfamiliar boy was just as surprised to see the face of Baphomet in front of him. Now our hero felt a familiar sensation, as if he had met this man somewhere before. It turned out that this boy was Beelzebub, whom Baphomet had recently met in the tower maze. The demon couldn't handle the shock, as he couldn't believe that he had become a worthless and dirty little man. He was not in the mood for such news, but the main character had already managed to go to the store to buy some clothes for his friend. Beelzebub was distraught over the loss of his perfect eyes, his beautiful flowing hair, and his appearance, which was like a triangle carved from stone. The young man quickly got dressed, although he was not at all happy to find himself in such a repulsive body. After that, the demon immediately began to accuse our hero that all this had happened precisely because he had absorbed the energy of another boss. The main character understood perfectly well that his friend had simply been pushed out of his body, but he couldn't understand how he had ended up in human form. Beelzebub himself knew nothing about this and was dissatisfied that, of all the possible forms, he had become a skinny child. He also explained that when Baphomet weakens, he weakens, which immediately gave our hero the information that the demon was still under his control. The boy immediately confirmed his words, as there was no longer any reason for him to leave the hero's body. After that, Baphomet immediately thought that he could use his companion as he pleased. Beelzebub was very unhappy that he was saying such things, because he had already exploited him enough before. The main character immediately reminded him that after clearing the tower, the demon had told him that they would not see each other for long, so he wished Baphomet a long and happy life. In the end, he chased after his friend to show him how easy it had been for him to pass all those tests, even though he had said it was a kind farewell. The young man had to run out into the street as fast as he could, his heart pounding wildly, because he knew that if he stayed, Baphomet would surely find a way to take revenge for everything that had happened. He was so upset that the main character remembered that moment so well that he didn't notice that someone was in his way. The main character ran out after him into the street because the young man had no intention of stopping. It turned out that all the neighbors had gathered there, finally able to see the new resident of their street. The elderly immediately asked the boy's name, and one of them remembered that the real estate agent had said his name was Cha Minu. They all looked rather unhappy with Baphomet's behavior and asked him to follow them. On the way, the old ladies started discussing who would go first, so our hero had no idea where they were taking him. They weren't in any hurry, so they walked calmly ahead, while the guy was completely baffled as to why he had to go with them. After a while, they stopped, and one of the women declared that she would take the boy first. The main character tensed up even more because he realized that he would be forced to do something. A second later, he found himself in the yard of one of the old women who wanted him to repair her moped. The boy let out a short laugh and started yelling angrily at the old woman because he couldn't understand why he had to help strangers. Then the woman began to complain that she was too old to do it herself, so she would be happy if such a strong young man would help her. The main character didn't even bother to listen to her, so he just turned around and was about to leave. Baphomet simply thought he was being taken for a fool, but at that moment the administrator intervened and wrote that he'd better help his neighbor. The young man did not expect to see a system window appear in front of him, informing him that he now had a quest to fulfill his neighbor's request, and that refusal would result in death as punishment. He thought that someone was just playing a very stupid joke on him, because it was too strange a mission. The administrator wrote indignantly that she was actually insensitive, just as the main character had once called her. Baphomet didn't expect her to take the words he said in the tower to heart, but the girl explained that this was simply a way for him to learn how to show love to people. She calmly explained that there are different methods, so the main character must discover his own way through interaction with people. The guy asked her not to make a joke out of love, because all the previous murders didn't fit into that. The administrator explained that these were completely different things and hinted that Baphomet could distinguish between enemies and allies. The main character still didn't understand what it was all about, because enemies were just toys to him. In the end, the administrator could only accept that the guy couldn't be changed. Then she could only give Baphomet one piece of advice and told him to die right there and then, but he realized that she was serious and immediately returned to the old woman. The woman looked at the main character with interest, as he seemed to have changed his mind about her request. She was a little surprised that the young man had decided to return after all. With great effort, Baphomet asked how he could repair the equipment. Thus, our hero spent the rest of the day helping his new neighbors. At the same time, an unknown car pulled up in their neighborhood. Two people got out and began discussing how this was the only area in Seoul with undeveloped infrastructure. They were gangsters who were going to take advantage of the remoteness of this area and were now calculating how long it would take to drive all the old people out of there. The guy with the scar on his lip replied that it wouldn't take long, unless some unaccounted variable came up. The gangsters had no idea that the best worker in the slums, who had once been the boss of the tower, lived there. In reality, things were far from that, because Baphomet had only been injured by hammering a nail. Because of his quest, the main character immediately ran to the old ladies when they needed help. One of the problems was a stray kitten that had climbed a tree and couldn't get down, so it just sat there meowing. The neighbors planned to ask the tall Mr. Shaw for help and wanted to give him a ladder to help. Baphomet didn't wait and just made one quick jump, rescuing the kitten from its trap. He wanted to tell the neighbors that everything was fine, but they immediately started shouting that they needed to check if the kitten was hurt. In the end, the old ladies finally admitted that the young man was a real hero. Every day, the neighbors came up with new tasks for Baphomet, and he silently carried them out despite his dissatisfaction. Beelzebub teased his friend and told him a story that after 10, then 20 years had passed, our hero had simply become a grandfather, a first-class worker in these slums. Baphomet silently looked at the young man, who definitely didn't need to joke about this. The main character couldn't take it anymore and chased after the little rascal again. After that, they met in the courtyard of the house, where Baphomet asked what his friend had been doing. The young man replied that he was reading a thing called a novel, which was invented by people, and he found it quite interesting, so he understood that these insignificant creatures were even capable of something. Now he even began to understand why our hero wanted so much to become human, but the latter asked him to stop talking and help him. Beelzebub decided to take advantage of the fact that he was still a small child, so he was not allowed to lift heavy things, and if the guy forced him to do so, the neighbors would report him for child abuse. At that moment, the boy noticed one of the grandmothers passing by and told her that he had finished reading another book, so he asked for something new. The administrator also noticed that the demon had adapted to the human world quite quickly, although he himself had recently complained that he had become a child. The main character wanted to know how he had become human, but she didn't know because she had only hacked into the Earth system, and only the creator of Earth had the answer to that question. The guy agreed with her, but still wanted the administrator to stop tormenting him with this stupid quest. He also thought that the task was too vague, but the girl was in no hurry to give it to him because the quest was somewhat useful. Baphomet thought for a moment and immediately remembered that when he repaired the moped, the old woman immediately gave him the vehicle to use. Another woman helped the young man when he complained that he had no hot water in his house. Despite this, our hero continued to argue with the administrator, but suddenly a neighbor appeared behind him and decided to tell him that a young man had lived in this house several years ago. The guy was surprised to hear a stranger's voice and fell silent, as his attention was instantly diverted. The old woman continued her story, saying that at the time, everyone had wondered what had brought such a young man to the old slums. When she passed by, there were always piles of alcohol bottles near his house, but he never went out to buy more, just lived within the four walls. Grandma Kim thought that if this continued, he would simply die locked up. So under the pretext of helping him, she continued to make him work. At first, the young man had fears and doubts, just like the main character. But later he began to humbly help. Over time, the young man began to laugh, initiate conversation, and drink much less. And before leaving, he asked his neighbors to treat the next tenant of the house in the same way. The main character listened carefully to the whole story, which answered some of his questions. He angrily asked where this scoundrel now lived because he wanted to talk to the man who had caused him all these difficulties. The old woman decided to change the subject and asked Baphomet if he liked the food, because in their day, young people no longer liked such rural food, but he silently wolfed it down. At that moment, they heard footsteps behind them, which immediately attracted their attention. It turned out to be a girl who had refused lunch because she had already eaten with her friends. She immediately went to her room to study a little and asked not to be disturbed. It turned out that she was the neighbor's granddaughter, who was very smart, studied well, and always got the best grades in school. Meanwhile, the action moves to the gangsters' hideout, who were planning to attack the slum area. Their leader sat in his place, thinking about how best to proceed in this situation. His subordinates asked what Hyun was going to do, and he replied that they just needed to remove all obstacles, so he asked them to call the rest of the guys. The man also remembered that one of the houses could be dealt with without any problems. The gangsters remembered that a man who had once borrowed money from them lived in one of the houses. The main character was completely unaware of anything and was calmly repairing something in his yard. He decided to build a small shed and had just finished the job. Baphomet also got rid of all the weeds and even connected hot water, so all that was left was to get the necessary things and maybe get a guard dog. Now the guy didn't even know what else to do. In the end, he decided to take a little rest on his makeshift deck chair. Baphomet was glad that nothing was blocking the sky and enjoyed the view. He laughed with pleasure and admitted that this area wasn't bad at all. Only now did our hero wonder where Beelzebub was, who didn't even help him but came as if to his own home. Suddenly, a system window popped up in front of his eyes with a new notification. It turned out to be the message from the government with the results of the rank assessment. Baphomet carefully read the text informing him of the results. In fact, the results did not surprise him because everything turned out exactly as he had expected from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the granddaughter of one of the neighbors went outside for a smoke. The grandmother immediately saw this and called Soo-yeon because she definitely didn't like such behavior. The girl was unhappy that she had been caught again, so she clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. Her grandmother had asked her not to do it from the very beginning, so the granddaughter lied that she had finished smoking and would not do it again. She yelled at Soo-yeon because her school teacher could catch her doing this, and she still had to go to university. The girl couldn't understand why she was talking about university, because her grandmother definitely didn't have the money for it. So-yeon asked her to forget about it because she was afraid that her grandmother would get into debt again, like her father had done, and then died. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice appeared next to them and asked if the granddaughter wanted help finding a job. It was the same gangsters Hyun had sent there to deal with the debtor. The guy noted that they hadn't seen Grandma Sun in a long time, and she couldn't understand why they had come here, since it wasn't payday yet. The gangster claimed that he had urgent circumstances, so this time they would have to pay early. The woman didn't know where to get the money right now, but the gangster immediately pointed to the house that could be sold to pay off the debt. So-yeon decided to intervene in the conversation, as she was unhappy with these conditions because they would have nowhere to live. The man believed that these were not their problems and reminded her that she had just wanted to find a job. He hinted that Soo-yeon had a pretty face and a nice figure, so she would definitely be popular. The gangster also promised that they would quickly find a room for her and her grandmother. The problem was that his partner despised such methods because such work was definitely not suitable for a high school girl. In the end, the girl grabbed the man by the head and asked him to get her this damn job so she could earn a lot of money and become rich. The grandmother immediately rushed to intervene, but then realized that it was all too dangerous for her granddaughter. Unfortunately, Soo-yeon was unable to resist the villains and simply fell to the ground from the strong push. Meanwhile, Beelzebub was at home with another neighbor and continued to read his favorite novels carefree. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, so the grandmother had to distract herself for a while. The young man didn't care because he couldn't tear himself away from his book. In fact, even the young man suspected that something was wrong. It turned out that the gangsters had also come to this woman's house to intimidate her. The local dog also had a bad feeling, so he wouldn't stop barking. The woman tried to calm her dog, Percy, because she saw no reason for his anxiety. Only then did she hear someone coming into her yard. Finally, the main character intervened in this chaos, incredibly angry at what the gangsters were doing. He couldn't stand by and watch what they dared to do to Grandma's son and her granddaughter. In fact, Baphomet was only angry that these strangers had dared to touch the board he had just painted. The gangsters themselves did not expect that a young man lived in these slums, as they had no information about it. The young man promised that he would deal with these scoundrels once he had finished his project. The gangster had no idea what he was talking about and asked his partner to deal with our hero. Baphomet was getting angrier and angrier because he was just about to take a photo of his first successful work with paint. The villain, in turn, didn't wait any longer and tried to attack the guy, not realizing who he was messing with. All this time, the main character didn't move, and the gangster was already sure of his success. And at that moment, his partner, weighing 1/10 of a ton, flew away as if he were a feather. The boss of this thug watched in horror at what had just happened. A second later, he barely shifted his gaze to see what Baphomet was doing next. All he saw was the protagonist's fist flying toward him. He recounted everything to his boss and complained that he had never seen such speed before, suggesting that they had encountered a real hunter. Now the gangster wanted to seek help from Hyun, as it turned out that he had also been a hunter in the past. The man immediately remembered his last assignment as a hunter when he encountered an extremely powerful man. In the end, the boss also confirmed that they were dealing with a hunter, but no one knew what he had forgotten in those slums. The leader came to the conclusion that they needed to find out who this guy was first. At that moment, all the residents of the area had already gathered to complain to each other that some people had come to their homes and made a mess. The gangsters had torn up the floor of an old man's house, which had just been repaired. Another woman's yard was completely trashed. Baphomet, who had been silent all this time, had already heard rumors that there were plans to demolish the neighborhood. After that, our hero went home silently, thinking about the latest events. Suddenly, the guy stopped because he heard someone calling him. It was Soo Yeon, who had heard that he was a hunter and wanted him to do a small favor for her. She wanted to give him all her savings and promised to give him more when she had the money. The girl explained that if she and her grandmother were evicted from the house where they currently lived, they would have nowhere to go. The main character emphasized that he didn't need her money because he already wanted to teach those thugs who were causing trouble in his neighborhood a lesson. Upon returning home, Baphomet immediately began preparing for his important mission. Beelzebub also guessed that something like this might happen, so he decided to take some precautions in advance. He was at Grandma Kim's house when those strange guys attacked the neighborhood, and at that moment, he tied his familiar to the gangsters. It was a small fly that could now show the way to the location of those insolent men. The main character listened to his friend's plan and quickly ran out of the yard so as not to waste any more precious time. All this time, Taeyun had been standing at the gate, and he immediately asked where the guy was going at such an hour. He reminded him that hunters cannot kill people outside of their mission, especially civilians. Baphomet tried to prove that they were thugs, but in the end simply promised that he would deal with them without killing anyone. Then Taeyun trusted his partner and didn't try to stop the guy anymore, because he didn't see a problem with his decision. Our hero said nothing and simply took off because time was running out, and every moment could be decisive. Meanwhile, the employee had already taken out his phone to report what he had just seen. He reported to his boss that Chaminu had just left his home. At that moment, the gangsters were paying the fighters who had helped them terrorize the neighborhood. The leader of the thugs promised that they would do everything, but before saying goodbye, he decided to ask what had happened to his employer's face, but the latter did not tell him the whole story. The guy didn't press him for answers and simply repeated that he would take care of everything. He was about to say goodbye to the gangster and had no idea what was happening behind his back. Only after a while did they hear some strange noises and screams, so they turned their attention to the other guys. Baphomet, arriving at the scene, didn't waste any time and immediately attacked the first bandit who crossed his path. He didn't bother with small talk and grabbed the guy by the head, pushing him to the floor with all his strength. Then the main character swung his knife in the air and prepared to deal with the scoundrels. With one swift movement, he plunged his blade into the arm of the confused bandit, who was unable to respond to the sudden attack. His companions watched in horror as the stranger toyed with the guy. There was no emotion on Baphomet's face when he finished off his first victim. The rest of them were still standing there in bewilderment, not knowing what to do with such a defeated opponent. Then the main character quickly glanced at them with a look filled with cold-blooded cruelty, and his eyes, like the blade of a knife, left no room for doubt about his strength. The mercenaries continued to stare at Baphomet, unable to take any action. Meanwhile, the young man raised his bloodstained knife and waved it threateningly in the air. Finally, the leader of the thugs intervened, ordering his men to seize the insolent man. At last, the fighters came to their senses and attacked our hero all at once. Such an attack was no threat to Baphomet, so he continued to stand calmly in place. The bandits tried to strike first, but the main character obviously managed to dodge. This attack proved to be a fatal mistake for the mercenaries, as even a whole group of fighters could not stand up to him. All the bandits were helpless against this attack, so all they could do was scream in battle. Meanwhile, Baphomet continued to clear his path, showing no mercy to anyone who stood in his way. His determination and cruelty knew no bounds. The leaders of the group stood aside, watching as their entire team was destroyed in a matter of seconds. They could only hear the terrible screams that filled the air, echoing off the walls as if the very atmosphere itself was shaking with pain and fear. One of the gang members finally realized that he had met this attacker before. He immediately guessed that this was the same hunter who had easily dealt with his subordinate. The leader of the thugs was already about to finish off Baphomet, unaware that he had no chance, while the bandit desperately tried to stop him. It was too late, and in an instant, blood spurted directly into the gangster's face. Only now did the main character stop his rampage and stop in front of the familiar man. Baphomet did not attack him, and asked in a cold voice if the gangster remembered him. Suddenly, a bag flew into the man's head, but the hunter did not rush to explain what he was going to do. The bandit was incredibly frightened and quickly pulled the cloth off himself, and the guy explained that he had to gather everything around him. The man couldn't understand what was wanted of him, so our hero had to explain that all his hands had to be gathered into the bag. The gangster was completely baffled as to why he had to do something like this. Baphomet watched his work closely and asked sharply if the gangster had finished his task. He also noted that one hand was missing from the bag, namely the scoundrel's own limb. Meanwhile, the bouncer stood guard at the door, unaware of what was happening to his partner. At that moment, he noticed a man appearing on the horizon. The man immediately recognized the stranger and did not seem particularly pleased to see him. Meanwhile, the mafia boss received a call from an unknown number, so he had to pick up the phone. He listened to the unfamiliar voice for a few seconds and finally assumed that it was some kind of prank call. The next moment, a subordinate rushed into his office, having once again fallen victim to Baphomet. Now the leader could confirm his subordinate's words that their colleague had been flying like a feather. While the man was thinking about this, the bouncer fell with a crash next to his workplace. Then the main character entered the office, having finally found his main target. He didn't bother to explain anything, and without a word, dumped the entire bag with the hands right in front of the gang leader. The man immediately sensed that the contents of the bag must not be very pleasant. In the end, Baphomet suggested that he assemble all these people like a puzzle, but warned the gangster not to mix up the hands. Finally, Hyun realized that the hunter, who had recently appeared in the slums, had come for him. The main character explained that their gang had dared to touch his territory, so this payment was actually quite small for such actions. But such words did not scare the gangster, only amused him. The man found it amusing to hear such words from a hunter, and he also noted that everything was going according to plan, because he himself wanted to get to know the newcomer better. The gangster said that he had already assigned his man to watch Baphomet and asked again if he had a child at home. The main character was not at all frightened by such threats, because he understood perfectly well that he did not need to worry about Beelzebub. The leader said with a sly grin that his men had probably already entered the young man's house. It seemed that he had not expected our hero to respond with a loud laugh, so he fell silent. Baphomet thought that he needed to think more about who would be worried about whom in this confrontation. Now the events moved to the demon's house, which according to Hyun, has already been captured by the gangsters. In the end, however, it was Baphomet who was right, because the villains were neutralized by his comrade. Beelzebub still did not understand why all humans were such foolish creatures. Whether in the tower or here in the human world, they attack their enemies without knowing their strengths, which was a rather reckless decision. The young man explained that his technique was based on how small sparks, when repeatedly applied, concentrated into one, as happens in a laser. He emphasized that the other bandits could repeat the fate of their comrade, who had already lost his leg. Beelzebub confirmed that using magic in this way was indeed very effective, but at the same time annoying. But he had no other choice, because if strangers caused trouble here, Baphomet would be very angry. In the end, the boy turned to the men and asked them to stay where they were until he finished reading his book. The bandits had to obey Beelzebub's orders to stay put, so they couldn't answer their leader's call. For this reason, Hun could only hear the answering machine, which said that the subscriber could not answer and asked him to leave a voice message. The man sighed heavily, realizing that our hero was right. At that moment, they both realized that there was no choice but to face each other in a knife fight. Hyun decided to confess that he had also been a hunter in his youth. He even wanted to return to that work after learning about the hunter living in the slums. The gangster Hyun himself already sensed that his opponent was not as simple as he seemed. The main character wielded his weapon with great skill, revealing his high level of expertise. Then the man realized that going into battle without any information about his opponent was pure recklessness, and it could be his last mistake. At that very moment, he received a message from one of his informants, who had managed to find out Baphomet's rank. After hearing this news, Hyun decided without hesitation to surrender, because he understood that he would not be able to stand up to such an opponent. Our hero certainly did not expect such a turn of events, so he did not even know what to do after such a statement. The gangster smiled as sweetly as possible to prove that he no longer had any bad intentions. He immediately promised that he would no longer touch their slums and would forget that the young man had attacked his men, ending their conversation on a good note. The main character didn't respond to this offer because he couldn't believe that Hyun was such a brazen person. In the end, the young man decided to cut off the gangster's hand so that he would not lag behind his subordinates. The man had seen a lot in his life, so he didn't scream at the main character's ruthless decision. After that, he ended up in the hospital and informed the other gangsters that they were dealing with an A-rank hunter, so they could no longer work in that area. Hyun didn't really believe him because everyone knew that A-rank and above were under special government surveillance because they were hunters with the potential to move up to S-rank. He informed the director that his arm had been amputated, so he was now in critical condition and could no longer continue their cooperation. In fact, no one knew who had sent the message about Baphomet, but the gangsters suspected it was the same guy who had called him earlier as a joke. That stranger with the familiar voice had warned the man that someone was coming for him, so he should be careful. Hyun looked at the fateful message again and tried to remember who it could have been. It turned out that all this time, it was Ma Sung-woon, the leader, on the other side. The hunter decided to stop by the slums for a bit to see Grandma Kim, who was worried that she hadn't had time to prepare anything for her guest. Meanwhile, the woman looked at her old acquaintance and noticed that he seemed to have stopped drinking recently. Ma Sung-woon, who wanted to forget his dark past, laughed awkwardly and replied that he didn't drink, except for important meetings and corporate parties. Then he decided to ask what Cha Min-woo was like, and the grandmother said that he was a real jack of all trades, although he grumbled when asked for help. The manager laughed loudly when he heard that the main character did everything conscientiously, because he knew Baphomet to be quite the opposite. Meanwhile, the guy they were talking about received another system notification. In fact, our hero didn't even notice when his quest was complete and was unhappy that he had been left without a reward. He couldn't understand what kind of strange goddess the administrator was, but he was glad that the old ladies in the neighborhood were at least helping him in some way, unlike her. After these events, the main character immediately went on a mission and learned that he was being asked to pay twice as much for the rented equipment. In the end, the girl said she was just joking, because the use of rented weapons is not limited to one time. This was said with the intention of keeping the equipment intact, but if the rented equipment was damaged next time, the main character would have to pay the full cost. Then Baphomet announced that he wanted to sell the magic stone, and the employee immediately recognized that it had been obtained from Laisel's boss. The girl explained that such items are usually passed on to other hunters through an auction, but if a hunter urgently needs money, the organization can buy them at their estimated value, although this would be less profitable. The main character agreed to sell the trophy at auction, so she said she would transfer the stone to the appropriate department and send him the results. At that moment, the guy had a question and asked how much the employee herself would sell the magic stone of Baphomet's boss for. He decided to brag about himself and suggested that this item would definitely fetch a high price, since the boss of this tower had reached a mythical level. The employee said that it seemed like Baphomet's stone had been sold for less than Laisiclo's stone, which shocked our hero. She explained that it depended on the difference in magic reserves, because Lysel was a magic-type monster, while Baphomet was a non-magical physical-type monster. The main character immediately remembered the words of Beelzebub, who warned him that he had no magical talent, so it was better to focus on one skill. The girl also added that the highest quality equipment, which is created using magic stones, greatly depends on their magical power. so they had no other choice. She also couldn't find out how much the magical stone of Baphomet had actually been sold for, because they say that it still hasn't been found. Then our hero immediately remembered the moment they met Raven. He remembered perfectly well that the hunter had not taken his magic stone, even though he had acted as if there was nothing behind him. The magic stone was a life support device and a source of infinite matter possessed by monsters. So even if the monster of the tower disappeared, even if the tower itself collapsed, this thing would never disappear. In the end, the employee ended the conversation because she didn't know anything else and asked if she could help our hero. She then decided to help Baphomet organize his inventory and asked him to accept a synchronization request from the government's hunter system. After that, the girl asked the main character to select and touch the items he needed to organize. At that moment, the guy noticed something strange in his inventory, so he paused for a second. He noticed an item there that he had not seen before, and as it turned out, it was Raven's sword. The problem was that its slot was locked, and what's more, it was someone else's weapon. At that moment, a ball rolled to the main character's feet, and a beast immediately ran after it. Sensing this, Baphomet looked down and saw that it was a dog. Its owner immediately called the dog to her, so that it would not bother other people. The girl emphasized that she had previously told her friend that he should watch over Kenain while she was away. The young man who was responsible for the dog apologized once again to the main character and went to play ball with his pet. Baphomet still had a strange feeling, so he silently watched the people leave. In fact, the guy wasn't surprised that a dog had suddenly appeared here, but the employee realized that he still didn't know about it. It turned out that Kenain was a representative of the hunting dog phenomenon. It had spread throughout the world due to the shock of the gates and caused a small number of pets to awaken. This phenomenon was first discovered in Casey, the cat of a famous Hollywood actress. No one knew what it was connected to, but they could only guess that, because of the unusual nature of the Shockgate disaster, the love pets had for their owners had turned into a desire to protect them. Kim Yu-sung told our hero all this information and asked him what he thought about it. In fact, the guy didn't care about the whole story at all, because he had come to leave her guild immediately. The girl still couldn't understand what was wrong with the name Sweet Pink Angel, because it was perfect for such a bright and warm person as Baphomet himself. She refused to accept our hero's resignation and handed him an envelope with money. Hugging the young man tightly, Kim Yu-sung explained that it was his money for digging ore and emphasized that she wasn't that unscrupulous. In this way, she tried to bribe the main character to join the guild so that he could continue to go to the towers without any problems. Baphomet had no intention of falling for her persuasion, but he promised to take the money. At that moment, Tae-yoon entered the office and emphasized that leaving the guild was impossible, and the main character was seriously frightened and thought that someone he knew was following him. The employee also held an envelope in his hands and handed it to Baphomet. He explained that our hero had a new mission, the goal of which was to target a group of 3 hunters who were luring an innocent hunter, eliminating him after clearing the tower and taking all the loot. It was assumed that 2 of the 3 hunters were ranked B and 1 was ranked A, but this was inaccurate because these people had not updated their rank information for a long time. This mission was quite difficult because these guys were distrustful, so getting close to them would not be easy. The main character, after reviewing all the documents, immediately reported that he had recently seen these hunters at the central management office. Meanwhile, the events moved to a hotel called the Heaven. One girl from this gang had just returned to her room and saw a rather unpleasant sight. She was incredibly angry and couldn't believe that her friend could have done something like that. It turns out that the same guy was in a completely inadequate state and had made a real mess in the room. The female biker didn't hold back her emotions and punched her partner in the face with all her strength. She hoped that her friend hadn't spent all the money on his entertainment again. The girl reminded him that they would have to pay back the debt next week, but the hunter didn't see a problem with that because they could earn that money in a single trip to the tower. Then she decided to tell the guy that there was a vigilante who was hunting hunters like them who broke the law. The young man couldn't believe that such a scoundrel had appeared, but his partner reminded him that they were doing the same thing, killing other hunters. Then the hunter decided to go to Knain, whom she had mistakenly called Black Snow at first. She dealt with it fairly quickly, as it wasn't the first time the dog had run away. The girl warned her pet that they would have to go to the tower again, and he happily wagged his tail in response. In fact, she was already struggling with the thought that she would have to kill another human being. The dog didn't care at all, because he was happy to be with his owner. The huntress asked her beloved pet to be patient a little longer, and soon the five of them would be able to live as they had before. After that, she didn't waste any time and immediately set off for the Moonlight Tower. The girl asked her partner if he had been able to find out all the necessary information about their new victim. The main question that interested her was the hunter's abilities. The guy said that he had a rank higher than B, but the huntress couldn't understand where he got that confidence, since it was an unofficial assessment of his abilities. Finally, she asked where their partner was, and the young man replied that he had said he would go first and clear the first floor. The girl couldn't understand what this hunter was doing, and asked if he had been warned that they would split the spoils in half. The hunter just thought they had found some naive guy and wanted to make him sweat a little before finishing him off as usual. Then the female hunter began to hope that her companion would finally deal with their victim himself. The guy laughed and said it was just talk, hinting that Cain would help them out as always. In the end, the girl rushed forward and declared that they would decide their partner's fate when they saw how much loot they got. The hunter couldn't believe that she would really be satisfied with only half the reward. He immediately began to protest, because then they would get too little money. Opening the doors behind which the monster had been hiding all along, the huntress declared that it was her partner who would get nothing. Meanwhile, Taeyun was thinking that their encounter with Baphomet was quite a serious problem. Kim Yu-sung added that the hunting dog definitely had a keen sense of smell, so it would have no trouble recognizing our hero. The employee decided that they now had no choice, while the guy himself thought that the mission had already failed. He understood that the hunter was chosen very carefully, with all information about him checked, and Baphomet was even more suspicious because he had been on TV before. At that moment, the head nurse intervened in their conversation and decided to offer them a solution to the problem. The girl suggested simply disguising the main character and creating a fictional character who could help complete the mission. This is how the warrior appeared, who destroyed the monster on the first floor. This hunter was completely hidden in armor, so his identity was quite difficult to recognize. Our hero introduced himself as Bill and declared that he would defend this tower from the imposters. Baphomet then encountered the other monsters hiding behind the walls of the tower. Even in his armor, the main character moved quickly and skillfully, making it difficult for his opponent to even touch him. Once again, the guy found a good moment to attack the enemy. Finally, he found the monster's weak spot and was able to pierce its armored skin. Thus, Baphomet cleared another floor of the tower, cutting the monster in half. With each floor, his opponents grew stronger, but this posed no problem, as the main character could always find their weak spot. None of the local monsters could stand up to the guy. His strength and skill were unmatched, and everyone he encountered fell before him like straw in a mighty wind. Before his eyes, Baphomet saw only scarlet splashes left behind by his enemies. Thus, the young man advanced quickly, where a terrifying monster awaited him. The monster wasted no time and immediately tried to attack Baphomet, who continued to stand calmly in place. At the last moment, our hero reacted, and with one swing of his sword cut off all of his opponent's hideous tentacles. Surprisingly, the monster's attacks did not stop, but Baphomet himself did not stop wielding his sword masterfully for a second. Now the monster realized that for the first time, he had encountered an opponent who was almost impossible to defeat. Finally, the hero decided to make a swift lunge forward, throwing his sword directly at the enemy. The monster was unable to defend itself against such a swift attack, and the sword pierced its body at full speed. Baphomet moved as quickly as possible, so in a moment he was back at his weapon. With a smirk on his face, he used a skill called Giant Flash to finish the fight in style. A second later, a bright flash of fire pierced the enemy's body, leaving him no chance of survival. Meanwhile, the warrior's companions had just entered the floor, unable to keep up with the main character. They couldn't even find the words to speak, as they had never encountered hunters like these before. The monster had lost all its strength during the battle and collapsed to the ground. After that, the main character turned around to address his companions. It turned out that he had decided to joke after his success and asked the hunters if they knew why the ice cream was dead. His companions did not answer because they did not understand what the warrior was getting at, and he replied that it was because ice cream was frozen. The hunters did not expect Baphomet's humor to be so bad, so they could not find the words to respond and simply remained silent, avoiding awkwardness in this situation. In the end, the main character burst out laughing, unable to contain himself. It turns out that the head nurse had suggested the concept of an old man for Baphomet's new image. She was sure that if they created a character who was completely unpredictable, his identity would never be revealed. The girl asked if Baphomet had any acting skills, but he didn't even understand what she was talking about. So they simply asked our hero to change his voice and tell old jokes that no one would understand. Only one guy tried to soften the awkwardness and explain that their partner was just trying to lighten the mood. In reality, the main character didn't want any of this, but he had to maintain his image. Meanwhile, the hunters told them about their dog, which belonged to the hunting dogs, and Baphomet pretended that he had never seen anything like it before. However, he had heard that hunting dogs, like humans, live between 7 and 80 years, and that these animals can safely eat chocolate, which is deadly to ordinary dogs. The main character thought all this was quite amazing and asked if he could pet the puppy. After coming into contact with Baphomet, Canine suddenly froze in place, his body seemed to turn to stone, and his gaze became vacant. The dog's owner immediately sensed that something was wrong with him. It turns out that Kim Yu-sung had given the young man some perfume that had been made especially for him. Ordinary people cannot detect its scent, but it works perfectly on those with a keen sense of smell, such as hunting dogs. All this was because the scent was repulsive to dogs. Thus, Baphomet easily disguised himself, so his true identity would not be revealed. The hunters noticed that something very strange was happening to Canine and did not know what to do in such a situation. Little by little, the dog began to move backward and refused to listen to his owners. After that, the hunters continued on their way, killing all their rivals along the way. Finally, the girl herself joined the battle, wielding her blades with considerable skill. Meanwhile, the young man decided to ask his partner what she thought of this strange hunter. The girl emphasized that they would not kill their prey today because she had decided that from the very beginning. Her partner agreed with her, as he believed that this might work to their advantage. He also said that he had a good idea and asked her to listen to him. After that floor, their team decided to take a short break and discuss their next steps. It turned out that the team of hunter scammers had come up with the idea of taking the main character with them. They explained that it wasn't anything grand, but they wouldn't mind joining forces and clearing out the towers for a while. The hunters were genuinely sorry to lose such a talented warrior with a good rank, so they didn't even mind giving him most of the loot. In reality, they just wanted to lure Baphomet and trap him. Once a certain level of trust had been established, they would be able to hand over the work that Canine had previously done to this hunter. The guy came up with this idea solely to improve things for his partner. She hated it more than anyone else when her beloved dog did such terrible things. The girl agreed to these terms because she wanted only the best for Cain. Baphomet thought about the offer for a while, but eventually agreed. The huntress was in no hurry to accept him into their team because she wanted to see the mysterious knight's face first. She emphasized that they must have mutual trust if they really want to work together. Obviously, it was quite awkward to cooperate with someone whose face no one had ever seen. The girl continued to stare intently at our hero, who seemed in no hurry to comply with her request. Before sending Baphomet on his mission, Taeyun reminded him of his first mission with his mentor, when the young man had to get close to their target. The main character thought that he would have to find the person behind the hunters again, but his colleague explained that they had to get right into the villain's lair. The girl, in turn, thought that their partner was in no hurry to take off his helmet because he was too handsome. Her guesses were immediately disproved when she saw the knight's appearance. It turned out that Baphomet had masterfully disguised himself and faked the scars and burns on his face. Our hero told a story about how, a couple of years ago, he had supposedly met one of the tower bosses, and it had ended with marks on his body. He added drama to his story and said that the curse had been passed on to his son, who had completely lost his face. The warrior even entrusted the extraction to a hunter renowned for his skills in medicine and healing, but there was no improvement. Baphomet looked at them with his terrifying empty gaze and emphasized that he would do anything to finally heal his beloved son. After such a heartbreaking story, silence fell upon the room, so Baphomet thought he might have gone a little too far. Finally, the young man said with joy in his voice that it seemed as if fate had brought them together today. The hunter informed them that they happened to have the knowledge to save the warrior's son. The reason why he and his sister were so determined to clear the towers and save money was that their parents were very ill. In order to cure them, the hunters had searched everywhere and tried everything, but nothing had worked until they met the right person. That's why the guy brought our hero, promising that this doctor would definitely be able to help his imaginary son. Baphomet himself continued to maintain his disguise, completely covering his face. Behind the doors, they were met by two mysterious figures who hid their faces behind masks. When the girls saw their guests, they raised their hands, preparing to dance. Then they began to move in a circle, spinning in place, and it looked incredibly mesmerizing. The strange masks on their faces looked frightening, adding mystery and dark power to their images. A second later, they began to move even faster, bringing the dance to a climax. Finally, out of nowhere, a hunter appeared, who was most likely the one the main character's new partner had been talking about. It turned out that a large number of people had gathered in the hall who considered this man their savior. All of them, bursting into tears, began to fall to their knees and pray, their voices merging into one. The founder continued to stand calmly in place, watching his devoted people. Baphomet stood aside and also silently watched this collective madness. At that moment, the system informed him that the conditions for continuing the main quest had been met. Now our hero had a new task called Apostle of Lust, which the guy had to kill. Baphomet took off his glasses in surprise, unable to believe that such coincidences could happen in real life. When Baphomet came home, his friend had already read about the 7 deadly sins in the book. Hunter Raven once held the title of Apostle of Wrath, and the girl whom our hero considered to be God had just shown him the other 6 silhouettes. That is why Beelzebub assumed that in the future, the guy would still meet pride, sloth, envy, greed, and gluttony. But for now, lust stood in his way. At that moment, one of the parishioners brought her daughter, who had been diagnosed with leukemia several years earlier, to the apostle. The woman begged the founder to save her daughter, as he had done for others who had turned to him. Then the hunter sat down in front of the poor girl, who had fallen ill with such a terrible disease at such a young age. The apostle said that he was ready to take the child into his arms, but he also understood that her mother would be left with no joy in her life, which was even worse. He placed his hand on the girl's head and, promising to heal her, asked her not to worry about what was about to happen. He began to transfer his energy through his hand, and everything around them glowed with a bright, warm light. Golden petals flew around them, creating an atmosphere of true miraculous magic. Everyone else froze in place and held their breath, watching the real miracle unfold. The mother herself could not contain her emotions and simply burst into tears out of concern for her daughter. Suddenly, the girl grew long, healthy hair that hid the fact that she had been seriously ill all these years. The crowd cheered when they saw that the founder had once again proven his abilities. Everyone began to praise the apostle, who helped ordinary people with such serious problems. The woman acknowledged that he had performed a true miracle and couldn't stop thanking her daughter's savior. The hunter explained that he had only changed the flow of chi, but had not yet been able to untangle the threads in this girl, so she needed to be placed in the prayer house for the next stages of treatment. Meanwhile, the hunter decided to ask our hero what he thought of this kind gentleman. He also emphasized that the founder was definitely capable of healing his son in the blink of an eye. The guy immediately asked if Baphomet would like to meet him in person. The main character, upon learning about his new quest, did not hesitate for a second and agreed to the proposal. After that, the hunters immediately set off for the mansion where the Apostle of Lust lived. The female hunter also came to this meeting, simply as an observer. The creator had already heard that the main character wanted to lift the curse from his son. The apostle still hid his face behind a mask and confirmed that the man had come to the right place. He introduced himself as Chong Yu and said that he was in charge of everything in this church of butterflies. The main character replied that he was pleased to meet him and introduced himself by his pseudonym, Bill. The founder noticed that there was a child hiding behind him, who was obviously the son. The boy then emerged from behind and his bandaged face was immediately visible. It turned out to be Beelzebub, who had agreed to help his friend. At first, the young man was skeptical about entering some unknown place. The demon still did not understand why this was so necessary, because he could not accurately assess Chung Yu's level. Baphomet emphasized that it wasn't necessary because he was sure that the apostle was weaker. In any case, he was certain that there was something special about these people, so he wanted to use the young man too. Beelzebub still refused because he was afraid that he would be in danger and die at the hands of these hunters. He believed that our hero was just as invulnerable because now he could actually die. The young man reminded him that the main character had once died while fighting a hunter named Raven, but had been resurrected because, until then, the tower had recognized him as its boss. He explained that Baphomet was only able to resurrect because he was recognized as a monster. However, Beelzebub did not know if Baphomet had been recognized as the boss only after the tower was destroyed, but now everything had changed. The main character was angered by these words, so he suggested that his companion kill him first, since he was so afraid of his usual request. This is how Beelzebub agreed to this adventure. And now the apostle examined him, immediately sensing evil energy and a strong curse. Baphomet did not expect the founder to actually find anything in his companion, and the young man himself guessed that he had mistaken the monster's energy within him for real magic. The hunter also sensed that the main character was under the influence of a terrible curse, but he immediately replied that everything would be fine. The apostle heard Baphomet and promised that he would take care of his son's treatment, but that it would require a great deal of effort. In addition, he hinted that it would require a considerable amount of money and time. The main character must now attend a prayer meeting once a week. But the founder understood that he might be a busy man, so he suggested another way, but feared that it might prove too difficult. The man stepped back a few paces to explain the conditions. The apostle stated that from now on, his son must live and receive treatment here. He promised that the child would be provided with a room to live in and a place to eat. There was also a separate area in their church where the boy could walk and relax. Ultimately, the son would live here under the same conditions as the believers and would do everything together with them. The founder did not wait for Baphomet's response and immediately called the teachers. He asked his subordinates to take the boy under their wing, and they immediately accepted the order. The girls surrounded Beelzebub and were already getting ready to take him away, promising that he could make many new friends. The boy was confused because he definitely did not want to stay there, so he looked at the main character for a hint. Then the young man used all his acting skills and hugged our hero with all his might so that he wouldn't leave him there. Beelzebub shouted that he would obey these teachers, eat well, and go to bed on time. But all this was said with the underlying message that Baphomet couldn't abandon him here. The boy understood that they would have to do it anyway in order to fulfill his mission. The boy continued to hint to the main character that he would curse him if he was left in the church. Baphomet reluctantly said that he would miss his foster son because he was not afraid of Beelzebub's threats. In the end, the demon couldn't win the battle and was taken away by two teachers. The main character thanked his friend in his mind for his efforts and promised never to forget him. Meanwhile, the founder announced that they now had a private meeting with believers awaiting healing, so he said goodbye to Baphomet. Then the young man took one last look at his main goal. After that, our hero reached out his hand to say goodbye to the founder. For a moment, the apostle held Baphomet's hand and noted that it was quite soft. He explained that the hands were so long and slender that many women would surely find them attractive. The main character certainly did not expect to hear such a strange compliment, so he was momentarily taken out of reality. He couldn't understand what it meant, so he quickly pulled away from the apostle. The hunter, in turn, simply remained silent and did not explain the reason for his behavior. The girl was also about to leave because it was time for other parents to be received. Her brother also felt the awkwardness and wanted to leave, so he decided to take the hunter Bill with him. At that moment, the founder unexpectedly decided to stop his parishioner. He reminded the young man that he needed to talk to him about something that had made his sister tense up immediately. The hunter did not resist, so he stayed with the founder in his office. Baphomet took one last look at his target, while the girl decided to turn to him. She advised our hero to focus only on his son's treatment and not to delve into their religion. The hunter herself believed that this place was not very good. Her intuition told her that something dangerous was hiding here. Meanwhile, Beelzebub was confronted with the harsh reality of life in the Church of the Butterflies. The teachers warned the young man that his favorite books were banned in this place because they supposedly interfered with the treatment. The boy wanted to know how he could entertain himself, but the girl did not answer. She believed that it was enough for the child to play with his peers. After that, Beelzebub went to lunch, where the teachers announced that there would be a special dish today in honor of their new friend. After that, the staff closed the doors behind them and left the children alone with the newcomer. One of the girls decided to speak to our hero first and introduced herself as Kim De-gyung. The boy smiled and replied that his name was Cha Jin-woo, but in his mind he thought that the teachers were probably familiars of the founder. He understood that this was how the founder tried to hide his true power. In the end, Beelzebub had no choice but to use the magic eye to dig up information about the founder's residence. Looking around, the young man immediately noticed some strange details. His skill allowed the demon to see that all these children were actually dying right now. Meanwhile, the parents had no idea that they had been cruelly deceived and that their trust had been used against them. They all knelt on the ground, their eyes burning with faith as they thanked the founder. They believed that it was thanks to the apostle that their children were rapidly recovering. All the people asked in unison how they could repay him for this invaluable help. The founder asked if they really wanted to thank him, and they confirmed their intentions. He then explained that the parishioners should show this with their hearts and souls. In the end, the Apostle of Lust was able to capture the minds of all the people in the hall and give them any orders. They had completely lost control of themselves and were now ready to show the founder their hearts and souls. The hunter, watching this chaos, could not contain his laughter, as if everything that was happening seemed both absurd and pleasant to him. The Apostle of Lust was so enjoying this moment that he didn't even notice the mask slipping from his face. He agreed that all these men and women were simply magnificent, which was very different from his past work experience. The founder believed that this was just a fly in the ointment of a noble cause. For the apostle, the whole thing was pure pleasure, so he couldn't take his eyes off the parishioners. Meanwhile, the minister of the Central Hunting Bureau, Park Sang-jin, decided to inquire about Baphomet's work. Ma Sun-woon reported that the newcomer was trying very hard, but failed to mention that he sometimes did something unexpected. The boss then asked if this hunter was really that good, since he had been promoted to rank A so quickly, noting that Ma had a keen eye for such talent. He also emphasized that it was important to use the carrot and stick approach with Baphomet, because no one knew when his behavior might change dramatically. After the meeting with his boss, Ma Sung-woon immediately called Tae-yoon to find out how the mission with Cha Min-woo was progressing. The employee reported that this time Baphomet was working diligently on the mission, which was very different from his usual behavior. Meanwhile, Beelzebub had already reported to our hero that they were dealing with an illusionist. The illusion spell spread throughout the place, and in order to maintain such a spell, a huge amount of mana must have been gathered somewhere, which most likely weakened the apostle's powers. The demon assumed that the founder was luring people under the pretext of treating sick families, and that the children themselves would eventually die there slowly, but without suspecting anything. At that moment, he reported with alarm that one child had already died, after which the twins arrived, so he needed to break the connection immediately. Baphomet was also approached by his new partner, who apologized for being late because she had some business to attend to. The main character immediately noticed that the hunter was without her brother and dog, so she had to explain that they were at a meeting with their parents. She asked if the hunter Bill would mind them going together, but he replied that he had only planned to clear out half of them today. Baphomet also noted that if there were a lot of enemies, dealing with them alone would be quite troublesome. Meanwhile, the teachers at the Butterfly Church were congratulating another child. They were celebrating that Dog-young had been completely cured and could now return to her parents. Beelzebub continued to play his role along with the other children, rejoicing at the news. At the same time, he saw the whole truth about the condition this girl was in. It turned out that all this time, the twins had been playing with a dead body, which made the demon think that humans were no less cruel than monsters. The parents, who were also unaware of their grief, joyfully welcomed their daughter. The girl also rushed into her mother's arms, whom she had missed so much. The teachers, in turn, said that they would like to organize a farewell party for their child to celebrate her recovery and discharge from the prayer house. The girls said that there was a lot to prepare for the celebration, so they asked their parents to help with it. Beelzebub suspected that something was amiss, so he watched their conversation closely. He used his skill again to see what was hidden behind the illusion. It turned out that the twins had already brutally murdered the couple, cutting off their heads. The demon immediately took back everything he had said when he saw such a horrific scene. Our hero realized that everything was much worse than he had thought, and the reality he had to face was much darker and more dangerous. One of the sisters didn't know if she could eat all those bodies at once, while the other one finally started to suspect something. The teacher noticed that one child was behaving suspiciously. Stretching her neck, she quickly made her way over to Beelzebub, who was standing apart from the other children. The teacher asked why the young man wasn't smiling while everyone else was celebrating their friend's recovery. The disguised monster crept up to Beelzebub's eye with his tongue and asked if he had seen anything unusual. Meanwhile, Baphomet and his partner had already entered the tower and began moving up the floors. Despite the fact that the girl had not brought her dog with her, her skills were sufficient to successfully move forward. She dealt with each opponent in just a few seconds, leaving them no chance of survival. However, the girl lacked the stamina to fight the monsters for long. Finally, the hunter decided to look at her partner, who seemed not the least bit tired from the battle. The main character announced that they would clear 2 more floors and then finally leave the tower. All this time, they had been climbing in complete silence, so Baphomet thought it was a good opportunity to talk to one of his mission targets. He decided to ask the hunter Hati what she meant when she said that there was no need to delve into this religion. The girl thought it was pretty obvious, because this religion was abnormal, and she only gave money to it for her parents' sake. The church had told her that the amount of money she invested would directly affect the outcome, so she had no other choice. But at the same time, the hunter did not want to belittle the abilities of this founder. Her parents were in a difficult situation, so his abilities gave her at least some hope. The girl couldn't stop thinking that they only had to endure a little longer before their whole family would be together again. She also believed that she was very lucky to be in a group with such a strong hunter as our hero. Baphomet understood perfectly well that it was all about money, and asked what would happen if, for example, his partner had no money. The girl calmly replied that then she would have to entertain the founder. She honestly explained that believers who did not have a special job like hunters could not afford the money that the apostle demanded each time, so they paid with their bodies. The hunter Hadi thought that our hero despised this method, so she reminded him that he himself had said that he was willing to do anything to cure his son's illness. She immediately remembered her beloved dog when she said that sacrifices were simply inevitable in this matter. Finally, they reached the doors that led them to the next floor. The main character recalled that the girl had spoken of contempt, but suspected that she herself felt the same way. Hunter Hadi didn't understand what he meant, and for the moment had no idea that Baphomet had decided to attack her. At the last moment, the girl managed to recover from the sudden attack. She had no idea what had caused such a sudden change in the Hunter Bill's mood. Finally, the partner found the strength to ask what the main character was doing. Baphomet explained that, unlike her younger brother, the girl was well aware that her actions were a crime. It was this fact that he didn't like, because it seemed as if Hati wasn't proud of the evil she had done. The hunter was frightened by this turn of events, so she still couldn't understand why Bill was saying such things. The main character did not explain anything and advised her to simply defend herself if she did not want to die. He didn't bother with niceties and, grabbing Hadi by the neck, slammed her to the floor with all his strength. His actions were decisive and merciless. Obviously, Baphomet was too strong for the girl to break free from his grip. Finally, he decided to take off his helmet and reveal his true appearance. The guy immediately thought that the huntress was surprised by his true beauty. It turned out that the main character just wanted to ask his partner to help him catch this idiotic founder. Meanwhile, the apostle himself was attending a meeting between her brother and their parents. They were happy to see their son in Hykesol, so they immediately asked how their beloved dog was doing. They hoped that the pet had missed them, because they had been forbidden to see each other before. The woman reached out to hug her beloved pet, but he didn't look happy at all. She just sat there, tears welling up in her eyes. The guy just laughed at her reaction, thinking that Hykesol was just missing his mom and dad. He had no idea that the dog could see the whole truth, because illusions didn't work on him. Unlike his owner, Hykesol knew that his parents had been dead for a long time. The young man still couldn't believe that the dog was trying to convey such a shocking fact to him. For his part, the clever pet was convinced that the founder was to blame for everything. Only now did the apostle realize that he was facing a hunting dog, which was quite difficult to deceive with such a simple trick. The boy still couldn't understand what was going on and suspected that there had been some kind of misunderstanding. The founder explained that this was precisely why he had allowed the hunting dog to be brought here. He simply couldn't allow some dog to reveal the truth and ruin his entertainment. Besides, the apostle had already received all the money from the family, so there was no point in keeping it in his church. Meanwhile, the dog was already preparing to teach the man a lesson for treating his owners so cruelly. Kanan turned into a ferocious beast, his eyes filled with rage, and his body became the embodiment of strength, ready to destroy the scoundrel who stood in his way. At that moment, the apostle removed his mask and declared that he no longer needed their family. The founder decided to use his magic to take control of the hunting dog's mind. Using his illusion skill, he transformed himself into Kenan's mistress. The hunting dog fell for this trick and obeyed the orders of the fake Hadi. The young man himself also fell under the influence of the illusion, so he didn't even notice when Kanan attacked him. The dog mercilessly tore his master in half, leaving him no time to react to such a sudden attack. The young man couldn't understand why the pet had done this to everyone. Meanwhile, Kenan's eyes were empty, as if he had no feelings left, his gaze cold and lifeless, as if he had completely lost touch with his entire family. Apostle, on the other hand, was holding back laughter because, for him, it was just a good show. He realized that it was even more cruel than he had planned from the beginning. At that moment, one of the founder's assistants appeared before him in the form of a white snake. She wrapped herself around her master's body and turned into a human. The girl quietly whispered the latest news about the children into his ear. The guy didn't expect to hear anything like that, and one of the twins asked what she should do in this situation. Now he understood that his enemies had decided to prepare such a surprise for him. This turn of events did not scare the founder at all, so a smile appeared on his face. In the end, he laughed loudly again while Kanane continued to devour his masters. In fact, the apostle just liked the fact that someone dared to go against him. At the same time, he understood that they simply could not miss the chance to deal with such an interesting opponent. The next day, the main character reappeared at the Church of Butterflies, as the founder had asked him to do. Beelzebub and Baphomet stood facing each other on stage, waiting to see what would happen next. The founder announced that they would be the main characters of today's prayer meeting. He introduced Beelzebub as his son, who had lost his face due to a curse. In reality, our hero didn't even know how he ended up there, so he looked around in confusion. The other believers watched the performance intently and felt sorry for the father, who was trying with unimaginable effort to cure his son. Everyone waited with bated breath to see what miracle the apostle would perform before them today. All the parishioners were incredibly happy when the founder himself appeared on stage. The young man leaned toward the main character and remarked that this endless envy and faith were truly mesmerizing. He grabbed Baphomet by the chin, pulling him toward himself, and called all the parishioners fools who had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. Looking straight into our hero's eyes, he asked him to watch the process closely. At first, the founder called him Hunter Bill, but then he uttered Baphomet's real name. After that, the apostle released the main character, who stood there in bewilderment after what had just happened. Baphomet froze in place, realizing that his target had just exposed his entire disguise. Now he understood that the situation had changed dramatically, so he needed to change his plan of action accordingly. Then turning around, our hero saw that his friend was already preparing to attack him. All this time, the founder stood aside and commented on how amazing and excellent this action was. Baphomet froze in place, unsure of how to proceed in the situation. Haiti was also in the crowd, watching what was happening to her partner. The girl couldn't understand what was going on, because Baphomet hadn't done anything yet. In the end, the two demons clashed in battle because Beelzebub was out of his mind. In fact, Hadi had not believed our hero from the very beginning, as he had told her directly about the dark side of the founder. It was difficult for her to comprehend that everything she had seen was just a fake. The girl immediately remembered how she felt the warmth coming from her parents' hands, who, according to her partner, were dead. She couldn't get the images of her parents smiling kindly at her out of her head. Haiti couldn't wrap her head around the fact that her parents were just an illusion, and that the reality she perceived was completely different from what she could have imagined. Then Baphomet asked if she had ever seen them outside, because he guessed that they had been warned that patients could only be seen in the prayer house. The girl was horrified when she realized how badly she had been deceived. The main character confirmed that all her efforts had been in vain, and that her struggle had been futile. He explained that the unexpected permission to visit was to get rid of the hound, who would sooner or later smell death. Baphomet also warned her that her brother, who had been with her, had also been killed. Hida couldn't bear such terrible news and collapsed to her knees exhausted. The main character also warned her that he was acting in secret from the government, so if something serious happened, it would be difficult to sort things out, which is why he needed someone's help. In the end, this was an opportunity for the girl to at least partially rectify her mistakes. Meanwhile, Beelzebub had already used his cosmic void skill to attack his own comrade. For a while, Baphomet managed to move quickly and accurately between these magical projectiles. After a while, the main character lost his grip and fell into one of the traps. Thus, the demon finished his infinity prison spell, completely engulfing his comrade. A second later, Baphomet dissolved into the trap and found himself in a completely different place. He looked around and saw only endless space and stars twinkling in the distant silence. Suddenly, out of nowhere, someone attacked Baphomet and knocked the glasses off his face. The next moment, our hero was able to react to the attack that was being prepared behind him. He managed to react this time, but it wasn't enough to remain unharmed. In any case, the blows did not stop, and the next ones nearly hit his head. In the end, these attacks destroyed all of Baphomet's disguise, destroying the mask on his face. Meanwhile, Beelzebub, who was still outside, had no idea what was happening. His eyes were completely empty, as the founder had turned him into his puppet. At that moment, the demon suddenly found himself back in his original body. He was once again the boss and sat calmly on the throne that had been placed in the tower as before. Our hero looked around, unable to understand what had happened, and remembered that he had been forced to enter the lair of villains because of his friend's threats. He immediately realized that this was the very tower where he had lived before, And then Baphomet came to him. In his mind, he replayed the moment when the main character finally climbed to the highest floor of the tower. Looking at the demon in front of him, Beelzebub finally realized that this was his friend when he was still an ordinary beast. The young man in the body of a monster was frightened when he realized what could happen to him now. He suspected that this could be the return, which is written about in almost every novel. Suddenly, Beelzebub began to laugh loudly, so Baphomet couldn't understand what was going on. The demon felt that he was invincible at that moment, so he could finally stand up to the main character and defend his title as boss. In the end, rage clouded his mind, and he was about to make Baphomet pay for his audacity. At that very moment, the cosmic prison attacked our hero from all sides, its walls seeming to come to life. The main character reacted quickly and turned to his inventory to summon his equipment. A moment later, Beelzebub heard the walls of his trap begin to crack. Finally, there was a bright flash, and the space prison shattered into pieces. Now even the parishioners fell silent, because something too strange was happening. The founder stood calmly to one side and waited to see what would happen next between the two. Finally, Baphomet was able to escape from the trap using his spear. His powerful blow split the barrier, and he wasted no time in jumping out. The main character remained unharmed, so he immediately assessed the situation around him. Meanwhile, the apostle was surprised to finally see the true face of this hunter. Baphomet immediately began attacking Beelzebub, his blows swift and merciless, every movement filled with rage and determination. The demon reacted quickly to our hero's rapid approach, so he used the ice wall skill to defend himself. Some sharp ice shards even managed to graze Baphomet's unprotected face. It turns out that Baphomet had no intention of stopping there and used Ice Shower to attack his partner. In turn, the main character did not lose his composure and began to spin the spear in his hands at maximum speed. In this way, he managed to deflect all the ice projectiles flying towards him. Suddenly, Baphomet stopped and focused his gaze because he saw a more serious threat. It turned out that a huge ice block was approaching him, which was not so easy to stop. The guy quickly regrouped and took the entire blow on the tip of his spear, thus shattering the ice into small pieces. In the end, all these ice attacks had no effect on Baphomet. This outcome only angered Beelzebub even more, who began to use lightning bolts. But such primitive strikes had no effect on the main character, who easily dodged them. Then the demon tried to attack him with stones, but the guy easily dealt with that too. Thus, Baphomet was even able to go on the offensive, while his companions still did not understand what the problem was. In his mind, Beelzebub was also fighting and couldn't understand why his opponent was blocking and dodging every single attack. Here, the main character also took the initiative and tried to attack his opponent with his sword. The demon accepted that Baphomet remained as strong as ever, despite his return. He thought he now knew absolutely everything about his opponent, but that was far from the case. Beelzebub clenched his teeth in anger and realized that it would be better to show his strength from the very beginning. He decided to go all out, so he used absolute spatial vision magic. Dozens of monsters began to appear around him, ready to pounce on the main character. All of them followed their lord Beelzebub, not doubting his strength and power. The main character remained in his place, calculating his next moves. Meanwhile, Beelzebub had completely lost his mind and now wanted only one thing: Baphomet's death. Suddenly, our hero remembered his joke about the death of ice cream. The demons and his subordinates immediately stopped, because they certainly did not expect anything like that. The demons possessed by Beelzebub paused for a moment, wondering what their opponent meant. The main character repeated his question and asked why the ice cream had died. The young man froze in place because the ice cream reminded him of their friendship. Finally, he came to his senses and finished his friend's joke. It turned out that it was Beelzebub who had informed our hero that their plan had failed. Baphomet immediately asked what the situation was, and the young man told him that he had been locked in a warehouse while they discussed outside the door whether to kill him or let him live. The demon was worried about our hero, so he advised him to run away, because it was obvious that his identity would also be revealed. In turn, Baphomet suggested taking advantage of the situation and asked his companion to demonstrate his power, because then there would be a high probability that the founder would leave him alive to use. This meant that the cultists would be able to control Beelzebub more effectively through hallucinations, but the young man immediately said that he had already used the demon's eye and destroyed all illusions. Then the main character suggested that the young man pretend that the magic had worked, or cast the spell on himself. Hearing this idea, the demon fell silent, because it actually sounded pretty good. He agreed, but warned that he needed some kind of trigger to break the spell, and that thing was ice cream. When Beelzebub came to his senses, he just laughed at the nonsense about returning to the past. He admitted that he had neither the ability to use magic nor the intelligence to do so. However, Baphomet was an excellent fighter, which is why he was able to take away the status of Tower Boss. In the end, Beelzebub finally came to his senses, and the lifting of his curse was accompanied by a powerful burst of energy. The frightened parishioners struggled to stay on their feet as the shock wave literally knocked them down in its path. Hachi, who had been watching their battle closely all this time, also covered herself with her hands to protect herself from the blast. Meanwhile, Beelzebub turned to the main character and wanted to share some important information. The guy said that the source of the Founder's power was somewhere deep below. He didn't waste any time and immediately used Earthquake to break the floor beneath their feet. In the end, Baphomet simply fell into the abyss in search of the source. He immediately regrouped and began looking down to find what they had been searching for so diligently. Beelzebub was right after all, and deep underground was hidden an energy core. The main character reacted quickly and regrouped in mid-flight. He found support in one of the stone fragments to push himself down. The guy also activated Baphomet's skill called Adrenaline Level 2. Only now did the Apostle come to his senses and realize what was happening. He felt that something was wrong with his energy source, but it was too late. Meanwhile, the tip of the spear was literally a millimeter away from his target. At full speed, Baphomet crashed into the core, destroying the Founder's power. A second later, a powerful explosion rang out in the Church of Butterflies, and all the energy burst out. Haiti, who had been outside the whole time, realized that she needed to take care of the ordinary people who might have been hurt. She told everyone to run away quickly before the situation got even worse. Finally, the parishioners came to their senses and began to flee as quickly as possible to save their lives. Some still hadn't heard the hunter's warnings and didn't know what to do. It turned out that these people were worried because their child was still inside the building, so they couldn't just run away. They still believed that their children were being treated by the head of the order in this prayer house. Haiti immediately remembered that this was her chance to at least partially correct the mistakes of the past, so she decided to follow the hunter's principle, which was to save civilians in any situation. She promised that she would definitely find the children and asked everyone else to quickly run to the shelter. Meanwhile, the twins were seriously frightened by their master. They couldn't understand what to do now, because the magic ball that contained all the power had been destroyed. The girls began to apologize to the Founder, because they believed that if they had noticed everything earlier, this tragedy would not have happened. The Apostle admitted that the only person who had really been deceived was himself. All this time, Baphomet had sensed an incredible amount of magic, so he was sure that his opponent would weaken if he destroyed the ball. In fact, the guy even felt a little sorry to miss the chance to fight such a strong opponent. But at the same time, the main character understood that this body had not come easily to him. That's why Baphomet couldn't allow himself to die right there, because his goals and ambitions were not yet complete, and death at that moment would have been the greatest loss. Thus, he destroyed the analytical core, so it was possible to move on to the next level. At that moment, the main character raised his head and saw that Beelzebub was also flying into the abyss. The guy found the last of his strength to warn Baphomet that he no longer had the power to levitate, because he had used up all his mana. Our hero was dissatisfied that the magic-wielding fools were so weak. Suddenly, he saw that the twins had begun to surround Beelzebub, who was no longer able to resist. They were ready to do anything to help their master. Their loyalty was boundless, and each of them was willing to sacrifice themselves. The young man himself also noticed the threat approaching him. After that, the main character heard only the frightened cry of his companion, and now understood that it was time to act. A second later, he was already next to Beelzebub and prepared to fight his new opponents. The sisters did not expect anyone to come to the boy's aid, so Baphomet was able to drive them away without any trouble. Meanwhile, the young man himself was falling rapidly, trying to shout to Baphomet. The main character knew he couldn't leave his friend in trouble. All this time, the demon was flying straight toward a stone cliff that could have been fatal for him. In the end, the boy hit the rock with all his might, but he survived. Meanwhile, the twins took advantage of the moment and tried to attack Baphomet from behind. At the last second, our hero managed to react and parry the sudden blow. After that, he took a few calm breaths and concentrated on his next attack. His spear flew just centimeters from its target, but the twins managed to jump out of the way. In the end, the sisters decided to switch sides, because Baphomet was a serious enemy. Their necks stretched unnaturally, and their heads turned into snakes, wrapping around the main character from all sides. Beelzebub even managed to stay conscious, so he watched the twins and his companion. But despite this, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was about to die, and each breath became heavier. Suddenly, the guy noticed that Baphomet was flying straight toward him, and the sisters were not far behind. At that moment, he noticed that something strange was happening to them. They all fell down somewhere, so Beelzebub looked out from his cliff to see what had happened to them. Baphomet was still standing and managed to keep his balance despite the storm around him, his body a picture of determination. Meanwhile, the twins, having landed, somehow froze in place. It turned out that the founder had finally decided to come down himself. He took off his mask and noted that the main character was indeed doing quite well. The apostle calmly admitted that he had underestimated Baphomet from the very beginning. All this time, our hero continued to stand still and listen to what his rival had to say. Meanwhile, Hati, who had gone in search of the children, felt the ground shaking and suspected that the entire building was shaking from the first blow. Now it was too dark in the church, so the girl couldn't see anything and couldn't even guess where the children might be. Then one of the sick girls came out from around the corner and immediately asked the hunter for help. The girl immediately ran up to the child and asked if she had hurt herself anywhere. In the end, she realized that the girl had been in that state all along because the hallucinations had simply confused them. Hati also asked where the other children were, and the girl pointed her in the right direction. Taking the child by the hand, the hunter set off to rescue the remaining children. The girl was delighted to see that everyone was in one place and had not been hurt by the earthquake. She told the children to hurry so she could take them back to their parents. It turned out that all this time, the children had been under the protection of Hykesol, who was still under the influence of illusions. The girl had no idea what had happened to her dog, but she was glad that he had survived. The dog, in turn, looked at his owner with empty eyes as if he did not recognize her. In the past, Hachi wasn't the only one who wanted to take Hykesol when he was still a puppy. The first couple wanted to take him, but the guy didn't want this particular dog because he would grow too big when he got older. Next came a girl with her mother, but they also refused because they didn't have a yard to keep such a big dog. Everyone took the small, cute dogs, passing right by Hykesol. Everyone who came for a puppy immediately said they were interested in a small breed. Thus, the dog continued to spend his days alone. But one day, Hattie came to the shelter. She wanted to adopt a dog, but didn't know what breed she wanted. The girl didn't have any specific preferences, so she looked at all the dogs in the cages. She noticed a rather large dog, and the employee immediately informed her that he had not yet found his owner. Hachi thought he looked quite cute, so she decided to take him. The dog immediately understood that she was talking about him and accepted his new owner without any problems. The girl smiled and told her pet that they would now go home together. Soon, Hykesol found himself in his new home and began to get used to domestic life. Every time, he loyally did everything in front of the door and waited for his owner. Hati herself was also happy all the time because she knew that someone was waiting for her at home. These warm moments with her beloved Hykesol were forever preserved in her memories. Now everything was completely different, and the dog had forgotten that he was once a noble pet. Without hesitation, he decided to crush the defenseless children who were in his way. Hati froze in place because she couldn't believe that her beloved pet was capable of such terrible things. It was hard for her to watch him kill adults, but this situation hit her even harder. Hykesol was no longer interested in his owner's orders, which had been completely erased from his mind. In the end, the dog attacked the girl and her child without hesitation. In the end, there was literally nothing left of the girl, and Hati lost half of her body. Meanwhile, the founder said that he liked our hero's eyes because they revealed what a person was thinking and what kind of life they had lived. He suspected that Baphomet would not stop him out of a sense of justice. The apostle also felt that there was more evil than good in the main character's eyes. The main character was not happy that he was comparing them because he himself was not like some kind of lunatic. The founder explained that it was all just to continue the noble cause. Baphomet had no idea what this pathetic fool was talking about. His loud statements only made him laugh. The apostle was also unhappy that the guy wouldn't shut up, so he wanted to gag him. The main character responded that he wanted to tear the bastard's mouth apart. He believed that the apostle's malice and anger were completely different concepts. Baphomet didn't waste any more time and decided to show that he didn't have a shred of mercy in him. The founder was just waiting for his opponent to show his true strength, so a smug grin appeared on his face. The next moment, Hykesol appeared from one of the walls, transformed into a ferocious beast. He immediately shielded the apostle and his subordinates and stood ready to carry out any of his orders. The main character immediately recognized his partner's dog and guessed what had happened to him. Haiti also found the strength to get out and ask Baphomet to kill her dog. The girl simply could not leave Kanai alive, knowing what he had done to those innocent children. She understood that it was only because of her greed that she had killed so many people, and the guilt weighed heavily on her heart, forcing her to think about the consequences of her actions. The huntress decided that now was the time to set things right. She wanted to be killed at last, to no longer feel pain and to find freedom. Meanwhile, Hixel was trying to catch the main character, who was as elusive as ever. Baphomet jumped between the shards of stone like a butterfly, light and graceful, his movements lightning fast, merging with the destruction around him. The dog did not stop and attacked again, its powerful lunge nearly hitting the guy. But he reacted in time, barely dodging the deadly threat. Our hero felt calm, so he didn't panic and calmly assessed the situation around him. He had already come up with a new plan and decided to break the huge shard flying nearby with his bare fist. Baphomet had enough strength to easily smash the huge chunk into small pieces. His powerful blows seemed unstoppable, as if he could destroy everything in his path. Before him, the jaws of Hixal opened wide, its terrifying teeth gleaming, ready to snap shut at any moment, leaving him with no chance of escape. The beast, noticing this opportunity, immediately snapped its jaws shut, trying to catch Baphomet. In fact, the dog didn't even realize if it had managed to reach the main character. It turned out that Baphomet was already above his head, preparing for the next attack. The young man gripped his weapon more tightly, preparing to deliver the strongest blow possible. His muscles tensed, and all his attention was focused on the moment when he would have to act. Finally, he landed deftly on the huge body of the hunting dog. Hixal immediately sensed the threat and quickly used one of his skills. He used the shadow shield, which covered his entire body in a second, preventing the main character from reaching his goal. Baphomet immediately realized that something was wrong because his spear did not go any further. Meanwhile, the dog had already used the shadow thorn arrow to attack the main character. The guy reacted quickly to this attack and quickly dealt with all the dangerous arrows flying towards him. Suddenly, he noticed that a huge clawed paw was already right next to his face. At the last moment, the main character managed to raise his spear in front of him to defend himself. The dog's claws were too strong, so a serious crack appeared on the handle. Baphomet certainly did not expect such a turn of events and immediately remembered the words of the administrator from the Hunter's Center. The girl had warned him that if he broke his equipment again, he would have to pay not only for the rental, but also for the equipment itself. In the end, the metal gave way, and the spear broke in two, the crack echoing through the air, leaving our hero defenseless at the decisive moment. The dog's clawed paw knocked our hero back, who was completely unprepared for such a powerful blow. Beelzebub was frightened for his comrade, his eyes filled with alarm when he found himself on the brink. And at that moment, he felt that not only their mission, but also their lives were at stake. The twins seized the moment and surrounded the weakened Beelzebub, who was unable to resist. The sisters simultaneously pounced on the motionless figure of the young man, giving him no chance of escape. They immediately noticed that their attacks seemed to have been unsuccessful, as their blows missed their target. It turned out that the demon had managed to summon his minions, who quickly grabbed him. The other warriors asked if Lord Beelzebub was okay, but he was already struggling to stay alive, having used all his mana to summon his helpers. The young man asked them to simply take him to a safe place and forget about Baphomet, because he was sure that nothing would happen to the main character, as he survives literally everywhere. He began to say that he had only wanted to help the main character, but in the end, the whole situation had happened, and he ended up coughing up blood. In the end, Beelzebub passed out right in the arms of one of his assistants. The monsters were seriously frightened because they didn't want their master to die. Meanwhile, the founder was still standing aside and wasn't even fighting his rivals. He walked across the battlefield to find out where Hexal had gone. The apostle found a hole in the wall left behind after Baphomet's battle with the hunting dog. Meanwhile, Hexal cornered our hero and slowly approached him, his steps confident and heavy, as if each step brought him closer to the inevitable clash. All this time, Cain saw his mistress next to him, unaware that she was already dead, killed by his own hands. The girl continued to say that there was nothing they could do about it, because they weren't doing any of this to stay alive. The fake mistress hoped that the pet understood all her instructions. In the end, she gave the order to kill Baphomet, who was lying on the ground exhausted. But it wasn't that simple, because the main character was still conscious and ready to continue the fight. Even without a weapon, he still had his fists, which he could use to fight. With all his strength, Baphomet struck Hexal, who did not expect such a turn of events. The dog couldn't stay on his feet from the force of the blow and flew sideways at full speed. Nevertheless, the beast managed to regroup and land safely on its paws. In fact, the main character believed that fists were even better because they gave him more control and power than any other method, allowing him to solve problems directly and without unnecessary delays. He had already assumed a fighting stance and was waiting for the right moment to attack his opponent again. Baphomet believed that weapons were too weak, so now he wanted his opponent to attack him first. This made Haixal incredibly angry. His eyes filled with rage, and he growled at the main character. The guy didn't bother with small talk and already started to charge forward to deliver the first blow to his enemy. The dog did not expect such strength, so he looked at his opponent in bewilderment, his eyes widening in surprise, and his body froze as if not knowing how to react to such unpredictable power. He didn't stop there and rushed forward again, trying to reach his target. In the end, Haixal was hit in the face, and the powerful blow sent him reeling to the side. After that, the main character delivered another blow, not giving his opponent a chance to respond. At that moment, Baphomet noticed that now was his chance to deliver a fatal blow to the hunting dog. His opponent looked quite confused, his breathing was uneven, and his eyes betrayed his confusion. He was only holding back the blow, unable to attack in return, as if he had lost the will to continue the fight. Before his final lunge, the main character took a deep breath and tensed his body to give it his all. He began to deliver lightning-fast blows to Haixal, each one precise and swift. Baphomet entered such a state that he was unstoppable, his rage and strength overflowing, turning him into an uncontrollable force ready to destroy everything in his path. The dog could only manage to parry all these blows, his body shaking with each hit, but he could not respond. Finally, he found the strength because he remembered his mistress's words that he must kill this man. The main character did not expect such a turn of events, so he had to try hard to stay on his feet after the sudden explosion. The dog used his ultimate skill called Shadow Forest, causing the space around him to warp. Baphomet immediately sensed that Haixal was behind him. At the last moment, the guy managed to react and put his arm out to defend himself from the attack. Suddenly, 3 deep cuts appeared on our hero's arm, even though the dog was nowhere near him. Then millions of cuts could be heard around him, which were quite difficult to dodge. Their speed and accuracy made the air ring with, and the space around him was filled with a sense of imminent danger. The next moment, a snow-white dog appeared out of nowhere, literally embodying the nickname Haixal. The main character had already suffered several more wounds, but he had no intention of giving up so easily. He maneuvered between all these attacks, using his hands as a shield. A second later, the dog's jaws were already close to Baphomet's hand, so he had to react as quickly as possible. Our hero realized that if he continued like this, he would simply lose his arm. In the end, the guy decided that now was the time for some real fun and activated Baphomet's skill. He also activated all his other abilities to ensure he would defeat such a powerful enemy. In an instant, the main character and Haixal clashed in another battle. Both fighters skillfully dodged each other's attacks, their movements so coordinated and fast that every step and blow seemed like part of a flawless dance, full of tension and risk. Finally, Baphomet chose the moment to get as close as possible to his target. The main character gathered his resolve and wanted to end it all right then and there. He began to concentrate all his mana around his wounded arm for one final attack. Baphomet got as close as possible to his opponent so that the entire blow would land on him. The guy used his favorite skill called Giant Flash. In a second, flames completely engulfed the dog. His body convulsed in pain, and he screamed in agony, trying to break free from the fire, but his strength was fading. The main character responded only with a scream for Haixal to die quickly. The hunter dog's mind was immediately filled with the voices of his masters, who also told him to kill the man. Then their son appeared and repeated the same thing. And finally, Hadi appeared before him and repeated the order to kill Baphomet. At that moment, the main character realized that his attack had failed. The guy realized that it was too late to act, so he just watched as the dog emerged from the flames. A moment later, he saw only his hand flying away. And horror gripped him as the realization that he had lost a part of himself became an inescapable reality. Next, the lower part of his body was in Haixal's teeth, and he felt the powerful jaws clench. The main character remembered that when he was in the Tower of the Abyss, he had only used animal claws or fangs against his opponents. At that time, the other monsters had desperately begged the cruel demon to spare them and not kill them. If Baphomet's claws or fangs were damaged, The battle on such a day would become terrible because he could not finish off his opponent, so he would calm him down by saying that all the monsters would come back to life anyway. Then Baphomet would simply finish off and destroy his next enemy, splattering blood everywhere. Our hero did not like this method of killing because it was too dirty. But then he realized that for a good battle, he needed a higher quality weapon. But at that moment, it all seemed like nonsense to him. Baphomet couldn't understand why he had just remembered the kaleidoscope. He was sure he had used Raven's skill, but for some reason he couldn't deliver the fatal blow to his opponent. The guy was scared because if his abilities didn't work, he could really lose. Only now did our hero realize that he had thought he could only succeed with Raven's skill. The main character had to exert a considerable amount of strength to keep from screaming in incredible pain. The image of Beelzebub immediately popped into his head, warning him that his end could also be near. Baphomet remembered again that good equipment could help him win this fight. Then Raven appeared before him again, an image that had never left his mind. Now the main character understood that his situation was dire, and that every moment of inaction brought him closer to death. Suddenly, under the influence of some force, Hykesall opened his mouth and released Baphomet. As it turned out, Baphomet had enough strength to use his legs to pry open the beast's jaws. Despite his serious injuries, he had no intention of giving up and, gritting his teeth, continued to fight, deciding that to surrender now would be a betrayal of himself and everything he was fighting for. The dog did not have time to react to this turn of events and was struck in the muzzle. The main character's body was torn apart by the beast's teeth, but he remained standing firmly on his feet despite the pain. His determination was stronger than anything that could break him. He quickly ordered the system to show his inventory to find some kind of support in this fierce battle. Now Baphomet considered himself a complete fool, as he had relied solely on Raven's skill. He realized that even without thinking about it, he had always fought without relying on his own strength. The main character tried to take Raven's sword from his inventory, but the problem was that it was still locked. The guy immediately remembered that the hunter had used this weapon in a fight with him when he was at the peak of his strength. That's why he was sure that this blade was of the highest rank, since Raven had used it in battle. While Baphomet was thinking about this, he tried to get behind his opponent. He still looked helplessly at the system window, which informed him that the item in his inventory was locked. For this reason, the main character had no choice but to run around his enemy, as he had no way to fight back. He begged to be given the chance to get his hands on the weapon, which was his last hope for survival. In the end, Hykesall cornered his target, so he had to stop. Baphomet was still not afraid of the hunting dog and looked confidently into his eyes. Our hero accepted that he might die at any moment, but his opponent had already launched a lightning-fast attack. A second later, sharp white fangs appeared right in front of Baphomet's face. Meanwhile, the sword was still out of Baphomet's reach, as it was wrapped in chains and located in an unknown space, hidden from his view and out of reach of his hands. Suddenly, an unknown purple flash appeared between the dog and Baphomet. An unfamiliar voice laughed at Baphomet's attempt to threaten him. It turned out to be Raven's very own sword, which also had some semblance of a soul. The sword acknowledged that it was still too early, but also understood that the situation was serious, so it allowed Baphomet to use it. Even the main character didn't expect a weapon to have a soul, and when he felt its presence, it made him wonder what powers lay behind this object. In any case, the guy was angry at the goddess because he suspected that she was lying quietly on the couch, watching his life as if it were a movie. Meanwhile, the blade explained that it changes depending on the user's desires. The magic sword wanted to see if the main character could properly control it. To begin with, the weapon asked what form it should take. A smirk immediately appeared on Baphomet's face because he had a pretty good idea. The guy replied that the form didn't matter to him because he needed a strong and large weapon. The next moment, the hunting dog tried to crush Baphomet with its huge paw. It seemed that the exhausted protagonist had literally no chance of survival. But that wasn't the case at all, because the guy was already above Hykesall's head and getting ready to use his new weapon. He had already activated his passive skills, Weapon Master and Weapon Grab, which increased his experience points. In the end, Baphomet had a chance to win again, so he attacked his opponent as quickly as possible. There was not a trace of pity left in the main character's eyes, only determination and readiness to go all the way, no matter the cost. Hykesall did not expect things to turn out this way, so he simply watched his opponent. At that moment, the guy used his weapon for the first time, stopping the hunting dog. Thus, our hero was finally able to hurt him, completely changing the situation and suddenly a chance appeared, which he used to turn the tide of battle in his favor. Blood gushed from the deep cut on the beast's neck, flooding everything around it. A confident grin appeared on the main character's face, as if he already knew that his victory was inevitable. He didn't stop there and went back to attacking his opponent. Hicksal was also a formidable enemy, so he tried to knock Baphomet aside. The main character reacted quickly and landed safely, leaving cracks behind him. This allowed him to push off the wall and attack the dog with renewed vigor. In turn, the hunting dog also used his skills to turn his fur into a weapon. All these sharp projectiles flew toward Baphomet at once, but he was no longer afraid of such things. He quickly raised his new weapon in front of him and used it as a shield. Then with one swift movement, he cut through all the projectiles flying toward him. The beast immediately growled with rage and helplessness, his aggression reaching its peak. But he realized that his strength was running out. The main character also gave free rein to his emotions, so anger distorted his face. After that, another deep cut suddenly appeared on Hicksal's paw. Soon, similar wounds began to appear all over the dog's body, its skin torn from the blows. In the end, our hero delivered a powerful kick to his opponent, sending him flying several dozen meters away. Baphomet gripped his sword more tightly with his only hand, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. He jumped on Hicksal and plunged the sword into his body with all his might, the metal cutting through the flesh, and the beast screamed in pain, but the main character did not let go of his weapon, completely focused on his decisive attack. The beast howled in pain that pierced his entire body, his cries echoing around him. The image of his mistress reappeared in his mind, reminding Kennen of what he had to do. The dog, who still couldn't escape the illusion, understood that he couldn't let Hachi down under any circumstances. He found the strength within himself to carry out his mistress's orders and destroy his target. The beast stood up on its trembling paws and prepared to continue fighting Baphomet. The main character quickly realized what was happening and jumped as far away as possible so that Hicksal couldn't reach him. The dog opened its dangerous mouth again, baring its sharp fangs, its eyes burning with rage, and it was ready to attack despite its serious injuries, continuing to fight to the last. Haiti reappeared in his mind and smiled, asking Hicksal to finally stop. He was able to disobey his mistress, so he immediately complied with her request. The main character immediately seized the opportunity and made every effort to successfully attack his opponent. Finally, Hicksal returned to his original form, his size decreased, and his aggression subsided slightly. He immediately heard the familiar voices of his owners calling him to come with them. One of the family members called the dog over and didn't understand why he was sitting off to the side. Of course, the pet was delighted to see that his whole family was together. Now he understood why his owner had told him not to try anymore. Hicksal couldn't survive such severe injuries, so he reunited with his owners, who had long since passed away. A second later, the main character reached the founder, who was sure he was already dead. The apostle only had time to turn around at the explosion behind him and marvel at Baphomet's success. The guy with a smile on his face announced that now it was the turn of the man who had caused all this. When it was all over, Ma San-woon was immediately on the scene to assess the situation. He immediately began to look around carefully to notice all the details. In the end, the leader slapped himself in the face because he realized what his subordinate had done. He saw that our hero had destroyed the entire church and was beaten half to death. The boss asked the guy what had happened, but the problem was that he wanted to ask the same thing. The events flashed back a few hours earlier, when the founder and Baphomet met in battle. The rival tried to provoke the main character, but he didn't want to listen. The main character immediately tried to strike the apostle, but he managed to dodge in time. The opponent noticed that Baphomet's power level had increased, but the problem was that he himself was already at his limit. The twins immediately noticed that their master was in danger and instantly coordinated their actions, ready to intervene to protect him at any cost. The main character reacted instantly to the threat, raising his sword in front of him. The second sister was seriously frightened when she saw what Baphomet had done to her. The girl quickly gathered herself and was about to avenge her sister, her eyes blazing with rage and her movements full of determination. Obviously, Baphomet didn't lose his cool and pushed her aside with all his strength, causing her body to fly through the air and crash into the ruins at full speed. In this way, the guy quickly got rid of the pawns that were getting in his way. Next, our hero turned to see where his last enemy was. Finally, he saw the wounded founder, who was clutching his side. It looked as if the apostle had already realized that he could not stand against Baphomet. Baphomet also sensed this and attacked his opponent with a single precise blow. The founder did not run away, so our hero cut him in half. It turned out that only an illusion stood before Baphomet, which scattered into butterflies after his attack. Golden sparks began to fill the space around them, their light twinkling like stars in the night sky, creating a sense of magical power. The main character felt a strange presence behind him and saw that there were now two founders. The enemy created even more clones, which gradually began to surround Baphomet. Thus, the main character had no way to retreat, so he had to find another way to locate the true founder. The apostle said that he even regretted a little that he hadn't immediately guessed about Baphomet's existence, because they would have had much more fun. But since it was already too late, the founder decided to deal with our hero. All of his clones directed their energy at Baphomet at the same moment. The founder truly regretted that he had to settle for such a small amount of entertainment. The next moment, the main character noticed that the clone right in front of him had dissolved into thin air. The apostle appeared from the other side and noted that it might not be too late for fun. The clones approached Baphomet as closely as possible and suggested that they indulge in pleasure together. Using illusions, the apostle transformed himself into a girl, suspecting that our hero simply did not like him. Then Baphomet was surrounded by beautiful girls who could easily seduce him. But the guy understood that he was facing a real enemy, so he tried to attack these beauties. The founder merely laughed at Baphomet's cute reaction to him. He shouted for the main character to think again, because such a chance should not be missed. The apostle believed that it was much better to experience the highest pleasure than to shed blood senselessly. He also emphasized that he was only giving this chance to Baphomet. It turned out that the founder was only trying to make the main character his slave. Finally, the main character sensed that the real apostle was trying to attack him from behind and quickly lunged forward with his sword. Even the enemy himself did not expect something like this, so he did not have time to react to Baphomet's attack. The founder couldn't understand how the main character knew where his real body was and assumed it was just a coincidence. But when he saw Baphomet's burning gaze, he realized that the guy had actually sensed it. Meanwhile, the main character struck his confused opponent again. The twins immediately came to their senses when they sensed that their master was in danger. They knew they had to intervene in the fight because the founder was losing his strength. The girls transformed into huge snakes, breaking through the building of the butterfly church where they had been all this time. At the last moment, the main character managed to jump aside to avoid the blow. One of the snakes quickly grabbed its master to save him from the main character. The second tried to grab Baphomet, who immediately rushed after his main target. The guy instantly spotted one of the twins and jumped high into the air. He then gathered himself and landed right on the head of one of the snakes. The force of his jump was so great that he literally pinned her head to the ground. Baphomet raised his sword high to strike the snake, his movement decisive and his gaze full of rage, ready to end the fight with one powerful blow. The second twin immediately intervened to save her sister and knock the main character off her. As a result, the snake simply crashed into the wall and Baphomet easily dodged the blow. The main character was not frightened by this turn of events, so he was already preparing to change his plan, his mind working at full speed, ready to adapt to the new threat and use it to his advantage. The snakes intertwined and began to stare menacingly at Baphomet, their eyes flashing with a poisonous gleam, ready to attack. The main character was already incredibly angry that the sisters couldn't get away from him. They opened their mouths again, preparing to finish off Baphomet, their sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. Literally a second later, the first blood was spilled, splattering one of the sisters. After that, our hero landed on one of the reptiles to finish what he had started. Having dealt with the twins, Baphomet looked around to find where the founder was hiding. The beaten apostle sat under a pile of stones, simply waiting to see what our hero would do to him. The defeated twins also lay helplessly on the floor, but still could not allow their master to die. One of the snakes finally came up with an idea and turned to her sister. Meanwhile, Baphomet raised his sharp blade to the head of his main rival. The founder said nothing because he knew he was doomed. At that moment, memories that did not belong to him began to appear in the main character's mind. He was being killed by the founder, who always had a satisfied grin on his face. The main character could only feel the incredible pain he was experiencing at that moment. That is why Baphomet decided to kill the apostle as cruelly as he had done with the others. The guy had already used magic to make his enemy feel the full horror of death. At that moment, the twins tried to attack the main character again. The snake managed to grab Baphomet in its mouth, but in the next second, it was literally torn apart from the inside. Baphomet didn't even expect these snakes to be so resilient. When he emerged from the reptile's body, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. It turned out that the second sister had almost taken the founder, placing him in her mouth. Baphomet realized that all his efforts could be wasted right now, so he hurried to stop her. Meanwhile, the snake had already swallowed its master in an attempt to save him and protect him from Baphomet. The guy instantly jumped up because he had been through so much to lose everything now. He swung at the snake again, which was trying to carry the apostle away. The second sister immediately appeared in front of the main character, continuing to move despite the deep wound in her body. She was ready to sacrifice herself so that her twin sister could save their master. The sister shouted for her to run away quickly because Baphomet had no intention of stopping. The snake made one last lunge to try to delay the main character. The guy also put all his strength into this attack because it was his last chance to catch the founder. After that, there was a powerful explosion that left only ruins of the Church of Butterflies. A few seconds later, Baphomet appeared among the debris, having failed to carry out his plan. Meanwhile, the twin also turned into a human and quietly laughed behind our hero's back. The sister even felt a little sorry for the guy, because it was obvious that he had been preparing for this battle for a long time. She believed that someone like Baphomet should not interfere in their master's affairs. The main character couldn't handle the flood of emotions and started to laugh quietly. After that, his laughter grew louder and louder, as if he were going mad. And each sharp, nervous laugh only intensified the atmosphere of madness. The girl was sure that they had finally achieved their goal and driven Baphomet mad. Baphomet immediately reacted to her words and turned sharply toward her to teach her a lesson. The sister's eyes filled with animal fear as she realized what the main character was about to do to her. The guy didn't think twice and attacked the founder's subordinate to vent all his anger and despair. Before her death, the girl thought only of her master for whom she had to sacrifice her life. The main character did not stop and struck the girl blow after blow. Baphomet was covered in blood from head to toe when he finally stopped. It was hard for him to realize that the apostle had actually managed to escape right under his nose. In despair, he screamed at the top of his lungs, but no one heard him among the ruins. His voice was drowned out by the emptiness, as if the world around him no longer existed. After that, our hero told the leader Ma that they had secretly infiltrated the building, but were spotted and forced to fight. In fact, it was hard for him to believe what the main character was saying. Baphomet didn't care at all, so he wasn't going to try to prove anything. But Ma Song-woon reminded him that he had done something serious. The leader also emphasized that the hunter should report the situation and leave if there was serious danger. But the main character explained that everything had happened before he had discovered the threat. Ma Seon-woon thought that the guy was so clueless that he couldn't figure it out in time. The main character had no arguments to explain himself, but he also didn't want to reveal all the details. The man immediately remembered his boss's words, who had warned him that it was impossible to know when changes might occur in a hunter, so the young man should not be pressured. The boss tried to use the carrot and stick method, so he suspected that he had given Baphomet too many carrots. He understood that he couldn't trust the main character if he didn't obey orders and acted on his own. Besides, hunting dogs that don't listen to their master are usually killed. Ma Sun-woon began to think that it would be much better to nip the problem in the bud before Baphomet had a chance to grow. The administrator, who had been protecting Baphomet all along, immediately decided to intervene. She appeared to Ma Sun-woon to finally stop the flow of disturbing thoughts. The goddess stood behind the main character, who continued to remain silent. The girl flew up to Manager Ma, who was shocked by what he saw, and gently took him by the cheek. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-sun was trying to get to our heroes, very annoyed that she wasn't being allowed to pass. She shouted loudly at the employee who had no intention of opening the door for the girls. Tae-yoon said that an interrogation was currently underway, so no unauthorized persons were allowed to enter. The girl explained that she was directly involved in the case because her patient was inside, who was also a member of her guild. Then Tae-yoon emphasized that it was his boss who had assigned Baphomet to her guild. Kim Yoo-sung realized that this guy was too stubborn and that talking to him wouldn't solve the problem. She decided that she needed to take a completely different approach, which made the employee tense up a little. The girl declared that Tae-yoon would now see himself on the news, her voice full of confidence. Kim Yoo-sun declared that if the security guard didn't open the door right now, she would strip right there. In the end, the employee had to let the uninvited guests inside, so the doctor rushed to room 302 as quickly as possible. The girls were surprised by what they saw in the interrogation room, because for some reason, Manager Ma was sitting on the floor. It turned out that he had been very frightened when he saw the administrator and thought it was a real ghost. Ma Sun-woon explained that he had encountered the spirit of the system, and the doctor immediately remembered a similar horror story told among hunters. The manager struggled to explain that he had indeed seen the white hair and strange energy. Kim Yu-sung began to ask if the girl was beautiful, but the man couldn't say much because he was still shaken. Moreover, he believed that none of this mattered and added that he had seen a red window of the system that had once appeared in front of the girl. The doctor was surprised by this news and immediately asked if the system had threatened the manager. Ma Sun-woon replied that the girl had not exactly threatened him, but had advised him not to kill Baphomet. The goddess explained that one day the main character would fulfill her wish, as well as the will of the leader himself. The man suspected that the ghost might have known about his goal, and Kim Yu-sung noticed that he had stopped mid-sentence for some reason. He explained that the system seemed to be persuading him, and the doctor once again concluded that number 302 was special. After that, Baphomet returned home, where Beelzebub was waiting for him. The young man saw that the main character's hand was unharmed, that the treatment had been successful, and reported that he had done everything his friend had asked him to do. The main character was in a very bad mood, so he did not even greet his friend. Beelzebub thought that he was offended by him and began to justify himself because his powers were truly running out, so he couldn't help. He was truly sorry that they had let the founder escape and believed that there would be another chance to deal with the villain. Baphomet finally decided to speak to his companion and asked him to be quiet because he had suddenly heard the voice of his new blade. The sword was delighted that it could finally intervene and reveal itself to the people. It informed them that there were still unresolved issues between it and the main character. The weapon explained that on that day it had granted Baphomet temporary permission to use it, but now the new owner must pass a test. The blade wanted to see what Baphomet was capable of and whether he was worthy of being its owner. The main character did not respond and simply grabbed the sword, which was hanging calmly in the air. The weapon was displeased by such behavior, but Baphomet had no intention of letting it go. In the end, the main character decided to mock the sword and heated it with a magnifying glass in the sun. He then dipped the sword into ice water, causing it to scream in pain. Baphomet didn't stop there and put the blade through an angle grinder, finally breaking its power. The sword resisted for a while, but eventually admitted defeat. The main character immediately emphasized that from that moment on, the blade must address him as Hyun-nim. Beelzebub asked why the weapon felt pain, and it explained that they also felt the damage inflicted by the user. Our hero immediately concluded that it was the user who influenced the sword. Their new companion explained that it was influenced by the character, points, playing style, and especially the strength of its owner. The young man immediately asked if Raven was the previous user, and the blade confirmed this, noting that the warrior was skilled but rather boring. It turns out that the previous owner did not use all of its abilities and simply used it as a saber. The sword acknowledged that Hyun-nim suited him much better because he would use him in different ways. Then Baphomet remembered that he had mentioned that skills also affect weapons, so he asked his assistant who was closer to him, the guy himself or Raven. Beelzebub did not expect the main character to treat an ordinary sword so harshly. The sword couldn't understand why the main character was asking obvious questions, because everything depended solely on the stats. He believed that our hero should know better, since he himself had been soundly defeated in battle by Raven. The blade also reminded him of the battle with the founder, which made Beelzebub tense because he understood that this was a sore subject for Baphomet. He believed that Raven would have dealt with the two snakeheads long ago. The sword was also sure that only ashes would remain of that psychopath. For a while, all the heroes fell silent, pondering what they had just heard. Beelzebub began to tremble with fear because he understood what Baphomet was capable of when angered. The main hero managed to control his rage and just took a deep breath. Despite his dislike for Raven, the guy admitted that he was still too weak. Beelzebub remained silent, but thought about how his comrade was literally obsessed with battle. Our hero promised that he would definitely kill the founder so that not a trace of him would remain. That was why Baphomet planned to become stronger from that moment on, realizing that only strength could guarantee him control over the sword. Meanwhile, the administrator received a notification that, thanks to the emergence of a passionate desire, the young man's indicators were rising extremely quickly. Meanwhile, the events shift to one of the city's high-rise buildings. A large number of people had gathered here to have their blood collected. The room was completely silent, so all that could be heard was the ticking of the machines collecting data on each donor. It turns out that all this was so that an unknown girl could take a bath in this blood. Her peaceful expression showed that she was enjoying the moment. For a moment, she tilted her head back and relaxed completely, feeling all the tension leave her body. Suddenly, she sensed someone else's presence, and her relaxation came to an abrupt end. The girl quickly got out of her bathroom and pointed the gun at the uninvited guest. Without hesitation, she shot the man who had dared to enter her home right in the head. The man immediately disintegrated into golden butterflies, which meant that the surviving apostle of lust had come to visit her. The founder immediately noted that they hadn't seen the peacemaker in a long time, and that she was still in good shape. The girl calmed down when she saw that it was Loki, whom she knew, and asked why he had come to her. The founder smiled and said that he had a request for his old friend. She became quite interested when she heard something like that from Loki. With one swift movement, the girl jumped onto the apostle and grabbed him by the neck. She realized that her friend had finally had enough and lost all his strength. She wondered who this strong guy was who had beaten the founder so badly. She was very curious to find out who this warrior was. An apostle immediately replied that he was very handsome. The girl did not expect Loki to say something like that and froze for a moment. She immediately got up and freed the founder, who was still lying helplessly on the floor. He told his friend that the main character's code name was Baphomet and that he was an A-rank hunter so that she could find him in the system. With a smirk on his face, the apostle watched his friend's reaction, as he was sure she would like this hunter. Loki also promised that he could give this guy to his girlfriend. The girl immediately noted that she really liked the main character's dark skin and wondered what his blood would taste like. Meanwhile, the hunters were discussing in their chat how incredibly beautiful Valkyrie was. After that, the chatters decided to discuss who had cleared the tower labyrinth, and one of them claimed that it was Baphomet, suggesting that he was actually the boss of the Tower of the Abyss, but no one believed him. The hunter, who somehow knew the whole truth about the main character, threw his phone down in anger. He couldn't understand why no one wanted to believe him, because he had seen Baphomet with his own eyes. The piercing gaze of our hero wouldn't leave the guy's mind. He could clearly see the essence of this hunter, who really did look like a real demon. It turned out that the young man had once been in the Tower of the Abyss and had seen the boss with his own eyes. That was why the guy was 100% sure of what he was saying. The next day, the main character and Beelzebub went into town to buy a smartphone for the young man. His friend was very happy with the purchase because, with this gadget, he could read as many novels as he wanted, and Baphomet did all this because his phone wouldn't run out of battery so quickly. The guy also asked Beelzebub to spend less, but he didn't see a problem with that because he knew that the hunter earned good money. The young man was unhappy that the main character was just saving money and doing nothing, and reminded him that he had already offered to buy an air conditioner several times, but Baphomet replied that he cared about the environment. Baphomet decided to end the conversation and explained that he had bought his friend a phone only so that he could help catch the founder, but was interrupted when a system window popped up again. It turned out to be a notification about the sale of crystals belonging to the boss of the Tower Labyrinth, Lae'zel. Our heroes stared at the system window to see how much the lot had been sold for. It seems that the amount was quite large, because their eyes widened to an incredible size, and they could hardly believe what they had just been told, unable to comprehend the scale of what was happening. It turned out that Baphomet had managed to earn 800 million after deducting duties and taxes. Beelzebub thought that his friend had sold his life, and immediately began to calculate how many bowls of porridge he could buy. He also immediately offered to buy him a small apartment in a nearby building. The main character did not appreciate the idea because with that kind of money, he could not even afford housing in Seoul. He also suggested that Beelzebub get the crystal that had been in his body all this time to solve this problem. The events continue in a family restaurant, where a large crowd has gathered. They were all discussing the fact that the well-known Valkyrie was sitting next to them. The girl herself admitted that she looked pretty good in the photo on Instagram. Her friends noted that it was very hot outside today, which proved that summer had arrived. They also discussed going to a nearby cafe after lunch, which was a rather cozy place. The girls discussed what they would order, but Valkyrie did not participate in the conversation at all and was on her phone the whole time. Finally, she put down her phone and said that it was completely boring. No one understood what she meant, so she explained that she was talking about Min Dae-hyun, the hunter of Avon. One of her friends said that she had met him a couple of times, and all he talked about was golf and hypocritically recounted how he had participated in a charity event. Valkyrie said she found it disgusting to watch people pretend. She wanted to say what kind of guys she liked, but Echidna finished for her, knowing full well that her favorite was Baphomet, who had just rejected her. The girl was very angry at this statement because the guy couldn't reject her if she hadn't even confessed her feelings to him. It turns out that Valkyrie invited our hero to dinner in honor of clearing the tower labyrinth. She immediately remembered the moment when she walked into Baphomet's room and he greeted her with his shirt off. The girl was very embarrassed when she saw this and almost forgot that she had come to invite him to dinner. The main character said that he needed to take a level test and then do some repairs. In the end, he declined the offer because he didn't have enough time for it. Valkyrie pretended to be a strong and independent girl, so she said she could have dinner alone. One of her friends suspected that Baphomet might already have a girlfriend, or that he preferred men. Echidna herself thought that maybe her friend just wasn't the main character's type. Valkyrie found it hard to hear that someone else might have caught the eye of the person she liked. Meanwhile, the main character had already met someone unfamiliar on the street. Baphomet and Beelzebub stopped abruptly because they did not recognize the stranger who had approached them. The girl immediately stated that they hadn't even seen each other since the Tower of Labyrinth. Then she took off her glasses so that our hero could recognize her and reminded him that she was the very same Reaper. The huntress immediately invited our heroes to an establishment called the Heaven. The boys were not used to such luxurious surroundings, so they felt a little uncomfortable. They looked in amazement at the table, which was set with various expensive dishes, and asked in bewilderment what it was. The girl told them that if they wanted, they could order more and promised to pay for everything. Baphomet still couldn't understand why the huntress had suddenly decided to treat them, but she explained that she wanted to thank him for rescuing everyone from the Tower of Labyrinth. The Reaper also said that she had wanted to visit our hero in the hospital, but he had already been discharged by then. The guy immediately noticed that she had started addressing him informally, whereas in the tower she had always used a polite form of address, and the girl explained that she could afford to do so because they were the same age. The main character warned her that this might not be her real age, as he suspected that the Reaper had checked his information. In response, the hunter just smiled and admitted that she wanted to find out some information. It turned out that from the very beginning, she had suspected that it was Baphomet who had cleared the Tower Labyrinth on his own. She had already questioned the Art Guild, but they said that they had cleared the tower, and the central administration did not want to reveal the identity of the hunter, so only our hero remained. But at the same time, Reaper realized that he had no proof of this if the guy started to deny it. She smiled again and said she had one request for the main character. The girl wanted Baphomet to be her mercenary for a while, confident that his strength and experience would be indispensable to her plan. She confessed that she had been at headquarters to find a hunter who could help her in this situation. The Reaper understood that our hero was a good fighter and was able to immediately determine the tactics for clearing the tower. And of course, she warned him that she would pay for the work done. The girl said that according to the information she had obtained, the tower she was interested in was similar to the labyrinth. She also decided to discuss the payment and details of the deal, but Baphomet didn't wait and said he wanted 800 million for his work. Beelzebub did not expect his companion to be so straightforward, so he almost choked on his food. The girl herself was also a little surprised when she heard such a large sum. The main character explained that the hunter herself had said that this tower was quite dangerous, so he would have to take risks, but she had already agreed to these terms. The guys were surprised to hear her agreement and thought she was fabulously wealthy. At that moment, someone else entered the hall where they were dining, so our heroes interrupted their conversation. It turned out to be hotel staff who were frightened that the lady had arrived without warning. At first, they did not notice that the girl was with guests, so they apologized for their rudeness. The staff reported that the chairman was currently in a meeting, but the Reaper didn't care because she saw her uncle at home all the time anyway. All this time, Baphomet couldn't understand why all these people were treating her with such respect. Only now did the hunter realize that she had not yet mentioned that her family owned the hotel. The guys were even more surprised when they realized who their acquaintance was. The Reaper still didn't see anything surprising in this, so she couldn't understand why Baphomet and Beelzebub were looking at her like that. In fact, the guys now thought she had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth. In the end, the girl declared that she was going to clean up the sacred tower. Meanwhile, Hajiwook learned that his fighters had failed to clear the place. It turned out that all the previous hunters who had attempted this trial were dead. Their organization didn't know how to solve this problem, because there was even one hunter working for the director, so the man asked what they were saying about it in the Nebula Guild. There was already information that 3 high-ranking hunters were imprisoned in the tower, and their master, Bango, said that he would personally clear out the tower and free his people. Ha-jae-wook emphasized that the master should only clear out the tower because then they would at least get some benefit from it. In the end, he asked his employee to contact the guild and tell them that they would find a way to free the sacred tower. The boss also asked that no one be allowed to come near the place except for the hunters they would hire themselves. At that moment, Ha-jae-wook heard someone expressing great dissatisfaction that it was impossible to enter the sacred tower. He immediately recognized that the girl was with Baphomet, whom he had met before. Our heroes tried to find out why they couldn't enter, and even Baphomet wanted to get this information because he wanted to get another 800 million. The employee was flustered by the pressure, so with tears in her eyes, she said that according to the rules, she couldn't give out that information. Then behind Baphomet and the Reaper, Ha-jae-wook appeared and promised to explain the reasons to them personally. The main character immediately recognized that unpleasant voice and slowly turned around to confirm his suspicions. The man didn't mince words and immediately called the young man a loser. In the end, he asked our team to apply to participate in the operation because they were A-rank hunters. Baphomet had no intention of trusting this man, so he immediately asked what he was up to. Ha-jae-wook said that he only worked for an organization that trained hunters, so he couldn't do anything like that. He emphasized that he treated every hunter with great respect. The main character couldn't listen to all these lies because he knew the truth about Ha-jae-wook. In turn, the Reaper realized that there was someone valuable in the tower, since the man had decided to hire other warriors. The girl decided to ask what kind of hunters needed help, and he said that one of them was a Chiran warrior, and the other was an Aran hunter named Nelia. Only the main character was interested in the last hunter mentioned by Ha-jae-wook. The man said that he was the younger brother of the legendary hunter Raven. Everyone now believed that this guy was one of the best hunters around. In the end, it turned out that Griffin had indeed fallen into a trap in the sacred tower. Baphomet had not expected to meet this man under such circumstances. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a part of the city that was in ruins. People were trying to escape from this serious danger and calling for help. It turns out that monsters had broken out and were destroying everything in their path. In one of the cars nearby, there were also people who were afraid to go outside. One of the young men was unconscious, so his brother desperately tried to wake him up. Finally, Do-ho Seok came to his senses and saw his brother's frightened face in front of him. The young man explained that he and his younger brother had been in an accident and asked anxiously if he was hurt. The older brother immediately wanted to look for their father and mother, as they were not nearby. He just ran off into the void, while the little boy begged his brother not to leave him there. It turned out that all this was happening in Griffin's dream, who had decided to take a little rest between battles in the tower. His partner immediately noticed that the hunter had woken up and was ready to move on. Griffin thought he had slept too long, but his comrade explained that he had just arrived. The guy assured him that he felt fine, so the leader immediately sent him to the next floor. Meanwhile, the main character was undergoing an examination, and Kim Yoo-seon asked him if he felt any strange sensations in his hand. The doctor hinted that she was the only person who could take care of Baphomet and asked if he had changed his mind about leaving her guild. The guy had no choice because he wanted to get into the sacred tower, and the girl was worried about him because the mission was serious. The main character believed that no tower could be conquered without a fight, so he wasn't worried. But Kim Yoo-seon warned him that there was very little information about this particular place. She decided to ask Manager Ma what he thought about it, but it turned out that Baphomet hadn't seen him since the incident with the founder. The doctor immediately thought that it all looked too suspicious. She asked the main character to be careful, and then demanded that he give her his hand, but the main character was in no hurry to do so, as he still didn't trust Kim Yoo-seon. The girl explained that she wouldn't do anything strange, so Baphomet decided to trust her. She used some kind of magic on our hero's hand, so they were enveloped in an unknown energy. Baphomet didn't expect to see anything like this, so he silently watched what his acquaintance was doing. After a couple of seconds, the doctor stopped and said that everything was ready. Our hero immediately felt as if his arm had become lighter. He saw that some small entities had appeared on his limb, and Kim Yoo-seon explained that they were just spirits. She understood that the young man's arm had not yet fully recovered, so some parts were still not working properly, and these spirits would help heal our hero. Our hero couldn't understand why these lights were smiling, so the doctor explained that they simply loved to heal others. Baphomet noted that Kim Yoo-seon resembled a magician, but she was a spirit summoner without the ability to kill, so during her studies she played a supporting role. The story then moves to a church where silence and a peaceful atmosphere reigned. Inside, a service was taking place, and prayers and hymns filled the temple. The priest then asked the parishioners to answer the question of why they needed faith. He understood that the young people came here to do well on their exams. Those who were older prayed to get a prestigious job. In general, everyone with faith in their hearts wanted a bright future. The priest emphasized that they should all thank the Lord for everything they could see, eat, and hear. This is how they would be able to fill themselves with faith and receive God's blessing. It turns out that the peacemaker had been in this church all this time, admiring everything that was happening. It turned out that the priest was Loki, so the girl immediately asked him when he had learned to conduct services, and he lied that he had an acquaintance who did it. The guy even dyed his hair and changed his hairstyle to fool people again. The peacemaker had no idea that this was the style of priests. It turns out that Loki managed to persuade the mother and daughter and thus become a pastor. In addition, the girl was curious about the whereabouts of the woman's husband, who was also a clergyman, but he pretended not to know anything. The apostle suspected that his friend knew nothing about his true nature. He metaphorically stated that the brighter the light shines, the clearer the shadow becomes. The guy also asked if the peacemaker could walk around so freely and emphasized that they couldn't just leave this Baphomet alone. The girl immediately noticed that Loki's knees were shaking from his new acquaintance, but he said that everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, the Reaper and the main character had already gathered at the sacred tower, but it seemed that the young man was a little late. Baphomet didn't understand why his partner was asking such questions, since he had arrived 10 minutes before the appointed time, but the girl explained that she was just joking. Our hero noticed that she couldn't wait to become an archaeologist in the sacred tower, but she explained that she was worried because they were the first hunters to enter there, apart from the advanced group. She was excited because their team would have to conduct the excavation without any information, with only a few clues to go on. The Reaper said she had prepared a lot for this trip and listed everything she had brought with her. She had brought water and provisions, potions and scrolls, as well as various tools. The girl calculated that, counting the members of the advanced team, she had enough supplies for 3 years for each person. Hearing how seriously his partner had prepared, the main character was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. Baphomet thought that she was going to live in this tower, but Reaper understood that their main goal was to help the squad and clean up, even though she would like to stay there longer. The main character completely agreed with her words, but also reminded her that he had a special condition. It turned out that Baphomet had warned that he would not use his passive or active skills. The Reaper couldn't understand why the guy had set such a condition, because she knew very well that he loved fighting. The main character explained that he wanted to become stronger for a good fight, and if he relied solely on his skills, he would not be able to become stronger. The girl accepted Baphomet's desire, but still asked if he had considered who was hiring him. Baphomet asked her not to worry about such things, because he was ready to do anything to get his 800 million. In the end, he suggested going on the mission, but the girl stopped him because a hunter had to join them. It turned out that Hajawuk's assistant had also come to help them. The man immediately thought that 3 people could enter the tower at once, so he decided to send Ji-hyun as well. He wanted the girl to keep an eye on Baphomet, as she had not yet managed to gather any information about him. The female hunter was confident in her abilities, but she was afraid that the main character would quickly figure out their plan. Hajawuk explained that this was his goal, because he was sure that Baphomet would understand and fight with all his might. In the end, the girl introduced herself to her new partners as Jest and was happy to meet them. The Reaper replied that she was also pleased to meet them, and our hero immediately suspected something was amiss. Baphomet immediately guessed that the girl had been sent to follow him. The huntress calmly said that she didn't care what the guy thought of her and stated that she was just there to help with the cleanup. The Reaper was unhappy that the main character was being so rude and thanked Just for his help. In that case, they decided to finally head to the sacred tower. The girl did not expect that they would have to deal with a tower floating in the air. Jest immediately noticed a device nearby that was most likely connected to this place. The hunters immediately approached the teleport to take a closer look, while Baphomet stood aside and did not rush to join them. The Reaper immediately reminded them that the young man had 800 million waiting for him, so he immediately got to work. The main character was the first to enter the device to see how it worked. Within a second, the teleport sent him to the tower, which was high in the sky. The girls were surprised to see Baphomet jump up as if he were a spring. Suddenly, the main character decided to return to his companions. The Reaper asked excitedly what had happened, but Baphomet just wanted to tell them that the device was transporting them to the waiting room. Just also now understood how the entrance to the tower worked, so she asked her companions to go there as quickly as possible. The Reaper couldn't even keep up with the Huntress because she hadn't expected her to be so fast. The main character couldn't understand why the hunter hadn't come in yet, but she seemed overly anxious. The girl explained that she was a little scared, which was why she wasn't rushing. Baphomet realized that he needed to take matters into his own hands, so he quickly picked up his partner and entered the teleport. In the end, they all ended up in the waiting room and waited for a while before moving on. The main character immediately noticed that silence hung over the room, creating a feeling that something important and disturbing was about to happen. They also noticed that there was no entrance to the next floor, but in the middle of the room stood a strange device. Reaper suspected that it was not an entrance button and just assumed that something was about to happen that would require them to press the button and clear the room. The girls decided to ask Baphomet what he thought about it, but he didn't think twice and immediately used the device. Jess certainly didn't expect the main character to take such a risk. Reaper's face was also filled with absolute horror, as she suspected that it would not lead to anything good. They tried to stop our hero, but it was already too late, because the first trial of the Sacred Tower had begun. The system warned that the hunters had 10 minutes to destroy all the monsters and move on to the next floor. The main character turned to his partners and asked why they were standing there, because they needed to draw their weapons and prepare for battle right away. The girls immediately complied with Baphomet's request and took their blades out of their inventory. Jess had a rather long and sharp sword that would definitely help her in this situation. Its blade glinted in the dim light, promising power and precision in the hands of its owner. She opened her eyes wide and was ready to destroy any monster in her path. One of the monsters was already standing right in front of the girl and tried to attack her. Jess reacted quickly and cut the enemy in half with one precise blow. The girl had no idea that behind her back there were already quite a few other monsters waiting for the right moment. It took her a moment to react to such a serious threat. She quickly turned around and assumed a fighting stance, ready to face her enemies. In the next instant, Baphomet appeared before her and quickly dealt with all the monsters. Jess did not expect the guy to be so strong. His power and determination amazed her. The main character moved precisely and sharply. His blows were lightning fast and deadly, and each of his enemies fell without even realizing what had happened before losing consciousness. After dealing with the first group of monsters, Baphomet moved on to the next opponent, who was also unable to resist him. The guy used all the capabilities of his new blade, changing its shape to fight better. In the end, Baphomet was able to complete the first trial, fulfilling all the conditions. Jess just watched from the sidelines, unable to believe that they had made it to the next floor so quickly. On the next level, they encountered the same device again, its mechanisms once more ready for testing. Baphomet immediately reached out to press the button, but his partner quickly stopped him. As it turned out, the Huntress wanted to discuss their battle strategy first. Our hero couldn't understand why, since all the buttons were the same. The girl still thought it was better to fight when they were fully prepared. But Jess pointed out that it was better to act quickly because they needed to meet up with the squad as soon as possible. The Reaper asked her partner for some support because Baphomet wouldn't listen to her and would do whatever he wanted. Then the main character said that the system window clearly stated that if they delayed, they would not be able to pass the test. Baphomet believed that it was all a waste of time, especially since each floor was guarded by one S-rank hunter and two A-rank hunters. Jess also agreed that due to the lack of time, they risked not being able to clear the dungeon. Our hero irritably confirmed her words and warned that they simply wouldn't be able to get out of this floor. The Reaper understood perfectly well why the guy was acting this way, but at the same time, she believed that they needed to think about their own safety. Baphomet decided to put his partner in her place and reminded her that she was the one who had dragged people into the tower labyrinth. The girl immediately apologized for what had happened and emphasized that this was precisely why she wanted to be more careful this time. Meanwhile, Jess analyzed our hero's fight and came to the conclusion that he really did have a good understanding of the tower and didn't make any unnecessary moves during the battle. She suspected that this was the secret behind Baphomet's ability to increase his strength in such a short time. The only problem was that the hunter hadn't fully figured out the main character's identity. She understood perfectly well that the guy was still not showing his full strength. In the end, Baphomet mercilessly dealt with the monsters that were waiting for him on this level. The system once again reported that their team had successfully destroyed all the monsters and fulfilled the conditions. The hunters noticed that the clearing time had increased, which meant that this time they had encountered strong monsters. They agreed that they needed to take Baphomet's warning about the reboot into account. The main character still enjoyed remembering how he used to climb the tower without any weapons, and now there was no thrill in fighting monsters. He also had a feeling that Jest had come here to test his strength, but he couldn't show the girl his full potential because he had disabled all the settings. Baphomet believed that this was the perfect chance to catch Hajayuk off guard and prove his strength. But despite all this, the main character was left with a strange feeling. This feeling was too unpleasant. It seemed to penetrate every cell of his body. It turned out that all this time, someone else had been watching Baphomet, and he could clearly sense where this person was hiding. The guy immediately looked up, but in the end, he didn't see any enemy there, only a dark void. Suddenly, the main character heard one of his companions scream loudly. He immediately recognized it as the voice of the Reaper and was seriously worried for her. It turned out that the girl was just admiring something she had found here in the dungeon. In the end, Baphomet realized that the hunter had only found beautiful landscapes that had evoked such emotions in her. She really wanted to take a picture of such beauty because you couldn't find anything like it in other towers. The hunter believed that this room reflected the entire concept of the sacred tower, its austere and majestic interior symbolizing the strength and power hidden in the depths of this place. The Reaper also asked our hero to take a photo of her so that the background was clearly visible, and the guy couldn't understand why they were acting as if they had come on some kind of tour. After that, they went to the next button, which looked quite unusual. In the end, Baphomet agreed that the room had a special feel to it, and just decided that it was a private room. The main character threw his partner's phone at her and suggested they stop staring at all the beauty. He said it was time to get down to business and approach the button. Then the mechanism lit up brightly and energy waves spread around, filling the space with powerful vibrations. The system announced that this was the 20th level of the Holy Tower's trials. Our heroes were also given 10 minutes for this mission, so they had to hurry. Monsters began jumping all over the walls of the room, destroying them under their weight, each jump shaking the space and causing the walls to crack. But finally the monster stopped, and our heroes could see its huge paws. The system reported that our team had to destroy a monster called Dockham 2, which looked like a robot dog. The hunters were also warned that if they failed, the system would reboot and they would have to start all over again. The main character still had no idea who owned the tower, but he was sure it was someone unpleasant. Meanwhile, the monster didn't wait around and rushed at our heroes, moving fast and dangerously, as if it was ready to tear them to pieces, giving them no chance to defend themselves. Only Baphomet managed to react in time to the attack and drew his sword to defend himself. The guy skillfully dodged the robot's iron claws and got closer and closer to it. Meanwhile, Dockham 2 decided to use other mechanisms and aimed at our hero. The main character still felt where the bullets were flying, so he dodged each one without any problems. He quickly jumped up and found himself above the robot, gathering all his strength in his hands, ready to deliver a powerful blow that would decide the outcome of this battle. It turned out that the boss was surrounded by a powerful shield, which Baphomet crashed into at full speed. In the end, our hero had to retreat and come up with a new plan. In fact, the young man did not expect the monster to have such a protective dome. The guy decided to turn to his teammates and ordered them to attack the robot at close range. His voice sounded confident, like a command that could not be ignored. Baphomet explained that their opponent had a protective dome, so they needed to deal with this obstacle in order to pass this level. They had already lost 1 minute, so they had 9 minutes left. When Reaper tried to wrap her threads around the monster, there were only 6 minutes left. In the end, they managed to hold on for 4 minutes, but still had no success. 8 minutes later, nothing had changed and the robot was still under the dome. With 10 seconds left, a crack finally appeared on the shield. But the problem was that there was very little time left. Reaper immediately called the main character, who was their last hope for victory. Baphomet had already prepared to deliver the fatal blow to his target. He made a bow out of his blade and promised to finish Dockham 2 with a single blow. Our hero drew the bowstring and fired a single arrow at the monster. Its flight was swift and accurate, as if the moment itself was filled with tension, and everyone knew that this would be the decisive shot. At 0 seconds, Baphomet finally hit his opponent, so now all that remained was to hope that the system would count it. Baphomet and his teammates froze in place, watching to see if they had made it through this stage. Finally, the system announced that the team had managed to destroy the monster. Next, a golem appeared before our heroes, which did not look like a normal monster. Next to it appeared a female hunter, who was most likely the creature's owner. The unfamiliar girl took off her hood and stared silently at the hunters. The priestess was surprised because she did not expect to see a human here, and just recognized her as the hunter, Nelia. Now the girl understood that she was one of the members of the squad, while the main character still couldn't calm down. It turned out that this hunter had dared to deliver the final blow to the monster, which is why Baphomet was so angry. Suddenly, the girl leaned forward strangely, as if she were about to lose consciousness. The main character, not understanding what was happening, calmly stepped aside, so the hunter simply collapsed to the ground. The priestess thought that the guy should have caught her instead of stepping aside, but Baphomet saw no reason to do so. The priestess carefully approached the stranger and suggested that she might be injured. Finally, the huntress came to her senses and, with great effort, said that she wanted to eat. The girls didn't expect that to be the reason, and the main character didn't even listen to the conversation. Meanwhile, Ha-jae-wook met with some important people. The man explained that he worked in the education department, so he simply couldn't leave his post. He reported that their department had hired 2 experienced hunters to send them to assist the team at the Sacred Tower. Ha-jae-wook said that these fighters were quite famous A-rank hunters, but he still hoped that their abilities weren't that great. He hoped that, in any case, the Sacred Tower would be cleared by a hunter from the Nebula Guild. It turned out that the Guildmaster Bango himself had come to him, and he wouldn't mind such an outcome either. With a smirk on his face, Ha-jae-wook asked the gentleman not to worry, as the mercenaries should already be meeting with the squad. It turned out that this was indeed the case, but Griffin was not particularly happy about the meeting. He immediately pointed his blade at Baphomet and had no intention of letting him come within a meter of him. The young man clenched his teeth in anger and asked what was going on. The events flashed back a couple of hours to when the team met the huntress, Nelia. They had enough food, so they were able to feed the starving girl without any problems. For a while, they just watched her eat her noodles in silence. Finally, Nelia spoke and was happy that she could finally eat some carbohydrates. The hunter then explained that the group had spent a long time here without food and that it had been a month since they got stuck here, so she hadn't eaten in about 2 weeks. The priestess thought it would be better to leave the tower and change her equipment, but Nelia explained that the other 2 hunters were too stubborn. That's why she decided to go outside herself to replenish their supplies when she was coming down, and that's when she met our team. But Jest was surprised because she thought you could get down instantly using teleportation. The hunter was about to explain why this was impossible, but the main character guessed that the teleport simply couldn't be used. Baphomet had already realized that the teleport simply didn't work in this tower. Then his companions immediately remembered that there were places where teleportation didn't work. Jess said that the government was already working on developing a new method, but at the same time, towers were popping up like mushrooms after rain. Then our heroes asked which floor Nelia had come down from, and she replied that they were on the 49th floor. The girl also suggested that they might not have even passed half of the towers and would have to clear many more. According to research, there are probably more than 100 floors in this tower, but they stopped at the 49th. For now, Nelia decided to end the conversation and asked what the code name of the handsome hunter standing next to her was. She also asked about his rank, class, and even his approximate height, and Baphomet answered all her questions briefly. In addition, the girl even wanted to know all the details about what kind of weapon the main character mainly used. The guy couldn't understand why she was asking all these questions and said that he could use absolutely any weapon. In the end, the hunter realized that it was better to stop there and smiled sweetly at Baphomet. She stated that thanks to our team, the chances of clearing the area had increased significantly. The girl asked everyone to come closer and said that she would now demonstrate her skill, which was very popular in the tower. The hunter asked all the team members to hold hands tightly. They all stood in a small circle and waited for Nelia to continue. In a soothing voice, she asked everyone to imagine the place they wanted to go to. No one understood what this was all about, and the main character thought it was complete nonsense. It turned out that the girl was going to use space summoning magic. All this time, Griffin was sitting under the doors that led to the next floor of the tower. He remembered the moment when Ha-jae-wook had spoken disappointedly about how the hunter's stats weren't improving at all. The man believed that at this rate, it would be quite difficult for the young man to reach S rank. Usually, special hunters like Griffin grow thanks to a unique driving force that is different for everyone. Ha-jae-wook didn't know what could serve as such a catalyst for the young man and suspected that he had already lost his chance. The young man couldn't get the thought out of his head that he needed to find this stimulus quickly. Otherwise, he risked stagnating in his growth. Now Griffin had time to think about what his problem was. Suddenly, he jumped up from his seat because he felt the ominous aura of a monster getting closer and closer. A couple of seconds later, the guy realized that the threat was right behind him. His heart skipped a beat, and he instantly turned around, ready to face the danger head-on. He immediately attacked the silhouette that appeared out of thin air, his movements quick and decisive, as if his instincts had taken over. In the end, the hunter stopped because he realized that it was Baphomet standing before him. He immediately remembered how our hero had warned him that he had to become stronger, or else he would simply die. Nelia was seriously frightened when she saw what was happening between her partners. Griffin immediately asked how the main character had appeared here, while his partner started screaming that it was some kind of misunderstanding. He calmed down when he saw Nelia and asked why she was here, since she had gone for help, but the girl explained that she had met the backup that Manager Ha had sent here. In fact, the guy certainly didn't expect that Baphomet would be sent as backup. In turn, the main character noted with a smirk on his face that they hadn't seen each other in quite a while. Nelia had no idea that these two knew each other, and in the meantime, another hunter approached them. Surprised, the Reaper turned around and immediately recognized the hunter, whose face was familiar. Everyone immediately recognized him as an experienced warrior named Shu. The old man was delighted to see more people here and laughed at how things had turned out. He was also very hungry, so he immediately pounced on the food to regain his strength. The Reaper decided to ask her partner if this was really the brother of the hunter Bango and the deputy head of the Nebula Guild. It was a family of hunters where all the brothers and sisters were renowned fighters, and the most outstanding of them was Bango. The old man concluded that they needed to step up their efforts since Manager Ha had sent them such a good team to help. Nelia immediately decided to broach the subject and asked what he thought of Baphomet. She assumed that the main character could help them pass the test. In the end, they decided that the guy should go through the door himself and destroy the monster hiding behind it. Then the huntress clarified that they would work together with the hunter Griffin. She explained that the guy would go through the door opposite the one our hero was supposed to go through. Baphomet concluded that they just needed to go into different rooms and destroy all the monsters, but he still didn't understand why they had chosen him. Nelia declared that she could destroy the beast herself, which surprised the main character even more. The guy wanted to ask a question, but the hunter was already about to explain her idea. The girl promised that she would explain her decision after Baphomet and Griffin went to the next floor. Before entering their rooms, the hunters glanced at each other once more. After that, the doors creaked, and the main character entered the hall of his trial. In the darkness, he saw an unknown red pentagon glowing brightly. It turned out to be part of the monster's armor, waiting for its next opponent. Baphomet immediately rushed forward to assess how strong his opponent was. In the end, he left the room dissatisfied because the monster turned out to be too weak for him. The main character was very surprised to see that Griffin had already passed his test. Nelia explained that Baphomet had finished 1 minute after his partner. The guy wanted to take the test again, but the huntress warned him that everything had gone according to plan because the door to the next floor had not yet appeared. The main character assumed that there might be some other condition to move on. Baphomet guessed that the two doors had something in common. Then Nelia explained that there were monsters in both rooms that looked the same, like twins. For this reason, their team assumed that this could indeed affect the conditions for clearing the area. That's why they needed to destroy their opponents at the same time, without delaying even for a second. Now our hero understood why the hunter had asked all those questions, because she simply wanted to know how similar they were to her partner. In the end, the girl announced that the joint operation of the hunters Baphomet and Griffin was about to begin. All that was left for the hunters to do was wait for their partners to complete this strange task. The Reaper decided to clean up what was left after their snack, and was no longer surprised that the main character ate so much, because she had noticed this back at the hotel. That was precisely why the girl had stocked up on so much food. She suspected that the boys were going through puberty, and Griffin, on top of that, hadn't eaten anything for 2 whole weeks. Now the hunter began to fear that she should have brought even more provisions. But at that moment, her train of thought was interrupted by Jest, who offered her help. The girl did not refuse, so the partners began to silently clean up all the trash. All this time, the huntress kept watching Baphomet, trying to understand what he was capable of. She decided to ask her partner if the young men would be able to handle such a task. Now the Reaper began to understand why the team had been delayed on the 49th floor, because the conditions here were quite difficult. The girl assumed that perhaps our hero was the last chance for the hunters from the advanced team. Baphomet had no idea what was being said behind his back. The Reaper just watched as the female hunter closely observed the guy. She guessed that Jest had come here with them to keep an eye on Baphomet, and she didn't deny it. The hunter didn't expect it to be so obvious, because she assumed that only the main character would figure her out. The Reaper admitted that she had once gathered information about Baphomet herself, and then heard a story about her boss, Hajouk. She learned that they were not the most pleasant things, and noted that Jess probably had a hard time working with such a picky boss. In fact, the hunter didn't expect her partner to also think that her boss wasn't a very good person. Jess noted that from the outside, Hajouk seemed like a bad person, but she herself did not consider him to be one of those people. However, she also stated that she would be wary of people who went against Ha's wishes. The hunter did not expect her owl to be taken so seriously. In the end, Jess decided to change the subject and asked where they could throw away all the trash since they couldn't leave it in the waiting room. Suddenly, with a strange smile on her face, she said that she had something that could solve the problem. She took a cube out of her pocket and explained that you could put anything in it, and it would disappear without a trace. It was a mythical item that had been sold at an auction, so Reaper couldn't pass it up. She emphasized that this cube even destroys secret items, which greatly surprised Jest. Meanwhile, the main character suggested an easy solution to their problem and decided that a regular timer could help them. Nelia immediately warned that this was impossible because electronic devices did not work in that room. Then Baphomet suggested hitting their opponent with all their might as soon as they were inside. Chu thought that this was not an ideal solution either, because everyone had different strength levels, and they would not be able to predict when the monsters would die. The guy still wouldn't give up on his idea and decided that they could just keep hitting them until everything turned into a bloody mess. Then Raven intervened, asking his partner to just do as he was told, because their team knew much more about this tower. The main character was very unhappy that someone was telling him to shut up and do as he was told. The hunter was surprised at how negatively Baphomet perceived everything around him. The partners immediately noticed the tension between them and intervened to prevent unnecessary conflict. Chu immediately turned to the guys to distract them from their conversation. He emphasized that the hunters were too aggressive and that this would only hinder them from completing their mission together. The old man suggested that the guys fight him once to warm up a little before such an important mission. The main character couldn't understand what this was all about, but Griffin thought it would be better to try to clear out the rooms one more time. Chu immediately thought that the guys were just afraid that they wouldn't be strong enough to defeat him together. He tried his best to hurt his teammates' feelings and noticed that it seemed like there were only cowards among the A-rankers. Then Griffin and Baphomet couldn't take the insult and attacked the old man. The girls, who were standing aside talking about something, didn't even notice what was happening behind them. Turning around, they saw that a conflict had broken out between the hunter Chu and the guys. Despite such a sudden attack, the old man continued to laugh at how weak the A-ranks were. The guys couldn't be stopped, as these words had hurt their egos too much. The main character was the first to rush into the attack, declaring that he hadn't even started fighting at full strength yet. Griffin didn't even expect his partner to be so aggressive, because he himself had no intention of getting in Chu's way. In any case, it was quite difficult for Baphomet to hit the old man, who turned out to be a skilled fighter. Our hero tried every trick in the book to land a single blow on the hunter, but the latter managed to dodge every one of his attacks. The hunter Chu immediately noticed that he was a pretty good fighter. His strength and power were immediately apparent. But the young man's problem was that he had no specific fighting technique, so all his efforts were in vain. The old man didn't waste any more time on empty talk, and his steel fist flew at full speed toward Baphomet. The main character was unable to withstand such force and was sent flying helplessly to the side. Despite this, he managed to stay on his feet, his body trembling from the effort, but his determination and willpower prevented him from falling. Turning around, Baphomet noticed that the old man was already close and was about to deliver the fatal blow. In the end, Chu literally smashed our hero, teaching him a lesson for his audacity. Then Griffin appeared behind him, unable to stand by and watch the fight any longer. The old man reacted quickly to this turn of events and also managed to dodge the young man's attack without any problems. Griffin was also no fool, so he immediately began to analyze his opponent's movements. Literally a second later, he figured out what to do and abruptly changed the trajectory of his movement. The young man made several sharp lunges and tried to attack Chui from the other side. The old man was pleased with how Griffin was fighting because he had good speed and technique, but there were still too many unnecessary movements. Suddenly, the young hunter saw the cold stone floor in front of him, which meant that the same fate awaited him as his comrade. The rest of the team watched in horror as their comrades fought. They accepted that this was what the power of an S-rank hunter looked like. The old man was satisfied with the fight and acknowledged that both hunters possessed excellent qualities, so the future of their world looked quite promising. Chu also declared that he was now ready to join them in a duel at any time. Meanwhile, Nelia, who had been watching everything, could never have imagined that the boys would want to fight such a powerful opponent again. Thus, several days had passed since our team had encountered the advance guard. Nelia warned that monsters could appear even in the waiting room, so they would have to constantly fight the beasts. It was as if the tower itself was pushing the hunters to clear the 49th floor. Before that, the advance group had been doing this in threes, so Chu already knew that the monsters always moved according to a certain pattern. In the end, Baphomet admitted that he would have to adapt to Griffin's style in order to complete the mission as quickly as possible. The hunter didn't expect our hero to make such concessions, but he already understood that his partner had destroyed hundreds of monsters, so he surely knew exactly when they would die. Baphomet wanted the guy to show him his technique so that he could master it and fight in the same way. Griffin said nothing and picked up an iron pipe to demonstrate his skills. He made incredibly precise movements, skillfully swinging his homemade weapon. Without explaining anything, the hunter simply handed the pipe to Baphomet so he could do the same. The guy explained that it wasn't really necessary to be completely accurate. He didn't expect the main character to get it right away, but the young man didn't get angry at his words. Baphomet decided to show off his skills in front of Griffin, so he concentrated as hard as he could on the task. The hunter didn't expect our hero to put so much effort into it, so he kept his eyes on him the whole time. In the end, Baphomet perfectly repeated all the movements his partner had shown him. The girls who were also watching from the sidelines couldn't tell if Baphomet had succeeded. The Reaper believed that the main character was not just moving similarly, but exactly the same. The girl thought that the results would not be long in coming, but things did not go as she had expected. Nelia reported each time that Baphomet and Griffin left the rooms at different times. Thus, Griffin and Baphomet gradually shortened the time between their exits from the room. Once again, the hunter wanted to report that they had failed to fulfill the floor's condition, but for some reason she stopped. She realized that the boys were probably exhausted, so she suggested taking a short break. The hunters agreed and went to rest, but Griffin decided to talk to his partner for a bit. He noted that the main character had spoken with such confidence that he would be able to handle it, but in the end, the hunter himself would have to adapt to him. Baphomet was very unhappy that his comrade had spoken about him in such a way. At that moment, the Reaper called him over, deciding to support our hero and give him some water to speed up his recovery. The girl also said that she was ready to transfer his money to his account. Baphomet couldn't understand why, so the girl explained that she had hired him only to get into the tower. She allowed the guy to leave right away, but the main character had no intention of doing so and was determined to finish the cleanup. The guy thought that the money had lost all value for the Reaper and couldn't believe that she was so interested in playing archaeologist. But it turned out that wasn't the only reason. It turns out that the girl wanted to end this war as soon as possible. When the hunter was talking to Jess, she remembered that monsters are only bad for humans. If you look at it from another perspective, it is humans who are the evil creatures. Previously, the girl had said that monsters were weapons that killed people aimlessly, but now she no longer believed that. These creatures also had consciousness and their own history, so the Reaper wanted to explore the tower and delve into the depths of the monster's consciousness to find answers to all her questions. The main character, after listening to his partner, decided to share his thoughts on the matter. In the end, he declared that the girl was not particularly normal, since she was talking about such things. The hunter certainly did not expect their conversation to end this way, but Baphomet had no intention of explaining himself. But the girl agreed with him because they really did need to kill monsters, and she was talking nonsense. She had already started to worry that it would be so difficult for them to get through the damn 49th floor. The Reaper couldn't understand how, without telepathy, they would get the hunters to act simultaneously. The main character, upon hearing this idea, immediately jumped up from his seat, because this was exactly what they needed, and he realized that their team had been doing it wrong from the start. After that, Nelia also returned to continue their difficult mission. She asked if Baphomet and Griffin had continued their attempts. The girl first discussed all the details with Griffin, and then noticed that something was wrong with our hero. She thought that the main character wasn't listening to her at all, but the guy replied that he was carefully taking in all the information. The huntress asked her partners to gather their strength as the time difference was gradually decreasing. Chu did not interfere in the conversation and simply watched the other members of the team. In the end, Nelia finished explaining all the advice to Baphomet and Griffin. She informed them that the hunters could begin their next attempt, so they immediately ran to their rooms. Chu and Nelia watched them silently, hoping that they would succeed. In fact, the girl was already thinking about going down from the tower if they didn't succeed, but the old man was confident that this time everything would work out. At that moment, a bright flash appeared behind the hunter, interrupting their conversation about the outcome of the mission. Light began to fill the entire room, its bright glow gradually engulfing the darkness and creating an atmosphere of mystical anticipation. The system finally announced that the simultaneous sweep was complete, so the entrance to the 50th floor opened. After successfully completing the task, the main character decided to ask his teammates how they knew that the doors were connected. It turned out that Nelia had told them, as she had seen a stream of magic flowing between the doors facing each other, like a thread. Baphomet wondered if the hunters had simply cut it, but it turns out that the girl had tried to do so herself, but to no avail. Then our heroes suggested using their shared system, but Chu didn't immediately understand what he was talking about. He didn't believe they could pull off something like that, but Baphomet was confident in his actions. Then Griffin asked if his partner was serious. He explained that the tower was a monster's cave, so its system and structure were all designed for it. The guy was sure that from the very beginning, the rules of the tower were designed to work against hunters, and their task was to circumvent these rules. But Baphomet disagreed with him. The main character noted that there was something all hunters were wrong about. They believed that the tower was on the side of the monster, but it treated monsters and humans equally. It was just a place for hunters to fight monsters, and how they used that place was up to them. If the monsters could do whatever they wanted here, they certainly wouldn't be sitting in this tower, because they could simply destroy the walls and go outside to kill all the people. Griffin immediately noticed that this sounded like reasoning from the perspective of a monster. Chu was intrigued by our hero's reasoning, so he asked what he suggested doing. The old man noticed that the guys understood each other perfectly, so he asked them to explain their entire plan of action. Griffin explained that it was quite simple because they could just use the same system as the monster. Chui did not expect it to be so simple and was worried that nothing would work out. The guy noted that they still didn't know what to do to get into the system, so Baphomet had to find out. In turn, the main character was very proud that his partners had decided to follow his instructions after all. At the same time, he understood that he would not be able to handle it alone, so he asked Griffin to help find answers to their questions. This is how they managed to unlock the door to the 50th floor. After the hunter's success, Nelia decided to ask them what method they had used. For a while, everyone just stared at her, trying to decide whether to tell her all the details. Then the main character confirmed that the hunter's guesses were correct and that they had simply destroyed the monsters at the same time. He added that the timing of the destruction had to be perfect. The hunter still found it difficult to understand, so Baphomet tried to simplify his explanation as much as possible. He emphasized that monsters A and B must not move in the same way, because when A starts moving, a signal is transmitted to B via a magical thread, after which B also starts moving. In simple terms, it was like ordinary puppets. However, the problem was that the magic would not be transmitted simultaneously every time, so even when the main character moved at the same pace as Griffin, their timing would not match. This time, Baphomet changed his tactics and entered the room unconscious. The next moment, the boy's entire body was enveloped in magical power. For this reason, he began to move exactly as Griffin was doing in room A. Thus, Nelia could see the result of this plan for herself, but it all seemed too frightening for the girl. The hunter couldn't take it all and simply collapsed unconscious on the ground. It turned out that she was a strategist of destruction, so she was very upset that she had failed in her task. The main character wanted to say that the ability to admit one's shortcomings was an excellent position to take, but the priestess understood that these words could only make things worse, so she shut him up. Shu believed that health was the most important thing, so he didn't scold the girl for her failures. After that, the huntress said that the hunter Baphomet was an amazing person because he had only recently reached A rank, but already had the mindset of a veteran. The main character immediately calmed down because he loved receiving such compliments. In the end, the whole team decided not to waste any more time and headed for the entrance to the 50th floor. All this time, Griffin kept his eyes on his partner, who had distinguished himself so much during their mission. The old man also kept saying that the main character was an incredible guy because he had already demonstrated such a high level of ability. He also sensed experience in Baphomet during the battle, despite the young man's youth. In turn, Griffin hinted that our hero might know more about the tower than anyone else present. A few seconds later, the entire team used teleportation to move on to the next stage. Everyone was surprised when they saw where they were and couldn't understand what was going on. The main character was also surprised, so he began to look around in confusion. It turned out that they had ended up in some kind of ruined city, so there were only ruins around them. The Reaper thought that this was what the inside of the tower looked like, while the other hunters received a notification from the system. It turned out that they had entered a virtual reality, so they had to complete a quest to move on to the next level. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the first monster appeared and tried to attack the hunters. The girls reacted as quickly as possible to the threat and dealt with the first enemy. While the main character was watching his teammates, he didn't notice that someone was trying to attack him too. Immediately after that, there was an explosion, and a cloud of dust rose up, obscuring everything around them. A moment later, Baphomet himself emerged from the cloud and easily defeated the monster. Griffin also encountered a huge snake that tried to bite him. A huge bull monster flew at Chu from behind, its massive body shaking the air, its eyes blazing with fury, ready to destroy everything in its path. Everything around them turned into total chaos, and the sounds of battle could be heard from all sides. Nelia froze in terror, unable to withstand all the tension around her. The abandoned city and the sudden appearance of the monsters had frightened her greatly. Meanwhile, the main character encountered another person who had somehow ended up there. It was a frightened girl who begged the hunter to help her, her voice trembling with fear and her eyes filled with despair. Baphomet couldn't understand why there was someone else here, and the Reaper also couldn't handle everything that was happening around her. The main character noticed that something was wrong with the girl because her whole body began to shake. Griffin thought the guy was just pretending not to understand what was happening. He thought that Baphomet knew absolutely everything about the tower, but now his friend couldn't understand the obvious. Nelia still hadn't moved from her spot because fear had paralyzed her body. Even the stern Chu couldn't resist what was happening around him. Eventually, all the hunters began to realize what kind of place they had ended up in. It turned out that all of this was a secondary manifestation of the shock gate that had once existed in the real world. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-suk assured everyone that the hunters were fine because they had sent reinforcements. He promised that soon everyone would see the hunters from the Nebula Guild clean up the sacred tower. After that, the man said goodbye and ended another call about the advance team. In reality, he thought that this guild was too annoying and assumed that it was all because their relative was inside. Kim Woo-suk decided not to think about it and find out more information, but changed his mind when he suddenly saw a familiar face. It was Manager Ma, who had no idea he was being followed. After that, the man drove out of the parking lot, but he still felt uncomfortable. All this time, Ma Song-eun's car was driving in the same direction as Kim Woo-suk. Now the action moves to the Nebula Guild house, where everyone was worried about their hunters. In fact, they were already furious that the man kept telling them not to worry about the fate of the advance team. The guy thought it was all easy to say, but in reality, things could be completely different. But in the end, he decided that he could trust this matter to an employee, since he had already sent reinforcements to the location. The guild leader thought it was better not to trust this government dog, but the young man had no intention of doing so anyway. For a while, the man just sat there thinking about what to do next. In fact, he was worried about the sacred tower, so he suspected that there was something there. He said nothing more, so silence fell in the room, but the tension in the air remained. Habeck immediately understood this subtle hint and promised that he would hire more people. He was just about to give orders to his men because they would do anything if they were paid enough money. At that moment, the secretive hunters noticed that one member of their team had not yet arrived. Just then, the remaining fighter approached them and apologized for being late. The others immediately recognized him as the hunter nicknamed Goblin, unaware that the peacemaker was hiding under his hood. Now that everyone was together, they could head to the tower to ensure the safety of the hunters from the advance team and help them clear out the tower. The girl immediately asked if Baphomet was there. Her companions had never heard of the main character, so they couldn't understand who she was talking about. But the peacemaker immediately pretended that she hadn't said anything to us. It turned out that they had all met for the first time today, so they could only hope that they would be able to work together. The girl, on the other hand, was already looking forward to meeting Baphomet, who had piqued her interest. It turned out that she had cold-bloodedly killed the hunter who had gone on a mission to disguise himself as a goblin. Meanwhile, Beelzebub suspected nothing and waited calmly for his comrade to return home. In the morning, Soo-yeon came to him, wanting to borrow a ladder to get to her home because the batteries in the castle gate had died. The young man guessed that she was simply going to climb over the fence and open them from the inside. Then he thought about how he could help his neighbor in another way. Beelzebub took a 9-volt battery, which only needed to be held against the lock for a few seconds. After that, all she had to do was enter the password, and the family could go inside safely. Soo-yeon couldn't understand how the boy knew about such a trick, and he told her that YouTube had all the information she needed. Our hero was surprised that the girl hadn't been taught this at school, but it had nothing to do with her admission. Only now did she realize that Beelzebub had been doing nothing but sitting at home all this time, and he replied that he didn't go there. The girl was surprised that the young man didn't go to school and immediately thought that his brother wouldn't let him. She promised to talk to the main character about it, but Beelzebub warned her that the boy had gone to the tower and was unlikely to come out anytime soon. Suddenly, the demon tensed up, sensing an inner alarm. His eyes darted around the room, and his body became tense. He jumped up from the bed, causing Soo-yeon to ask what was wrong. Beelzebub immediately went to his home because he had to protect him from strangers. At that moment, the gate creaked, and the villain made his way inside. This hunter confidently entered and purposefully searched for Baphomet's lair. It was the same guy who still believed that Baphomet was only pretending to be human, so he wanted to find proof of this. Meanwhile, the advanced team and Baphomet's crew kept fighting and tried to save the girl they found on the 50th floor. Chu demanded that his partner give him the location, and she used the system to see that there were still 900 meters left. The girl pointed to a safe place that was specially lit so that the hunters could get there quickly. Chu, who was carrying the girl in his arms, knew that they had to act as quickly as possible. The old man took a high jump to get to the spot as quickly as possible. He landed abruptly and finally reached the safe zone, so there was no longer any need to worry about the girl. It turned out that she was just a hologram, so she simply dissolved into thin air. Nelia, who had no idea she was under attack, assumed they had already completed their mission. Suddenly, the main character's blade appeared from inside the monster's stomach. On the other side, Griffin helped him by doing the same thing to the monster. Thus, our heroes were able to escape from the monster's belly, where they had ended up in an unknown manner. They cut the monster into pieces, leaving it with no chance of survival. The main character was completely covered in blood from the battles with the monsters. For this reason, he had to take off his new equipment, which was completely soaked in blood. Suddenly, the guys heard a strange sound, so they immediately paid attention to it. It turned out to be Nelia, who had summoned her magical pet, causing rain to fall and a rainbow to appear to save the guys from the monster's belly. In any case, the hunters couldn't understand why everything was flooded with water, but Griffin promised that he would dry everything quickly. Meanwhile, Jest and Chu examined the device against monsters, which uses special waves to prevent detection. The old man noted that the girl had prepared very well, but she explained that it was all thanks to Reaper. At that moment, the girl was sitting somewhere off to the side, resting, because the day had not been an easy one for them. Griffin looked at the quest statistics, which said that they had 9 survivors left to save. In fact, the guy didn't understand why the system was talking about the next level instead of the floor. The main character explained that it was just written that way, so there was no need to look for any meaning. He also assumed that the next floor would be the same as this one, i.e., the same virtual reality. No one knew how many floors this virtual shock gate had. The main character decided to think about how he would act if, hypothetically, he were the boss of this tower, and came to the conclusion that it would be a shame to use virtual reality only once. If you take the same settings for Shockgate, then most likely the settings for the appearance of monsters will also be saved. He was interrupted by Nelia, who noticed something strange about Baphomet. The girl saw that our hero was too calm, so she suspected that he had already passed through the Shockgate. Everyone else felt uncomfortable just being in this virtual reality because they had a feeling that all their traumas were about to resurface. Only Baphomet looked as if he had never used anything like this before. In fact, the main character couldn't understand what Shockgate was because he had never experienced anything like it before. Meanwhile, the Reaper apologized for her reaction, but Nelia didn't see a problem with it because everyone felt bad and had their own experiences and perceptions. This didn't make the hunter feel any better because the place was literally weighing on her. To lighten the mood, Nelia decided to share that her Shockgate had happened when she had just gotten married. That day, she and her husband had decided to go on a date for the first time in a long time, and pick out clothes for each other at the mall. When she came to, her husband was badly injured because he had tried to shield her with his body. At that very moment, due to a strong emotional surge, the girl's powers awakened. She then used all her strength to carry her husband outside. In the end, Neely managed to get her husband to the hospital, where they were told that the girl was pregnant. Her beloved could not understand why she was so sad, despite the joyful news. The hunter simply could not forget the moans of the people she heard while carrying her husband out of the building. She had ignored all the cries for help just to save her beloved, but the man believed that she had saved more than just him. All of this was done to save the child that Nelia now carried in her heart. This was the first life the hunter had been able to save with her new powers. From that moment on, the girl wanted to save other people. Her heart was filled with determination, and she realized that her power could change someone's fate, bringing hope to those who needed it. Of course, Nelia was left with psychological trauma after that incident, but it became an incentive not to give up on her decision. She didn't know what the other hunters had gone through, but in any case, they all had to destroy the towers so that no one would ever fall into the shock gate again. In this way, Nelia tried to encourage her teammates to quickly clear the tower and protect people from danger. Just apologized for interrupting her partner, but she wanted to ask how old the hunter was since the shock gate had happened about 10 years ago. It turned out that Nelia would be 40 this year, although she looked quite young. The girls were very surprised to hear this, as she didn't look her age at all. After that, they completed the quest fairly easily, fulfilling the conditions, which required them to save 10 people. The last survivor was a schoolboy, who also dissolved into thin air and was counted toward their total. After that, a system window appeared in front of them, informing them that their team was moving on to the next level. The hunters didn't need to enter any teleportation device, because the tower teleported them automatically. A second later, they found themselves in a new place that also resembled a ruined city. As Baphomet had predicted, they had been transported to another space, where there was also a shock gate. This time, there were fewer survivors and they only had to save 9 people. With each new level, the number of survivors decreased, but the monsters became stronger. In the end, the hunters split into 3 teams to clear the area faster. Our heroes reached the point where they had to rescue 3 survivors to move on to the next level. Baphomet and Griffin quickly set off on their mission to get out of this Shoko gate as soon as possible. The hunter couldn't take his eyes off the main character because he suspected that he was not a simple man. Both of them had the feeling that someone was watching them the whole time. Griffin immediately thought that the main character felt something similar because he was a demon. In fact, the young man had long felt that his partner had been suspicious of him since the first day. Baphomet asked the young man if he remembered what he had told him on the first day they met. He decided to remind him personally that if Griffin told anyone that he was a demon, he would die at his hands immediately. The hunter believed that there was no point in revealing this because he didn't care what anyone else thought, as he was certain that Baphomet was a real demon. The young man wasn't worried about it because he understood that if the tower collapsed, no one would know who killed him. The main character began to realize that he was offering to fight to the death. At that moment, the guy didn't hear someone nearby shouting and asking for help. Baphomet was not happy that there was a survivor nearby, but completing the mission was more important than some battle. In the end, our hero was the first to rush forward to save the civilian. Griffin, on the other hand, froze in place because he immediately recognized the voice. It was the same young man who had appeared in his dreams before the main character's team arrived to help them. Baphomet arrived just in time to help, successfully cutting the huge worm in half. After that, he briefly reported that the quest had finally been completed. The main character noticed that his partner had been looking at the boy strangely the whole time. The hunter's face was contorted with fear, his voice trembled with excitement, and his breathing was labored. When the rescued young man turned around, he immediately looked at Griffin and recognized him as his brother. At the same time, the other hunters also encountered an incredibly powerful monster. Jest and Reaper had already gathered their strength, so they easily dodged all of its attacks. The female hunter mercilessly wielded her sharp threads, not giving the monster a chance to win. She flew deftly around her target, gradually wrapping it in her threads. In the end, the girl managed to completely immobilize the monster so that her partner could deal with it. Jest quickly reacted to the signal from the Reaper and prepared her blade for attack. She plunged her sword straight into the monster's head, which was unable to dodge the blow. After that, there was a powerful explosion that left nothing of their opponent. The huntress was able to react instantly to the threat and jump away from the monster. They were glad that everything had ended safely, and just couldn't have imagined that a monster would suddenly appear here. The girl noted that it was definitely in the style of Shockgate, but suddenly thought that her partner might not like to hear that, so she apologized. Reaper immediately said that she was fine and asked the hunter not to worry about it. An awkward silence hung between them, so the girls decided to hurry up and not stand around doing nothing. They turned around and were about to leave, unaware that the monster was still alive. The Reaper realized that she was causing trouble even for other hunters, so Baphomet's words about her not being the best hunter were confirmed. She wanted to talk to the hunter just about what had just happened between them, but stopped herself mid-sentence. At the last moment, the girl saw that the very same monster was trying to attack her partner. Meanwhile, Nelia, who was guarding the safe zone, had no idea what had happened to the other hunters. Finally, she saw the wounded Jest and Reaper appear on the horizon, who helped her get there. The hunter immediately reported that their partner was under the influence of a paralyzing poison, which was also of a complex nature. Jest immediately began to apologize, believing that it was all her fault for not paying attention. Nelia asked her not to worry about it because she was there for situations like this. She summoned a small animal and explained that it would share its buff to speed up the healing process. Both hunters immediately thought that this useful little animal was quite cute. After that, Nelia and Reaper went in search of survivors because she wanted to stretch her muscles a little. She noticed that for some reason the girl wasn't smiling, and she explained that the hunter, Nelia, was just very kind, and the animals she summoned perfectly reflected her nature. The woman explained that it was all thanks to her son, because the animals used to look less cute. One day, the boy begged her to summon her animals because he really wanted to play with them. Nelia obeyed her son, but her pets really did look quite frightening. She herself had already gotten used to their appearance, but the boy was very frightened. His eyes widened in horror, and his heart was beating so fast that it seemed as if it was about to jump out of his chest. On the way, the priestess also decided to talk about what she had heard, that sometimes when summoning certain animals, hunters even pledge their lives as collateral. The huntress explained that this was very rare, and she had only seen it once in her life. At that time, it was a young hunter whom she had intended to stop, but his desire was too strong, and in the end, he became an S-rank hunter and the head of a very famous guild. All this time, the girl listened attentively to her companion, forgetting where they were. Nelia also noticed that her partner was no longer as nervous and felt much better. In fact, the Reaper didn't even know what was bothering her so much, because they were only in virtual reality. She was afraid that Shockgate would happen again, but such a coward couldn't help. But Nelia asked her not to say such nonsense. The hunter promised that the Shockgate would not happen again because they would clean up the tower. But she also hinted that they would naturally need to hurry up with it. Only now did Nelia realize that they were searching so hard for survivors, but there was still no one around. Turning around, they finally saw a little girl hiding behind one of the walls. The hunters were delighted that they had finally found a survivor. Nelia approached the child to ask if she was okay, as the girl looked very serious. It turned out that the girl's leg was injured, so she couldn't just walk with them to safety. The girl saw that she was the same age as her son and asked her not to worry, promising that she would just carry her on her back. She thought about how she needed to clean up the tower as quickly as possible, and then spend 2 whole weeks with her beloved son, unaware of what was about to happen. Suddenly, several drops of blood fell on the Reaper's face, causing her to tense up. It turned out that it was all just a trap that Nelia had so naively fallen into. She looked in horror at her body, which had just been pierced through, and a cold wave of pain washed over her as she realized that her chances of survival were rapidly dwindling. The Reaper couldn't believe that this had really happened to her partner, who had been such a kind and bright person. A sinister smile appeared on the girl's face, showing that she was no ordinary survivor. At that moment, the main character heard some strange noises, but didn't pay much attention to them. He didn't recognize what the noise was, but he didn't go to check because he needed to protect his survivor. The boy was still frightened by what he had seen during the shock of the gates. A few hours earlier, Baphomet had learned that they had found the young raven. Our hero found it very hard to believe that this little boy was really the famous hunter. Obviously, the image of Raven in his memory looked completely different. In the end, Baphomet simply remained silent because he couldn't reveal that he had once met this hunter. In fact, he was only curious about whether the boy had dyed his hair. Meanwhile, the young hunter turned to our heroes and asked them to save his parents and brother. At that very moment, a notification from the system appeared before the boys. They were given an emergency quest to save the survivors from the approaching monsters. Literally a second later, they heard a dull thud on the ground. Our heroes immediately realized that they had no time to think. Every moment was critical. Suddenly, a large number of monsters appeared, ready to tear any human being in their path to pieces at any moment. A huge dragon was the leader of this pack of monsters. His commanding gaze and powerful breath inspired fear, and his every movement filled the air with a sense of invincibility and destruction. He immediately tried to attack the main character, who was annoyed that they had to hide from all their enemies after all. In addition, Baphomet noticed that all these monsters belonged to a high rank. Now the guy suspected that this place had suffered more than the others during the shock at the gates. Meanwhile, Griffin couldn't determine their location, but our hero simply suggested going to the base to find a safe zone. The only problem was that they would have to take the boy with them and somehow fight off the monsters together. Raven shouted that they couldn't do that, even though he knew full well that his request was too much to ask. He begged the hunters to at least save his brother, unaware that he was standing right in front of him. Griffin clenched his teeth with all his might because it was hard for him to hear all this from his own brother. Meanwhile, the main character was surprised that this boy was conscious. All the survivors who had come before had one thing in common. They repeated the same thing over and over, simply asking to be saved. Baphomet also informed the young Raven that this hunter was his brother. His partner couldn't understand what the main character was doing, and the boy couldn't understand what he was saying. Then the boy remembered a quote from the novel that you had read to Beelzebub, about how people come from the future to save themselves. Baphomet continued to tell him that in the future, Raven's brother would also become a hunter. The boy was surprised that Soo-hyuk would actually choose this line of work. In fact, he didn't really believe it because he thought his younger brother couldn't dye his hair such a strange color. Our hero had to make a considerable effort to hold back his laughter. Griffin just turned away in annoyance because he didn't really like hearing something like that from his brother. It turns out that this phenomenon was called bleaching and occurred in areas where the shock gate appeared. It started with the people who survived in those places, and now part of their bodies turned white, including their hair. Meanwhile, our heroes moved forward, carefully protecting Raven from any threats. Baphomet concluded that this bleaching phenomenon occurred in certain places, and the brothers had fallen victim to it. The only problem was that Raven and his brother were the only ones there, which meant that they were the only survivors. The boy realized that their parents had not survived, so he asked what had happened to them. Griffin paused for a moment, unsure whether his brother should know. He didn't even have time to say anything when a new group of monsters appeared behind them, so Baphomet told Raven to leave while they dealt with the problem. They gave Raven some unknown object and asked him to run into the building. The young man only managed to run a few meters away when a powerful explosion sounded behind him. Raven quickly ran into the building and did everything the hunters had asked him to do. It turned out that if this thing was placed on the ground, the monsters would not come near it. The boy decided that it would be best to stay there until Baphomet and Griffin arrived. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in front of him, in which he could make out his parents. After that, the flash spread beyond the building, illuminating everything around it. The blue flames reached our heroes, forcing them to interrupt their battle. Griffin, seeing all this, immediately thought that something had happened to his brother. Amidst the chaos around them, they saw the silhouette of a boy who was quietly saying that he would not forgive anyone. A second later, he had transformed into the adult Raven, whom the main character recognized. In the end, the hunter declared in a cold voice that he would kill everyone in his path. Now the events go back a couple of minutes to find out what caused the explosion. Then Raven stumbled upon a discovery that shocked him. It turns out that he saw the horror that had befallen his parents, who had indeed been unable to survive the shock gate. It took the boy a few seconds to comprehend the horror of the situation he was in. Tears welled up in his eyes as his emotions took over his mind, and despite his efforts to hold back, pain and despair broke through, filling his heart and mind. He remembered Griffin's words that only he and his older brother had been in that zone. It turned out that these events were the catalyst for Raven to awaken his abilities. The explosion that occurred during this was so powerful that it even destroyed all the monsters our heroes were fighting. Baphomet was shocked by what was happening around him and stared into the flames to understand what was going on. Meanwhile, Griffin began to recall what had actually happened on that fateful day. The boy mentally returned to that time and place when he was just a young boy. Now, the reason why he and his older brother were able to survive the shock gate came to mind. At that time, Raven also emerged from the blue flames and turned to Soo-hyuk, asking him to come with him because it was too dangerous there. Now everything was completely different. because his older brother had been dead for a long time, and it was only his diagram that was being controlled by the tower. The hunter, emerging from the blue flames, kept saying that he would kill absolutely everyone. Griffin still found it difficult to comprehend everything that was happening, as it was not easy for him to fight against his own older brother. The main character was also shocked by what was happening around him. His mind couldn't keep up with the events unfolding before him. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, as the system informed him that in order to complete a new emergency quest, he must punish Raven 21. Meanwhile, Reaper watched in horror as her partner, whom she had already grown to love, met her end. Nelia was already flying down slowly with a blank look on her face and a through-and-through wound in her body. All this time, the hunter desperately tried to reach her friend, as if that would somehow save the situation. The girl, in turn, watched with a terrifying smile on her face, as if she were enjoying this horrific moment. The Reaper was furious, but she knew she had to take control of the situation. In the end, she couldn't leave Nelia behind, so she picked her up and ran away from the enemy. It was difficult for the girl because, in addition to the heavy weight in her arms, she was being chased by a huge robot whose footsteps shook the ground, and the metallic grinding sound was getting closer, forcing her to move faster despite her fatigue. The system reported that a new quest had also begun for the Reaper, so she had to punish Goliath 17, because otherwise she would not be able to unlock the space outside. She was incredibly annoyed by this turn of events, but she understood that she had no other choice. The robot was certain that the humans would never reach their king. The priestess tried to hide from him, but the monster jumped high and quickly found his target. The robot brutally declared that this place would be the grave of our heroes. Concentrating his energy, Goliath 17 fired a powerful beam at the priestess, who was desperately trying to escape. The girl had no idea that such danger was approaching her and simply continued to run forward. At the last second, she sensed a serious threat approaching her. The huntress managed to use a legendary item called the Green Shield and saved her life. The robot did not expect his first attack to fail, so he was a little surprised. He didn't appreciate such cheap tricks from the Reaper and believed that they wouldn't help her anyway. Meanwhile, the girl actively used all her high-level healing potions to save Nelia. After that, she applied a blood-stopping agent, so the victim slowly began to regain consciousness. After that, the Reaper continued to use healing potions without stopping. Finally, Nelia showed signs of life and turned to her savior. It turned out that the hunter had already lost her mother once, so she couldn't let her partner die as well. Gathering all her strength, Nelia said that she was fine, and the woman was glad that Jitsa was unharmed. A memory immediately flashed through Reaper's mind of her mother saying the same words. The woman tried to convince her savior to run away as quickly as possible. In any case, the hunter had no intention of doing so, as she did not want to repeat her past mistakes. In the end, she sternly told her partner to shut up and stop talking nonsense. The Reaper reminded Nelia that they were hunters after all, so they needed to act more ruthlessly. She reminded her that their team had been holding out for several weeks without food, so it would be foolish to die now. The woman still felt a piercing pain in her heart, and the rest of her body was barely functioning, but the Reaper believed that such things were trivial for hunters. The hunter decided to play on her partner's emotions and asked if she wanted her children to be left orphaned. After that, she used a legendary item called the Calyx Pocket Watch. Time in the chosen space was now frozen, so the Reaper could deal with the monster. The girl asked her partner to wait there and promised that she would not let her die under any circumstances. Meanwhile, the robot waited behind the shield, unable to understand the point of his victims hiding under the dome. He was sure that he had simply lured our heroes into a trap and had already secured victory for himself. Then the Reaper appeared outside and asked who had said they were trapped. The monster was very happy to see that the rat had finally come out of its lair. Goliath 17 immediately rushed to attack our heroine in every way possible. Reaper was furious, so she dodged every blow aimed at her perfectly. After that, she immediately released her threads, trying to wrap them around the huge monster from all sides. In response, the robot merely laughed because it understood that this would not help her. It continued to laugh loudly with its robotic voice, but the hunter simply ignored it. In the end, Goliath 17 noted that the girl was fighting quite well, but it still wasn't enough. At one point, the Reaper realized that she needed to change her fighting style to win this battle. All her threads simply slammed into one of the nearby cobblestones without reaching their target. It turned out that this was all part of her cunning plan to crush her opponent between two stones. But it wasn't that simple because Goliath 17 was surrounded by a powerful shield that helped him survive. In the end, all the cobblestones flew toward Reaper, but she managed to dodge them. Literally a second later, she was ready to use her threads against the robot again. This time she wielded her weapon even more skillfully and masterfully, so Goliath 17 had to try harder. The robot couldn't figure out where the girl was aiming, but he admitted that her technique was quite good, even though her accuracy was terrible. All this time, the Reaper missed her target, but she paid no attention to her opponent's laughter. Finally, she managed to weave a whole net of threads that completely covered Goliath 17. She tried to attack the robot with these threads, but it was too fast and agile. Only now did the monster realize that our heroine wasn't even trying to hit it. Suddenly, the robot decided to look up and saw that a dense net of threads was already above him. The girl only now confirmed his guess that she had no intention of targeting him. Goliath 17 realized that it was too late to make any decisions. Meanwhile, the priestess fulfilled all the conditions for using her arachne skill called refuge. In an instant, Goliath 17 found himself in some unknown place, surrounded by darkness. Suddenly, a female hunter appeared behind him and declared that she was not just a human who knew how to fight. The robot tried to attack the human, but the girl had already teleported to another location. She continued to say that every time she entered the tower, she was in constant fear. The Reaper stated directly that she did not want war with the monsters and believed that there was another way to negotiate with them. For a while, the robot listened carefully to the girl's story about how there was a peaceful way to talk to them. In the end, he became very angry and fired bright beams in all directions. Goliath 17 believed that they would never be able to reach an agreement because the monsters were born to fight. He was certain that one day their race would simply subjugate humans and rule over them. The robot believed that this was their essence and duty. Our heroine listened to him and said that she also respected such thoughts. Finally, she pulled out the ribbon that had been holding her hair all this time. The girl's hair slowly fell onto her shoulders, each strand swaying in the air, creating a feeling of lightness and weightlessness. The robot still couldn't understand why he couldn't move at all, unaware that his body was completely bound by threads. The Reaper didn't waste any more time and simply dismantled her opponent into spare parts. She decided that Goliath 17 would make a good nutrient for the new world. The system immediately informed the hunter that she had successfully completed her quest. At the same time, the divided space began to be restored using her skill. Literally a couple of seconds later, she returned to the destroyed city where her partner was waiting for her. She took one last look at the robot's remains, which lay lifelessly around her. The voice in her head still told her that she was just a hypocrite because her past transgression would never go away. The Reaper thought someone was talking behind her, but when she turned around, she saw no one there. She froze for a moment, but her partner's familiar voice snapped her out of it. The girl remembered that she couldn't waste any time, so she quickly ran over to Nelia's hunters. She informed her that complete healing was impossible here, so she suggested that her partner go down and seek treatment outside. The woman had not expected any other outcome for herself, but she noted that there was a strange blue barrier around them. She believed that it did not look like a natural phenomenon at all, and that it seemed as if the space had been divided. The Reaper couldn't understand the reason for this, because the emergency quest had already been completed, so the divided space should have been restored. Meanwhile, the main character remembered how Beelzebub had once taken his phone and started laughing because everything in the search was related to Raven. At the time, Baphomet was upset that his friend was looking at his phone without asking, but the young man pointed out that he could understand if he was just looking for information about an enemy. But the problem was that the demon had already killed Raven with his own hands, so he literally no longer existed. The main character knew all this without his friend, so he explained that he just wanted to fight his old rival one more time. Right now, the young man had such an opportunity on the 50th floor of the Sacred Tower. The rival attacked our heroes first, so you didn't even have time to react to such a powerful blow. The system warned the guys that they would be isolated from the outside world until they were completely destroyed. When Griffin landed on the ground, his older brother was already beside him in an instant. After that, Raven jumped high into the air and attacked the hunter from behind. In fact, there was not a trace of humanity in his older brother's eyes, and he himself looked like a cold-blooded robot. The young man had to try hard to dodge the blade that was already approaching his neck. In the end, he managed to knock his opponent's sword away. Then Raven 21 took the fight more seriously, and his blade ignited with a blue flame. Now the attacks became even more dangerous, but the younger brother still managed to dodge them. After that, His opponent gripped his sword more tightly and prepared for the strongest blow he could deliver. Griffin did not have time to regroup, so his entire body was vulnerable to his older brother. Finally, the main character intervened in the fight and advised them not to underestimate him. Raven 21 instantly sensed that there was a threat somewhere near him, so he quickly pushed it away. It turns out that Baphomet has once again modified his blade to make it more effective in battle against his archenemy. With a smile on his face, he greeted Raven and noted that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. This did not evoke any emotions in his opponent, as he was not the real person our hero was talking about. Despite the fact that a ghost stood before him, he was still happy to see him. Baphomet decided that he would have to observe all the rules of decorum and activated a hidden passive skill. He understood that he simply could not afford to make any mistakes in battle with Raven, so he also used a closed active skill. Thus, the main character was in full combat readiness, his body tense, every muscle ready for action. His gaze was filled with determination, searching for his opponent's weak spots. In the end, Baphomet attacked first, and the loud clanging of chains could be heard in the air. Raven froze for a moment, then immediately prepared to lunge forward, his body tense like a string. With one powerful leap, he reached the main character, who was high above him. Baphomet reacted quickly to this decision and stopped his opponent's swift attack. Thus, they locked in a fierce battle, not giving each other a second to catch their breath. In fact, the main character knew that he couldn't keep up this pace for long. Moreover, the young man couldn't shake the feeling of déjà vu, because Raven hadn't changed at all. To tell the truth, this only fueled Baphomet's desire to take revenge on his enemy. For a moment, our hero stopped to catch his breath. His opponent also landed to prepare for the next round of their battle. After that, the main character didn't waste any more time and grabbed one of his daggers tightly. He threw the blade at his opponent with all his strength, but the latter only had to step aside to dodge it. Then the main character tried to attack from above, but Raven reacted quickly to this maneuver as well. He drove the dagger into the ground with all his might, giving his opponent no chance to get close. It seemed that his opponent did not expect that in a matter of seconds, the main character would be right in front of him. Baphomet quickly took advantage of the fact that he had caught his opponent off guard and tried to attack him. It seemed that Raven was completely exposed and the main character would finally succeed. In the end, however, his opponent managed to step aside and the hunter's efforts were in vain. The opponent immediately took advantage of the situation and charged forward to kick Baphomet with his leg. Raven's strength was so great that the main character was sent flying at tremendous speed. In any case, Baphomet was safe and sound because he managed to defend himself with his sword. Meanwhile, the enemy had no intention of stopping there and was already preparing to deliver a fatal blow. In fact, all this only fueled the main character's interest, because he wanted to feel the thrill of fighting Raven again. With all his strength, Baphomet struck the ground to create a small shelter for himself. In the end, they came across a stone boulder behind which our hero was hiding. The guy couldn't stop thinking that this fight was getting more and more fun. After that, the main character destroyed his entire shelter, causing debris to fly in all directions. In turn, Raven had to try hard to avoid being hit by any stones. It seemed that his opponent had no idea that Baphomet himself was hiding behind one of those boulders. Our hero ordered his opponent to make the fight even more fun for him. Since Raven 21 was an ordinary robot, he did not understand what his opponent was talking about. Finally, he reacted to the threat and blocked the main character's possible blow. After that, the two men clashed again in a battle that seemed like it could never end. In the end, Baphomet had to stop because his body literally couldn't take the strain. Breathing heavily, the main character continued to watch his opponent closely. Raven also paused for a moment, watching to see what the guy would do next. Meanwhile, the main character couldn't shake the strange feeling that something was interfering with the fun. He decided not to waste any more time and tried again to attack his opponent, who continued to stand calmly in his place. When Baphomet got as close to Raven as he could, Raven simply put his hand forward and stopped the swift attack. The main character was unable to resist and was once again thrown far to the side. Finally, he realized that this wasn't so much fun after all, because he felt his whole body suddenly lose its strength. In the end, Baphomet couldn't resist this surge of power and crashed into the wall at full speed. Meanwhile, Raven continued to stand calmly and watch what he had done to his opponent. Suddenly, he sensed another opponent nearby and quickly turned his gaze to him. It turned out that Griffin was trying to sneak up on his older brother and help him in the battle. Meanwhile, the main character felt terrible after such a hard fall. In fact, such a defeat in battle would have been a mere trifle for Baphomet in the past. But now was his chance because there definitely wouldn't be a third or fourth time. The guy wondered if the outcome would change if he had even the slightest chance of winning. He had killed Raven simply by using the tower's privileges, but if the battle had taken place under the same conditions, our hero would have definitely lost. Meanwhile, the brothers clashed again in combat, trying to strike each other with their blades. The main character could only watch because he really had no strength left. He clenched his fists in anger, trying to figure out what to do next. He immediately remembered that he had never been such a weakling and had always been ready to attack regardless of his opponent. In the end, Baphomet regained his strength because he remembered his true nature. Meanwhile, Raven had already cornered his younger brother, so he could no longer fight. For a moment, the older brother paused before finishing off the young man. Griffin noticed that his opponent was behaving strangely and couldn't understand why. The next moment, Raven 21 began to shake strangely, as if he were very afraid of something. It turned out that he had begun to sense the thick, tense atmosphere that the main character was creating around himself. The guy quickly turned around to see what was causing such heavy energy. Finally, he saw before him the true face of Baphomet, whom he had once encountered in the tower. The boss of the Sacred Tower had been watching their fight closely all this time and thought that the main character had simply gone mad. Using the tower system to clear the stage was a pretty smart move, but this was going way too far. The boss was incredibly annoyed that the guy was trying to hack the system and devour her entire tower. Meanwhile, our hero used Lord Baphomet's special skill called Second Level Advantage. It allowed him to hack the tower system with a 15% chance of success and use his skill. A few seconds later, the system reported that the skill had been successfully applied, but the range of application was limited. This skill has a low level and is activated unpredictably, so the result it may lead to is unknown. As the skill level increases, the range of application will expand, allowing the main character to capture the entire tower. Ultimately, the system wished Lord Baphomet to take a position higher than that of the king. This is how the main character regained his powers and appeared before his brothers in his original form. Seeing this, Griffin was very surprised, as he certainly did not expect to see the boss of the Tower of the Abyss here. He saw fear in his older brother's eyes, causing his whole body to tremble. The young man had never seen Raven like this before, not even when he was sucked into the shock gate. This had never happened before, when the hunter had cleared the tower alone, because he had always radiated only anger. But now such a vivid reaction could not be fake, because the tip of Raven's sword was shaking violently. The eyes that had once been filled with rage now reflected entirely different emotions. Raven, once the embodiment of anger, now felt only animal fear because of this Baphomet. Griffin knew perfectly well that this was the very same boss of the Tower of the Abyss who had killed his older brother. He remembered that our hero had always exuded a sinister, beastly energy. In the end, the guy concluded that a real monster had always been hiding behind Baphomet. Suddenly, Raven seemed to come to his senses and addressed his younger brother by name. The older brother asked how the young man had gotten there and what had happened to him. In fact, the hunter had a rather strange reaction, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Raven truly remembered that he should be dead right now, so it was difficult for him to understand what was happening around him. The main character enjoyed this moment because it was exactly what he wanted. Now he could take full revenge on his rival and finish him off again. It turned out that the system was to blame for everything, because even Baphomet's own data had been erased. Now with this power, the main character could enjoy the whole show to his heart's content. He wanted to repeat the battle with Raven once more, so he used his magic seals again. In fact, the guy didn't expect his powers to reach such a high level. Baphomet couldn't understand what was happening to him, because he felt like he wasn't in control of his body. In the end, his chains flew at full speed toward the brothers, who managed to dodge them in time. The hunter's blades flew off to the side, leaving them unarmed for a moment. Griffin reacted in time and was able to catch the weapons without any problems. In turn, the older brother said that he would like to figure out what had happened, but he didn't have time because they were being attacked by Baphomet. He also asked the young man to be careful, because their enemy was the boss of the mythical single-player tower. He irritably told his brother to shut up and not interfere because he was going to deal with it himself. Moreover, Griffin kept in mind the fact that the enemy who had to be destroyed in this tower was his own brother. Furthermore, he did not want to miss the opportunity to destroy both Raven and Baphomet at once. Furthermore, he remembered his mentor's words that it would not be easy for him to reach S rank. The circumstances greatly hurt the young man's feelings, so he wanted to try his best this time. Griffin decided not to wait any longer and attacked the main character first, using the Windslash skill. This did not scare Baphomet at all, so he quickly put his hands in front of him and defended himself. This did not stop the young man, who had already leaped upward, his movements as swift as lightning, and despite all obstacles, he rushed toward his goal with unyielding determination. The main character reacted quickly to this trick and grabbed one of the blades with his huge paw. Griffin immediately realized that he had just made a mistake, but there was no turning back. Baphomet threw the young man over himself with all his strength and tossed him far to the side. For a moment, the boy flew helplessly toward a nearby wall. At the last moment, Griffin managed to flip himself over and soften the blow. This allowed him to land on the wall and push off to continue their fight without any problems. In an instant, he was behind the main character, who wasn't expecting the guy to come back after such a hit. Taking advantage of the moment, Griffin delivered the maximum number of blows to Baphomet. After that, the hunter stopped to catch his breath, but suspected something was wrong. Only now did the young man realize that he had no sensation whatsoever that he had just cut the body. Looking at Baphomet, Griffin only confirmed his suspicions that he was unharmed and invulnerable. The main character looked at his opponent with a merciless gaze, hinting that he would show no mercy. Now the hunter felt the same animal fear he had seen in his older brother's eyes. At that moment, Baphomet let out his beastly demonic cry, which only intensified the pressure on his enemies. The system informed Griffin that he was now experiencing intense fear of his opponent's power. The main character continued his scream, thereby reducing the hunter's stats by half. In addition, the boy's body was numb with fear, making him completely helpless and vulnerable. Baphomet, meanwhile, could think of nothing but the exquisite delicacy that had fallen into his clutches. He had already reached out with his clawed paw to grab the young man, who had simply resigned himself to his fate. In the next moment, Raven appeared before him, unable to allow his younger brother to perish in such a manner. They jumped away from the main character as quickly as possible to avoid his next attack. Raven noted that nothing had changed since their last encounter with his brother, and he hadn't grown a bit. He suspected that it was all because his older brother, who was Griffin's main target, had died. The young man wanted to respond to the accusations, but the experienced hunter didn't wait any longer and rushed into battle. Baphomet was even a little taken aback, so he didn't react to the threat at first. The main character was very angry that he didn't understand what was happening around him. Moreover, the main problem was that Baphomet's body was not obeying him at all. Then he remembered the system's warning that the skill had a low level and was unstable, but it was too late. Baphomet assumed that a normal fight with Raven would remain an impossible dream for him. What infuriated him most was that Raven had suddenly become stronger, as if his own rank had also increased. In his rage, the protagonist shouted loudly again, his voice echoing throughout the area, filled with anger and despair. Despite his strength, Raven found it difficult to resist the demon's influence. In the end, the rivals decided not to mess around and went head-to-head. Their blades clashed again in a dangerous dance, each strike precise and deadly, as if they were fighting not only with their bodies, but also with their wills, testing the limits of their strength and determination. At one point, Raven noticed that something was wrong. Only now did the hunter realize what was really happening to him when he sensed that someone was watching them. He glanced sharply at the camera through which the tower boss was watching their battle. For this reason, Raven took his attention away from the main character and attacked the device. The guy managed to pierce the camera with his blade and disable it. Now the main character understood where that gaze had been coming from, the one that had been watching him the entire time on this level. In turn, the tower boss did not expect Raven to uncover her secret. It was literally impossible, so she assumed that there really was a ghost in place of the robot. Raven felt that even though he was dead, it was as if he were still alive, and the system was using his data to turn him into a monster. He was aware that he had been turned into a mindless, pitiful monster. The guy figured there was only one way to deal with this whole situation, and the main character immediately guessed what he was getting at. Baphomet began to worry because he didn't want things to end this way. He turned to our hero to tell him what he thought about everything that had just happened. The main character gripped his sword tightly and lunged forward to end this long conversation. In the end, Raven's body collided with the demon's huge blade, but the guy himself believed that he deserved this fate. The system immediately reported that our hero had successfully completed the quest and cleared this floor. Raven, in turn, was surprised that even ordinary data could feel pain. Meanwhile, the system also warned Baphomet that the effects of the superiority and conquest skills no longer applied to the next floors. With his last ounce of strength, Baphomet's opponent grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him toward himself. The hunter couldn't understand how the tower boss had managed to turn into a real human. He understood that no one could guarantee that something like this wouldn't happen in such an unstable world, and assumed that our hero had managed to do it with the help of a quest. It turned out that Raven himself had also relied solely on a quest during his lifetime. He guessed that the main character had not become human through his own abilities and had also stolen someone else's body. The guy couldn't believe that Raven had described so clearly how he had escaped from the tower. In fact, the dead hunter believed that Baphomet was still not developed enough. He also wanted to say that he simply didn't know how to use something, but the rest was already unclear. The main character didn't expect Raven to start giving him advice, but the problem was that he couldn't hear a thing. A couple of seconds later, Raven completely dissolved into thin air, as if he were dead again. Baphomet desperately tried to find out what his rival had said, but it was too late. Chu had no idea what was happening to the rest of the squad while he was searching for other survivors on his own. It turned out that he had also encountered a monster with a name, so he now concluded that such creatures had appeared in every district. The old man encountered a monster that took the form of twins, and as soon as the opportunity arose, they revealed their true appearance. Even Chu himself was glad that the cleanup of this floor was finally over. The Reaper immediately reminded him that their partner was in bad shape and that they couldn't go on without her. For a moment, the old man wondered what he should do in such a situation. He asked Nelia if she could hold on, and she replied that she could continue climbing. Hearing this answer, Chu thought even harder, because it was obvious that it wasn't true. Finally, the old man came to the right conclusion and suggested that the whole team descend from the tower. The huntress immediately began to protest because she did not want to let her team down. But the old man believed that health was more important and that they could clear the tower at any time. The main character immediately declared that he would not go, so everyone could go down without him. The Reaper couldn't believe that he was so stubborn that he had decided to clear the tower alone. Baphomet silently looked at his partner, making it clear that he wasn't going to change his mind. The girl had already noticed that he was acting strange, but she couldn't understand what had happened to him. Then Griffin intervened in the conversation, shocking everyone by announcing that he would also remain in the tower. The guy was sorry to leave because they had worked so hard to get to this level, and he also wanted to find out something. He shot the main character a menacing look, hinting that he was the one being talked about. Chu didn't stop them and asked if anyone else wanted to stay in the tower besides Baphomet and Griffin. Just decided that she'd better go down from the tower too, because she'd also been seriously wounded. Then the old man asked what the Huntress Reaper had decided, as she had not yet announced her decision. The girl thought for a moment and discreetly tried to glance at our hero, for whom it would be worth staying. Before making her decision, she sighed heavily, because this choice was not an easy one. In the end, the Huntress agreed to continue climbing with Baphomet and Griffin, but suddenly someone else joined them. It turned out to be the Hunter Peacemaker, who had come here for the sake of the main character. She smiled when everyone turned their attention to her, hiding her true motives behind it. The Reaper decided to introduce herself to the Goblin Hunter, who seemed to have come to help their team. In turn, the new team member immediately approached Baphomet to introduce herself. Chu decided that they had already made their choice, so he went downstairs with the wounded hunters. He also promised to return to the tower as soon as Nelia got better. Before leaving, Just approached Reaper and asked her to be careful, and she asked her partner to take care of Nelia. After that, she glanced at the main character, because she would no longer be able to keep an eye on him for Hajewug. A moment later, a teleport appeared, and Chi-Wu and the female hunters stepped into its bright light, their figures barely visible in the stream of light. The remaining hunters watched silently as their partners disappeared into the portal. Baphomet didn't waste any more time and decided to continue clearing the sacred tower. The Reaper wasn't sure if they could handle the trials on their own, as this was a tower of epic rank. In any case, the girl understood that there was nothing they could do about it now. She already knew that they would have to hold on with all their might until the hunter, Chu, returned. Soon they encountered their first trials, and the Reaper immediately realized that it would not be easy. The monsters were only getting stronger, so our heroes ran away from them with all their might. In her mind, the girl begged fate to make it all end, because it was all too much for her. Absolute chaos reigned around them, monsters and companions mixed together. Then a powerful robot appeared before them, which looked very similar to the boss of this tower. Baphomet and Griffin immediately flew forward and tried to attack their new opponent. Suddenly, Reaper couldn't take it anymore and screamed at the top of her lungs, causing all the hunters to freeze in place. All the partners turned around in surprise and waited for an explanation from the girl. It turned out that she couldn't handle the tension, so she begged her team to take a short break. Jitsa immediately used one of her many magical items, namely the golden cup. This allowed her to restore the condition of all the group members, while thinking that if it weren't for the waiting room, they wouldn't have survived. After that, she opened the system and saw that they had already cleared the 89th floor, which was a pretty good result. At that moment, the hunter noticed that Griffin was about to leave, and he explained that they were wasting time, so he wanted to at least practice. Besides, the hunter was uncomfortable being in the same space as the main character. Baphomet didn't argue with his partner and just looked at him intently. The Reaper sensed that the atmosphere was tense and still couldn't understand what had happened between the hunters. In the end, she realized that it would be better to intervene in the conflict and try to calm the guys down somehow. The girl reminded them that they hadn't properly introduced themselves to the goblin hunter. She asked the new member of the team to tell her how she ended up here, and the girl explained that she had received an assignment from Nebula, which was to join their team and help clear the tower. It also turned out that the huntress had managed to meet the hunter Chu while climbing up to our heroes. Baphomet immediately suspected something because he was sure that the girl had not come up alone, so he asked what had happened to her companions. With a hint of joy, she explained that they had all fallen into a monster's trap and died. In reality, the peacemaker had dealt with her companions herself, attacking them suddenly. She couldn't hold back her smile but continued to lie that she had barely survived. Baphomet didn't really believe that the hunters sent to help were weaker than the first squad, but the Reaper asked him not to say such things. The huntress asked the goblin not to pay attention because the main character always says stupid things. For a while, the peacemaker simply remained silent so as not to say anything unnecessary. In the end, she sighed discontentedly and said nothing more. The Reaper couldn't understand the reason for such a strange reaction and didn't ask his partner any more questions. After taking a break in the waiting room, the whole team set off again to explore the next floors, where they encountered new types of robots. Now the monsters even had automatic weapons, so the hunter had to try hard to dodge their fire. When the Reaper jumped up, she didn't notice that there was another opponent nearby who immediately tried to strike her. At the last moment, she managed to use her thread to block the blade flying toward her. In the end, the girl couldn't stay in the air and flew into the ground at high speed. She found herself in a very disadvantageous position, as she had no time to defend herself from the next blow. The main character immediately came to her aid, plunging his blade directly into the monster's head. The robot began to make various sounds, trying to free itself from under Baphomet, but it was all in vain. Meanwhile, the Reaper heard a click near her ear, followed by a bright flash. It turned out to be a peacekeeper's projectile, which flew just millimeters from her face. Thus, the hunter was able to kill another robot, but she almost hit her partner. With a voice trembling with fear, the Reaper thanked the hunter for her help. The peacemaker just grinned, watching her partner's helplessness, her gaze full of slight mockery. Reaper felt that this hunter was treating her with hostility. In turn, she didn't even approach Griffin, who was a member of Nebula, but paid attention only to Baphomet, who had nothing to do with the organization. The girl suspected that our hero might have caught the goblin's eye, so she looked at her as a rival. Janitzia couldn't even find the words to describe how upset she was about the whole situation. In the end, our team made it all the way up to the 99th floor. There they were met by two huge doors, but no one knew which one was the real one. The main character immediately began discussing a plan of action, noting that it made no sense for him and Griffin to go through the same door, so they needed to combine a melee fighter and a ranged fighter for maximum effectiveness. Reaper couldn't contain her emotions because she was so angry at Goblin for behaving so strangely with Baphomet. The guy noticed that the girls were acting strangely and wondered how to divide the teams. The huntress wanted the main character to choose her, even though he didn't interest her, but now she was furious because of the Goblin. All this time, the main character was still thinking about his decision. In the end, he declared that he would go with the Goblin, which made the Reaper very upset. Baphomet reminded her that the huntress had almost killed him with her wire once, so he was simply too lazy to dodge her attacks. The huntress watched sadly as Baphomet walked through another door with her new rival. When the peacemaker passed by her, she looked down on her and smirked again. The Reaper couldn't believe she was actually allowing herself to behave this way, while Griffin calmly continued to stand in place. The girl couldn't stop thinking that this girl was somehow strange, but she didn't want to doubt a member of the team. Then she decided to use her identification skill to check the profile of this hunter. In the end, the Reaper learned that this goblin was not a simple person at all. Meanwhile, The main character and his companion had already entered the doors and saw only a long tunnel, so they suspected that they had chosen the wrong passage. The girl decided to take advantage of this moment and talk a little with Baphomet, who had caught her interest. She asked if the huntress was the main character's girlfriend, but he denied her guess. Then the hunter asked if the main character had a girlfriend, as she assumed he was popular. Baphomet did not answer her questions and asked why she was always talking about other people. The peacemaker couldn't understand what he was getting at, but the guy emphasized that there was no one else around. She immediately became embarrassed because she thought the main character was hinting at something. It turned out that Baphomet wasn't talking about romance, so he suddenly attacked his partner. The hunter managed to jump away from our hero's sharp dagger at the last moment. It turned out that Baphomet managed to graze the hunter's cheek, causing a drop of blood to run down her cheek, and her expression instantly became more serious. The main character felt that the girl wasn't even trying to hide her intention to kill him and was deliberately getting closer. The guy was only too happy with this turn of events because he was tired of taking out his anger on small fry. Baphomet's eyes flashed with cold fury, and he advised the goblin to prepare for his death. It turns out that before the start of their mission, the Reaper had managed to approach our hero and warn him of the danger. The guy didn't understand what the problem was, but the hunter knew that they couldn't talk about it directly. At that moment, a system window appeared before our hero's eyes with a request from the hunter Reaper. The girl reported that the goblin was acting strangely and assumed that he was an unregistered hunter. In fact, the main character had already figured this out himself, so he wasn't particularly surprised by this information. After that, he started getting a little too close to his partner, which made her a little embarrassed. It turns out that Baphomet wanted to invite the girl to eat together after they finished clearing out the tower. Now the events returned to the moment when the peacemaker and our hero clashed in battle. The girl tried to hit Baphomet with her firearm, but he skillfully wielded his dagger and deflected all the bullets. The main character was able to get closer to his opponent again, his movements quick and cautious. The next moment, the barrel of a pistol was pointed at the guy's face. At the last moment, he managed to block the weapon, so the bullet ricocheted off the ceiling. After that, Baphomet tried again to attack the hunter, who was completely unprotected. But at the same time, the peacemaker was very agile, dodging every blow from our hero. Both fighters skillfully parried each other's attacks, so the fight couldn't be stopped. Finally, they collided with a foot and a hand when Baphomet once again tried to strike his opponent. The incredible force between the hunters caused a small flash. The peacemaker had to jump back to catch her breath. Our heroes split up and went to different sides of the tunnel, analyzing how to continue the fight. Despite the tension in the room, the girl still had a carefree smile on her face. Meanwhile, the main character's sword warned him that the girl was calmly changing her weapon, taking it out of her inventory. Baphomet realized that she was an illegal hunter without a license, and such individuals often use illegal programs to operate outside the state's sight. The guy was also sure that all this was not at all like the skills of a beginner. He suspected that this girl had probably killed quite a few people. Baphomet decided to ask her directly why she had come here and hidden her identity. The peacemaker did not expect the main character to figure it out so quickly and confirmed his suspicions that she wanted to kill him. She understood that such an answer might sound too harsh, so she decided to explain the situation to the main character. The girl said that she had been given the task of killing Baphomet and noted that she always looked at the conditions when taking on assignments. In fact, she felt a little sorry when she saw who her target was. Now the hunter was no longer sure that she really needed to kill the main character. She thought that she could simply remove the dangerous element, and then she would not have any problems. The peacemaker decided to remember the words of her late grandmother, who had once given her some sound advice. Her grandmother had instilled in her granddaughter the idea that a living toy was always more fun than a dead one. Once she showed the peacemaker one of her slaves, who had suffered a lot of abuse on his body. That was why she had no intention of killing the main character, but only wanted to take him for herself. The girl couldn't resist cutting off Baphomet's limbs and playing with him. She also asked the main character to remember that his future mistress's name was not Goblin. Throwing off her cloak, the peacemaker shouted her name loudly and lunged at Baphomet again. Baphomet's sword didn't even know what to do with her, while the main character was thinking about something more suitable to protect himself from bullets. The weapon believed that the opponent was very strong, so it asked the main character to be careful. The guy was surprised to hear such a serious assessment from his blade. Before Baphomet's eyes, the memory of Raven dissolving into thin air while trying to give some advice flashed back. The main character immediately rushed forward, deflecting all the bullets in his path. He noted that compared to Raven, the peacemaker was nothing. Baphomet decided not to waste any more time and tried to attack his opponent. His blade almost reached its target, but the hunter managed to notice the threat. With one deft leap, the hunter was able to jump back, so the powerful blow struck the ground. It turned out that Baphomet had decided to turn his blade into an axe, which could indeed work against such an enemy. The peacemaker immediately sensed that the situation had suddenly changed. The main character was angry that the girl had called him a toy, but he emphasized that it was quite the opposite. He quickly closed the distance between them and emphasized that it was the hunter who was the toy. Baphomet quickly and sharply tried to strike again, but the peacemaker managed to dodge him, her movements lightning fast, as if she had already anticipated his next move. The guy anticipated something like this, so he immediately jumped up to take advantage of the fact that his opponent was completely exposed. Only at the last moment did the peacemaker manage to raise her automatic weapon in front of her, and the axe struck it instead. Baphomet enjoyed this moment, as he felt he was getting closer to his goal. In the end, the girl managed to escape the main character's trap. As a result, the peacemaker found himself behind the hunter, so he had to react quickly to the change in position. The girl took a new weapon because she felt that Baphomet had suddenly become stronger, so now she couldn't fight at full strength. A moment later, trying to seize the moment, she attacked the guy with a whip. The main character was expecting something like this, so he quickly parried the blow with his sword. Suddenly, the whip was around Baphomet's neck, which was quite dangerous. At the last moment, the guy managed to dodge, so the peacemaker couldn't strangle him. Then the girl used a new weapon, pointing it directly at Baphomet, her hands steady and confident. A considerable number of projectiles flew toward the main character, who had to jump from side to side to save himself. This only fueled the hunter's interest, who wanted to get her hands on such a desirable toy. Baphomet continued to fend off all attacks with his axes. In fact, Raven was still on the main character's mind, so he wasn't even paying attention to the fight. The guy was acting on autopilot because he wasn't interested in any opponent now. Meanwhile, the peacemaker kept Baphomet at a distance, making it difficult for him to attack his opponent. The girl tried to strike our hero harder, but ended up hitting the stone floor instead. She noticed that the guy seemed to have dissolved into thin air, so her attack was unsuccessful. Only now did the peacemaker realize that the main character was already behind her, but it was too late. Baphomet had been drawing parallels with fighting Raven the whole time, so he put all his strength into it. Finally, he managed to kick the peacemaker, who for the first time was unable to react. The girl wasn't scared at all and just said that the main character was very difficult. The peacemaker found it even more interesting to make Baphomet obey her. Meanwhile, our hero had already maneuvered himself near one of the walls, preparing for his next move. The hunter certainly did not expect the axe to appear so quickly near her head. The girl still had enough strength and skill to fend off such sudden attacks. Between parrying blows, she managed to quickly retrieve a weapon from her inventory. After that, she immediately opened fire on the main character, who successfully dodged the bullets. At one point, Baphomet decided that he could also fight at a distance and threw his axe at his opponent. The weapon flew past the hunter's back, narrowly missing her body, and her heart skipped a beat as she barely managed to jump out of the way, realizing how close she had come to danger. Suddenly, she turned around and realized that this time she would not be able to dodge Baphomet's attack. There was a dull thud, and the main character's axes finally drew blood. The peacemaker's legs immediately buckled from the pain. Her body trembled, but she held herself back, not allowing weakness to overcome her, knowing that now was not the time to lose control. Baphomet stood aside the whole time, watching the result of his efforts. Meanwhile, the girl still couldn't comprehend that she had really been so seriously wounded. Her thoughts were confused, and her body refused to respond. In turn, there was not a shred of pity in our hero's eyes for the girl who had allowed herself to do such terrible things. The peacemaker herself was so insane that despite her injuries, she began to laugh. With every passing second, her laughter grew louder, filling the hall around her, its echoes reverberating off every wall. Baphomet did not react to such strange behavior because he already understood that she was insane. Despite all this, the peacemaker still believed that the main character was her toy. She still couldn't understand why Baphomet refused to listen to her. This situation had already happened when the hunter was a little girl. At that time, the young peacemaker also thought that the toy wanted her to scold it. The girl quickly took out her most powerful weapon to teach the overly insolent Baphomet a lesson. In fact, the hunter didn't want to resort to such a method until the very end. But the problem was that the main character had started it all, so she had no other choice. In an instant, she released a powerful energy blast toward the main character. It seemed that the guy was not afraid of his opponent's strength at all, so he just stood there. Baphomet believed that there was no point in comparing the Peacemaker and Raven. This was true because in the next second, the hunter's blood spilled again. The girl froze in confusion because she was already sure that she could defeat our hero. Lowering her gaze, she saw that Baphomet's blade had indeed reached its target. It turned out that the main character had jumped right into the energy stream to get right in front of his opponent. The Peacemaker immediately thought that the guy had completely lost his mind because he did it without any protection. In fact, there was no A-rank hunter capable of withstanding such a trial. That's why the hunter found it very hard to believe that Baphomet had managed to hit her. Despite this, the girl continued to defend herself actively, fending off the main character's attacks. Due to the intense collision, both hunters were thrown in different directions. The main character did not lose his composure and crouched down, preparing for the next powerful blow. The Peacemaker still couldn't understand how he had become so much stronger in such a short period of time. Baphomet himself didn't waste any time and threw his axes forward again, trying to distract his opponent. The huntress thought that our hero would act the same way as last time, so she immediately looked behind her. It turned out that Baphomet had anticipated everything, so he was already on the other side. The Peacemaker was seriously frightened when she saw her opponent so close, so she immediately grabbed her gun. The main character also wasted no time and swung his fist to finally get rid of his rival. After that, there was a loud bang, and the hunter's gun flew far to the side. Only now did the girl realize that her end had come, and all her determination, which had previously held back her fear, dissipated, leaving only despair in the realization of inevitability. Baphomet mercilessly pushed his opponent to the floor, and she, clutching her stomach, began to scream in pain. The girl continued to call for her grandmother, but this did not evoke any emotion in the main character. The guy decided to help her die and stepped on the open wound with all his strength. He noted with sadness in his voice that the quest window still hadn't appeared. The main character concluded that the Peacemaker was not an apostle, but the girl herself did not even understand what he was talking about. Baphomet felt no pity for the hunter and pressed harder on her stomach, asking if she had really been ordered to destroy him. He understood that there was only one person who wanted to get rid of him, namely the Apostle of Lust, whom they had not dealt with. The Peacemaker immediately understood that the guy was talking about Loki and promised to tell him where her friend was hiding. In return, the main character had to spare her and stop torturing her, but Baphomet had no intention of believing her. The girl promised that she would not run away and pointed out that our hero already knew what she looked like. Besides, the guy could simply kill the huntress if the information didn't suit him. The Peacemaker saw that Baphomet's expression was still merciless, so she tried with all her might to persuade him. Finally, the main character replied that he did not want to make such concessions because there were many ways to find this scoundrel, even without the hunter's help. The guy also noted that he was not only searching for the apostle, but also regaining his strength to kill him for sure. Baphomet had already begun preparing to deliver the final blow to his rival and summon the sword in its original form. He believed that the girl would simply become another contribution to his future. The Peacemaker realized that simple words would not work on the main character, so she found the last of her strength to continue their battle. She quickly pulled another machine gun from her inventory and aimed the powerful weapon at Baphomet. The girl shouted loudly that she also had no intention of playing by Baphomet's rules. Our hero did not listen to his opponent's meaningless speech and, using his sword as a scythe, cut off her head. The Peacemaker didn't even have time to realize what had just happened. In the last seconds of her life, she remembered her grandmother again. It turned out that the huntress had managed to remember who had killed the person most dear to her. Even then, the Peacemaker thought that this man was quite attractive. That hunter looked suspiciously like Raven with his white hair and cruel gaze. Now, the main character looked almost the same as when he looked at the murdered hunter. Having finished dealing with the enemy, Baphomet could calmly continue on his way to the place of trial. The soul of the sword was not sure that everything was all right, but Baphomet reminded him of the phrase that it did not matter whether you were killed by a monster or someone else in the tower. In fact, the weapon didn't understand why they had killed the girl just like that, since they could have easily found the apostle. Suddenly, Baphomet heard strange sounds coming from the Peacemaker's body. The sword noticed that there was a red light under her clothes which looked too much like a bomb sensor. The main character also saw this and realized that it was an explosive device that would activate after death. He resigned himself to the fact that he was done for, as there was nowhere left to run. A second later, there was a powerful explosion, with Baphomet himself at its epicenter. Meanwhile, the Reaper had no idea what was happening to her companion in the other room. At that moment, a small drop of water fell on her head, causing the girl to be seriously frightened. Griffin couldn't understand what the problem was, so he looked questioningly at his partner, who apologized for being so scared. The huntress noted that they had used all the fireflies, so it was almost impossible to see anything around them, and wondered if they were in the same situation as the other half of their team. The girl also hoped that Baphomet was okay and couldn't stop thinking about his proposal. In fact, it all seemed strange, because she was sure that the main character didn't know how to take care of others. The Reaper thought that the guy wanted to show his interest in her this way, but the problem was that he wasn't her type at all. At that moment, she noticed that Griffin was looking at the records about the Holy Tower. The girl immediately saw that the information was well organized and noted that they didn't have many floors left before reaching the exit. She hadn't expected her partner to have such useful notes. Also, Jitsa couldn't help but agree that Griffin had a perfect understanding of the tower and good skills, so it was surprising that he hadn't yet risen to S rank. After that, they continued forward through the tunnel in the same silence and darkness. Suddenly, the girl noticed something suspicious and stopped abruptly. She asked her partner what was wrong, and he said to just look ahead. Griffin explained that it looked like an exit, but asked the hunter to be careful because he had a strange feeling. Our heroes were very surprised when they saw what awaited them behind the doors. Looking around, they realized they had come out onto a busy street where ordinary people were walking. It turned out to be an amusement park, with bright lights and noise. Everything around them looked like cyberspace, where some kind of story was unfolding. A girl nearby was trying to prove to her boss that he had misunderstood and that she had no relationship with that man. The man didn't want to talk to Secretary Kang because he needed time to think about their relationship. Reaper was so caught up in the drama that it all looked like an interesting TV series to her. Griffin, on the other hand, couldn't understand why his partner was taking the argument between strangers so seriously. The huntress explained that it was a problem with romantic TV shows because during the dialogues, the couple always delayed solving their problems. Griffin wanted to ask what the Reaper was talking about, but he didn't have time because something terrible happened. Without any warning, the girl who was arguing with her director dropped a huge cube on him. Reaper was incredibly frightened, so she screamed so loud that everyone heard her. Meanwhile, the secretary had already turned into a robot and was ready to destroy everything in her path. The hunter immediately realized that this was a monster with a name, and Griffin prepared for battle. The other people in the park couldn't understand what was happening and thought it was some kind of event organized by the park. The robot said that he was no longer interested in watching all this. In the end, the monster decided that it needed to destroy everything around it. Its rage knew no bounds. The next moment, our heroes watched as the world around them began to crumble into pieces. Everything disappeared, even the light, leaving the hunters in complete darkness. The girl had to navigate by sound, which was quite a difficult task. As a result, she fell into some kind of abyss, but Griffin couldn't help her because he simply couldn't see her. He quickly turned around to help his partner, but it was too late. Only now did the guy realize that he didn't feel anyone's presence nearby. At that moment, he heard the voice of the monster again, who was holding a huge cage in his hands. Inside was the Reaper, so the robot reported that all the actors had been selected. The monster was already bored of listening to the artificial conversations of the people she had created, so our heroes could help her with that. The robot was already looking forward to the boy and girl coming up with some interesting dialogue for him. The enemy asked Griffin what his favorite movie genre was. He assumed it might be a thriller, noir, action, comedy, or fantasy. But the problem was that the monster had no intention of giving our heroes a choice. The robot emphasized that he was a true romantic at heart, his metallic voice sounding unexpectedly soft, as if he could really understand and feel emotions that ordinary machines did not have. At that moment, the Reaper tried with all her might to bang on her cage, but it had no effect. The monster was not pleased with such reckless behavior, and the girl demanded to be let out. The hunter realized that strength was useless here, so she tried to summon her inventory. It turned out that the system didn't work in this place either, so the girl had no hope of escape. Meanwhile, the robot was happy that she had finally managed to hire actors, so now all that was left was a preliminary inspection. She knew that the Reaper was a hunter who used a variety of items, so the monster had to play around with the system. Obviously, their rival knew everything about Griffin, who was still at large, so he revealed that the young man was the younger brother of the legendary hunter Raven. But even the monster felt sorry for the young man's strength, because the older and younger brothers could not be compared. At that moment, the Reaper realized that this tower monster was different from the others because he possessed information from the outside world. The girl did not know how much information their opponent had, and she did not want to delay. Griffin, who had already attacked his opponent, didn't want to waste any time either. The huntress heard only strange sounds and did not have time to stop her partner because it was too dangerous. Griffin, on the other hand, when he heard about his older brother again, had no intention of stopping. The Reaper was in silent horror because she couldn't even see what was happening to her comrade. The robot itself had been waiting for this moment, so it laughed loudly at the sight of the pathetic man ready to fight it. Then the monster snapped his fingers and asked when they would start the show. The plot of their drama was that long ago in a small village, there lived an ugly girl. The Reaper was very unhappy that such an unpleasant role had fallen to her. At some point, the heroine reached marriageable age, but no one in the village wanted to marry her, except for the most popular and handsome guy named Yon Hanam. Everyone wondered why he fell in love with an ugly girl with a bad temper and thought he was just a fool. But one day, the heroine was punished and locked in a cage for envying the most beautiful girl in the world, namely Jezebel 215, a robot. Now it was a mystery whether Yeon Hanam would be able to save his beloved. The intrigue continued because no one knew if the main characters would be able to live happily ever after the ugly girl was rescued. Griffin was tired of listening to all this nonsense, so with one swift movement, he tried to attack the enemy again. In turn, the robot spoiled the ending of the fairy tale, saying that it had a bad ending. It used all its cubes, which were flying around, to attack Griffin at once. Such attacks did not scare the hunter, so he remained unharmed. Instead of running away from the blows, he gripped his sword tightly and stabbed it into one of the robot's cubes. But that wasn't enough, because there were too many of these flying mechanisms. The guy knew he had to act fast and be precise, so he started attacking every cube around him. Griffin deftly jumped from cube to cube, destroying every target in his path. After that, our hero swung his sword harder to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. He directed all his strength toward the robot, which continued to stand still and watch the spectacle. The monster had no intention of sparing Griffin, so it summoned an innumerable number of cubes. The Reaper began to worry greatly for her companion when she saw what their opponent was planning. The young man himself also understood that the situation was only getting worse, and that every new step brought him closer to the moment when everything could spiral out of control. In the next instant, the robot attacked him again with all its cubes, leaving him no chance of survival. Griffin really couldn't withstand such a blow, so now he was flying helplessly downward. Glancing down, the guy immediately saw that there was another cube in front of him. The guy managed to react in time, so he was already above the cube, which had just released an energy beam. He didn't hesitate, and with one precise strike cut the mechanism in half. At that moment, new cubes appeared around our hero, so his attacks were pointless. A moment later, a cube appeared behind Griffin, which he sensed perfectly and realized that there was no escape. At the last second, the guy managed to dodge the attack, but it was very close to him. After that, the hunter began to feel that the cubes were catching up with him faster and faster. In addition, the mechanisms developed arms that pushed Griffin away with all their might. It was hard for the Reaper to watch what was happening to her partner because she couldn't even help. She also saw that everything was moving faster than before, which meant that the robot was learning how to fight the hunter. In the end, the guy couldn't withstand the attack and now lay helplessly on the ground. Griffin needed to recover as quickly as possible because he knew that the robot wouldn't wait. Meanwhile, the monster had already used other types of weapons, which the young man still had to dodge. The hunter couldn't do anything about the fact that there were too many of these deadly machines, so he had no choice but to fight and destroy each one. Griffin felt that at this rate, he would run out of breath first, so he needed to change his plan of action. He was surrounded on all sides by a variety of weapons, and it seemed that there was no chance of survival. In an instant, all the deadly mechanisms disappeared, and a deathly silence hung in the air. The Reaper immediately realized that their opponent had used camouflage, which only made the fight more difficult. Now Griffin felt neither speed nor presence, absolutely nothing. The cubes attacked him from the void, so the hunter did not have time to react to the threat. Then several more small projectiles appeared around our hero. He reacted quickly and took off his jacket to make it easier to move. At the last moment, Griffin managed to dodge, avoiding the epicenter of the explosion. The guy grabbed one of his blades with his teeth as he prepared for the next attack. It turned out that another axe was already flying towards him, so he had to block it with his second sword. Griffin managed to fend off this attack, but several others were already preparing to strike. A huge number of blades flew toward our hero, who was running out of strength. All the weapons hit the ground because the hunter managed to jump high at the last moment. The guy waited to see what would happen next, unaware that another cube was flying toward him from above. In the end, Griffin was unable to dodge this attack, and the mechanism pinned him to the ground. Despite the incredible pain, the guy continued to hold on with his last ounce of strength. The Reaper could only scream in horror because her partner was at his limit. She guessed that the reason for Griffin's deteriorating skills was the fading light, which was dulling all his senses. Unfortunately, the girl couldn't finish her sentence because the robot had taped her mouth shut with duct tape. The monster ordered the hunter to shut her mouth and sit still, watching her companion. Griffin only managed to hear that his partner was talking about the light, so he reached into his inventory to use the fireflies. His opponent immediately noticed this and stopped any attempts by the guy to change his dire situation. He repeated that the outcome of this story would not be good in any case. The robot emphasized that Griffin should only blame his own weakness. The monster once again directed all his cubes toward the young man, who had no way of escaping the attack. The opponent simply couldn't stop laughing at how successfully he was destroying these pathetic humans. The Reaper could only groan and helplessly watch all the horror unfold. Meanwhile, as he lost consciousness, Griffin thought only that he was indeed too weak, just as he had been told before. The words of others about how he was much weaker than his older brother echoed in his head. He also admitted that he was scared when he saw the real Baphomet. He had never imagined that the main character could become so powerful in such a short time. The young man suspected that it was all because Baphomet was a real monster. Then Raven appeared in his mind, saying that his younger brother hadn't improved his skills at all. Griffin hadn't expected this encounter either, so he looked at his older brother with fear in his eyes. The hunter continued to say that, unlike ordinary hunters, the wrong ones had certain conditions for growth, and for his younger brother, that condition was Raven himself. Now the young man felt sorry that Griffin would no longer grow because his goal was dead. Then Griffin's mind replayed the moment when Baphomet took his brother's life. The main character, with a terrifying grin on his face, told him that he needed to set a goal for himself if he wanted a driving force that would make him stronger. In the end, Baphomet offered himself for the role because he was the one who killed Raven. Griffin realized that this was exactly what had happened, so he quickly came to his senses and found new strength. The next second, there was a loud explosion that scattered the cubes in all directions. The robot turned around in surprise to see what had happened to its mechanism. Griffin emerged from the rubble, surrounded by bright blue lightning bolts. The guy decided to use all the advice he had just heard from his archenemies. From that moment on, Baphomet became the #1 target for the young hunter. The Reaper was shocked by how quickly her partner had gained new strength. Griffin, on the other hand, was only thinking about how he needed to become stronger to destroy the villain Baphomet. Now the guy was throwing lightning bolts in all directions and didn't need his swords. His gaze became serious and cold-blooded, so the robot no longer had a chance of survival. Griffin quickly learned how to use his new power, easily destroying every mechanism in his path. The robot did not expect such a turn of events, so it watched the young man's actions in confusion. After a while, it came to its senses and quickly summoned new cubes to block its opponent. The hunter was already prepared for such attacks, so he quickly dealt with the new batch of mechanisms. In the next instant, one of the lightning bolts had already reached the robot itself, which proved to be a fatal mistake. The monster screamed as electricity pierced his entire body, his agonizing screams echoing throughout the space, and his body shook as if trying to escape this terrible influence. After that, it couldn't take it anymore and simply collapsed to its knees, completely drained of strength. In fact, the robot didn't even know that its body couldn't withstand a lightning strike. Meanwhile, Griffin decided to take advantage of this opportunity and was already concentrating energy in his hands. The lightning struck the robot's head, but he still managed to remember what he had said about a bad end for our heroes. All the cubes fell in a heap on the guy, who was unable to dodge again. For a while, the monster just waited to see if Griffin was dead, because he couldn't feel anything. In the end, it turned out that the guy had survived the collapse and escaped using his own strength. A second later, all the cubes flew in different directions, and Griffin was unharmed. The hunter's eyes glowed with cold fury because he had no intention of letting his opponent live. The robot was seriously frightened when he saw how serious this guy was. Then he summoned another huge cube to finish Griffin off for good. With a single flick of his wrist, our hero was able to cut through this obstacle in his path. The hunter acted swiftly and precisely, moving quickly toward his goal. The robot was even more confused and didn't know what to do in such a situation. He couldn't believe that some kid had actually managed to get past all his mechanisms. Finally, the monster transformed into its next form, turning into a solid cannon. It considered this too bold of the insolent little human who dared to ruin its show. Griffin's voice came from below, asking where the monster was looking. It turned out that the young man had managed to change his position and was already behind it. Jezebel 215 wondered how he had gotten there so quickly, as he had not seen him move. Griffin didn't bother explaining and just smiled broadly before finally finishing off his opponent. He made sure that every single part of the robot's body was pierced by electricity. Only now did Jezebel 215 realize that it was her fate to meet a bad end. The robot couldn't withstand the strain and exploded, its metal body falling apart and a bright flash lighting up everything around it. After that, the system reported that Jezebel 215 had been destroyed and the quest completed, so the Reaper was finally free. The hunter admired her partner and asked when he had gained such powerful strength. Suddenly, she noticed that Griffin was bleeding from his mouth, so she asked with concern if he was okay. The guy thought it wasn't a serious problem, as his body was just having a hard time adjusting to his new power. He assured her that he was fine, so he continued to destroy all the monsters in his path. In any case, he didn't want to stop and move forward as quickly as possible. Now, lightning bolts destroyed any opponent in a matter of seconds. The Reaper didn't even have time to help when Griffin announced that they could move on to the next floor. Now she wondered if the young man could even surpass his brother Raven if he continued at this pace. The girl also couldn't understand why the boss wasn't there yet, since they had almost cleared everything. It turned out that Baphomet had been waiting for his partners all this time, so he asked where they were. The Reaper was glad that our hero had managed to successfully complete his trials. At that moment, she noticed that the goblin huntress was not around, and Baphomet briefly explained that she had died. The girl was shocked to hear such unexpected news. In turn, the main character was surprised when he noticed the changes in Griffin. The hunter himself was surprised that Baphomet had made it here alone. Our hero also did not expect the young man to level up so quickly, as he seemed to have overcome all limitations and become much stronger than expected. The Reaper immediately asked if the goblin had been hurt by some monster. Baphomet replied that he had assumed that was the case, without admitting that he was the one who had done it. He decided not to waste any more time and headed toward the passage to the next level. The main character approached the door and explained that he couldn't open it alone. Then the Reaper noticed that there was some kind of device on the wall that recognized living beings. She suggested that it would work if they both placed their hands on the device at the same time. Another interesting fact was that there were only 2 sensors, meaning that only 2 hunters were supposed to have made it this far. The main character already sensed that the final boss was hiding behind this door. The girl began to get seriously scared, because even 3 A-rank fighters couldn't complete the cleanup. She suggested waiting here for the hunter Chu to safely pass the floor with the boss. No one was going to listen to their partner, so the tower system announced that the entrance was open for them to challenge the king. The Reaper was displeased that Griffin was so reckless and relied solely on his own strength. The girl fell silent when she saw what awaited them behind the doors. The space looked very strange, and in the middle stood an unknown device. An unknown voice rejoiced that our team had finally reached the top floor. Our heroes heard their rival approaching, so they looked up to see where he was. The boss landed in front of them and noticed that the hunters were moving too slowly. The pharaoh complained that his neck had gone stiff while he waited for the team to reach his floor. He also thought that both guys were pretty good because they had brilliantly destroyed his subordinates. The only problem was that the boss had gathered all the information about our heroes, so he knew everything about them. In addition, Pharaoh had heard that people were divided by strength in alphabetical order. That's why he already knew that the entire team was A-ranked. The boss declared that he would give the team a chance to become his subordinates by obtaining bodies created using advanced technology. Our heroes weren't too keen on this weird idea and didn't want to turn into a robot tin can. The pharaoh certainly did not expect people to treat his creations with such disrespect. He couldn't understand what Baphomet was talking about. Who dared to be so insolent? Meanwhile, the main character did not waste any time and prepared for battle, asking Pharaoh if he had encrusted his stomach with diamonds. Griffin also began to charge his lightning and prepare for the final battle. Baphomet declared with confidence that he knew one way to measure how strong Pharaoh's form was. The robot couldn't help but marvel at how confident this guy was. He thought for a moment about where to start testing his abilities. Before Pharaoh could attack our heroes, an explosion sounded near the core of the sacred tower itself. Meanwhile, the employees of the Hunter Center had no idea what had just happened, and some of them were already getting ready to go home. One of the girls decided to stay for the night because she suspected that someone might try to destroy the tower at that time. At that very moment, she cried out in surprise because something had happened to the tower that had just appeared. Our team managed to clear out Pharaoh's boss, and the sacred tower was now in pieces. The next day, news of the clearing spread throughout the city. Journalists stood under one of the buildings and waited for one of the now famous hunters to come out. They immediately surrounded the warrior because research had revealed that the sacred tower was actually a legendary tower. It turned out that it was the Reaper, who did not expect everyone to pay so much attention to their success. She decided to tell them what had happened during the cleanup, so all the journalists immediately fell silent. It turned out that the girl was the hunter who had delivered the final blow to her opponent. She immediately tried to escape from the crowd, who wanted to know more about what had happened. Her hood fell off her head and everyone saw that it was the Hunter Reaper. Beelzebub also learned the news that it was this girl who had cleared the top floor of the sacred tower. But those who led everyone forward to the end were Griffin and Baphomet. They were the first to attack the boss, who did not have time to react to such an attack. As a result, everything around them was blown to smithereens. The sounds of destruction echoed throughout the space, and the air was filled with flashes and sparks, as if the world around them was cracking into pieces. Despite such a powerful explosion, Pharaoh's body began to regenerate. It turned out that this had already happened countless times before, so the robot was not afraid of such blows. That's why our heroes had no way to win. But then Baphomet remembered something that could help them and turned to the Reaper. The girl happened to have a magic cube that could destroy anything if placed inside it. Baphomet ordered the hunter to throw the cube directly at their opponent to try to win in this way. The Reaper was very frightened, but she did not hesitate and followed the main character's instructions. The Pharaoh was unaware of what the object was, so he simply watched as the cube flew toward him. A second later, the object grew in size and revealed its terrifying mouth. The robot did not have time to react to the sudden threat, so the magic cube completely engulfed it. After that, a powerful explosion occurred inside. A wave of fire and smoke engulfed everything around, causing the ground to shake, and the air filled with a roar as if the world itself was trying to burst apart. Beelzebub immediately realized that the core inside the object had collided with the boss's core. He regretted this, because if it had been a core with magical mechanical power, it would have been sold for a fairly high price. But the problem was that even the mythical object itself had disappeared. In any case, the main character still had proof that they had cleared the sacred tower. Now Baphomet decided to take care of unfinished business and wanted to meet the guy whom Beelzebub had captured. His comrade told him that he had hidden him in a warehouse and even watched him maliciously. The main character was not pleased that the stranger had dared to find out where he lived and broken in without permission. But he already knew that this was the same magician who had been in the tower labyrinth. Now Baphomet wanted to find out more about this strange man. The hunter in turn continued to remain silent and waited for an opportunity to slip past our hero, who was blocking the passage. He immediately rushed forward trying to escape, but Baphomet was completely calm because he knew that nothing would work. In the end, the hunter crashed into some kind of invisible barrier. The stranger fell to the floor and finally revealed his face, as the hood had slipped off his head. He hadn't expected there to be protective magic here, and was very angry at Beelzebub for once again ruining all his plans. The hunter realized that if this young man was working with Baphomet, then he was no ordinary child, which was why he was able to wield magic so easily. The main character loomed over the intruder and asked him how he knew about the demon Baphomet. Baphomet was surprised because he thought it was a girl and remembered that he had seen her somewhere before. It turned out that it was a boy after all, so our hero's words angered him even more. Our hero didn't believe the young man, so he was about to slap him. Then the boy started crying as sweetly as he could and begged him not to hit him, trying to make him feel sorry for him. Baphomet and Beelzebub certainly didn't expect this, so they didn't even know how to react. Suddenly, a memory flashed through our hero's mind of where he had met this man before. At that time, the guy looked completely different and was actually dressed like a girl. He had met this disguised young man at the beginning of his journey as a hunter. He was an S-rank hunter with the code name Vanessa, whom they had met in the dungeon. Only now did the detail emerge that he was actually a man dressed as a woman. This hunter was among those who bravely ascended the Tower of the Abyss, where Baphomet reigned. As a result, the guy suffered a humiliating defeat and fell into the hands of the main character. At that time, Baphomet was already preparing to kill another person who had failed to satisfy his desires. That is why the demon had already swung his weapon to kill his next toy. At the critical moment, Vanessa's forbidden magic kicked in, which can help escape from the boss's room in an emergency. Baphomet was very surprised when he saw that the toy had disappeared right out of his hands. However, this magic had a problem, which was the risk of having the player's stats. So Vanessa lost her S-rank hunter status. This is how the young man learned about the main character and was already convinced that somehow the demon had become human. Baphomet asked what the hunter planned to do with this information. The guy replied that he just wanted to tell all the hunters about it, but our hero thought that no one would believe him. In the end, the demon simply laughed at the hunter's naivety because everything seemed too obvious. He looked at the boy with his terrifying gaze and asked if he had any evidence. The guy was very scared and fell to the ground, and the main character warned him that stepping into a tiger's lair with his own feet was a lack of common sense. Now, Baphomet wondered how he would prepare the hunter and suggested that he would tie his limbs tightly and beat him beyond recognition, then suck out all his blood and stab him with a knife. Vanessa once again used her charm and tearfully asked what our hero was going to do to him. Our heroes froze in bewilderment again, as they were definitely not used to such strange behavior. In the end, they decided to simply put a bag over the hunter's head and asked him to listen carefully to two things that Baphomet would tell him to do. First, the main character told Vanessa to find the hunter Loki, but she didn't know who he was. The guy said that he was clearly not a hunter officially registered with the government, so it would be impossible to find him easily. Vanessa didn't expect to be used as an informant, but Baphomet explained that he would be the devil's puppet. The main character emphasized that he was definitely not in a position to get involved. Beelzebub admitted that he had placed a familiar in the hunter's body when he locked him in the warehouse, so the deadly poison would immediately spread throughout his body if he did not obey our heroes. Therefore, they didn't care if the guy told the other hunters that Baphomet was actually the true boss of the Tower of the Abyss. But now that Vanessa had infiltrated the demon's lair, they would regret the effort they had wasted on him, so they would beat everything out of him, right down to his soul. Beelzebub declared that the intruder would know true devilish fear. Baphomet wondered if his comrade was waiting for the day when their victim would fall into despair. He seemed to agree that there was nothing tastier than a soul that had fallen into despair. With the bag over his head, Vanessa could only hear the demon's terrible laughter, but he couldn't see what they were going to do. In the end, our heroes let the hunter escape because they had already ensured his silence. Beelzebub and Baphomet calmly walked out into the street and watched the young man run away, not even trying to catch him. In fact, the main character had guessed from the beginning that his companion had lied about the familiar. But in any case, Vanessa was afraid to say anything after such intimidation. Baphomet also reminded him that they had a manager, Ma, who could help, but they hadn't been in touch with him for a long time. In the end, he remembered that he wanted his partner to finally teach him magic. After that, the demons quickly returned home, and Beelzebub demonstrated his abilities. The young man easily created a huge magical barrier around their house. He noted that our hero always says that he wants to learn magic first and assumed that he had felt a lot in the last tower. The guy thought it would be good to start over with the basics, because Baphomet didn't need to learn fancy magic since he used physical strength. The main character refused to settle for that, so he emphasized once again that he wanted to learn high-level magic. Beelzebub did not object and simply watched his friend's progress. He looked around in confusion before giving his assessment. Before delivering his verdict, the young man took a deep breath to calm himself down a little. It turned out that Baphomet had learned this very quickly, so his teacher was greatly surprised. Beelzebub wondered how our hero had managed to master this technique after seeing it only once. He immediately noted that Baphomet had not been like this before, but now he had a real talent. The guy thought that our hero should change classes and not miss the opportunity to become a great magician. But he only took Raven's advice, who warned him that he was not using this body well. Beelzebub couldn't understand what his friend was talking about, but he explained that this body had been taken from someone else. Meanwhile, the hunter Vanessa had already met a man who wanted information about the main character. The stranger, who wanted to uncover Baphomet's secret, noted that the guy had been talking about it the whole time, but then the connection was suddenly lost. The man asked if the hunter had managed to find any evidence, but the problem was that everything had been ruined. In the end, he was dissatisfied that he had wasted his time and was about to leave. Vanessa tried to stop her boss, and without any evidence, said that Baphomet was the real boss hiding behind a human mask. At that moment, Beelzebub tried to find out from our hero who had given him that advice. For a while, the guy wondered whether he should tell his friend about the whole situation. Baphomet said that he had met Raven again in the Sacred Tower. It also turned out that the person who had been gathering information on the main character was Ma Sonun. Meanwhile, the administrator returned to Baphomet and reminded him that she had fulfilled his cherished wish. The main character couldn't understand what she was talking about, so the goddess explained that it had happened when he met Raven in the tower. The girl felt that the guy had wanted this even when he had run into his rival's sharp blade. Once again, Baphomet asked the administrator who she was. The goddess was delighted when she realized that the guy was finally interested in her personality. In the end, she could only say her name, which sounded like lie, quietly and mysteriously, leaving behind a trail of questions. The main character repeated what Raven had told him about how to become better. Beelzebub found it hard to believe that this was true because it all sounded strange. It turned out that Raven had told Baphomet that they actually shared the same body. Our hero asked his friend how much magical power there was in this body, but he couldn't answer because he hadn't really paid attention to that factor. Now Beelzebub looked more closely at Baphomet and saw the excess magic. He assumed that this was because Raven had strong fire magic, but the main character immediately warned that the hunter hadn't even used any mana. Beelzebub wondered where the guy would now spend the power he had received from Raven. Baphomet explained that the hunter he had met in the Sacred Tower was made up of virtual data and was much weaker, but when he began to act according to his true self, he transformed into the powerful Raven. At that moment, our hero immediately felt that his body was enveloped in an additional buff. In turn, Beelzebub explained in detail that magic destroys the enemy in a short time with a powerful and colorful spell. However, there is a limit to the amount of magical power that can be obtained, and there was a state where even an auxiliary element with magical power was insufficient. The main character concluded that physical strength was better than magic in a series of long battles, such as the towers. His comrade immediately pointed out that the ability to use powerful, unique skills and surround oneself with buffs necessary for battle could lead to victory in any fight. That is why Beelzebub assumed that our hero would simply borrow Raven's style. A smirk immediately appeared on Baphomet's face because he really did have a plan. He remembered how he was a low-class monster when he climbed the tower and killed countless monsters guarding the floors, memorizing all their techniques. The main character had buff skills, but they only manifested in response to certain circumstances, while Raven directly demonstrated the conscious use of his skills. That's why Baphomet wanted his comrade to teach him buff magic from that moment on. Then the young man asked what our hero was talking about, because he didn't seem to understand the topic very well. The guy immediately thought that Beelzebub simply didn't want to teach him, which annoyed him greatly. Baphomet became very angry and immediately chased after his partner, but the latter explained that he really only knew about buffs related to magic. Beelzebub suddenly remembered that there was someone who knew more about physical buffs than he did. Then our hero went to Kim Yu-sung, who was glad that the guy was in good condition in the Holy Tower. The girl asked again with interest what number 302 wanted to learn. Baphomet was disappointed that his acquaintance was also unaware. He realized that he had gone mad by coming to a charlatan, but the girl stopped him and reminded him that she was indeed a buffer. In the end, the girl said that Baphomet had come to the right place and agreed to tell him about buffs. However, the doctor hinted that she would not do this for free. Despite his dislike for her, the main character agreed and asked what she wanted. Kim Yu-sung continued to keep him in suspense, but it seemed that her desires had long been clear. She approached Baphomet and declared that she wanted help from his body. After that, the scene shifts to the building where the children's shelter was located. The children were very surprised and gathered in the courtyard when they saw the new guest. It turned out to be Baphomet, who didn't really know what to do with these kids. In the end, he grabbed a boy who was standing nearby and didn't suspect anything. Dressed as an angel, the demon threw the child high into the sky, ignoring any safety rules. The child was seriously frightened by this strange attraction, but couldn't do anything. The next moment, Baphomet quickly jumped to another spot and caught the boy. The other children watched in horror. The main character turned his head to see what the impression of such a stunt was. In the end, all the children admired the strong and agile hunter, and their eyes sparkled with joy. Now all the children ran up to Baphomet and asked him to give them a ride too. It turned out that all this was done so that all the children could have a medical examination, after which they could have fun with Hyun. The children went to the doctor without any problems, smiles on their faces, because they knew that unrestrained fun awaited them afterwards. Baphomet even played tag with the children, so that now no one would think that he was once a demon. They spent the rest of the day like this, and in the evening, the orphanage director thanked Kim Yoo-sung. The doctor herself believed that the young man who had entertained the children had done the most work. Even a Class A hunter would have a hard time dealing with the energy of a dozen children who simply wore him out. Baphomet himself hoped that his ordeal was over, and that the doctor would now share her knowledge with him. It turned out that Kim Yoo-sung had planned for them to visit 2 more places. The main character started cursing her out, but in the end he was silently taken home without anyone listening to his objections. With a smile on her face, the doctor informed him that she would pick up Baphomet tomorrow and said goodbye. The guy was so tired that he couldn't even say goodbye, so he silently watched his acquaintances drive away. A historic chuckle escaped his lips as exhaustion consumed his entire body. Our hero was very angry because he had been running around like a dog with that damn bandage on his head. But in the end, this charlatan had deceived him, and he shouted about it, unaware that his acquaintances were behind him. Baphomet was startled when he heard a strange voice, because the Reaper asked how strange the headband was. The guy was even more surprised when he saw that it was his old partner standing in front of him. The girl explained that she had come to the main character's house because his phone wasn't working, and asked him to call her by her usual name, Na Yorim, at the usual time. She hoped that Baphomet had a free seat because she wanted to have dinner with him. The guys were very surprised when they saw what kind of car their friend owned. It was an expensive red sports car, which they were going to take to the restaurant. When our heroes arrived at their destination, Nayorim decided to talk about how Baphomet's brother was quite friendly. The guy understood that it was all because Beelzebub knew that the girl had a lot of money. He admitted that he hadn't been serious about eating together, but the Reaper had figured that out. The girl admitted that from the very beginning, she had wanted them all to have dinner together. She understood that everyone had worked very hard to clear out the tower, so she wanted to celebrate the event together. Suddenly, Baphomet noticed a photo of the huntress on one of the advertising billboards. The talented and beautiful hunter, the Reaper, was being congratulated in this way for clearing the sacred tower. Even Na Yoram herself had not yet seen this congratulation, so she was horrified when our hero showed it to her. She understood that her uncle was the criminal, but the main character couldn't understand why she didn't want to become cool and popular. The girl also emphasized that she wanted to become famous not as a hunter, but as an archaeologist. But she was interrupted by other guests who were already waiting for our heroes. All of the companions from the sacred tower smiled sweetly when they saw Baphomet and the Reaper. Yorim immediately asked Nelia how she was feeling, but she assured him that she had fully recovered. The woman also praised the 3 hunters who had managed to clear the tower together. She had expected such success from the promising A-class fighters. Jess noted that she had already seen articles about the team, but Reaper immediately warned her that she had done nothing at all. Some guests found it strange that there was no one else in the restaurant except for them, as the establishment was famous for being very difficult to get into due to long waiting lists. Yorim announced that she had completely booked the restaurant, which shocked everyone around her. She explained that no one should see their debauchery and hinted that it would be a shame to just eat. Soon the girl was already drunk from the large amount of alcohol she had consumed. Her eyes were clouded, and her laughter became louder and more unrestrained. Nelia was in the same state, so she suggested to her friends that they have a second round. Griffin in turn excused himself and said that he was going home. The girls tried to stop their friend, but he had no intention of spending the whole evening with them. The next second, the guy heard footsteps behind him and stopped immediately. It was obviously Baphomet, so the hunter immediately asked what the problem was. The main character replied briefly that he wanted to say something to his partner. He asked why Griffin still hadn't revealed his identity to the rest of the team. The hunter paused for a moment before explaining the reason for his decision. The guy understood perfectly well that he still had no proof, so there was no point in telling the others. Griffin explained that he intended to use the main character to quickly increase his power level. He believed that Baphomet couldn't die yet because he hadn't reached his peak. The guy also wanted to kill the main character when he reached the peak of his power, so for now, he was just waiting. With that, he decided to end the conversation and asked Baphomet to stay as strong as he was. Our hero did not respond to this statement and watched as Griffin went home. Baphomet was dissatisfied that this arrogant youngster had simply repeated his words. Sitting down on a bench, he looked up at the sky and noticed that it was a full moon. At that moment, he noticed the Grim Reaper behind him, who had decided to buy some ice cream. The guy also asked where the others had gone, and Na Yorm explained that everyone had already left. For a while, the girl just looked at the sky and did not continue the conversation. The huntress also noticed that the full moon was shining on them. She noted that it was already late at night, so it was time to go to sleep, and Baphomet said goodbye to her. The girl was in no hurry to leave because she had one thing left to do before she went. Suddenly, she leaned her head toward our hero and touched her lips to his, her touch unexpected and alluring at the same time. Baphomet stared at his partner with wide eyes because he had never felt anything like this before. A few seconds later, the Reaper let go of the guy, who didn't even resist and was lost in the moment. After that, the girl once again wished our hero good night and finally went home. In such a lost state, Baphomet sat on the bench for some time. Despite being a cold-blooded, cruel demon, his heart was racing after kissing the huntress. Coming to his senses, the guy quickly wiped the ice cream off his lips. It turned out that Chu hadn't gone home yet, so he quickly noticed Baphomet and called out to him. He was delighted by this encounter because he had something he wanted to discuss. The old man wanted to joke that the main character hadn't drunk enough, but he asked him to hurry up and get to the point. Chu decided to ask Baphomet directly what his goal was as a hunter. He explained that some people do it for money, some for fun, but he was curious why our hero was doing it. The guy just replied briefly that his goal was only to fight. The main character wanted to fight strong opponents in order to ultimately reach the top. The old man appreciated this approach and only confirmed that the young man was a priceless talent. In fact, Baphomet couldn't understand what Chu was getting at all this time. In the end, the hunter offered our hero to join their Nebula Guild. The next morning, the main character and his friend went to another children's shelter. The children were very happy to see them and thanked Dr. Kim for his help and wonderful entertainment. The girl was just touched when she saw all these little ones, but Baphomet still didn't have the energy to play with them. She only confirmed that helping children was much more enjoyable than her usual work. After that, Kim Yu-sung asked how the main character was feeling, but he just wanted to leave. Baphomet was also afraid that he would be asked to do something again and to keep his mouth shut. But the doctor explained that they had not come up to the roof for that purpose. She finally decided to proceed with the request, and the guy followed all her instructions. Our hero immediately showed good progress when he used the spells he had been shown. Kim Yu-sung, like Beelzebub, was very surprised to see how quickly number 302 was learning. She immediately noticed that the teaching style even amused her a little. Now, the doctor understood why some S-rank hunters took on the training of newbies, because it was very pleasant to watch a student grow. She also said that the main character would be able to learn other skills if he further improved his stats. After receiving the necessary information from Kim Yu-sung, the guy harshly informed her that he was terminating his membership in the guild. The doctor was incredibly shocked to hear such unexpected news. She desperately tried to stop Baphomet, but he had already made up his mind to accept Nebula's offer. The main character was very attracted to the conditions of the new organization, so he didn't even bother to listen to Kim Yu-sung. Moreover, a strong guild always takes the towers with higher levels. Baphomet was still resentful that the doctor had tricked him into working for her and then dragged him into a guild with a strange name. She also exploited our hero under the pretext that she was going to teach him skills later. At this point, the guy declared that this was definitely the end, and Kim Yu-sung couldn't bear the breakup. He emphasized that it was precisely the skill that had caused him to toil until today. The girl still didn't want to let Baphomet go so easily, so she tried to stop him. She asked him in a furious voice what she needed to do to make him stay. Kim Yu-sung thought that he needed power, money, or her body, but all of that was the last thing our hero wanted. Baphomet declared that he could stay if the doctor accepted all his conditions. He explained that her guild's pathetic appearance did not match the level Kim Yu-sung was trying to portray. Thus, the guy demanded that the guild leader increase its size and then change the damn name that so infuriated our hero. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Heaven Hotel, where things are bustling. A couple had just checked in, despite the fact that the room seemed expensive to them. The girl asked her boyfriend not to worry about such things and to think only of her. They were kissing right in front of a poster, congratulating the Hunter Reaper. The girl was seriously frightened when she saw the face, and the guy told her that she was the heiress of the hotel. He also noted that Naorium was quite beautiful, which made his beloved jealous. At that moment, One of the visitors walked past them, approached the security guard, and showed him her phone to be allowed to pass. The employee informed her that her check was complete and she could proceed to the next room. Behind the door, she saw a room flooded with warm light, where a large number of people had gathered. The girl was truly amazed by what she saw before her. She turned to her friend, who was standing nearby, and remarked that she had done quite well. This stern girl was a master of the Challenge Guild, a hunter named Minerva. Guild Master La Poema, a hunter named Ella, congratulated her friend on her organization making it into the top 10, but believed it was just luck. Minerva believed that her success was not due to luck at all, so she asked the girl to behave appropriately. Ella was no longer listening to her because she noticed that her protege, Muse, was doing something wrong. She reminded her irritably that she had a photo shoot tomorrow, and she seemed to be planning to eat everything at the banquet. While the guild leader turned away for a second, Muse reached for the plates again to steal some treats for herself. Ella inmediatamente sintió esto y gritó al cazador de su gremio de nuevo. Minerva thought that the girl could eat a little because she definitely wouldn't gain weight from it. The leader still believed that Muse needed to be watched even more closely in order to finally defeat Valkyrie and rise to the top of the industry. Meanwhile, Minerva decided to change the subject and announced that it was time for the secret guest to arrive. She explained that hardly anyone at the banquet would know this person. Musa, who was trying to hide from the leader, stumbled upon this mysterious stranger. She tried to apologize for her carelessness, but she was too busy staring at the guy. It turned out that he was the main character, who did not react to the encounter in any way. He just walked silently past the girl, who was watching him spellbound. Obviously, Baphomet wasn't particularly eager to be there, but to splash around in the big leagues, you have to attend events like this and maintain your image. It was a time when even hunters had to be mindful of how they were perceived. Kim Yu-seon explained that there were other hunters present, so our hero definitely had to make an impression on someone. All the guests immediately noticed the doctor and started calling her over. Ella noted that she never appeared anywhere, so it was impossible to meet her, and she was also surprised that she had decided to radically change her guild. In tears, the girl began to complain that Baphomet had threatened to leave if she didn't change her organization. Ella inmediatamente decidió inquirir sobre este atractivo cazador con la apariencia de un matón. The main character walked around enjoying his dessert, completely unaware that he had attracted the attention of absolutely everyone around him. Minerva also asked where her colleague had managed to find such a gem. Kim Yu-sung was glad that the other girls also appreciated the guy. They immediately thought that she had bought Baphomet with money and asked how much they would have to pay for the main character to work for them too. The doctor immediately emphasized that this was impossible, as she had already interfered with the Nebula Guild, but Ella still wanted to participate in the auction. In turn, Minerva asked if she had hoped that an interesting person would be present. It turned out to be Kim Yu-sung's ex-husband, who was already nearby. He gently placed his hand on the girl's shoulder as he quickly recognized her voice. The man happily greeted his ex-wife and asked how she was doing. Meanwhile, Baphomet was thinking about how he needed to stand out from the crowd, but he had no idea how to impress others. He suspected that he had made a slightly different impression during his initiation. Suddenly, the main character noticed that the Reaper was passing by nearby. A memory of last night's passionate kiss flashed through his mind. Baphomet immediately decided that it would be best to pretend that he didn't know this girl. At that moment, the guy heard someone else call out loudly to Nayarim. Our hero immediately pricked up his ears because he was curious to know what was going on. Looking to the side, he saw his acquaintance standing with some other young man. It turned out that the girl had promised her friend a date if she cleaned the tower perfectly. The Reaper claimed that she hadn't said anything like that and that the guy had made it up. She suspected that he was only interested in money, so she emphasized that he would be paid. The suitor just sighed heavily because he thought the girl didn't understand anything. He was very angry that Nayoryam kept rejecting him and thought it wasn't funny at all. The guy couldn't control his emotions, so he aggressively reached for his beloved. The main character immediately appeared in front of him, unable to allow anyone to mistreat his friend. The scoundrel immediately realized that he was facing a real hunter, and Janitsa was surprised that he had come to her aid. The girl asked what our hero had forgotten here, and he thought he shouldn't have done that. Urim explained that she just thought that Baphomet didn't like to visit such places. The guy, listening to the awkward conversation between our heroes, began to suspect that there was something going on between them. He immediately thought that the Reaper had already found a boyfriend, but then realized that this was unlikely to be true. In the end, the scoundrel decided to ask which guild Baphomet belonged to. The main character replied that he belonged to the Wildlands, but Reaper remembered that its name sounded like Sweet Pink Angel. The guy just laughed at the fact that his rival belonged to an unknown organization. He was amazed that Nayoram was bothering with such a low-level person, and meanwhile, the main character asked which guild the insolent man belonged to. The guy proudly replied that he belonged to the Guardian Guild. As it turned out, this organization was one of the top 3 guilds, occupying one of the leading positions thanks to its strength, influence, and impeccable reputation among hunters. Their guild had risen quite sharply due to the fact that they had quickly cleared many towers. The main character was not surprised by this answer, so he assumed that the guy belonged to a famous guild that had not even reached Nebula's level. The guy didn't even expect Baphomet to say something like that. Suddenly, their argument was interrupted by the loud laughter of the Reaper, who simply couldn't stop. The suitor was even more surprised when he saw how strangely the girl was behaving. Even the main character didn't expect something like this from his partner, so he fell silent. Through clenched teeth, the guy decided to ask what was so funny about their conversation, and the Reaper explained that she was laughing at Baphomet's comment about the top 3 guild. The suitor was greatly annoyed by the fact that the main character had ruined all his plans. He believed that Baphomet was just a worthless hunter who, on top of that, belonged to a lousy guild. Then the guy noticed something interesting in the hall where the other guests had gathered. His gaze fell on Minerva, who was still actively talking to her colleagues. A smirk immediately appeared on his face as if he had come up with some devious plan. In the end, he remarked that it was kind of boring here and suggested returning to the other guests. The hunter Bark decided to approach Minerva and asked her to listen to an interesting proposal. He decided to express his gratitude for the invitation to such a wonderful banquet, but also complained that the guests invited here were getting bored because they were hunters who were used to moving and working. One of the girls who was watching this remarked that Bark should not try to pretend to be intelligent with such a long tongue. In the end, the guy suggested that the organizer of the event hold a friendly one-on-one duel. Ella inmediatamente preguntó por qué harían algo así de repente, ya que era una reunión de la noche de representantes de gremios. Bark immediately emphasized that everything would happen by mutual consent because they had supposedly already discussed everything. He introduced his opponent, who was obviously Baphomet. Ella thought they couldn't allow such a thing in such an official place, but Minerva was already interested. She then decided to ask Kim Yu-sung and her ex-husband for their opinion on the matter. In the end, everyone agreed, so Baphomet and Bark stood facing each other. Ella believed that this was truly a twist of fate, as if life itself had decided to intervene in her path and steer events in an unexpected and inevitable direction. It turned out that on one side, there was a member of the Yunsong Guild. On the other side was the head of the guild called Guardian, her former husband. Minerva thanked the Reaper for preparing not only the banquet hall, but also a spacious hall where they could hold the event. In fact, the huntress was worried about whether Baphomet would be okay, even though he was a good player, because Bark must be even better. She understood that Bark simply wanted to humiliate his rival in a place where there were many hunters. In turn, the hunter began to talk about how all this was a bit awkward. He asked Minerva to just set up the place for them, but it would be a shame if others were just going to sit there hoping and watching. The guy started throwing around words about how their fight would be over very soon, so no one would be able to enjoy it. The main character calmly watched his opponent and did not respond to his provocations. Bark believed that the unknown guild proved that Baphomet was also a hunter. He also hinted that if the guy hadn't interfered and behaved quietly, he probably wouldn't be treated like a dog now. In turn, our hero did not listen to him at all and wanted to start the fight as soon as possible, rather than talk nonsense. In fact, his opponent did not expect Baphomet to be so confident. He wanted to see where the main character's bluff would lead him in the end, so he prepared himself for their duel. The hunter quickly lunged forward toward Baphomet, who continued to stand calmly in place. At the last moment, our hero finally took up a fighting stance to take his opponent's blow. A second later, he saw that Bark had suddenly disappeared, as if he had vanished into thin air. The next moment, his opponent landed right next to Baphomet, but he dodged immediately. The main character stopped to analyze what kind of hunter Bark was. He concluded that this fighter specialized in maximum efficiency in high-speed combat. Meanwhile, Bark had already gathered momentum to finally finish off his annoying enemy. Baphomet was so carefree about this fight that he simply put his hand in his pocket. Now the main character compared all his enemies to Griffin, who had become his main target. The memories that had imprinted the hunter's fighting style were stuck in his head. That was why Baphomet believed that Barsh's speed was no match for Griffin's. At the same time, Kim Yu-sung watched her guild member without taking her eyes off him. Eventually, she began to suspect what Baphomet was about to do and became seriously frightened. The other guests also watched the fight closely, their eyes fixed on every movement of the fighters, their breath held in anticipation of the outcome of this tense battle. Little by little, everyone began to suspect how the fight would end. It turned out that Baphomet had torn off his opponent's arm with one swift movement, and blood spurted in all directions, confirming how merciless and swift his blow had been. Bark's face was contorted with animal fear, while the main character showed no emotion. As a result, a loud cry from the injured hunter rang out through the hall, his voice echoing off the walls, filling the space with pain and despair. Bark writhed on the floor in pain, but the main character merely tossed the severed limb aside with contempt. Kim Yu-sung's ex-husband was clearly dissatisfied with the outcome of the fight. The girl was distracted by this turn of events because she noticed someone interesting. It turned out that Ma Sun-woon was also present that evening, passing by the crowd. Some of the guests felt uncomfortable because they thought it was too brutal for a friendly duel. Minerva herself was not opposed to the outcome, so she began to clap loudly. She shouted that Baphomet was a great hunter, but no one shared her enthusiasm. The girl admitted that Baphomet had unimaginable destructive power, which thrilled her. The others remained standing in bewilderment as they felt uncomfortable about what had happened to Bark. They hadn't expected Minerva to be so enthusiastic and were already trying to remember our hero's codename. After a quick and brutal fight, Baphomet and the Reaper stepped aside to discuss what had happened. The girl demanded that the main character give her his hand, because he had managed to injure himself during the fight. The guy looked at his palm and only now noticed a scratch on it. The Reaper explained that Barsh's fighting style was such that opponents couldn't even see their own wounds. After that, they fell silent for a while, so Baphomet simply watched the hunter's light movements. In the moonlight, her focused face looked very beautiful, so it was difficult for our hero to take his eyes off her. Eyes. Finally, he realized that he had to turn away from her, and the girl noted that, fortunately, Baphomet did not need medical attention, so such a wound would heal quickly. The girl also emphasized that a hunter must always be in top form because he could always open a new shock gate. Even such a minor wound on the hand could snowball and ruin everything. In any case, Nayurim had long been convinced that our hero was strong because he had managed to clear the sacred tower. Baphomet said nothing because he did not expect the girl to pay him such a compliment. The guy turned away from his partner again, embarrassed, because he didn't know how to behave in such situations. Suddenly, he noticed that someone had been watching them the whole time. It turned out to be Kim Yu-seon, who felt a little sorry to interrupt such a peaceful atmosphere. In the end, the doctor appeared because she wanted to talk about the fact that Baphomet had covered his right hand with a buff. She understood that our hero had too little time, so he focused only on one hand. But there was no need to take it that far. In fact, Kim Yu-sung had long noticed that the guy was using his skills in his own style. It was pretty scary, but she was still waiting for the main character to improve his skills. The guild leader acknowledged that thanks to Baphomet, their guild had become more popular and thanked him for that. Minerva interrupted their conversation and warned that the main character needed to become stronger in order to gain even more popularity and represent the image of the guild itself. Such hunters included Valkyrie from the Ark and Bango from Nebula, but first one must reach S rank. In addition, the guild leader saw that they were from the same test as the main character. She felt that Baphomet was passionately eager for battle, and this alone had become his life's goal. The girl believed that there was one place that would suit the guy, namely the settlement. Kim Yu-sung immediately stopped her colleague because she didn't want to send the main character there. It turned out that there was no other place where one could achieve S rank so quickly, but the problem was that even A rank hunters couldn't get through that place in one go. In the end, Baphomet intervened in their conversation and asked what kind of place it was. In fact, Kim Yu-sung wasn't particularly eager to say anything about the settlement, but she had to. She explained that this place was also called the Lair or the Demon Realm, because during the shock of the gates, the largest number of monsters appeared here, a place where towers grow like mushrooms. Reaper had also heard about this and knew that no matter how many hunters cleared the area, the towers would keep appearing. Minerva confirmed that this was the reason why people could not live independently in this area. Kim Yu-sung confirmed that even the most experienced hunters who entered there were irrevocably transformed into fighting ghosts. Furthermore, even if hunters only encountered each other, this was a place where they fought to the death, so she was categorically opposed to it. The main character asked if he could really achieve S rank if he went there. Minerva had been waiting for this question, so she confirmed Baphomet's guess and asked if he wanted to try to get past the settlement. Meanwhile, Ella also provided first aid to the injured Bark, so his arm looked fine, but he needed to see a specialist at the hospital. The girl decided to leave the patient and the guild leader alone and went to the banquet hall to enjoy some excellent wine. The hunter, for his part, sensed that something unpleasant was about to happen. With a smile on his face, the man reminded the young man that he had promised not to do anything out of the ordinary. Bark tried to apologize for his actions, but the leader had already started kicking him. The elder explained that they should have taken care of Baphomet properly, but he had allowed himself to have fun as he pleased and had disgraced their guild. He felt that he had not yet vented all his anger on his subordinate. Bark desperately tried to assure him that it would never happen again and promised that it was the first and last time. The leader was already preparing to teach the young man a lesson, so all he could do was beg for mercy. Suddenly, Ma Sun-woon appeared beside them and managed to stop the enraged man. The manager noted that the hunter was already exhausted from pain, so he wasn't sure it was necessary to torment him to such an extent. In turn, Bark immediately tried to break free from his boss's grip. Despite his serious injury, the guy quickly jumped out of bed and ran away. For a while, the guild leader simply watched as the young man ran away from his cruelty. Finally, he smiled and remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen Ma Sun-woon. The man had also heard that his acquaintance was now working for the government, and he regretted that such talent had been wasted in such a job. He offered Manager Ma a drink to celebrate their meeting. At that moment, someone called him, so he asked his friend to wait a moment. It was a woman who was shouting into the phone that it had been a long time since she had seen her first love, and she was dying to be with him. The old acquaintances didn't discuss the situation, and Ma Song-woon just noted that his sister-in-law was still the same. After a brief meeting, the men parted ways and the manager got everything he needed. Ma Song-woon understood that his friend was again pretending that he knew nothing and had not changed at all, remaining a cunning fox. But in the meantime, it turned out that Kim Yu-sung had overheard everything. He was very frightened when he saw his acquaintance in front of him and asked her what she wanted. The girl explained that she just wanted to talk and asked what her friend had left behind, to which the manager replied that he had an important meeting and was just stopping by for a moment because the Challenge Guild banquet was taking place nearby. In the end, Kim Yu-sung grabbed Ma So-woon by the hand and begged him to calm down. The manager asked the girl to wait and not rush, but she couldn't understand what the problem was. It turned out that Ma So-woon was still upset that Baphomet was still angry with him. Then Kim Yu-sung realized that she needed to tell him directly that number 302 had said he was going to the settlement. The manager certainly didn't expect the situation with his client to go this far. The doctor was very worried that the main character was going to a place that looked like hell. It turned out that the man wasn't worried about it because he believed that Baphomet would become stronger that way. The next day, our hero met another person. It turned out to be Vanessa, who was difficult to be around because of his strange appearance. At that moment, some guys who had been watching the hunter's broadcast approached them and asked for a photo. Vanessa posed nicely and fulfilled his fan's request. Baphomet asked what had just happened, and the guy explained that he had written on his fan site that he would be meeting at this cafe. He explained that sometimes it was necessary to provide such a service, and the main character asked if the fans knew that Vanessa was actually a man. The guy almost choked on his coffee when he found out that these guys knew all about it. Vanessa believed that without demand there is no supply, and our hero simply agreed that everyone really does have different tastes. In the end, he told him that he had managed to find the apostle, but the problem was that he had changed his appearance a bit. Now the founder was disguised as the leader of a religious community and had even dyed his hair. But shortly after Baphomet assigned this task to the hunter, he immediately covered his tracks, but Vanessa promised that his loyal fans would find this man. After that, the guy moved on to the second request, but the situation there was worse because he couldn't find a single clue. Vanessa noted that the drawing was quite detailed, but it still didn't help. It turns out that the main character wanted to deal with the first task he was assigned, but then he was unable to catch the person who was leading his mentor, and he was killed by him. It is believed that the hunter they were looking for was a mage with manipulative skills, capable of bringing a dead body back to life. That is why this person could be called a necromancer, which gave Vanessa a clue as it was a special class, allowing her to narrow down the search. Our hero agreed that he had been more useful than he thought and asked if he would reveal his true nature. Unfortunately, Vanessa had already told one person about Baphomet, so he began to get nervous when the guy started talking about it. From the informant's reaction, it was obvious that he had already broken this condition. A couple of days ago, he had indeed told Ma Sun-woo about the main character, unaware of who this man was. The manager found out that this guy had entered the Tower of the Abyss, so he could trust his words. But at the same time, he found it hard to hold back his laughter, thinking that Cha Min-woo was the real Baphomet. In the end, he burst out laughing, which made the hunter even more confused. Vanessa thought again that the man didn't believe him, but he confirmed that he trusted the informant. He admitted that it all looked like someone had come up with a plan that was invisible to them. However, Ma Sung-woon also emphasized that this did not mean he blindly believed the words of a stranger and simply drew conclusions based on the information gathered and his personal experience. It turns out that, in addition to this, the manager asked Vanessa to help our hero, despite the fact that he was a demon. The hunter couldn't understand why he would do that, but the man explained that he had a small debt to repay. Meanwhile, Baphomet noticed that someone was calling him, so he was distracted from the meeting. It turned out to be a charlatan doctor, although there was no reason for the call. Now the events move on to Echidna, who now had some free time. The leader decided to meet with Valkyrie, who wasn't listening to her at all. She asked what the girl was doing, and it turned out that she was clearing the boss level in a mobile game. Echidna had to try hard not to lose her temper again, holding back her emotions and trying to keep a cool head despite the irritation building up inside her. It turned out that Valkyrie had become completely lazy and now periodically came to her to complain that she was bored. Echidna thought that they could go somewhere with her friend to relax a little, for example, somewhere in Europe or East Asia. Valkyrie refused any entertainment because she was tired of it all. In the end, the leader couldn't take it anymore and asked Lee Ju-ri to stop behaving this way, because if it continued, the hunter muse could take first place in the industry. The girl resigned herself to Valkyrie doing things her own way, but did not allow her to do so for long because she had already received dozens of advertising offers. Meanwhile, Valkyrie decided to talk about the fact that Echidna would also be in the settlement, this time as a mentor. She decided that she needed to find out if there were any talented individuals worthy of joining their guild, as well as clear up any misunderstandings about their organization. The leader explained that there were very few male hunters in the Ark, so this time they needed to find someone. She asked why Valkyrie had been asking so many questions about the settlement and immediately asked her to suppress her interest in the place. She sarcastically pointed out that it was a place that a girl like her, with a flower field in her head, would never be able to endure. Valkyrie was angry when she heard such mockery from her superior and became even more interested in the settlement. In the end, she thought that maybe she should go and capture at least one tower to cheer herself up. Suddenly, as she was passing by, the hunter saw Baphomet, who was also bothering her. The main character was with Kim Yu-sung, but he didn't even know where the doctor had brought him. Valkyrie couldn't figure out who the woman next to the guy was and thought she was his girlfriend. The girl understood that he would not dress like that for a date, so she suspected that it was an old relationship. It turned out that Kim Yu-sung wanted to go shopping, but our hero didn't like that kind of entertainment. Meanwhile, Valkyrie noticed that the woman had a pretty nice body. It turns out that the doctor is doing this so that the main character can buy clothes before heading to the settlement. In turn, the huntress realized that she was just the head of the guild, then heard where Baphomet was going. After that, Valkyrie immediately ran to the leader of her organization to declare that she would also go to the settlement. When she saw the object of her affection, her eyes lit up again, and she felt a glimmer of motivation. Meanwhile, before leaving, Baphomet met with Su-yeon to ask her to look after his brother. The girl noticed that it had only been a short time since our hero had left the tower, so she asked if he was sad to part ways again. The guy sighed heavily and replied that there was a good reason for it. At the end, Baphomet did not forget to ask the girl not to forget to study hard at school. After that, the guy immediately met up with Kim Yu-sung, who asked him to think it over while they turned the car around. This infuriated the main character, so he promised to jump out of the car if she continued to nag him. The girl resigned herself to the fact that no matter what she said, Baphomet wouldn't listen to her. She only asked him to remember one rule, which was that when he went in there, he shouldn't think of anyone as his friend. The hunter's main task was to focus on survival. A couple of minutes later, our heroes finally arrived at their destination. Baphomet was surprised when he saw what the settlement actually looked like. Everything around was dotted with towers that held their secrets, rising above the ground like silent guardians. The main character liked this turn of events, so he thought he had hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, the head nurse was still at the hospital, waiting for the director to return. Hearing footsteps nearby, the girl immediately looked up to see who it was. It was indeed Kim Yoo-seon, so she immediately asked how Cha-min's funeral had gone. The doctor replied briefly that everything was fine, but the girl could still see that she was in a bad mood. Then the woman herself began to wonder what was wrong. It turned out that she was afraid that the main character would adapt too well there. Kim Yoo-seon demonstrated how Baphomet reacted when he saw the settlement. In the end, she said she would get through it and try not to worry, but it was difficult. Meanwhile, the main character had already reached the starting point in the settlement. Besides Baphomet, quite a few other hunters had already gathered there. They all gathered in the main square of the settlement before moving on. A scuffle had already started between some guys, and they were about to get into a fight. It turned out that they weren't just arguing over the road, which was why they were already throwing punches at each other. The main character appeared nearby and quickly noticed that a fight was brewing. The guys immediately backed away from each other and asked what Baphomet was doing there. One of the hunters clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, realizing that the conflict couldn't continue. In the end, they parted ways, but promised that next time, each of them would say goodbye to life. The main character thought that everything that was happening around him was completely pointless nonsense. From what he was seeing, it seemed like a place where people would get into a fight even over a simple bump of shoulders. Nevertheless, the A-rank hunters gathered here were not the type to talk. They were the type to take action. Moreover, all these warriors were carrying weapons that needed to be stored in their inventory. While Baphomet was thinking about this, something flew past him, leaving a sharp whistle in the air and causing him to look around warily in search of the source of the threat. It turned out to be a small stone that had flown into the head of the guy walking in front of him. The other hunters pulled him out and laughed at how they had hit their target perfectly. They believed that their target for ridicule simply had to endure it all. The guy himself said he was scared he was going to die right there, so he was even thinking about running away from the settlement. The main character listened attentively as the hunters asked when this guy was finally going to get out of there, so they wouldn't have to see his unlucky face anymore. He wondered if someone who was about to leave was considered a loser, because for a hunter who was treated well everywhere, if he was an A rank, this was the perfect place to test his skills. Baphomet was already fired up with excitement because he loved these kinds of conditions. At that moment, he heard the sound of a quad bike behind him, and the people on it called out to the hunter. They were employees who were looking for the main character. It turned out they didn't work at the settlement shelter and introduced themselves as Kim Joo-mi and Kang Ha-ru. They didn't expect the guy to dodge their vehicle so quickly, but Baphomet pointed out that they had almost run him over. The employees asked how much our hero knew about the settlement, and he replied that towers were constantly appearing here, so it was a place where A-rank hunters could quickly level up to S. Kang Ha-ru explained that their task was to teach hunters how the settlement system works. It turns out that the settlement divides all people into groups of 3 and assigns them to teams led by S-rank hunters who have been promoted to mentors. The main character wanted to know more about the mentors, so Kang Ha-ru explained that it was something like that, but that mentors were more like consultants. In turn, Kim Joo-mi added that the advice of S-rank fighters would definitely be useful for A-rank hunters. Mentors also held back the power that hunters wanted to demonstrate in order to prevent disasters. The main character didn't see a problem with this and thought that hunters dying in battles was just part of the job when you enter the tower. The staff confirmed that in this place, everyone was on their own. Baphomet couldn't understand what they meant, so the guy and girl explained that the groups were only for living in the dormitory and the towers had to be cleared alone. In the end, Kim Joo-mi and Kang Ha-ru asked our hero to go inside, where the manager was already waiting for him. The woman with a cigarette in her hand immediately recognized the hunter Baphomet and greeted him. She also asked him to come in and explain that she was the manager in charge of the settlement dormitory, No Jae-gun. Baphomet said that he seemed to have heard all the explanations and asked if there was anything else, but suddenly noticed a suspiciously familiar person next to him. The main character turned his head to take a closer look at the guy and realized that his fears had come true. It turned out that Griffin had also arrived at the settlement, but he himself had not expected to see his archenemy here. In the end, Baphomet shouted, asking what the guy was doing there, and the manager was surprised that the two were old acquaintances. At the same time, Ha Jae-wook had already heard the news that the hunter Griffin had gone to the settlement. According to current data, This guy would reach S rank even if he didn't go that far, so the manager thought that his assistant was trying to stir up his emotions for no reason. The girl immediately assured him that she had no such intention, as her position definitely did not allow her to do anything like that. Ha Jae-wook began to suspect that someone had allowed Griffin to do this without his knowledge. Meanwhile, manager No Jae-gyun asked our heroes not to worry, because the staff who would be guiding them would explain the details of their accommodations. In addition, she noted that she saw real strength in the hunter's eyes. The woman had already noticed that the hunters here always had a fire burning in their eyes, but at some point, it would die out in the atmosphere of this place. If our heroes were to obtain S rank, their task would be to defeat all their rivals. Enough hunters who had achieved S rank had passed through this settlement, and the most striking example was the hunter Raven. The manager immediately noticed that the guys were shaken by the code name of the strongest hunter, so it was obvious that they had come here to become even stronger. She asked the newcomers what their first impressions of the settlement were, but Griffin didn't have much to say about it. Nevertheless, the guy was determined to experience the many towers. He understood that he could only achieve S rank if he defeated all the monsters in this multitude of towers. The main character liked this attitude, so he quietly laughed at his partner. But Jae-gyung wasn't surprised because she had expected such a bold statement from Griffin. After that, she moved on to the hunter Baphomet, because she also wanted to know his attitude. In fact, the guy didn't understand why Griffin was saying such obvious things, because everyone had come here for that very purpose. The hunter looked silently at the main character because he couldn't understand what he wanted to achieve with such a statement. But Jae-gyung reminded him that Baphomet was supposed to describe his feelings upon entering the settlement, and he replied briefly that he only wanted to fight. However, the main character wanted to fight not only the monsters, but also all the hunters here. The manager laughed loudly when she heard such a bold statement from a newcomer. She noted that this was not what hunters usually said, and her curiosity grew, because such words could hide something more than a simple statement. With that, the woman decided to end the conversation and wish the fighters good luck. Her voice sounded calm, but there was a firm conviction that they were in for a difficult test. Baphomet, on the other hand, had not expected to meet Griffin here and thought that it was all too well planned, suspecting that the young man was simply following him. In the end, our hero quickly reached his dormitory. He quickly went up to his room and opened the door to see what the conditions were like. Baphomet was greatly surprised when he saw what awaited him inside. It turned out that the room was completely dark and silent, as if no one had been there before. The main character quickly moved on, thinking that there was still no one in the room. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Baphomet and confirmed that he was not alone. The guy quickly turned around, but saw no one, only shadows flickering in the dim light, creating an uneasy feeling that someone was still nearby, watching him. A second later, the light finally came on in the room, and Baphomet could see what was happening. An unfamiliar man appeared before him, wearing a strange mask that completely hid his face. It turned out that the neighbors had planned everything in advance because they wanted to welcome their new friend. They used a confetti popper to scare Baphomet, and it worked. The guy noted that they had been waiting for our hero for quite a while and asked the newcomer for his code name. He just laughed at the fact that the name Baphomet was quite fitting for the settlement. In the end, the neighbors decided to introduce themselves, and the first to do so was a masked hunter named Lunatic, who would now be their mentor. The rest were A-rank hunters with whom our hero would now share joys and sorrows, and one of them was Guilty. Next, without further ado, a guy named Jackal introduced himself. Next was a young man who set off a firecracker and introduced himself as Hyper, noting that they were the same age as Baphomet. The main character did not respond to any of these introductions, which made the others think he was very upset. They immediately found a solution to this problem in the form of a bottle of good drink. All the hunters immediately emphasized that Baphomet had no right to refuse. Our hero watched in amazement at such kindness and still couldn't understand what these guys were doing. All he remembered was waking up in his bed in the morning, unable to recall what had happened the night before, as if the night had been erased from his memory. In the morning, the young man was awakened by his mentor, who noted that he had drunk a lot the previous day, but it was already time to get up and go to clean up the tower. The main character found it hard to believe that something like this had happened to him, so he lay in his bed for a while, confused. He immediately set off on his first assignment and quickly cleared the Tower of the King's Wrath. Due to his fun night, Baphomet was not in the best condition, so he did not know how his comrades had cleared their towers in such a state. After that, the tired guy immediately returned to his dormitory. The guys immediately noticed that the main character was the last one to arrive from his team. He saw that everyone had gathered around the table again and were waiting for only one person, Baphomet. Lunatic reported that the hunters in this dorm had created a rivalry system. He explained that they kept track of how many kills each hunter had made in this table, and noted that one of them, namely Baphomet, had no marks at all. The main character felt terrible, and the other hunters struggled to hold back their laughter. In the end, Guilty burst out laughing because he couldn't understand how someone could get so drunk. Baphomet certainly didn't expect anyone to dare to mock him so openly. He decided to give in to his emotions and smiled at his neighbors. The guy even laughed out loud at how stupid he really was. It turned out that this was not just for show, because in the next moment he broke the table in half. In fact, the main character was not happy that the hunters dared to mock him. He grinned and agreed that this entertainment was quite fun. The hunters also smiled in response so as not to anger our hero any further. The next day, Baphomet set off again to clear the endless towers. He wielded his blade with masterful skill, leaving the monsters no chance of survival. The main character sliced the monsters in half in a second, and their bodies collapsed to the ground, leaving behind only silence and the smell of blood. In the final room, Baphomet encountered the boss and his subordinates, who were performing some kind of ritual. The monster did not expect that a human would be able to reach this place after all. He declared that everyone who had set foot here surely regretted their decision and completed his transformation. For the final stage, the boss needed the blood of his subordinates, who began screaming in agony. The area was immediately filled with terrifying screams and streams of blood, creating a scene of chaos and horror that was impossible to look away from. After that, the boss began to deform in a terrifying manner, transforming into his final form. A demon appeared before the main character, looking like a formidable opponent. It turned out to be the boss of the Tower of Darkness himself, named Amon, whose name inspired fear and whose history was shrouded in dark legends and stories of unimaginable power. He had already prepared his first powerful blow to make Baphomet praise him. The monster believed that our hero would be just another victim for his body. The guy wasn't afraid of Amon at all, because he thought that he had transformed, considering it something cool, so he thought it would be something amazing, but in the end, nothing like that happened. That's why Baphomet got really angry and quickly destroyed his opponent. In the end, a powerful explosion occurred in the tower, quickly destroying it. The main character then went to another place, where he also quickly dealt with his opponents. In this way, Baphomet cleared tower after tower, leaving no enemies alive and moving forward with cold determination to conquer everything in his path. The guys watched in amazement as Baphomet successfully racked up more and more kills. Baphomet, however, did not even look at the guys, but simply stared at his phone. The main character was just enjoying the fact that everyone around him was admiring his work. In just one day, the guy had already surpassed all his comrades, proving his strength and skill. Meanwhile, the events shift to Yo Soo-jin, who was working at the Hunter Bureau branch in the settlement. She was so focused on her work that she didn't even notice she had been there all day, completely immersed in her tasks and forgetting about time. Their job was to negotiate with rude hunters who were dissatisfied with something every day. New employees who were assigned to this position immediately broke down in tears and couldn't handle the pressure. Yoo Soo-jin was also afraid of many things and was a bit of a pushover, but life put everything in its place. She quickly intervened in such conflicts, finding the violations behind such hunters. Such scoundrels always continued to shout that they had come to the settlement to clean up the towers. Yo Soo-jin understood that this was where the settlement was located, and that was the main reason she could treat the hunters so boldly. She emphasized that in the settlement, where hunters gathered, everything would be fine, even if one of them died in an accident. The hunter became even more angry when he realized that the girl had dared to threaten him. He already lunged forward to grab the camera woman and teach her a lesson for her behavior. Suddenly, Baphomet appeared and managed to stop the conflict in time. The guy tensed up when he felt such power nearby and was confused, realizing that he had encountered an enemy who was dangerous to underestimate. The main character ordered the hunter to get out of there quickly and let him take his turn. After that, he went outside and was very happy with how well he had done, which attracted attention. Everything went so well that even the loot in his inventory was all gone, and the battles continued every day without interruption. Baphomet was in a good mood the whole time because it all energized him. It turned out that 2 whole months had passed since our hero's arrival in the settlement. This place really worked well for the guy. because he achieved new successes. Thanks to the confirmation tickets he received during the tower clearances, his skills grew rapidly. The problem was that his level wasn't increasing as quickly as expected. Baphomet remembered that he had leveled up quickly when he used the confirmation mark from the Tower of Labyrinth, because there was a certain classification of towers. Now, however, the confirmation tags from the towers, where the higher the class, the higher the value, had decreased. Now the main character had reached the level of clearing epic towers, so his skills could only grow with the help of marks obtained in towers below the epic class. He understood that it was all like a role-playing computer game, where you had to invest as many experience points as possible to improve your skills. Baphomet understood that this was the only way he could continue fighting endlessly and no longer spend unbearable days in the tower waiting for someone to come. The main character felt that he was becoming even stronger, greater than when he was in the tower. The guy realized that now his level could even become higher than Raven's. In the end, Baphomet laughed loudly again in the middle of the street, causing all the hunters to stop and look to see what was happening. Suddenly he stopped because he heard his phone ring and saw that Soo-yeon was calling him. The main character returned to the dormitory to talk quietly with his friend and hear all the news. The girl finally told him what had happened to Beelzebub during that time. It turned out that 2 months ago, the young man had gone to school, where he was introduced as Jinwoo. The girls were immediately embarrassed when they saw the newcomer because he was quite handsome. The boy sitting at the last desk was unhappy that the newcomer had immediately attracted so much attention. After class, the bad boys immediately decided to make fun of Beelzebub. His classmate was really hurt that the new kid was already popular with the girls. Our hero confidently stated that this was actually a natural phenomenon. He believed that showing interest in someone outstanding was a normal human instinct. The boy didn't understand what Beelzebub was talking about, so he got confused and let him stand up. In the end, the newcomer decided to stand up for himself and punch the bully right in the face with all his strength. The other boys were frightened when they saw what he had done to their leader. Beelzebub himself looked casually at his fist, which had just struck the young scoundrel. Then he decided to explain to the kid how to be a leader. Our hero believed that in such moments, you need to realize how helpless you are against stronger individuals. The boy believed that at such an age, one should already know about natural selection because it helps you survive. Soo-yeon only confirmed that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree and that her younger brother was exactly like Baphomet. In turn, the main character understood that his friend was simply taking out his anger on this young man. Before that, Beelzebub was upset that Baphomet didn't use the money the girl from the rich family gave him. Our hero explained that the young man would understand everything when he saw the Reaper again, and emphasized that equipment was more important in the tower than some apartment. The demon was shocked that his comrade would say such things, because he had wanted to fight so badly that he had become human. In the end, he started shouting that he didn't even have the status of a hunter to use magic as he pleased, so all he could do was read books. Beelzebub didn't mince words and directly called the main character a complete idiot. He was very angry that Baphomet, having become human, couldn't even exercise his rights. Despite all these problems, Soo-yeon still promised that they would look after Jinwoo. She was also sure that our hero was a strong person, so she wasn't going to worry about him. These words immediately reminded Baphomet of a moment that had also happened 2 months ago. He remembered how the Reaper had also told him he was strong while bandaging his arm. For a while, the guy just stared at one spot and thought about the recent events in his life. Suddenly, Hyper appeared next to him, wanting to know what our hero was doing there. This appearance immediately pulled the main character out of his train of thought, forcing him to focus on his companion. The young man smiled broadly and waited for Baphomet to tell him everything. Hyper regretted that Baphomet thought that those who lived under the same roof had hidden motives. In the end, he suggested that the main character go out with him and have some fun. The guy explained that work was a good thing, but at this pace, our hero might burn out. Baphomet immediately remembered when Beelzebub complained that he didn't know how to enjoy his human form, so he decided to agree. The hunter believed that the only place to have fun was in a place that looked like ruins. It turned out that there was even a nightclub in the settlement, but the main character didn't really understand the concept of the place. Meanwhile, other people were having fun as if there were no towers swarming with dangerous monsters around them. It turns out that this place opens once a month, and then hunters from outside and ordinary people, in addition to those who have been approved, can freely visit the club. Hyper believed that sometimes you need to relax like this so as not to burn out at work. For Baphomet, it all looked pretty strange, so he didn't even know what to do in such a place. His partner noticed that our hero had frozen in place and suspected that it was his first time in a nightclub. In fact, he couldn't believe it, because such a handsome guy should be a real party animal, and Baphomet himself couldn't understand whether he was being praised or insulted. The main character noted that everything inside seemed familiar because it resembled a hotel he had been to before. Hyper said that the building had originally been a hotel, but shock had almost destroyed the area, leaving only this structure standing. Baphomet asked how one could have fun here, and the guy confirmed that this was his first time relaxing like this. His partner replied briefly that the main character could simply move his body and drink alcohol, just like everyone else. He also hinted that it was possible to have fun with the girls who had come to the settlement with a specific purpose. Hyper explained that the settlement was a place where hunters gathered who were interested in ordinary beauties. He asked what kind of girls the main character liked, but the latter was not particularly interested in such entertainment. Then the hunter thought he should ask what kind of people Baphomet liked, without specifying gender. Hyper pointed behind our hero because there were two guys sitting on a couch who were spending the evening together. It also turned out that one of them was their neighbor Jackal, who also noticed a familiar face. Baphomet just froze in place because he didn't know how to react to this. The hunter decided to flirt with the main character, so he winked at him coquettishly. The guy tensed up even more, because he definitely wasn't interested in that kind of relationship. At that moment, he was distracted because he heard Guilty shouting at the next table. The hunter was also entertaining the girls and seemed dissatisfied with their behavior. All the beauties were unhappy with this reaction, so they simply watched their companion, exchanging glances. It turned out that Guilty was unhappy that he always got the stick with the punishment during their game. He suspected that the girls were trying to trick him, and in the end, he offered to let them do whatever they wanted. In the end, he ripped off his t-shirt and declared that this was a body created solely to fight monsters. The main character did not appreciate this behavior at all, as he would never have done anything like that. Meanwhile, Hyper hinted that the road from Seoul to this place took about an hour or two. It wasn't far, but getting there was an unpleasant and confusing process. Yet for some reason, people were gathering at the settlement. He explained that this was a place where everything was allowed except murder. After that, the guy just ran into the crowd to find girls he could have fun with tonight. Baphomet declined such company and was about to go to his room in the dormitory. At that moment, a girl with familiar golden hair was passing by him. The main character was very surprised because he did not expect to see so many familiar faces. The girl, however, paid no attention to Baphomet. Valkyrie ran as fast as she could to the dance floor and stopped in front of the crowd, which immediately noticed her. All the club guests immediately recognized this popular beauty and didn't even know how to react to her appearance. A smile appeared on the hunter's face because she hadn't felt such a storm of emotions in a long time. Finally, she gave herself completely to the dance, moving to the rhythm of the music so freely and passionately that it seemed as if the whole world had disappeared around her. The girl was finally able to snap out of her depression and feel the taste of life. Just a month ago, Valkyrie had been in a completely different state and still felt terrible. Her teammates asked if she was okay, so she had to say she felt fine. Hunters Nen and Agatha understood that their colleague was having a hard time dealing with the A-rank fighters. They decided to talk about the fact that there was one normal hunter here after all, namely Griffin. The girl repeated the name in a trembling voice, which surprised the hunters, who didn't understand her reaction. On her first day, Valkyrie gathered her strength and introduced herself to the newcomers. The hunter wanted to encourage her charges and asked them to try their best, but it was all in vain. These hunters did not look particularly friendly and stared coldly at their mentor. They immediately recognized the famous Valkyrie standing before them and couldn't believe that such a noble person had ended up in such a shabby place. The hunters continued to stare at the poor girl with their heavy gaze. They also noticed that a youngster had arrived with milk still on his lips. The newcomers began to laugh, saying that this was not a school for children. Then Griffin spoke up and addressed these insolent uncles and aunts. He offered to fight them once if his appearance bothered them so much. Now her colleagues understood why Valkyrie had been in such a depressed state. In any case, a person like the huntress had not come to the colony for nothing, because she had become an example for other hunters. Agatha also said that the hunters around her had been watching Valkyrie and had made their decision about the settlement. They confirmed that even if the A-rank hunters in the colony didn't show it, they totally respected the popular hunter. Her colleagues promised that they would help Valkyrie and offered to do their best. In fact, the girl still didn't understand why everything had turned out this way, because she had come here only to seduce a man. She spent the last 2 months this way, but in the end, she never met Baphomet. Valkyrie's head was filled with Echidna's words that this was a place where a child with a flower field in her head would never survive. The girl ran around the club in despair, looking for the main character, unaware that he had been behind her the whole time. After that, she went to her apartment, where she was very frightened by something in the bathroom. It turned out that Valkyrie was afraid of the water, which was full of insects. Nen did not expect her colleague to be such a wimp, so she just stood there silently for a while. She explained that the settlement had a poor water supply system, so it could take as long as 5 days to fix the problem, but there was one way to get a proper bath if they walked along a road not far from their house. If you went further, you could see a log house that had once been used for surveillance, but was now used to purify water that flowed down from the mountain. Valkyrie immediately headed toward this place, but Nen warned her not to use her unique hunter abilities there. The reason was that this was the only forest in the settlement, so it was forbidden to cause serious damage, but the girl did not know how to navigate such a dark place. At that moment, an awkward silence fell between the hunters. In the end, Nen offered to go there together if her colleague was afraid, but she pretended that she wasn't scared at all. Moving away from her partner, Valkyrie began to think that maybe they should go together after all. The girl was already thinking that nothing would have happened if she hadn't washed for just one day. Suddenly, she heard strange noises around her. The rustling in the bushes grew closer and closer, causing her to tense up. Finally, Valkyrie froze in place, trying to understand what was happening around her. Suddenly, she felt a deadly aura behind her, rapidly approaching her. The hunter reacted as quickly as possible to the threat behind her. She quickly jumped toward the source of the feeling, unaware of the encounter that had just taken place. Only now did the girl quickly look down to assess her opponent. Now the hunter realized what mistake she had just made, and the cold realization of the consequences slowly enveloped her mind. Meanwhile, the other hunters were discussing how the Valkyries, contrary to their reputation, had something bright about them. Nen only now realized that she had been foolish to send this girl into the hut alone. Agatha, on the other hand, agreed that Valkyrie was very strong, as she ranked among the top S-rank hunters. The hunters began to talk suspiciously about how it would be unwise for the two of them to attack her together. Nen hoped it was just a suggestion, because defeating Valkyrie was simply impossible. At the same time, she couldn't understand where their colleague had gone, but they had just reached her location. The girls stopped abruptly because they heard a familiar voice. It turned out that while the hunter was defending herself from the sudden attack, she accidentally knocked out the main character. Valkyrie was hysterically crying over Baphomet, begging him to come to his senses. Finally, the entire team of hunters reached the hut in the middle of the forest. The girl realized that she had really messed up, but she couldn't stop thinking about how good our hero looked when he was asleep. Her colleagues tried to calm Valkyrie down and promised that the guy would definitely come to his senses. At that moment, Baphomet began to show signs of life, and the girl immediately told him that he had fainted. The main character didn't expect the girl to be able to knock him out with just one punch. He looked around and saw other hunters nearby who asked if he was okay. They introduced themselves as Valkyrie's neighbors and asked why Baphomet was in the forest, to which he replied that he was just out for a light jog. In reality, the main character had decided to follow Hyper, who was just returning from a party. At one point, the guy also heard some suspicious noises coming from the bushes. A second later, a small animal emerged from the bushes, which was the source of the noise. Then Hyper saw that it was just a wild rabbit, so there was no reason to panic. The young man was surprised that wild animals even lived in such a place, unaware that he was already being followed. Baphomet was able to hide easily in the shadows of the trees, so no one noticed his presence. Our hero wondered why it was necessary to go into the forest so late, and thought about how much he enjoyed watching others. At one point, the guy peeked out from behind a tree again to see where Hyper was. Finally, Baphomet realized that his target had disappeared somewhere, and thought that he had guessed that he was being followed. The next moment, the main character heard a suspicious rustling behind him. He ran there as fast as he could, but it turned out that the person was Valkyrie, who was calmly walking toward the hut. Thus, Baphomet accidentally encountered his acquaintance for the first time in 2 months. Now, all the characters in this story were sitting in the hut, waiting for our hero to get better. Valkyrie did not regret mistaking the guy for a monster and making such a mistake. Meanwhile, the main character had fully regained consciousness and tried to get out of bed. In the end, Baphomet felt some strange sensations in his body and froze in place. The girl asked what was wrong, but the guy didn't explain anything and said he was fine. He was surprised that the three hunters couldn't sense anything, while he felt energy similar to what he had felt in the towers. The slight energy he felt in this hut was similar to the energy he felt when entering the trial. The main character wanted to find out more, so he noted that it was rather strange that there was such a structure in the forest. Valkyrie said that the building had previously been used for surveillance, and Nen had only heard that it had been built at the same time as the settlement, so it was used to observe the movements of the towers. Baphomet didn't understand the point of this, since the building wasn't even on high ground. The main character decided that there was no need to pay attention to something useless, because his goal was not this place. The guy was about to leave, but Valkyrie didn't want to part with him so quickly. The girl became embarrassed and asked if they could meet Baphomet again. Our hero did not expect to be asked such a question, so he did not know what to say. In the end, he replied that he didn't know because Valkyrie wasn't his mentor. The guy believed that they were in this place together anyway, so sooner or later they would meet again. Baphomet didn't want to continue their conversation, so he said he was about to leave. Agatha and Nen had been standing aside the whole time, silently watching their colleague get harshly rejected. They tried to comfort Valkyrie so she wouldn't get upset, but she believed that the time had come for her new version. The huntress understood that she had failed today, but next time she would perfectly demonstrate her charm to win Baphomet over. Valkyrie was sure that she would definitely see the main character begging her for a meeting. Motivation overflowed within her, so she shouted loudly and belligerently throughout the forest. The other hunters were completely taken aback by Valkyrie's behavior, but they supported her anyway. The next day, when all the hunters woke up, Guilty was in a terrible mood. Guilty couldn't understand what the problem was, and he explained that he didn't like the fact that the dining table had been broken in half by someone. At that moment, Baphomet came out of his room and ignored the fact that they were discussing his actions. The main character immediately approached Hyper, because he was now interested in this guy after following him in the forest. After this incident, the guy combed through the entire forest, but in the end, he couldn't find anything. The hunter immediately thought that our hero had some business with him, so he asked what had happened. Baphomet decided to use the same strategy he had used when he had a mentor. He suggested to his friend that they go out for a bit, so they stopped by a bar. Hyper decided to talk about how humans came to be on Earth and remembered the theories of evolution and creationism. He asked our hero what he believed in, but the latter didn't even understand what he was talking about. Baphomet didn't see the point in discussing this topic, as it had no bearing on his life. Then Hyper decided to tell him that he once went on a trip abroad and met a man there. This stranger said that humanity had become parasites on their planet because of the sins they had committed. Everything was created so that after committing a sin, people would live on Earth in repentance. But when people continued to sin on Earth, God became enraged and created the tower and monsters as punishers to punish humanity, which was unworthy of existence. In the end, weak and selfish people must disappear, which would be the right outcome. Baphomet listened spellbound to the whole story and did not understand why it had come to this. The main character blinked once and found himself in a completely different place. The guy realized that somehow he had ended up somewhere in the middle of a forest. He quickly got up from the ground but immediately stopped because his head was throbbing. After that, Baphomet looked at his palms and saw that there was a piece of paper with some strange symbol on it. He also noticed that his phone had fallen out of his pocket and someone was calling him. The main character couldn't understand why his phone had flown so far and quickly picked it up. It turned out to be the Reaper, so he asked why she was calling, but it turned out that Baphomet himself had called her earlier. The girl immediately realized that he had drunk too much the day before, since he didn't remember, and explained that he had said some strange things to her. It turned out that during the call, the main character had asked the huntress to go on a date with him. After hearing such unexpected news, Baphomet thought that the girl was simply lying to him because he believed that he would never call her with such a message. The Reaper thought that our hero was just shy and asked him to try harder in the settlement. She also promised to go on a date with the main character if he reached S rank, but Baphomet was no longer interested. After that, the guy walked home, thinking only about what he had done that evening. The main character was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice he had accidentally bumped into another hunter. The guy tried to say something against Baphomet, who was better left alone at the moment. In a threatening voice, our hero advised the hunter to open his eyes and look where he was going before the demon ripped them out and threw them ashore. The guy's partner, who had suffered from Baphomet's wrath, advised him not to get involved because everyone already knew that he was a real psycho. As it turned out, Lunatic was watching all this and noticed that his protege was very angry for some reason. The mentor noticed that the main character had gone somewhere and was clearly not in the dormitory, so he suggested they go to their room together. He decided to talk about how the guy had huge expectations because his chances of becoming an S-rank hunter were very high. But the mentor also warned that after rising in rank, the hunter would realize that all S-rank hunters were completely different and that the differences in power levels could not be ignored. He warned the main character that there were S-rank hunters whose strength could match 2 S-rank hunters, while stronger hunters of the same rank could even take on 3 hunters. Suddenly, Baphomet figured out the identity of his mentor and asked Manager Ma how many S-rank hunters he could take on, not even sensing the trap in the question. Ma Sun-wung fell silent for a few seconds because he realized how stupid he had just been. He took off his disguise and asked in horror how the main character had found out. The main character thought you'd have to be an idiot not to figure it out right away, and the manager thanked him for working at his pace for 2 months, asking him to keep it a secret from the others. Suddenly, Baphomet stopped and asked if Ma Sun-wun wanted to say anything to him. After a long pause, the guy kept his eyes fixed on his mentor, as if trying to get answers from him without saying a word. Realizing where the main character was going with this, the manager felt uneasy and became visibly nervous. He didn't apologize, though, because he thought Baphomet was a crazy idiot who had started it. The main character decided that he didn't need this pointless conversation and walked toward the door to go inside. At that moment, a feeling of unease enveloped him, as if something had happened to the other hunters. Opening the door slightly, they saw the bloody bodies of our hero's neighbors. Baphomet, peering into the darkness, immediately recognized the dead jackal lying in front of him. After that, the guy turned his frightened gaze to the side and saw that Guilty was in the same condition. Manager Ma was also horrified by what he saw and couldn't even begin to imagine what had happened. He quickly ran up to our hero, not understanding how such a thing could have happened. It turned out that until that day, there had never been such an incident in the settlement. It also became known that even Hyper was dead, despite the fact that he had been with the main character the previous evening. Baphomet and the manager did not leave the scene when other employees arrived. The main character couldn't believe that even Hyper had fallen victim to these villains. It was difficult for him to comprehend what was happening. Everything around him was blurring into chaos and stubbornly refusing to form a coherent picture. More and more people began to gather in their room as the news had shaken the entire settlement. Some suggested that it could have been just an attack by some kind of beast, not a hunter. Baphomet, on the other hand, was furious that someone had dared to treat his neighbors so brazenly. At that moment, Kan Haru and Kim Ju-mi entered the dormitory to find out what had happened. They reported that the area would be processed, so it would be best if the hunters left the scene to preserve all evidence. Everyone immediately began asking how such a thing could have happened, as they couldn't just ignore it and walk by. The officers, with stone-cold expressions on their faces, were in no hurry to answer all these questions. They stated that if everyone continued to remain there, every A-rank hunter would be placed on the list of suspects. Baphomet, upon hearing this warning, immediately thought that it actually made sense. If a fight had broken out between 2 A-rank hunters of equal strength, there should have been at least some signs of resistance, but there were none, which meant that it was a sudden attack with overwhelming force. The main character was certain that the hunters had been killed instantly and so neatly that they didn't even feel any pain, which is why he informed the staff that the criminal was S-rank. He explained that an A-rank could not possibly die like that without putting up any resistance. Kim Ju-mi explained that in such a situation, they couldn't judge whether it was true or not, so she asked him to make such a statement with caution. Kang Haru pointed out that this could be taken as provocation, but our hero was only speculating. The guy was sure that if the killer was an A-class hunter, he must have such power that he couldn't be defeated, but it was unlikely that someone like that was in the settlement. Even if such a person existed, the staff were negligent in their work, failing to notice such a powerful A-rank hunter. Baphomet wanted to add something else, but No Jae-gyun's menacing voice quickly stopped him, because this had gone too far. Everyone in the room immediately looked at the manager and stopped talking. It turned out that she had come to talk to the hunter Baphomet. Ma Sun-wun tensed up when he heard this, because he knew that the main character liked to get himself into dangerous situations. It turned out that the woman was well aware that this guy might start his own investigation, so she asked him not to do so. She warned that the killer could be an S-rank hunter, as Baphomet himself had suspected. The manager advised the young man to forget about the case and, like the other hunters, focus on building up his strength. After leaving her office, the main character immediately began to think that everything seemed strange. He decided to think more carefully about what had happened yesterday, especially since Hyper had been killed after they parted ways. The main problem was that Baphomet couldn't remember anything, but he didn't know why that was. The guy replayed all the events of that evening in his mind, but suddenly stumbled upon something in his pocket. It was the very piece of paper with the unknown symbol drawn on it. It was then that Baphomet remembered that Hyper had given him this item, suspecting that our hero had deliberately befriended him. The guy was very surprised because he didn't expect the clue to be there. Our hero remembered that it was then that he looked at this symbol and simply blacked out, but now he no longer felt any magical power in this piece of paper. He assumed that this symbol could be the key to the incident, but his train of thought was interrupted by Ma Sun-woong. The manager wanted to tell Baphomet that the bodies of Jackal and Guilty had been transported from the dormitory branch. In turn, the young man decided to ask if his mentor knew anything, since he was definitely not hiding here for no reason. And that was true, but he also wanted to observe the growth of his protege. Then the main character suspected that he might even be in contact with the S-rank hunter who killed Hyper. The man said that this place was managed by its own system, remote from the central government, and for this reason, if they decided to make a change here, everything could be hushed up. Then Baphomet asked if this was all connected to the settlement's branch, and manager Ma didn't know how to respond. In the end, Ma Sung-woon directly stated that manager No Ji-gyun had killed Hyper. The main character didn't even know how to respond to such a statement, because he certainly didn't expect things to turn out this way. It turns out that this woman was one of the founders of the settlement and the one who knows the system better than anyone else, so only she knows how to use it to her advantage. Baphomet realized that she was trying to use him to solve her problems with Hyper, but the situation did not go according to plan, and she figured it out herself. At the same time, manager Ma thought it was strange that the villain seemed to be acting on emotion, and also suspected that there were accomplices. Ma Sun-woon concluded that now, in this settlement, he and the main character could only trust each other, but it would be a good idea to find another assistant. Meanwhile, Valkyrie also learned about the murder in Zone C and became a little tense because she knew that her lover also lived there. Nen immediately told her that someone had killed 3 hunters who were on the same team as Baphomet. Agatha, in turn, was very angry about what had happened, so she slammed her fist on the table with all her might. She couldn't believe that such a serious crime could have been committed in the settlement. The hunter explained that she and her friend had become mentors almost as soon as the place was established, and compared to other mentors, she and Agatha had become very attached to their proteges. Now Valkyrie understood better why her neighbors were so emotional about the incident. Nen explained that it was all because of the gate shock, because before it happened, hunters weren't that respected, and there weren't many strong ones around. At that time, she and her friend had come under enemy fire and witnessed the deaths of many people, but no one could help them because they were all of low rank. That is why the settlement was the perfect place to make hunters stronger. Nen began to tremble when she remembered the terrible things that had happened that day. At the same time, the staff informed Baphomet and the mentor that there was no one left in their team, so additional participants would be announced later. They said that if our heroes continued to clear the towers, they would continue to grow in skill. The guy wasn't interested in any of this information because he wanted to know if they had found the killer. The employees reported that the search was still ongoing, and Baphomet wanted to laugh at their helplessness, but manager Ma quickly intervened. In the end, Ma Sun-woon wished them luck and quickly said goodbye. When the hunters were left alone, they exchanged glances and nodded to each other discreetly. After that, the subordinates came to the manager to report on the situation with the hunter Baphomet. Kang Haru and Kim Jumi briefly reported that there had been no unusual movements, but the woman still asked them to continue watching. Before leaving, the employees asked if No Jae-gun was okay, but she just remembered that she had one more thing to do. In the end, she changed her mind and said she would take care of it herself. When the manager was left alone, she quickly took out her phone and dialed a number. She asked her colleagues if they were ready and said she had to ask them to do everything they could. The woman on the other end of the line said that it was all quite predictable. It turned out to be the hunter Nen, who was also the sister of manager No Ji-gyun. Valkyrie, who had no idea who was standing right next to her, decided to go back to the hut to take a proper bath. The girl tried to relax in the warm, pleasant water, but anxiety would not leave her heart. She still couldn't believe that such a brutal murder had actually taken place in the settlement. Suddenly, she heard some creaking noises behind the wall, which made her really scared. It turned out to be just Baphomet, who had decided to continue his investigation. First, he wanted to find evidence that it was the settlement's employees who had killed the 3 hunters. Ma Sonun explained to him that they could find the murder weapons to prove something. The main character told him that there was one place he had in mind that raised some suspicions. Suddenly, the man reported that manager number had contacted him, so Baphomet wanted to find out more about it. He also asked how likely it was that No Jigyong knew the true identity of manager Ma. Ma Soon replied that it was about 50%, but he only thought so because of one phone call. That's why the manager asked the main character to act separately for now. The guy remembered that while following Hyper, he lost him in the forest where this building was located, and even now he could feel the energy coming from there. He also concluded that this hut was the strangest place in the settlement. After examining the place for a while, Baphomet accidentally stepped on a board that had been placed there to guide him in the right direction. Now, the main character understood that it was the powerful energy of the tower below that had been confusing him. The guy had no idea that he wasn't alone in the hut, and Valkyrie had already noticed his presence. Baphomet immediately sensed a foreign threat creeping up on him. His muscles tensed, and his gaze darted into the shadows. This time, our hero was ready for a sudden attack from his acquaintance and blocked her kick. At that moment, the girl felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Finally, she decided to take a closer look at who she had attacked and was greatly surprised by what she saw. In turn, the main character asked his acquaintance to look before she struck. Valkyrie was confused and asked why he was there, but the guy didn't explain anything and just said that he had important business there. Baphomet himself also asked the girl what she had forgotten here, and she explained that she had come here to wash herself. The huntress again regretted her rash actions, and the main character thought about trusting Valkyrie. He told the girl that he worked for the government and had been ordered by his superiors to investigate the building, which was why he had come to the settlement. She couldn't understand what could be so special about it, since it was just an ordinary hut. But Baphomet explained that he had special abilities, which allowed him to sense things that others couldn't. Valkyrie completely believed the main character, so she decided to help him with this matter. The guy also said that he felt some kind of unknown force coming from under the building. Meanwhile, Baphomet didn't waste any more time and decided to punch a hole in the floor with his fist to see what was hidden beneath it. The huntress did not expect our hero to act so quickly, so she desperately tried to ask what was going on. Finally, she saw with her own eyes what was wrong with this hut. An incredibly powerful stream of dark energy burst out of the hole made by the main character. The Valkyrie sat on the floor in fear, watching as everything around her was filled with this magic. She couldn't understand why she hadn't felt such sinister energy until that moment. Baphomet, on the other hand, didn't waste a second and jumped inside without any fear. For a moment, the girl wondered whether she should go with the main character. In the end, she decided that she should help the guy and maybe get closer to him that way. Landing under the building, the hunter looked around carefully. She saw that there was a huge cave around her, which was indeed very well hidden under the hut. Walking a little further behind the main character, she was shocked by what was hidden there. Valkyrie immediately noticed an object that looked like the gates of the tower, and Baphomet explained that this was the reason why towers kept appearing in the settlement. It turned out that they had found the place that produced these towers, and it was called the Tower Nest. Meanwhile, the night sky in the settlement was amazingly beautiful, dotted with bright stars that twinkled quietly, filling everything around with a sense of peace. But Jae-gyong had already met with manager Ma and talked about how Korea was truly a country where one could admire the stars. After that, Ma So-woon decided to ask the woman what she wanted from him, and she explained that they hadn't had a chance to talk properly yet. She recalled that the hunter lunatic was in the settlement for the first time, so they hadn't met outside yet. Manager Ma immediately made up a story that he had been sent to work either in the wilderness or in countries where there was a shortage of hunters, but No Jae-gyun already knew about this because she had looked through the prepared records. There was information that he had been in Costa Rica, Monaco, and Singapore. So the woman asked if he had heard anything about the hunter Melda. Ma-so-eun remained silent for a while before answering the question. Finally, he said he wasn't sure because he didn't know all the hunters who had had the same experience. But Jae-gyung didn't think much of it, but she stopped abruptly. Addressing the man by his real name, she asked if he knew that Singapore did not have its own system of hunters. Now Ma Song-woon realized that he had been exposed, and quite quickly at that. In the next instant, a powerful explosion rang out in the middle of one of the settlements. As a result, our hero's entire disguise was blown away, and the enemy could easily see his true appearance. Meanwhile, Manager Ma desperately tried to see anything through the dust that filled the air. When the smoke finally cleared, he saw No Jae-gyun, who was already ready for battle. It turned out that the woman had already summoned a huge beast that was ready to obey her every command. In this situation, the managers froze for a moment before clashing in battle. Ma Sun-woon decided to ask directly if Manager No had really killed all those A-rank hunters. The hunter did not answer the question and instead asked why Manager Ma was there. The man had no intention of answering her question until he received an answer to his own, so he repeated it again. But Do Ji-kyung advised him not to interfere with her human duty. Ma Sun-woon was surprised when she started talking about some debt, because he had read that it was actually treason. He immediately tried to attack his rival, who didn't seem to be in any hurry to do anything. It turned out that she had her own assistants, who immediately rushed to defend their boss. At the last moment, Manager Ma managed to dodge the attack. Jumping up, the man tried to see who else had intervened in their fight. Looking closer, Ma Sun-woon immediately realized that they were the brainwashed A-rank hunters. Now he desperately tried to find out what she had done to these people that made them obey her. Meanwhile, Valkyrie asked if they had really found the tower nest, because she had never heard of such a thing. The main character confirmed this, and now wondered who had thought to hide such a place in such a location. But that wasn't the only question tormenting him, as his mind was swarming with doubts and guesses that demanded answers. Baphomet was more surprised by the fact that information about this place was somehow in his head. Valkyrie, on the other hand, understood perfectly well that this was the source that had turned this place into the tower settlement, so she wanted to get rid of it as quickly as possible. The guy himself was not particularly eager to resort to such harsh measures. The girl noticed that the situation here was similar to that in the towers, so if they cleared everything inside, that should be enough to destroy it. Baphomet understood perfectly well that if they got rid of this source, the settlement would be no more. He didn't want to do that, so he decided to lie and say that it simply wouldn't work on the tower nest. He asked Valkyrie where the A-rank hunters would go to develop their abilities if the settlement disappeared. The girl knew that there were other places besides the settlement, and reminded him that the hunters' primary goal was to protect the peaceful population, not to increase their strength. Then the main character wondered if he would be able to protect anyone if he didn't become stronger. He asked his partner what to do if there weren't enough strong hunters during the shock gate, and a large number of people died as a result. Valkyrie still believed that these were completely different things, and that the primary task was to prevent the shock gate from opening. Then the main character suggested that there might be a situation right now where the shock gate was about to open, and even if they got rid of this place, it would probably be pointless. The girl emphasized that this was only his assumption, and that the tower could not simply be left behind. Baphomet couldn't take it anymore and started shouting, trying to explain that there were people who agreed with him, but the manager had hidden that information. In the end, Valkyrie, without realizing it, agreed with our hero. The guy explained that No Ji-kyung was just trying to protect the settlement, which is why he was creating strong hunters. That's why the manager was the main evil that needed to be destroyed immediately. Valkyrie couldn't wrap her head around the fact that the manager, who was responsible for the settlement, would just hide something like that. The main character realized that No Ji-kyung had gone through some bad things in the gate shock, which was the reason for her behavior. The girl immediately remembered how her neighbor had told her about her experiences during the disaster. Now she realized that Baphomet was right, and the guy regretted that they would have to destroy everything, because it was possible to level up quickly here. But for the main character, it was still a mystery why the manager had killed his 3 neighbors. This mystery annoyed him so much that he clenched his teeth with all his might to come up with something. Meanwhile, Valkyrie stood her ground and declared that they would clean up the tower nest right now. The girl was convinced that the reasons for leaving this place were meaningless, so they had to get rid of it. The main character noticed that his partner was acting on principle and sincerely. For this reason, he could no longer go against her will, so they approached the gates. In the end, our heroes couldn't get into the tower nest that easily. Baphomet realized that it was some kind of barrier, and the girl immediately found a solution to the problem. She began to concentrate all her energy in her hands to deliver the strongest possible blow. A few seconds later, she tried to strike the barrier, but it was useless. The huntress made every effort to clear the way for them, but it was too difficult for her. Then the main character realized that he was needed and also began to prepare for the blow. He ran up and hit the barrier with all his might, but even that couldn't break through. It was now clear that this defense could not be broken by any force, so it was unclear how to get inside. At that moment, Baphomet heard a voice in his head calling him to enter the tower nest. The gates were calling him to hurry inside to meet the entity behind it all. The main character froze in place in confusion and seemed to have been hypnotized by this voice. In the end, he did as he was told and went forward, while Valkyrie couldn't understand what was happening. Baphomet, without further ado, simply stretched out his hand forward, as if he were sure that he could now pass through the barrier. In this way, he finally managed to touch the wall of the tower nest, which hid ancient secrets behind it. In the next second, everything around them vibrated, sending strong waves throughout the cave. The main character had finally managed to awaken the tower nest, which accepted him into its midst. At the very top of the building, a huge eye opened, seeing all of its possessions before it. A second later, the gates opened completely, and a powerful stream of heavy energy rushed out. Valkyrie immediately rushed forward when she saw that the doors had finally opened. The only problem was that the barrier of the tower nest still wouldn't let her in. Meanwhile, the main character had long been aware that only he could enter. Baphomet kept hearing someone calling him from inside, so he went further and further in. The guy promised that he would go and sort everything out, while Valkyrie thought that he already knew what was inside. At that moment, the girl heard a strange sound from outside and became even more frightened. The main character suspected that something had happened to Manager Ma, so he told his partner that he had a request for her. Baphomet asked the girl to clear the area while he defended the tower, but she had no idea what he was talking about. Finally, he warned the huntress that she would understand when she saw it with her own eyes. Valkyrie desperately tried to stop the main character, but he had no intention of listening to her. A few seconds later, the guy found himself inside the tower nest, but the situation was still calm. He immediately looked around, but there was still no one around, only silence and emptiness pressing on his ears. It turned out that a huge tunnel awaited the main character, the end of which was impossible to see. Baphomet thought that he just needed to follow the light, so he didn't waste any time and moved forward. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, in which the administrator asked if he was really going to continue. Our hero laughed at the fact that she hadn't stood in his way for a long time, and asked if this was a place he wasn't allowed to go. The administrator explained that entry here was planned, but the problem was that Baphomet was way ahead of events. The guy then suggested that it was probably not a good idea to change the data of the supposed future. The goddess replied briefly that it wouldn't change anything anyway. In that case, the main character decided to find out exactly what the problem was, hoping to hear an honest answer. For a moment, the administrator wondered what to say to Baphomet. In the end, she realized that these were just her fears, so she gave him a quest to clear out the tower nest. Soon, the main character found himself in a completely different hall, which was just as empty. He passed through the same passageway and found himself in this unknown space. The feeling of being here and outside the tower was completely different, which surprised Baphomet even more. The guy noticed that it felt like he was in water, and suddenly noticed that the first threat was already ahead of him. A powerful explosion occurred right next to Baphomet, so he had to react quickly. Landing on the ground, the main character tried to see what was going on. Then a huge monster appeared in front of him, already preparing to tear apart the man, who was as small as an insect compared to its size. The enormous beast immediately revealed its huge, terrifying mouth, trying to scare Baphomet. Then the creature's master appeared and immediately ordered it to stop. The child climbed right onto his banshee, who immediately calmed down and stopped attacking our hero. He was delighted to see a human, while the main character watched her in shock. In addition, he looked suspiciously like the administrator, with his snow-white hair and skin. With a smile on her face and a blush on her cheeks, she greeted the man who had finally managed to make his way to this place. Meanwhile, the tired hunter Griffin had no idea what was happening to his main rival. He kept going in and out of the towers, so now he was completely exhausted and wanted to rest a little tomorrow. At that moment, memories of how he had ended up in this place came flooding back. It turned out that some manager had approached him and asked if he wanted to go to the settlement. Now, Griffin believed that it had been a good decision to accept the offer. He already felt that after these endless cleanups, he had truly become stronger. As he headed home, the boy felt that the street was suspiciously quiet. The hunter continued walking in complete silence and thought that there was no one in the dormitory either. Griffin had no idea that someone was trying to attack him from behind. It turned out to be another hunter who had been zombified by No Jae-gyun. At the last moment, the guy managed to grab his sword to block the powerful blow. In the next instant, the hunter felt that he was now being attacked from another direction. It was a rain of sharp, fast arrows, but fortunately, they all hit the ground. Then another opponent tried to attack Griffin from above, hoping that he wouldn't have time to react. But that wasn't the case, because the guy managed to cross his blades over his head in time. After that, he knocked another hunter away from him with one swift movement. Now the entire team of zombie hunters was assembled and already planning a new attack on Griffin. Looking closely, the hunter realized that he had already met these people in the settlement. He couldn't understand what had happened to these former fighters because their eyes looked strange. Baphomet immediately came to Griffin's mind, the one for whom he had been trying to become stronger. The guy realized that he seemed to be missing something, but he saw it all as a chance to test his strength. In the end, he used his lightning bolts to enhance his combat power. The hunter turned to these men and women, who were now nothing more than mindless monsters. Now, with confidence in his voice, he challenged his rivals to attack him. For some reason, all the hunters were still standing there, not particularly eager to attack Griffin. It turned out that a completely different person was controlling all these zombies. It was Nen, who now controlled literally everything that happened in the settlement. Her face was so serious and sinister that it completely conveyed her confidence in her own abilities. Meanwhile, the main character, the strange child, and Benshi got to know each other. He explained where Baphomet's different body parts were, which the guy obviously didn't like very much. The boy continued to talk about how the shape of human ears was different from his, but that they were definitely made in their image. But he didn't have time to finish because the main character grabbed him to teach him a lesson. The guy asked why the kid had called her there, but it turned out that he hadn't, although he wanted someone else to be there. Only now did Baphomet notice that the little boy's face was too familiar to him. At that moment, Banshee intervened in their conflict, unhappy that someone was hurting his master. The boy immediately ran to his pet to calm him down. He repeated that his pet monster was not allowed to touch other people. The child also kept repeating that humans were created in their image and likeness. When he heard this, the main character had even more questions, and his curiosity mixed with anxiety. Baphomet decided to ask the child himself what his true form was and what he was doing there. The boy said that he was waiting here for Elle, who had told him that if he made a friend here, she would come back and have fun with him again. But while he was bored here, a man appeared, so it was real luck for the youngster. Then the main character realized that if they became friends, the monster of this tower would be born. The child had no idea what monsters the guy was talking about and thought that people called their friends that. He kept running around Baphomet and didn't know how they could have fun because he was thrilled that a human had set foot here for the first time. The boy asked if humans also had men and women, flowers and trees. All this time, our hero couldn't stop thinking that his face reminded him of someone, so he decided to ask if he had anything in common with Law. Only then did the boy stop because he heard a familiar name. He asked Baphomet again if he was really asking about that very lie. It seemed that the boy didn't particularly like the mention of that name, so he asked how our hero knew her. The image of this girl, whom he hadn't seen in so long, immediately popped into his head. It turned out that La was this young man's fiancée, so it was painful to remember her. The main character would never have thought in his wildest dreams that things would turn out this way. He wanted to ask the boy about it, but it was too late, as Benshi's clawed paw was already upon him. It turned out that he had already joined forces with his pet to teach the main character a lesson for his insolence. This attack was completely unexpected and powerful, so the guy had to try hard not to die there. Baphomet managed to pull out the owl's blade in time and use it as a shield. The enraged boy continued to ask how the main character knew La. He demanded that the man tell him how he knew about his fiancée. The guy didn't even notice when the situation had escalated to this point. Meanwhile, the youngster had already decided that it didn't matter to him how Baphomet had found out about her, because he was going to destroy the pathetic man anyway. The boy's emotions were very unstable because the system had created the data incorrectly. Our hero also noticed that he had started talking strangely, so he watched to see what the child was up to. He saw that the boy had completely merged with his strange pet and seemed to be doing everything he could to destroy him right now. Baphomet was even a little confused because he didn't expect this kid to become his rival. Meanwhile, the youngster had almost finished merging with Benshi, so he tried to attack the main character. Then the system warned the hunter that the main quest had begun, which was to get rid of the remnants of the creator god El. The rival had indeed completed his transformation and was ready to face Baphomet in battle. Our hero, on the other hand, needed some time to understand what the quest text was about. El couldn't make out what Baphomet was whispering, so he didn't waste any time and began his attack. He was going to destroy the hunter with his most powerful spell. All the dangerous spheres rushed toward the main character at once, cutting through the air and approaching at a frightening speed. Baphomet had no choice but to thrust his blade forward and prepare to defend himself against the blow. The problem was that the magic was so powerful that even the main character's sword couldn't withstand it. The weapon began to scream in pain and informed its owner that it simply could not withstand such attacks. Only now did the main character learn that ego weapons not only feel the pain inflicted by their users, but also other kinds of pain as well. Meanwhile, El noticed that the man had managed to survive after all, so he attacked him again. The problem was that the main character had not yet dealt with the first attacks, trying to recover from the fast spheres. At the same time, he noticed that his opponent was already preparing a new attack. In this endless chaos, Baphomet still couldn't understand what was going on. At that moment, the sword sensed that there was something special about their new opponent's abilities. He felt that there was such power here that it seemed as if his very essence and soul would disappear forever. The main character could only watch Ele, as he still had no idea how to defeat him in this battle. Meanwhile, the god's attacks only grew stronger and faster, so Baphomet's chances were dwindling. At one point, the guy was surrounded on all sides, so there was no way to retreat. Another problem was that the ego sword did not want to disappear, so it left its master. Now the main character realized that he had to rely only on his own strength. But it was already too late because his opponent took advantage of the moment and was able to achieve his goal. After that, another explosion sounded, after which it seemed simply impossible to survive. El froze in place and watched closely to see if he could finally finish off the pathetic little man. In the end, the creator god was greatly surprised, because Baphomet was still alive. Despite such an attack, our hero managed to get back on his feet and continue the fight. In fact, even the guy himself was surprised that he was completely unharmed. El froze for a second because he couldn't channel his anger at Baphomet. He didn't care at all that the hunter was still alive and unharmed, so he tried again to destroy him. Another explosion rang out, hitting the main character right in the head, but he didn't care at all. El tried countless times, but nothing worked. One last time, he screamed loudly and tried to strike our hero again, but it was already too late. Only now did God notice that a chain had appeared at his side, which even managed to leave a scratch on his cheek. It turned out that even Baphomet himself did not know why his opponent's powers did not affect him, but he suspected that his own spells could hurt El. Looking at the boy with his crazy eyes, our hero asked if he wanted to start the second round. Now the events shift back in time to when Beelzebub was giving his comrade advice on how to use magic. He reminded him that the first owner of a body with a huge concentration of magical power was Raven, who used this magic to maximize the power of the math. Baphomet couldn't understand what he was getting at, but the demon explained that by using Raven's method, the guy was just wasting his time and not getting any stronger. When it comes to magic, it is a combination of supernatural powers, so the user simply creates something unknown with their own hands. Beelzebub believed that magic was a romantic force capable of creating its own universe. The main character, without even listening to him, already refused the offer, because he guessed that he would again offer him to become a magician. He believed that magic would not give him what physical strength could, so he did not want to become a helpless weakling. Beelzebub was shocked that his friend dared to say such a thing, because he had no idea how much magic he wielded. The young man didn't care how refined this skill was, because he was going to kill the annoying kid. In turn, his partner believed that compared to magic, everything Baphomet did was just childish babbling. In the end, Beelzebub had to run away from the main character, who couldn't just leave the fight like that. As a result, the youngster still got hit in the face, and our hero calmly explained that he had no intention of becoming a magician. His friend desperately tried to convince Baphomet that magic would be useful to him, but he only wanted to study with my help. Thus, the main character learned skills that helped him in such an important battle. Now El just watched in confusion as dangerous chains flew toward him. He immediately realized that simple chain magic was being used against him, but it was working quite well. While Baphomet distracted his opponent with spells, he quickly got behind him to attack by surprise. El really didn't expect such agility, so our hero landed a solid blow to his face. Even God couldn't withstand the main character's strength, so he flew helplessly to the side. A huge bruise from Baphomet's fist now adorned the young man's snow-white skin. The opponent quickly regained his composure and tried to attack our hero again, but all his attempts were futile. The young man himself looked very intimidating and showed with his whole demeanor that he would be merciless. El was very angry that all these creatures of God had become so conceited. He didn't stop and tried to attack the main character again, hoping that his defense would falter. For the creator, it was still a mystery why Baphomet would not disappear. A second later, another powerful explosion rang out, aimed at the main character. It wasn't that simple, though, because the guy survived every single attack. Baphomet merely joked that the boy seemed to have a low learning ability, as he kept repeating the same mistake over and over again. He reminded him once again that God's powers had no effect on him, chaining him with his chains. Despite such a defeat, El put all his strength into trying to escape from this trap. After that, he tried again to attack our hero with his huge banshee hand. In the end, his opponent managed to hit Baphomet and leave a small scratch on his arm. This did not scare him at all, as he understood perfectly well that this guy was very clumsy. Moreover, El had no combat experience whatsoever, which made him vulnerable to any threat. Our hero agreed that he had strength, but it seemed that even God himself didn't know how to use it. So the guy quickly looked into his inventory to get a weapon. Baphomet tried to strike with his sword, but his opponent quickly blocked the attack. In the end, it was all in vain, and the main character was simply knocked away by the collision. He noted that his opponent was not the type of guy to give up easily. Finally, Baphomet decided to use the buffs he had learned from all his teammates. He used skills called robbery, rescue, and patience. The main character also remembered Kim Yu-sung's words that buffs were just magic to help hunters in battle. It turned out that she believed that was what all the rabble who didn't know the power of buffs said. In reality, buffs worked according to the user's strength, so the stronger the user, the greater the effect. Using his magic, the main character felt that this was indeed the case. In turn, Elle began to panic even more as she watched our hero show his true strength. He immediately lunged forward to try to grab Baphomet before he could attack. Obviously, the guy was very agile, so he was able to dodge such a clumsy paw without any problems. The creator god again failed to notice how the main character had ended up behind his unprotected back. A few seconds later, there was a sharp crack, and the opponent lost his first wing. Very soon, Baphomet was on the other side and prepared for the next attack. In the end, the guy completely deprived his opponent of the ability to fly freely. The main character began to sustain more and more cuts, so Elle didn't even have a chance to retreat. The problem was that he couldn't even see where Baphomet was at that moment. He couldn't withstand these serious wounds, so he fell helplessly to the ground. The main character completely defeated his opponent, who was now on his knees, groaning in pain. The next moment, Elle heard Baphomet's heavy footsteps nearby. The guy approached his opponent to finally end the fight. The main character asked if the boy wanted to know about the outside world, and told him that while he was creating his towers here, the rest of the world was growing stronger. He believed that the main irony was that because of the towers created by God himself, the hunters had turned into monsters. Baphomet also revealed that hunters were divided into classes to maintain balance, and informed the boy that Elle's song had been sung, so he must disappear. The last time the main character looked at his defeated rival before destroying him, Elle still looked confused and didn't even want to look Baphomet in the eye. Suddenly, the creator god laughed loudly, sounding like a true madman, and his laughter echoed throughout the hall. He reminded the protagonist once again that he was merely a creature of God, and therefore could not possibly destroy his own creator. Elle believed that our hero was simply a nobody and took on an even more powerful form. The main character immediately realized that he would have to make even more effort to achieve victory for himself. He wasn't scared at all that his opponent had gotten back up and kept hitting him. With his own eyes, Elle watched what had just happened to his beloved Benshi. Now all he could see was the main character standing there, covered in the blood and flesh of his pet. Meanwhile, the guy with a smirk on his face raised his gaze and emphasized that he was no one but a hunter named Baphomet. In the end, our hero managed to achieve his goal and literally cut Elle in half. The creator god still couldn't comprehend that all this horror was really happening to him. He looked down to see that Baphomet had indeed cut his body in two. In addition, he noticed La, who had been behind the main character the whole time. Elle was even more upset because he couldn't understand why his bride wasn't on his side. He remembered their first meeting and still couldn't understand why his beloved had betrayed him. Despite all this, the administrator still called him Elle, the one she loved most of all. After that, the system immediately informed the main character that he had completed the quest and successfully gotten rid of the remnants of Elle. As a reward for clearing the tower nest, Baphomet received a new skill. When the guy moved on, he found the emblem of this place, which was hard to miss. Then our hero heard the familiar voice again, the one he had heard at the entrance to the nest. This core had been beckoning Baphomet all along, urging him to come closer and finally take it. Baphomet didn't hesitate for long, and throwing down his weapon, decided to approach the emblem. When he touched this magical object, It instantly lit up with a bright golden light, illuminating everything around it with a warm glow. In the end, it was all a trap, and the emblem tried to capture Baphomet. The main character immediately felt some strange changes in his body, but I still couldn't understand what was happening to him. He screamed loudly because unbearable pain pierced his entire body, depriving him of breath and strength. A new burst of energy immediately occurred on the surface, and Valkyrie was still nearby. She immediately became worried because she couldn't even imagine what was happening to her partner. At the same time, the girl realized that she couldn't go in there, so she had to just trust the main character. She was still thinking about the strange words Baphomet had said to her before entering the nest. Suddenly, the hunter heard the familiar voice of her colleague behind her. She turned around cautiously to make sure it was Agatha. The woman greeted the Valkyrie with a smile and said she had been looking for her. She had thought from the start that the girl was taking a bath in the hut again, but the problem was what had happened to the building. The hunter thought that someone else must be inside, because everything around her was shrouded in magic. Agatha immediately went ahead to check what was happening inside. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie gathered her courage to ask if her colleague was with No Ji-gyun. The huntress regretted that the girl had asked that question, because she and Nen didn't want to fight her. Now she had no choice, and she resolutely launched an attack on our heroine. Meanwhile, Ma Sanun was also fighting for his life, as the zombified hunters proved to be formidable opponents. Nen skillfully controlled her puppets, so they moved quite deftly. They attacked their target once again, so now they just stood there waiting to see the result. Suddenly, they heard the voice of the manager praising the talented A-rank hunters behind them. The opponents immediately turned around in panic because they couldn't figure out where the sound was coming from. Ma Sunwoon had counted on this, so he knocked out his enemies with 2 precise blows. As a result, the guy and girl lay unconscious on the ground, and the manager confirmed his guess that they could be defeated by force. The man immediately recognized that it was mind control magic, and realized that Manager No could not have pulled off something like that. He realized that S-rank hunters who were following No Ji-gyun were also involved. The manager immediately remembered that the reports said that their target's younger sister, who belonged to the mage class, was also in the settlement. He thought it would be better to find the escaped No Ji-gyun, who had left the A-rank hunters as bait, but it wasn't that simple because another group of enemies had appeared behind him. Ma So-woon was confident in his abilities, so he thought he could take them all out at once. Turning around, he saw how many opponents were coming toward him and lost his confidence. It took some time for all the zombified A-rank hunters to arrive. Eventually, they surrounded Manager Ma on all sides, leaving him no chance of escape. The hunter even started to panic a little because he realized that it would be difficult to deal with so many of them. He realized that all the remaining A-rank hunters had gathered against him. Ma So-woon agreed that this situation was a real disaster for him. Before he could do anything, all his opponents rushed to attack him at once. The man knew very well that he was dealing with mind control, so he decided to use his echo skill. A barrier immediately appeared around him, absorbing all the hunters around him. The system reported that all damage to hunters within the skill's radius was being restored. As they came to, the people simply fell to the ground and no longer posed any danger. In the end, Manager Ma and his assistant stood among countless A-rank hunters who were now simply unconscious. In fact, Ma Sung-woon couldn't understand what kind of creature was standing right in front of him. He assumed that it must be a high-ranking spirit, given its magical power. The manager knew only one hunter who knew how to deal with spirits of that class. It turned out that Ma Sun-woon was being helped by his old acquaintance, the hunter Echidna. Both asked at the same time where they had come from, as they certainly hadn't expected to see each other under such circumstances. They were annoyed that they had asked the same question, and the leader of the art guild wondered why the manager was wearing such tight-fitting clothes. Suddenly, the man smelled something unpleasant coming from his acquaintance and thought she had fallen into a sewer somewhere. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a strange sound that definitely did not bode well. It turned out that some kind of unknown barrier was beginning to form around the entire settlement. In fact, this was the very event that Ma So-woon had feared so much, because from the very beginning, he had suspected that the manager might launch a program to fortify the settlement. He explained that equipment had been installed inside the system to connect all these barriers together and activate them in case of a threat. It was clear from Yoon-hee's face that she had no idea what he was talking about, so Manager Ma briefly told her that it was impossible to leave at that moment. Meanwhile, No Ji-gyun was indeed activating the entire system, apologizing to her subordinates, who were also affected by all this. She connected all the operators and only said that she was sorry that they had to deal with various A-rank hunters with their small staff. However, the woman believed that the employees needed to try a little harder. She did all this so that the settlement that produced strong hunters could continue to exist. But Jae-young stated that all the operators would have to stay there until they had dealt with all the cases, and then they would pay for their vacation. After that, the woman decided to look out the window to see how the operation was going. What she saw outside the building shocked her, as success was already in jeopardy. Kang Ha-ru and Kim Joo-mi immediately noticed when the manager's mood changed abruptly. It turned out that she had noticed that something was wrong with the place where the towers were being created. Manager No immediately remembered that she had sent Agatha there and hoped that everything was fine. She had no idea that the hunter had encountered Valkyrie, who had managed to escape. Agatha admitted that she had tried to hide her deepest hatred, but as expected, a sudden attack on the girl would have been an unwise move. Meanwhile, our heroine had already prepared for battle and summoned her weapon from her inventory. Before starting the fight, the hunter asked how much Valkyrie knew about the secret of the settlement. Obviously, the girl did not answer her questions, as she could not betray Baphomet. In addition, Agatha was sure that someone was inside the hut and asked about it as well. Our heroine continued to remain silent, and her opponent realized that it was useless to ask and wait for an answer. In the end, the hunter realized that a battle with the Valkyrie was inevitable sooner or later. In the next second, an additional barrier appeared around them. The hunter immediately asked what her rival was doing and noted that she was not going to talk now. With each blow, the girls tried to strike harder and harder, trying to outsmart each other. Agatha explained that nothing would change if someone entered the hut, because no one could enter the tower nest. Valkyrie couldn't hold back and revealed that one person had already been there. The huntress certainly didn't expect to hear something like that, because she was confident in her words. She couldn't understand how something like that could have happened, but the girl didn't go into any more detail. Valkyrie decided to focus on the fight and deftly ended up behind her opponent. At the last moment, Agatha managed to use her armor to defend herself from the blow. In turn, the girl watched her movements closely, trying to find her weak spots. In the end, she timed her attack perfectly, but her opponent managed to dodge it just in time. Suddenly, Agatha began to talk about how Valkyrie was actually a rising star in fencing. She knew that the girl had once missed her chance to become a member of the national team. Memories of how she had been disqualified for breaking the rules immediately came flooding back to our heroine. It was only at the competition that it was confirmed that she was an awakened one, and the rules prohibited their participation. At that moment, the young Valkyrie looked in horror at the system window that had informed her of her awakening. At school, they considered it disgusting that she dared to want to compete for the national team, having superhuman powers. The young hunter couldn't hold back her tears as she heard all the discussions behind her back. Now she froze in place because no one had reminded her of that incident in a long time. Agatha was sure that it must have been devastating and painful for Valkyrie. Despite all this, the hunter gathered her strength and continued to dodge her rival's attacks. Meanwhile, the woman claimed that she also understood her opponent's feelings. She claimed to have gone through something similar on the terrible day when the shock of the gates occurred. On that day, Agatha felt helpless, as if she could do nothing more. The hunter paused for a moment and stated that she did not actually support men number. She was just acting according to her beliefs, but they happened to align with No Jae-gyun's. In the end, the woman used the skill Second Coming of the Tiger to defeat Valkyrie. Our heroine hadn't expected their fight to go this far, so she was a bit taken aback. She admitted that compared to the despair Agatha felt, she felt nothing at all. But in any case, Valkyrie also had her own motivations and beliefs that she was defending. These were her family, loved ones, friends, guild members, and all the people in her life. Meanwhile, Agatha was already completing her transformation into a fierce tigress. Meanwhile, our heroine began to recall moments that had been important to her on her path to becoming a hunter. She remembered how, once in the hospital, a man thanked her for saving his wife, who had nearly been in an accident. If it weren't for Valkyrie, their baby would also have been in danger, as it was still in its mother's womb. She was ready to fight even for unborn children, so that the existence of the towers would be like a legend for them. The girl also wished that there would be no repeat of the shock gate, and to achieve this, she needed to get rid of all the towers. In the end, she also used a powerful skill called Vanadis Curse to teach Agatha a lesson. Her striking power, agility, and defensive strength increased fivefold, and she gained immunity to all anomalies and a state of increased mana. Valkyrie was confident that with her beliefs, she would destroy Agatha's beliefs. After that, the rivals stood face to face, waiting to see who would be the first to initiate this extremely difficult battle. From the very beginning, Agatha thought that it was all just rumors, and she wasn't afraid of her rival at all. Everyone said that if you showed your best qualities, you would be able to see Valkyrie's true strength. Now the woman had simply accepted that her colleague was indeed strong. She also remembered the moment when she and Nen discussed whether they could defeat their third neighbor. After fighting Valkyrie, the hunter realized that even if they were together, they would still lose. Suddenly, she felt that she was too tired, so she needed to get some sleep. Falling to the ground, Agatha warned her friend Nini that everything was now up to her. Valkyrie showed no mercy to her opponent and former colleague, literally tearing her body apart. Our heroine had truly reached the highest level, but she still felt guilty towards Agatha, so she apologized for what had happened between them.